dragging me. It's constantly. No, I won't make a sound. I love the pain. It sets me free. It's wrong, I can't make right. I love the better below. You tell myself that this is the last. It's wrong, I can't make right. Slipping off in the moonlight when I knew the truth. I had myself for you. On the ground, I know the truth. I know the truth. Ooh, now I'm on the ground. I know I'm shaking now, 'cause you say those things, then shut me out. Got no clue what you have found. I'm a rose in thorns, but you cut me down. It's wrong, I can't make right. I love the better below. You tell myself that this is the last. It's wrong, I can't make right. Slipping off in the moonlight when I knew the truth. I had myself for you. I know the truth. Oh, now I know the truth. I had myself for you. Let it down, let it down, let it down,
हाय गाइस, व्हाट्स अप? थोड़ा सा लेट हो गई हूँ. शुरू हुआ क्या?
Looking at how they were playing versus Loud, which Loud is known
Welcome
to
to
be
the
super
stream,
phenomenal
guys.
with their fragging power.
थोड़ा सा
Players
last
like
moment
Musho
stream
just
हो
going
गया
out there trying to
due
get
to
as many
some
picks as
reasons.
possible, but 100
But
Thieves
welcome
were
to the
able to
stream.
shut that down. They're so good at being able to play back
Let
when they
me
need to,
just-
being able to just be aggressive
Yes.
and maybe running it
Hi,
down is
Ved,
the
what's
strat to do.
up?
They've done such a good job.
भाई
And a
सब
really
थोड़ा
big
ऐसे
props
हो
to
रखा
Bora
है.
because his IGL and
ये
his
तो
mid
वो
round
आके
has
attack
been
कर देता है ना
phenomenal
मेरे
as well.
plushies
I
पे.
feel like he's really driven
वो
this
सब
team to
बिखर जाता
success.
है.
And for me, when I'm looking at the coach and IGL synergy, Vora and his coach have been so good at understanding each other, building these playbooks, building these strats, having such a deep map pool, but seeing that in the server, nobody's actually lost or confused or overwhelmed with what they want to do. So I think for me, from 100 Thieves, that's why I keep talking about their creativity. It goes way beyond through and through the relationships, not just in the server, but also outside of it.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of overlap, honestly. If you just discuss both of these teams and say what their strengths and weaknesses are, you know, you talk about having a strong mid-round caller, you talk about having a bit of a slower paced, you know, maybe baity at times star player that likes to just let the game come to them, evolving a core gradually, incrementally over time. I think that's the same thing for RRQ. They've had a certain core of players. Xfer has been around since literally the inception of Pacific franchising as the centerpiece of RRQ. Then you had Jemkin, you had Crazy Guy come in a little bit more recently than that. Similar to 100 Thieves, you've got some players that have been around since the very beginning, and they've kind of incrementally built the roster around them over time, changing in one or two players at a time over seasons until they end up with their current iteration.
Hi,
So
Ved.
I think both of these teams, as mentioned before,
website पे
maybe
timing
short,
है.
falling a little shy of some
उसका
international
पता नहीं,
qualifications.
मैंने नहीं
This
देखा
event
उधर.
is a
Hi,
good opportunity to
शिवांशु.
prove themselves against the global
मेरा
field.
जो पर्सनल
Yeah, and as much as
स्केड्यूल
100
मैनेजर
Thieves
है ना,
have these
तो
veterans,
उन्होंने
we've
मुझे
talked about
इन्फॉर्म
the
कर दिया
globals,
था
we've
टाइमिंग्स
talked
का, तो
about
मैंने
the
मतलब खुद
stages.
से नहीं देखा.
This is the first
So
time
I
that
think you
100
should
Thieves, at
ask
least
my
this iteration of the
personal
roster,
schedule
has gone to a
manager.
global, has
Yeah.
played on a global stage. So I'm really
Hi,
interested to see
Abhishek.
how they face up
Hi,
to that.
Meet.
Is there going to be a shift in mentality? Is there
A
going to be a
February
little bit
Haven
more
map
pressure?
video.
I'm looking at a player
Ooh.
like Timotino, who's just
Miss the
come
old
up
Sherlock
from
and model duo. Why bro, हम
challengers
तो खेलते
into
हैं
this
यार.
roster. This has been
क्या
his
था
first time in the
100
VCT.
versus
This has been his
RRQ.
first roster, and he's performed absolutely phenomenally. It took him a little bit of time to warm up at the beginning of
And
kickoff,
then we have
but he's done such a
PRX
good job. He's blossomed into a
versus
very well-rounded
NRG.
duelist player, someone who does his job really well, pulling those crosshairs, not necessarily constantly fragging out, but being able to do that job, get the movement in there, open up and make the space for the rest of his team. So I'm still, it's honestly still a question mark for me how they're going to perform. I'm thinking, if I'm thinking of the VCT America's 100 Thieves, then 100% I understand where they are. I know who they are. I've seen them play. They're so phenomenal. But when it's moving to a different style, it's kind of going to be interesting to see how they do on the global stage. But that being said, we still have a couple more things to work on. And before we jump into the game, we're going to go into a quick break.
Hi, Craig. GE का MIBR के साथ है कल. Wow, that would be a match to watch. We'll be back soon. अरे मैं लेट हुई तो ये लोग ने ये लगा दिया. So sweet. और बताओ guys, how was your day? मेरा तो दिन का प्लानिंग थोड़ा सा अलग था. फिर जैसे EWC वॉच पार्टी का ऐसे आया तो फिर थोड़ा प्लान चेंज हो गया. It's wrong, I can't make a right. Okay. कौन से गेम्स की वॉच पार्टी होगी? You have to wait for that. You have to wait. क्या एसिडल और इंडिया की टीम है क्या? गाइज ये EWC है. इसमें हमारी मतलब वैलोरेंट है. इसमें हमारी कोई टीम नहीं है. हमारी टीम इज इन एपेक्स, then it is in Free Fire, then it is in HOK, Fortnite, Trackmania, and chess. And एक भूल रही हूँ कुछ. Hi केशव. नहीं, चेस हो गया. एक कुछ भूल रही हूँ मैं. एक गेम दिमाग में नहीं आ रहा है. मैंने कितने 6 बोले ना? 7 है टोटल. 6 बोले मैंने. EFC में फाइनल वाले में नहीं है ना गाइस अभी. EFC फाइनल वाले में नहीं है आई गेस. लाइक उसका वो होता है ना, और उससे पहले क्या होता है, प्लेऑफ्स या ग्रुप स्टेज क्या है, उसमें है आई गेस. एपेक्स तो सबसे पहले बोला. अबे एपेक्स सबसे पहले बोला मैंने. Don't think this will start soon. I almost waited for ages on the channel. Still on tech pause. Oh, नहीं देखो वो मैं लेट थी ना गाइज. मैं लेट थी इसके लिए वो टेक पॉज हो रखा था. अभी मैं आ गई हूँ. अभी मैं अपना स्ट्रीम का इंट्रो कर रही हूँ. इसके लिए है. फिर शुरू हो जाएगा. It takes a lot to go for 7 games, bro. I mean, 7 games is not a small number, bro. It is W. ले इंडिया वही EFC के फाइनल वाले में नहीं है आई गेस, जितना मुझे पता है. वेट गाइस, लेट मी ऐड पोल. आप गेस करो कौन सी टीम जीतेगी. ओह विनिंग. अरे भाई शिट, पता नहीं क्या खुल गया. Thieves versus RRQ. Yeah. फ्री फायर बोला मैंने, फोर्टनाइट भी बोला. आज कोई ग्रुप गेम तो नहीं है ना? देखो होगा भी तो मैं तो नहीं खेल पाऊंगी. हम ये वॉच पार्टी करेंगे, उसके बाद हम किक पे. अगर ग्रुप गेम्स होते हैं तो हम आरपी करेंगे, एंड ग्रुप गेम्स नहीं होते हैं तो आज फाजमो जल्दी खेला जाएगा. तो या तो हो सकता है आरपी मिस हो जाए आज, बट उसमें कुछ कर नहीं सकते. इजी है फॉर 100 थीव्स ब्रो। आरआरक्यू तो काफी लाइक मास्टर्स तक भी पहुंची है एंड पैसिफिक में भी अपर फाइनल्स तक भी पहुंच जाती है। 100 थीव्स नहीं आ रही है काफी टाइम से, सो आई डोंट थिंक सो कि इजी है। ब्रो मैं उस प्लेयर का नाम भूल गई, इतने टाइम से उसको देखा ही नहीं है। 100 थीव्स में कौन था 100 थीव्स में? मेरे को नाम नहीं याद आ रहा। Valkyrie for the win. Valkyrie can be crazy. That is crazy. Nah, not Boostio. Boostio तो कब से नहीं खेल रहा। मेरे को इसमें एक ही अच्छा लगता है, मेरे को नाम ही नहीं याद आ रहा। Asuna. Is it Asuna? I guess it's Asuna. बूस्टियो तो मुझे कभी पसंद ही नहीं था, ईजी टाइम से ही नहीं पसंद था। It's wrong, I can't make right. Yup, Asuna. Okay, Bang is still there, Cry is still there. Doom Bros? ये बाकी नहीं पता मुझे। I know only 3 इनमें से। आरआरक्यू तो आई गेस सेम है, क्रेजी का एक्सफेरो खुशी। ओके, कोई चेंज्ड है, आई थिंक कोई चेंज्ड है। एक सेकेंड, मोने था ना इसमें तो गाइस, मोने नहीं है। आरआरक्यू में था ना वो, अभी नहीं दिख रहा। ओके, दो मैचेस है ना, अपन ये वाला देखेंगे एंड देन ये वाला देखेंगे। वाइटैलिटी को सॉरी बोलना पड़ेगा। एंड आसपास वर्सेस जीई कल शाम को। हाँ, कल शाम को तो कर सकती हूँ मैं। एंड देन जेंटलमेन्स XLG G2NS। आई थिंक आई वुड वॉच G2NS। So G2NS and MIBR GE, ये है भाई। जुलाई 4th को भी है मैचेस। ओह नो, जुलाई 4th, जुलाई 5th एंड देन मेन तो एक सेकेंड, मेन क्वार्टर फाइनल्स अच्छा जुलाई 9th से है। ओके, दैट इज ओके। आज फाजमा होगा किक पे गाइस, किक पे रात को फाजमा होगा। अगर ग्रुप गेम्स नहीं हुए तो फाजमा आज जल्दी शुरू होगा। आर यू गोइंग फॉर EWC? गाइस देखो, जो लोग भी पूछते हैं ना कि आर यू गोइंग फॉर EWC, आर यू गोइंग मुंबई, आर यू गोइंग बूट कैंप, व्हेन आर यू गोइंग, जस्ट मेरे को इंस्टा पे फॉलो करने का, मेरे ब्रॉडकास्ट में रहने का। जब भी कुछ होता है मैं उधर बता देती हूँ, ठीक है? जब भी कुछ भी प्लानिंग होगी हम उधर बताएंगे। EDG स्टार्टेड यार, बट मुझे तो ये देखना था। जब तक ये नहीं शुरू हो रहा है वो देख लेते हैं गाइस। रुको, 100 थीव्स, ये रहा EDG। ठीक है मैम नहीं हूँ मैं। वो स्टार्ट हो तो बताना, वो स्टार्ट हो तो कोई बता देना।
A could have caused them issues, but they basically won the round within the first 20 seconds.
It's wrong. Are you going to sleep early tonight? नहीं।
2-2.
ये भी वहाँ अपडेट मिल जाता है।
EDG
हम
denying
फाजमा
those
खेलते हैं
weapons
क्योंकि भूत
won't be
पकड़ते हैं।
possible in the end. So at least BBL got out of there sporting what they were
इंस्टाग्राम
trying to
पर
say.
नाम
But
क्या है?
that was such a
Crazy.
quick round from
Crazy.
EDG. It's hard to even imagine from BBL's perspective.
Exclamation इंस्टा करके
And the
देखो,
fact that they
कुछ तो
popped the
आता है।
showstopper, so it's costly not just because it ruins your economy, but it
BBL,
also takes a very big
है।
ultimate
एक
out
सेकंड,
of the
BBL is
round and
good।
out of the game
ये
for
तो
a
भूल
while.
गई थी मैं।
Now leaving
ये
3
Loita
players
and
onto
Lovers
pistols,
job, they are
it's still a
crazy,
better chance
crazy।
to win than the last round in a 2v5, sure.
आरपी नहीं होगा आज, आरपी का
EDG looks
चांस
set to
मुश्किल
take
है।
the lead here.
आज आरपी का चांस काफी
You
मुश्किल
need
है.
a hero play, and well, maybe the operator will be the one to do it.
गाइस अभी तो
Lovers
वॉच
Rock
पार्टी
able to
सीजन देखो
dip
शुरू
in,
हो
dip
गया.
out.
अभी ना आरपी का ऐसे ही
Get rid of
रहेगा थोड़ा.
Kankan. Unfortunately, the additional
Because too
weaponry
many
not
watch
really
parties
possible.
coming
But
up.
they've gambled on the other two sides of the map. In fact, just look at where LaRock is already. Very deep
आज
positioning.
वो अर्ली एक्सेस से बाहर
pushing
आ
in
गया
on that
नहीं.
flank.
मुझे लग रहा है वो अर्ली
Draw the
एक्सेस से बाहर
rotation to the
आने
B
से
side
पहले
still
खत्म हो
possible, but
जाएगा.
that's being
जो
watched
उसके हाल
by
चल रहे
Creven.
हैं.
So they at least have information there. And if LaRock
EG
were
का
to keep
assistant
pushing, he
force
might have a
खेल रहा
fast
है.
flank.
Signed?
However, that
अबे
plant is
हाँ.
going down. And with the
मैंने
time ticking in their
realize नहीं
favor,
किया,
and
कौन
still
नहीं
solid
खेल रहा?
weaponry, I think EDG is still favored in this spot.
Nobody. nobody नहीं nobody तो है. Nobody, Jenny,
Shoot.
Kangkang,
he's here.
Chichu.
And they certainly
अबे
know it
कौन
now.
नहीं खेल
Now
रहा?
he's in trouble. Headshots needed to bail him out, and well, Jenny comes to try to save the day. The pistols are doing damage, though. This is an advantage now for BBL, and they know where that last man is. But Jenny pops the showstopper. It'll buy him time, but he really wants that pick. Shots fired from behind. The showstopper won't land for the kill, though.
Oh.
LaRock ends up coming out on top by the
That's a good
skin of
try.
his teeth. That rocket almost took him out.
Yeah,
Later
he's
access
actually a
पे है
little bit
Phasma.
unlucky. If the showstopper gets the kill,
Later
the fact that he's able to spin around and headshot the guy behind, real nice play, or real nice try from Gianni. But ultimately, that's a low buy round coming through for BBL. The operator of Lovers Rock, that flank from LaRock, but also just Creven buying time. Like you mentioned it, like him able to get a kill or two in the mix. Important stuff. 3-2. Lead brought back, and the economy has taken a little bit of a hit, but the Blade Storm will pad everything they need over on that EDG side.
Yeah, no,
Well, we've
doing
seen this
Valorant
delay on the
push.
C side
No,
from
bro,
BBL
I
work pretty
don't
well.
play
Looks like
Valorant.
EDG want to break through and deal with Creven, but this time it's not Creven. Instead, it's going to be a full setup. Initially, Lovers Rock takes the kill. A C's nade thrown through as well, keeps them back, does damage, and the Blade Storm now looking a bit weaker. Sky Hill comes through. Konkon's back up to full, but running out of dash, wants to get in. Oh
No,
no,
he
he
did
dashes
not
in!
check. Oh,
It's a
bhai,
crazy play,
insane.
but it works out. He might die after one, but he buys the space. He breaks the defense and sends them scurrying back towards the C site. Numbers even for now, but the attackers have an easy time, and they're going to change direction, and no matter where they
Seekers.
go, they have an advantage.
Yeah, the Seekers gave it away. 2 Seekers after you get 2 kills. You know, okay, that was
But
4
about
players on the
100
C side.
वो actually
That means there
match
can only
start
be one
नहीं हो
elsewhere,
रहा
and
है.
it was not
So
B.
we are
The wall
waiting.
only just getting tripped, but even still, it's a little bit of additional damage done onto Creven.
I
However, he
just
still
opened
manages
that
to
match
win the
in
fight.
PC, so I don't
Puts
have
it back
this.
into an advantage. Weaponry not in their favor, and Lotus just spammed a bullet through the smoke. It leaves it all onto Signed. He needs to try and clutch on his first match for the team, and it's not going to be happening. Lovers Rock closes it down, and again, after a decent back and forth, the recovery is solid from BBL.
It's just a fantastic idea to come out of the gate with that aggression. We so
2
often see it,
matches चल
especially
रहे
the
हैं,
C's
एक
nade.
साथ.
When it comes to
4:30
the
को
A
दो
side,
थे
much
and
more rare to
7
attempt it
बजे
here.
2 है.
Leaving Rose
वैसे
embedded as
4:30
well,
वाला
at
काफी
least
late
trades out Konkon.
शुरू
If
हुआ
he's
है.
not there and instead is
पर
in
उसमें
front of that
साढ़े
jet,
बजे उठना
it's a
पड़ेगा.
different game altogether.
हाँ.
But keeping the numbers
नहीं,
like
मतलब मैं
that,
तो
buying a
सोऊंगी
little bit
नहीं.
of time, and then winning their
But
fights
yeah,
when it
वो
came
match
to it.
तो देखना है.
Also a very lucky spam by Loida, but that's neither here nor there. 4-2 for BBL. It is a good start to their defensive side, considering the 2 rounds EDG have been extremely dominant.
Oh, they love this C pressure. And I like the adaptation from BBL to put LaRock there. He wants to try and fight them on it.
No
Utility
bicycle.
being sent out to clear him, and he's taken a lot of damage on the way back out. In fact, there's pressure in. The stinger enough for Konkan to find the opener, and already Gianni has managed to add another. This C-site execute, once they've got into position, is doing so much work in terms of damage. And once again, the players on the other side of the map, I was going to say, really don't have a choice but to say.
4:30 AM, guys.
However, right now, I feel like
Keep
Lovers Rock is
watch
looking
along.
for the classic, I got 1 kill, so, you know, that means I did damage. Bro, you got an operator, leave. You can't leave
He
now.
doesn't have the choice.
Yeah, he could have before, but he can't now.
Have to stand his ground. The good thing is they don't know he's here, and it looks like they're going to slip right past him. So for now, at least, if he
भाई वो
continues
लोग
flying under
उधर
the
ढूंढ
radar,
रहे हैं.
perhaps he'll
Meanwhile,
get to keep it. He's not going for a ninja, surely. It won't work. Not with sign. Oh my God, he is. He's trying it. He's going to try it.
Wait, he might get it.
He could have time here. I think
Does
he's got
he
time, and
have
no
the
one's close
time,
by
though?
enough. It's going to be a spam from Signed. Has he got it?
oh
It's
my
so
God,
close!
bro,
Oh,
unbelievable.
Steals the round.
What?
He's just on a 1v5. I can't believe we just seen someone 1v5 Ninja Defuse
Holy shit.
on the first map of the tournament. I can't believe
पांचों
it.
थे
Even
ना
as he was
वो
running towards the site, I didn't believe that's what he was doing.
1v5
And
में
they all
ninja
left
diffuse.
on.
Oh my
Why
god,
did they
that
all
is crazy.
leave? The Vice Flash doesn't give you info. They just left him. Oh, what a disaster.
मैं
Well,
वही सोच
somehow
रही
this
थी कि
man's
वो
sticking
लोग
around
कहाँ
for one
डील
extra
ढूंढ रहे हैं
kill,
मीनवाइल
skipping
वो
it
सिटी पे
around.
बैठा है
5 to
कोई
2 we
देख ही
go.
नहीं रहा है
You can't blame me for not expecting him to
Hey,
do that.
hey.
That's
insane.
utter madness. And well, there's the one extra kill. It's at the beginning of the next round. Nice work from Gianni on the trade, but again, some weaker weaponry in play here. Obviously, it's kept through from the last round. I can't believe they didn't leave one Stinger player behind. It wouldn't even matter if that man went down, but
I can't believe he won that, man. I can't believe he went for it even. Even just that was crazy. But EDG have got to be kicking themselves. Then you come into this round, a man down already. BBL changing up their Vice setup constantly, and it causes problems here as the Thorns slowed them on the push towards the A site.
ये तो
Left these
insane था
players
insane
isolated.
पाजी एक बार के लिए टाइटल में कर
And
ही
now
दो यार मैं
EDG
सोच रही
are calling the freeze. They've waited for 20 seconds, 30 seconds, and finally they'll
वो
make a
पता
move.
नहीं
But
कब शुरू
BBL
होगा
have waited as well. They are still sat in position. Of course they don't expect Larocque to be stood there. With the Vice wall covering his back, he doesn't care. They've left
यही
C
देख लेते हैं
completely
guys अभी
open, but BBL are willing to take that gamble, and it's paying off for
PRX
now.
एनर्जी का 7 बजे है
pretty hefty
अभी 2
advantage.
मैचेस चल रहे हैं सेकंड वाला शुरू नहीं हुआ है वैसे जो मैं एक्चुअल में देखने वाली
But
थी
the second he tries to enter this site, will trip the wall, and even then, it seems like there were players watching.
एंड 7 बजे भी
Instead,
2
they've
मैचेस है एक
reaggressed,
PRX एनर्जी
looked to
है
try and push behind,
एक दूसरा
finding that there's
इसका
nobody
था
towards
वाइटैलिटी पता नहीं भूल गई
C side of the map. We'll gift them a plant. A little bit gambly, but when you're in a 2 versus 4 situation, you have to try and take that risk. However, the full force of the defenders will be there in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, that door swings open, and they're already on their way. Showstopper popped. Larocque searching, has found his target. It's an easy kill with the paranoia going through. Plenty of players can still see him, but Chichu tears them apart, at least for the first 2. But it's back to winning ways for BBL. They're continuing on this crusade 6 to 2.
ईयरफोन्स लगाने पड़ेंगे
What should have been at least a fight back from EDG guaranteed. This game has become much more one-sided. With one little mistake.
There you go. The diffuse delayed so they can get the operator. It has been having impact. Those early picks coming through from Lovers Rock have definitely been causing them issues. I do like the fact that we're seeing both Jenny and Kankan at times really look to put the pressure onto that operator. But it has been problematic to try and deal with. Either way, 6 to 2.
Tomorrow is Friday.
The attack now have themselves to
मेरे
buy. Of
लिए
course,
तो
they've got
कुछ है
plenty
नहीं
of credits
खुश
to play
होने
with.
वाला
They lost a round with 5 players alive. That is a rare occurrence. It's whether or not they can start putting the rounds on the board. And again, they go towards the seaside. And this time, Lovers Rock is on that side of the map.
It's the same setup we've seen. Having the C's nade, having the op looking for the opening pick. EDG fell to this with ease last time. Bit more of a fight now, though. Good trade back, and they've taken Lovers Rock. The C side's wide open. They can run in. The smoke in their way shouldn't delay them by much. Still with nobody having a dog to clear that out, but they decide not to put it through. And in the time wasted, Krevens covered that gap. Look at the TP, though, by Loida. It's huge. They're clearing it. They think he's here, but dealing with him is another story. Chichu, well, he found 2 to close out the last round before he died. This time it would be enough. Take it across the line. He's going to use his ult just to be safe.
Oman
Grabbing that spike.
Yeah, it
No,
might even
he's
work as
not
bait,
there.
though.
Run, bro, run.
Because you're going to almost have assumed that he had it already. It's a very, very long rotation back from Loiter. Time will be ticking. Chichu's had an opportunity to reposition. I think the only problem he might have is starting to doubt where his opponent would be coming from. You go, okay, but why is he
मेरे लिए
taking so
क्यों
long?
बुरा
Has he gone
लगा
all the way in
ब्राजील
towards
जीत
our
गई तो
spawn?
What?
He's gone all the way around the back. He's sat in the corner, basically just trying to cover off as many angles as possible. Timing ticking away now for Loiter, and in the end for Chichu, it's all too easy. 3 kills for him in the round, and 3 rounds for EDG.
Yeah, a big clutch
ओमन डिफ हो
for
गया
Chichu. A much needed round for EDG as well, as we said, after losing that 5v1 Ninja Defuse.
भाई वो तो
genuinely
insane
can't
था.
I can't remember the last time I
First
saw
game
a
में ही
Ninja
highlight moment हो गया है.
successfully found. I think in the last year
Not
we've
in
had
a
like
1v5.
one attempt.
Not in a 1v5.
Not in a 1v5,
No.
absolutely not.
Never.
And then you think about, I'm including regional games in that.
लॉइटा
Then you
कैसे
go to
सिटी देखते हुए ही आ रहा था
international
ओपन में,
stage
नॉट
against a
एक्सपेक्टिंग.
team
खैर वो
like
एंगल
this.
था भी
Yeah.
वैसा.
That
It
is not the
doesn't
kind of
happen.
mistake that happens
इसकी
at this
एंगल टू
caliber.
प्ले.
No. Crazy stuff already happening for the economy. A little bit rough. Well, for
अरे
Gianni, the showstopper has worked out this time, and the wraparound looking to come in from behind.
रिजल्ट होते हुए वो ऐसे
The
क्यों
ult
रुका है
trying to pad
समझा
the
नहीं
gap,
मुझे.
and well, ends
LOL.
up with two. Loiter ending up wallbang.
That's unlucky.
Revan decides he doesn't want to face into the Kankan
ये तो
operator.
CR7 hat
Honestly,
trick coming this Friday.
that's okay.
Bro,
I don't think many
ऐसा तो
people
कुछ
do.
नहीं होने वाला पहली बात.
You started
दूसरी
Nico,
बात,
or low by round.
it's
a little bit of
Ronaldo
aggression,
versus
sure, but
Modric.
once you meet that operator, it's time to
किसी
turn.
एक का last
Nice
game
attempt by
होगा
Rose to
वो.
play sneaky beaky like, but he's been caught and now all on to Kraven. Guardian got the weapon for the job, at least. Already the first one tap under his belt, but signed puts an end to that. 6-4 now. EDG with a chance to equalize still at the halftime.
कोलार दे दिया
It's looking
यार.
like, especially after the 1v5, potential for BBL to run away with this half, but that potential
That
is
मुझे लग रहा था
slowly
यार कि
slipping away
जापान
from them.
जीत जाएगी, you know, but
Of course,
मैं
on
तो
a
ब्राजील
regional
सपोर्टर हूँ, मैं
standpoint,
दुखी क्यों होंगी.
EDG are normally incredible on that
Prediction
attack set,
and
so I'm interested
सपोर्ट
to
में
see
फर्क होता है.
they're going to have that same sort of
Like
caliber
if
on
I
the
say
defense.
कि
We've only
पोर्टुगल
seen them play the
हारेगी,
defense
does
really
not mean
versus
कि
DRG,
मैं
who they
पोर्टुगल
lost to both
सपोर्टर नहीं
times.
हूँ, you know. रोनाल्डो versus मोदी जी.
Of course, it's hard to doubt
Lol, dude.
these players even without. Nonetheless,
सबको रोनाल्डो वर्सेस LM10
gonna see
चाहिए
this
था, but
early
ये
aggressive
दूसरा
start.
LM10 हो गया है भाई. Glitch in the matrix हो गया है.
from LaRock, and actually, he's going to continue his pushing,
भाई,
but it's
जेनी
almost
तो
worked
कैसे
out as
कैसे
bait
लग
for
रहा है.
Loiter.
Oh, it's a great paranoia. Chinchu on a tear these last few rounds. He's found LaRock. Self, but EDG back into a workable position. Rose is
That's true, अमन.
corner,
कुछ ज़्यादा ही
hooking on the left. There's a wall
crazy
in
वाला
front of him.
roller coaster हो गया
And
है
some
अभी
thorns
सच्ची
to his
बोलूं तो.
left. It might draw the eye of the rest of the squad, but they won't see anyone fighting them as they go through. They're suspicious, but Rose lands 2 in a row. A quick double to Spike to wait till that wall comes down.
Hello.
They can retrieve it, but not without a fight. Rose is still guarding it in that corner, and he'll catch Con for 7. The lead locked in for halftime.
I'm very surprised that Rose got as much done from
Hi,
that corner.
Delta.
Normally I expect that to be a one and done. Of course, EDG were focusing more on the timing of getting over the wall. And because of that, they walk through. One's looking his way. The other's obviously clearing the other angle. That player doesn't hit. He gets 2 for 1. It worked out wonderfully for the IGL of BBL. They now look to come out with an 8-4 half. Of course, 7-5 with a pistol and second round under their belt. It's kind of what's expected. But either way, operator waiting for Kankan. He knows that a player is likely already crossed. It's Rose currently holding the operator, allowing Lovers Rock to get aggressive and now peeking into
Oh.
a double of players.
I thought Kangkang
All going to be
मारेगा.
baited.
That
Instead, they go back
wait
towards the
sometime.
C site, which as of right now is completely open. It does look like BBL is setting up for the retake, though.
Half
But
time
that
पे
it
half
does. I
time
mean,
पे
they've got
करते
4
हैं ये
players having
discussion.
pushed up on A.
It is
a lot of
tough
space
to,
taken there.
pick
The whole
fight.
idea
That's
is
it.
to just fight this outside, this attacker side of the map. And the idea from EDG is to do the exact opposite. They go to the top. They go to the defender spawn, taking that as a nice foothold. Seekers go out and tell them where to look. One player towards water. That's going to be nobody searching for the kill, trying to make this uncomfortable for that player.
Oh.
And now the Thorns, the ult going through. No more Thorns, sorry, for the attacking side. They haven't got anything to slow down this. So BBL going to run straight through, already having dodged the ultimate. They've got their weapons in hand, and now Signed and Chichu have numbers against them. A smoke that's going to block them off, and the defuse can now be tapped. A spam through the smoke, the best that it gets, but they found him. Rose is down. 4 for Chichu.
Nice try.
And Signed is
Loita.
there to close it out. It will be 7
Anti,
to 5
7-5
at
it
the
is.
half. The lead for BBL, but NRG not that far behind.
No, another great round coming out from Chichu. I think you can put at least 2
The
or
last
3.
5 rounds, he's on fire.
Yeah, you could put at least a few down to him individually. Or just even the spam through the smoke, making sure they couldn't even get it to half. I think at that point, Loiter already knew that round was over. 7 to 5, a decent recovery, especially when you consider there was a 1v5
मेरे लिए
mince
top
diffuse in the
5
mix
तो
and you
वो
didn't
होंगे
win
ना
the
जिनको
pistol.
मैंने
I
खेलते
think
हुए
that's
देखा
not
है.
too
So
bad
like
for
जो
EDG.
You know, often we talk
पुराने
about the
मतलब
pistol
जो
rounds in a
legendary
situation like this,
players
7 to
हैं
5.
उनको
The
I
pistol
don't
made
think
the
I'll
difference here. That's what gave you
include.
the leg up. Another 1v5.
And
The
मेरे लिए
1v5
would
ninja diffuse
be
is what gave you the leg up there. That's tough.
See, अपने टाइम के हिसाब से देखो रोनाल्डो मेसी 2 तो फिक्स है. बाकी 3 में देखो थोड़ा ना फेवरेटिज्म वाला सीन हो जाएगा. मैं इसके लिए बहुत कंफ्यूज हूँ. मॉडरिच फॉर श्योर 3 तो डन है. बट इनके अलावा इसको मुझे रखना चाहिए टॉप 5 में. ये 3 तो देखो है ही है.
He started to grow more and more into that position. The team identity looked better.
Team तो
Started to feel how
definitely
to
है.
call in the game, and the team knew how to play around it as
Winnie
well.
नहीं,
And
not
that's
for me.
exactly what I expect to see here for EDG. That sign
Not
will
for
become
me.
more and more integrated into this roster over games. That
One should
on-stage
be
experience is vital for any top tier
नेमार
player.
I feel.
And so he's coming in here.
यार मैं बोल रहा हूँ ना थोड़ा फेवरेटिज्म वाला आएगा क्योंकि ज्यादा ना मैड्रिड प्लेयर्स आ रहे हैं मेरे दिमाग में बिकॉज मेरी फेवरेट वही थी. मैंने सबसे ज्यादा फुटबॉल जो देखा है मैंने उनको ही खेलते हुए देखा है तो वो थोड़ा सीन हो रहा है. एंड मेरे को रामोस भी बहुत ज्यादा पसंद है. लेवेंडोस्की भी है. सो बहुत सारे हैं तो बहुत कंफ्यूजन हो रहा है. And then there's one जिसको मैंने उतना खेलते हुए नहीं देखा है. Like just like उसके I think retirement से just पहले वाले मैचेस मैंने देखे हैं. रोनाल्डिनो. He should be there.
When it comes to their regional victories, it's normally the attack side where they shine. But a lot of the time they dominate.
Ronaldo, Messi, Modric, Ronaldinho, and then if I pick from the next batch of players जो अभी young है, एकदम young वाले नहीं, but I guess Mbappe.
And a 4K to close it out as well.
Mbappe.
Chichu's having a game, man.
चलो.
7 to 5 though. Pistol round underway, and it's BBL on the attack. Lee said we're gonna get a glimpse here.
EWC में
at
टीम इंडिया
EDG
से
on the
कोई है
defense, and it
क्या?
is 4 players towards
EWC में टीम
that
इंडिया.
initial fight. In fact, Jet's the only one
EWC में
dashing
like
back and then leaving
odds
nobody
होती
embedded
है.
for the late
Country
round.
का
I
नहीं
like
है
this
वो
idea.
ENC में
It
है
does look like
country का.
BBL are late going to fill into that space, but they're going to open the door, and that's where a problem forms for nobody. In fact, nobody's opened the door. And that has caused a problem for nobody. They're all around him. He's going to be taken down, but the trade's at least favorable for EDG.
Yeah.
Great paranoia.
He did pretty well there, getting out of that with a kill and then setting up Chichu, who, I'll be honest, he doesn't need much setting up. He's just managed to right-click a guy down to 8 HP.
There are way too many players,
half
bro.
of the bullets hitting the wall.
Yeah.
That's
अभी
how the
मुझे
classic
और
works.
नाम
There you
याद
go.
आ
That's what
रहे
you
हैं
need.
जो
I
मेरे
was
को बहुत
thinking that.
अच्छे
I was like,
लगते
I'm pretty sure the
हैं.
wall ate most of those shots.
Yeah,
I just
yeah.
saw his health bar disappear. Like, oh.
Well, look at the control, though. Kreven's managed to get them into the A side. The thing I like from EDG, though, they've grouped up. Bar one player. That one player's Kankan. I'll allow it.
Safe enough pair of hands if he's on his
EDG
own.
signed
Yeah.
his
I'll certainly be believing in
assistant
him.
coach ऐसा
Plant
chat
coming
बोल
through for
रही है.
BBL. A man down and a lot of HP missing on Loida. He's going to try to be the snake in the grass, and I don't think they saw his pistol. There's a jump scare for Signed, but they're still hunting him down. Jenny, as reliable as he's been, it seems like Lloyd has hit another level in this
Crispy,
pistol
Lloyd
round.
is
Already
crispy,
3 kills under his
crispy.
belt, but he might need to do more. Kreven's the only one left on his team alongside him, but never mind. Holding the site proves easy.
No, Haaland,
For the
if I have to
Vice,
pick
it is now
between
8
Haaland and
on the board for
Mbappe,
BBL,
Mbappe
and an
it is for me.
injection of rounds in this early half could make this a very dangerous series for EDG.
Yeah, that's both
हाँ
pistols
रोहन
under their
बहुत
belts as well.
बहुत आते रहते हैं वो तो.
I agree with you. I thought that
अभी तक start
Loiter
नहीं
would
हुआ.
be
हाँ
dead
ना
to
पता नहीं
rights. The
क्या
fact he
सीन है.
gets 2
वही
on
ना, we
8
enjoy
HP,
this one.
that's the defining part of the round.
Oh,
If
yeah.
he gets even just 1 kill, there's still going to be that pincer
I
in
said,
onto
hi Adi.
the remaining players of BBL. Instead, it gives Kreven a lot more of an opportunity to isolate some of those fights. 8 to 5. Lead extended. Come on. Lovers Rock with a sniper back in his hands. What more do you need?
Lovers Rock with a sniper. Nobody, the sniper being the outlaw, but nobody even having shields. Should be an easy cleanup for any fights.
You're correct. Nobody doesn't have shields.
Well, technically, I said nobody has shields, so
Exactly.
I'm incorrect because I said
Oh.
I would have said nobody does have shields, but I meant
Okay, do
no
better.
player on the defensive side
No.
has shield.
Come on. Try
कैसे
harder.
jokes
Sorry,
मार
my
रहे
bad.
लोग?
I
Day
thought,
one
I
is
thought he had a shield
forgivable,
beside
you
his
know.
name, and it definitely wasn't the fact that his name is
Iniesta.
nobody and it's an annoyance.
That is a good
Something,
pick.
someone, and nobody. God damn it. Well,
Sound like a hater.
it should be the cleanup, but the weapon he comes up against is a sniper on the other side, and in the hands of Concon, it's good enough for the kill. Problem is, everyone else has classics.
GE है ना EWC में GE का मैच कल है 4:30 PM versus
That flank
MI
position,
Bear.
but it does seem like the attackers
That
have
will
now
be a good
sort of
game.
realized that flash has left Rose so
LOL.
blind. Again, a corner unchecked. I think he's got almost all of his
वो लोग ने
kills
देखा
from
ही नहीं
corners
वरना
unchecked
उसको
so far. He got
पहले ही
3
मार
from one
देते.
corner.
Yeah.
That's a
इस
4th.
देख
I
रहे
think he
होते.
may only have 5, but we'll ignore that.
And he got Concon in the back from the corner on C long, so he actually did get all of his kills from
Loita.
corners.
There you go.
Incredible.
He's just hiding in corners the entire time. An easy cleanup for BBL, though, and now is where we basically need to see the breakback from the side of EDG. Of course, this is their opponent's map choice, but we don't really know what to expect from Ascent going in. It's not a map that we've seen them play too much recently.
Your top 3 in World Cup.
In fact, too much might be an understatement. We haven't seen them play at all.
Prediction या फिर favorite?
Yeah, there's something poetic about seeing the
Because
IGL only getting kills from
My
positions
favorite
of
won't be in
outplay.
top
Hey, you gotta
3
be ratty sometimes.
I do like
for
that.
sure.
It's kind of how he should be playing. Well, for BBL, double digits if they can take this round. They've invested decently. 3 rifles, a Guardian, which is another rifle. I say rifles, I mean these ones. The big boys. Your Vandal up close,
hello.
not good for nobody. Caught pulling it out, and Loida
भाई
gets an
Loita तो
easy
crazy
opener.
मार रहा है.
The plant now on the B side as a result, but of course,
Oh,
Chichu
equalizer हो गया.
not going quiet just yet.
अरे
A good nade, but the cover
वो बच
equally
गया.
as good.
भाई
Yeah,
4
4
HP
HP.
बचा है
Nice shot
वो.
already.
मुझे तो लगा
Concon as
गया
well.
वो.
Leaves just 2 standing.
मतलब TP थोड़ा सा भी लेट होता तो डेड ही था वो.
Save call already.
सेव करेंगे
Yeah,
वो.
there's not really much for
भाई
choice now.
bonus
It's
भी आ
interesting
गया.
the position of that vice wall for Sign.
Insane.
It
वो
feels like
Loita
they're
ने जो
leaving
मारा
him
ना
boxed
first
in
pick.
on his own setup. Again, that's quite a
वही
common
था,
thing
वही
to do
था.
with a stand-in. The problem is, one of the normal positions for that wall is on B.
Prediction not fave.
It's
Prediction.
fine to
Prediction
not do
would
that if you're
be
very aware of the
France
gap.
तो
I think
देखो
you can tell
जीत
from the
रहा
way
है.
that nobody
France
died.
जीत रहा
He's
है.
completely unaware from the gap.
पहले मेरा prediction जर्मनी
can't
था
happen
but ये
Yeah, it's not been the prettiest.
it's gonna be और actually तो
Course,
अभी
it's
मैं
come
वो
down to
भी
the
दिमाग
spike.
में रख सकती
Well,
हूँ जो
he was making
brackets
sure
आए
they're
हैं.
not
So
getting ninja diffused, and I
Argentina
can
तो
certainly
easily जा
appreciate
सकता
that.
है.
Well played, Rose.
बहुत
For
easy
EDG,
पाता है वो लोग का,
uncharacteristic
बहुत
mistakes.
आराम से
That's the
जा
thing that's
सकते हैं.
surprising. You had the 1v5 ninja diffuse earlier.
So France
You have this round as well, where
Argentina
BBL are allowed to simply walk up.
and
Lorok's giving them a round of applause.
Of course he is.
Argentina
Of course he
or
is. I haven't seen them stand up all too much
England.
so far, but hey, there's plenty
Because
more
the
room to
seats
the
are so
series.
comfy.
Exactly. There you go. Sponsors are gonna love that one. That was a great hit. We planned out a few
Nah,
of these for the
Portugal
day.
के लिए
So
बहुत
definitely,
tough है.
definitely.
good. What's next on the script? Well, 10 to 5,
Argentina और
BBL
स्पेन तुम दो
in
मान
a
लो.
very good position
इनमें I'm
right now.
confused but
They come
England
into this.
and वो
We spoke about it, EDG
France.
favorites, but we don't know how they'll play with the stand-in. To be honest, I'm not going to blame on the stand-in. Top down, it's looked a little bit messy in some of the rounds. We still need to see them wake up. It's a very low buy as well in this one. Chichu, understandably, is the man with the rifle. That's it. That's the other problem. That wall's getting tripped for free. Once that door
ऐसी
goes
टीम
up,
किसके
and it
पास
looks like
होती है तो वो
BBL
चीटिंग थोड़ी हुआ
definitely
भाई.
posturing for this A
Team
hit. They've
की
allowed
crazy है.
EDG to know it. All the info there for the defensive
चीटिंग
side.
तो खैर.
Yeah, and I think that's the Bay. They're ready for Concon's push. Again, he might be a bit more of a surprise. The flash. Oh, hello! Signed. Gets the timing. They found the rat this time. Now the split back to B, but there's a player ready and waiting. Again, he has his name primed. Again, can just look to slow them down. Paranoia in, and there's the man of the moment, Chichu, with that rifle. Even escaping from this, you're still walking back into another player in the form of Signed. He's got himself an additional weapon, but there's
Easy.
Lover's Rock. 2 quick shots.
Easy.
But they still have to answer the question of where do we go from here? The C site seems the safest, and that allows for that rotation all the way back to the other side of the map and a post plant.
Oh, Lover's Rock almost
उसपे
getting
था भी
caught.
full armor.
But he's on the right
बच
agent
गया.
for it. Quickly able to slip away. Back to the C site. They know the Outlaw is lurking around, and for Signed, that's a big problem. For Chichu, not so much, at least for now. Ult's going to be put into play from the shadows. He sat in the backside, spots one, maybe even two. They definitely have the info to work with Loida. That's the same himself. Lover's Rock wraps around, they double swing, take Sign down, and leave Chichu in an unwinnable spot. Time against him. A shot landed by Loida confirms it. A big lead for BBL.
Chichu team Heretics में था नहीं.
Surprised to not see like, applause coming through from EDG, even just to settle the nerves.
Heretics तो EME की है. Chichu तो इधर खेलता है चाइना में. मैंने तो उसको EDG में ही देखा है. अगर मतलब उससे पहले तो नहीं.
A little bit of our own weaknesses.
Group games
also,
tonight.
yeah, as you sort of
No
said, I think
plans
a lot of the
abhi tak
mistakes
to.
have been a little bit more blatant, like gaps being left and things that I don't think you'd necessarily need to be told that need to be fixed. Chichu, though, still having an insane game. He's being matched, at least by one or two. Gianni tries to get aggressive, but they are just waiting on the other side to try and catch them out. Lover's Rock, he's already taken quite a bit of damage. A push in towards Chichu might not be advised. Ooh, maybe now it will be. Tries to TP away. And again, look at the space that's already been claimed.
Nice shot by Concon, but we need another to pull them back into this round. The other problem being with plenty of members to this attacking side, they don't need to worry all too much about rotating that player through, about moving Loida, but the flank coming through is a big problem. Signed has not been spotted. They seem to have no idea that he even can be here. There's a freebie on offer, and he will claim it, leaving Rose to try to fight back. And now finally, Loida does need to rotate through, but when he does, it's too little too late. Big round for EDG.
Yeah.
Right in the nick of time as well.
I think that obviously Signed great work on the timing on the flank, but the big player in this round is Concon. Because not only does he get these 2 kills, I do think this is audacious from Lover's Rock to even look in that direction, but then he starts baiting for his teammate. Because eventually someone's going to look behind. But if you have a guy on Jet jumping around with his knives out, you're looking at that guy. You're looking at the guy who's the biggest threat in the server most of the time. And that's the moment that gives the Signed the opportunity to strike. 11-6. A break back after 4 in a row. But is it the first of many? Or a blip?
Oh, Rock having no look when it comes to these showstoppers. He's picked out of the air again. 3 versus 4. Damage done to Rose. He'll be taken down with ease miles away, and the showstopper lands for damage. Not for the kill, but it feels like enough has already been done. They are throwing everything at this one. Even in the 4v2, no room for error. And EDG, well, EDG were making an easy meal of it, but now Signed and Chichu, one away from the ult on Loida. He can run, take the orb outside C. This is turning into a much more dangerous round.
Wakey.
There's the orb.
ये क्या था भाई?
It does seem like this has been thought of, though. Look at Chichu. Chichu is so ahead of the game. He's so ahead of it. He's so ahead of it. He knows exactly what's coming. He's going to be waiting for his opponent. The second he goes with a plan, you thought he had a big brain play, Loiter, but Chichu's brain is even bigger. Was there way before anyone would have expected it.
I almost don't care who wins this. I feel like Chichu's MVP. The guy's just been putting in a shift, man. So many impressive rounds across this map. He's kept them in it. And this would have been a very flat first half. If not for him, and it would have been a game over.
Iron player would say that, of course.
Although absolutely anyone watching the 1v5 defuse would have cancelled that. But 4 rounds left to go.
Bro,
the gap's starting to narrow a little bit again.
This is
but
valorant.
In the back of my mind, it is any moment that BBL can answer up. It's not even waiting for the next round when the full buy comes through. They're just as dangerous here with pistols.
CS की op अलग है.
Couple of ults here and there to play with as well, but very situational ones. And the ult for the defenders is pretty much useless. You know, get rid of one of Larocque's weapons, but Khan's push already gets an open. Chichu, very open ground, had a high-low, but
nice.
It ended up a bit low in the round. Gianni at least keeps them the advantage. The Nightfall has been sent through, and in quick succession, both players pick up a kill. Nobody's been bottom of the team so far. But they need him to win this one.
But next map EDG pick है.
Maybe. Up, got Rose. But the first kill might not be the easiest. Good flash, Larocque caught in the corner and caught by nobody. It's been a rough map for this guy so far. but the win now fills his sails. Again, a necessary clutch. BBL constantly on the edge of running away with this. And yes, it should have been an easy round. They had pistols, yada yada. I don't care. For nobody, that's the round he needs. A clutch to get him back in the game.
I think they were all laughing after that one because it was definitely a little bit more shaky
EWC
after you full blinded with the flash, but very well played in the end.
5-7 enjoy करना
Well,
streamer को
you
जानता
mentioned
हूँ
timeouts
मतलब
earlier. It's going to be
5-7
BBL
enjoy
taking
क्या
one.
होता है?
3 rounds in the lead, but feeling the
एक
pressure.
second, do you
And
mean
I
this?
think they know, as we talked about
that
in this
me?
group in general, you're playing up against
6-7,
EDG with a
you mean
stand. It's
6-7.
still a tough opponent, but I don't think any of the
6-7.
opponents look any easier on
BBL will
paper.
win?
Like a
Yeah,
full
ये
force
map
RRQ,
तो
100 Thieves. So
Definitely.
it's
but
going to be
I don't
very
know next.
interesting to see whether or not they can get this one over the line. Because if it slips and then you go into an ascent where, hey, your
Whole
opponents have
change.
picked it
अरे
after
यार,
not
हाँ,
playing it. You
भूल गई
can't
मैं.
have prepped anything going into that map. You start to feel pressure.
And for BBL, we already mentioned it, winning this map, having Ascent up next,
वो मैच तो शुरू ही नहीं हो
could
रहा है.
set them up to knock this out of the park 2-0 to avoid that sunset in the end. Never know what EDG are going to be pulling out there. Or how high up the
5-7 mean T1
power
5
creep can go as we get later into this series. But
5-7.
I see the fist bumps from
What is
BBL. Their
that?
timeout coming to a close, and it's time to get right back into the game.
आते
He
ही
said,
का बोला,
lights
नहीं
out for
दिखा.
Chichu.
मैं actually वो
Looks
मैच
like Lloyd is
देखने
matching
वाली
his
थी, but
performance
वो
as
शुरू
well.
ही नहीं हुआ, इसके
Certainly
लिए
had
ये
his
देख
fair
लियो.
share of rounds, but for Chichu, it's that
100
underdog
Thieves
story.
का
It's
game
because they're
देखना था
behind,
मेरे
and
को.
he's been the one fighting back in for them. And on this team, that's bloody impressive.
Well, even after 3 rounds in a row, it's going to be an operator with no shields coming into this round for Kankan. So definitely a little bit more vulnerable.
What?
Okay.
दिखा ना
See you
उसको.
later, LaRock.
It's all because of that clutch, you know? Wouldn't
he's
have had the
feeling it
confidence
now.
to spray
Lord.
otherwise.
Most
Clutch
people
से
would
भी
have thought
और
that
आ
nobody
गया
was there,
उसमें.
but not nobody.
एक तो
Kankan
मारेगा.
in position,
एक तो मारेगा कांका.
waiting. Had a teammate to support, but in this case, with an advantage
दिया.
already, he's going to fall back.
Another pick for Concon. This time the trade is there. It's Rose quick on the trigger, but Jenny, a snake in the grass, striking when they least expect it. Leaves it all onto Kreven. 4 to find. The first doesn't come too easy. He's left on 5 HP, and that nade is hunting him down. Stands reasonably close to it, and okay. He's alive. The smoke fades. A player up top. Good
What?
flash! And now a 1v1. Surely not for
भाई,
Kreven.
अगर
But the
इसने
spike is
ये
down. And
निकाला.
Jenny is protecting it. One away from a showstopper, but that's not
नहीं,
going to come
actually
online here.
बहुत tough
That's
है.
for a future round instead. Kreven playing it slow.
It
The
is
problem is,
very
without
tough.
opening that door, Jenny's going to know you're coming from this direction. And Kreven, it's
Yep,
been so
yep.
long, he doesn't know where his
He
opponent's
has no
gone.
HP.
A single bullet needs to be a headshot.
NT,
Jenny will
भाई
be there
क्या
to close
मारे
the round.
लेकिन.
It is
क्या मारे.
close to an all-time clutch for Kreven with 5 HP, but it is
मैं इसका
still
बस कम
the
कर
streak
सकती हूँ,
of
but
rounds
किसी ने
going. Now,
बढ़ाने
again,
बोला था.
it's incredibly costly for EDG. They were already on the back burner just getting an operator into the round. You see why they got the operator, because of how fast Kankan is. But the snake in the grass this time flips to the other side with Gianni. Having
वही
another
तो मैं
big
कह
round
रही
on the
हूँ,
raise. As I
imagine
said,
assistant
we've
coach के
seen him
साथ
on
जीत
Duelist in
गए.
the past, but it's him swapping
Imagine.
back to it for this. He's looking fairly comfortable.
Yeah, good work by Jenny. Just sat in the corner. Shame that there was
Nobody
no utility
assistant
for
coach
Kreven
के
to
नीचे
make
क्यों
that
है
an
लेकिन.
uncomfortable fight on the other side. But for LaRock,
Oh.
that's a very big scalp to take early on. Jenny,
अरे.
not liking the odds of
the
taking this
Satchel.
round. Showstopper
What?
goes through, and he finds LaRock. How?
लारोफ ने
I don't know how he
कैसे नहीं
survived,
मारा.
got his weapon out, landed the shot, and now BBL okay.
लारोफ ने
They'll
कैसे
recover
नहीं
the
मारा.
rifle. They'll deal damage to Jenny. But the advantage sat firmly with the defense for now.
Weaponry
Oh.
dissipating. A heal onto Gianni as well, so although he took damage early, that's now dissipated, and the other side can't have that same sort of luck. Kreven is down to just 45 HP. It would need to be a couple of instant shots once again. I don't know what you're going to do with that information. Yeah, there's a player there. Now for Kreven, he's gone back, but he's walked straight back into the hands of Kankan. That operator still in hand. And for Rose,
Come
well,
back.
he's not been having the best of games individually.
Come back.
Might get one for free. The second player would be a little bit harder to land, but he knows exactly where Kankan is. Knowing and doing anything about it is a very different story.
Yeah, well, this is a team in the form of VDG
यार,
that looked
अच्छा
completely
खेलता है, but
deactivated.
जो
They were
टीम
making
में
so
खेल रहा
many
है
basic mistakes
professionally,
going through that first
उनमें तो
half,
बहुत
even a
फर्क
little
होगा
bit
ना?
here. But we always knew
And
it's a matter
still,
of time
it's 11-9.
before they wake up.
That's
I'm
crazy.
starting to think maybe it would be a map, maybe it would be a
Same
series.
hero जैसी
But
opping.
it looks like they found their form right in time. BBL slowing
सही कह
down
रहे हो
and
यार.
another timeout. The second for BBL being called and quite
Half-time
quick
score
succession as well.
7-5
As
था.
they're finding no
BBL
answers
7
to
and
what
then
EDG
BBL
are putting
pistol
out.
I
GT
feel like we're
8-5
getting
हुआ,
early spoilers
9-5
of
हुआ.
sort of what I was talking about in the next map, where it's like, oh, why would they go towards Ascent? It's like, well, if you can have Khan come
एक
with an
second,
operator on the
bonus भी
defensive
जीती
side,
थी.
he might just kill everyone.
10-5.
And that's kind of what he started to do.
फिर
Like,
उसके बाद से
lightning
comeback
fast
शुरू हुआ है.
reactions on the operator. And then you still have the likes of G2
क्या
up the
ऐसे
top
जगह
of the
कोई
ball,
चांस है
Gianni
सिटी
side to
जाने
wake
का?
up.
बिल्कुल.
We know that they have
अगले
so much
साल शायद हो
individual
सकता
talent
है.
that even if a
ये
piece
साल
of
तो
their
हो
puzzle
गया.
has been
ये साल
removed,
नहीं होगा.
the stand-in at times might not even have to do too much. And right now, well, what's that? 2 pauses in 3 rounds? 2 rounds? Like, you
3,
could
I
see that BBL are really feeling that pressure. And you have to start to fear that if you let this map slip away from such a massive advantage, I don't know if the next one's even going to be remotely close. I think it is. It's within 2, right? Because they lost 3 in a row. They took a pause, lost 2 more, and took
maybe it
another
is
pause.
2,
So
yeah.
I think it is literally
Yeah,
2
you might be
pauses
right.
in 3 rounds.
Round 22. A 1-round gap now. A team that was trailing and deactivated has found their way back into the game.
11-5 से 11-10 हो गया.
Second wind, but it's Con to fall right away. Larox had no look on the showstoppers this time. He's finding his mark. Pushing up to 12. This could be the round for BBL. Good damage though. Jenny hunting down his prey. Blood in the water.
भाई
And he's
अल्ट
hard on
करके
his
भी
tail.
मरने
A
वाला है ये.
classic, trying desperately to find him, and it will be nobody to do it. At
भाई
least
ने
dealing with
जान
one,
लगा
but
दी.
still a man advantage for BBL. And now the time is ticking in their favor.
Oh, they're using everything. This is literally just blitz all your ultimates at once to try and scrape your way through a round. This is a must win now for BBL. They'll have nothing into the next, but they are taking this one home. Signed, the stand-in, the coach in a 1v4, and with the credits desperately low. Not today.
Now listen, maybe he'll be a replacement on the main roster if he wins this one. You can see him already leaving to the other side of the map, fleeing for the save. 12 for BBL. At long last, it felt like an inevitability 6 rounds ago, and yet it has been a good streak from EDG.
But that's not recreatable at all. Like, you can't
That
use
was a big ult, Tom.
3 high-impact ults in 1 round. And okay, sure, Larocque got the opening anyway, but the showstopper definitely helped get rid of Chichu. Okay, I'll say that the Steel Garden didn't really do anything other than slow one player down at least a little bit. But it has also put the economy on the back burner a little bit for EDG. No operator on their side. In fact, it's Lover's Rock. Now, they do have a Blade Storm. That's going to help, but there are definitely pieces missing here and there. And an immediate 4-player aggression. Khan 1 for 1. The nade won't quite kill off Loiter. And after seeing that many players, surely that's an immediate response from the attack to go back the other way.
Khan's dealt with. Chichu still alive, and with the TP as well. He can move to this A site if noise is heard, but Sign not yet getting the read. And the push coming his way. Now a lot of utilities making its way in. And in a moment's time, you're going to see Lover's Rock looking for that opening on the up for Sign. Oh, yeah, I think he's going to walk into it. Oh, no! Lover's Rock walks into him. Great shot from everybody on EDG. They have shut down that push. The danger averted. 12-11. We're going the distance no matter what.
Yeah, so I mentioned it. You get rid of the ultimates. And that round, even the last one might have not gone their way. And that
Signed तो
is not
खेल
how they would
रहा
have
है.
hoped for that one to go. The individual stepping up. That's it. Signed. 12-14 right now. He's holding his own within the server. A man that was playing in the Ascension system last year. So as I said, it's not like he is way out there of a player who's not ready
W Enchan, thank
to
you.
jump into the server, but it's still
That
a lot of pressure
OT
going up against BBL. Some of the best
क्या
aimers
लगता है?
you'll ever see, and while they're going to try
OT,
and play
OT?
off that now, Lovers Rock immediately with an opener. The trades were going their way, but they're signed. He's now leveled up, 14-14.
क्या रीड कर रहे बे?
At OT, well, It almost feels inevitable at this stage.
OT.
Loida might be able to get some work done, but nobody is sneaking up on his left, and he has no idea. Great shot from nobody, and with signed on a 3K.
GE का मैच कल
Overtime
है,
locked
कल शाम
in.
को.
EDG. They, like, I can't stress enough how out of this game they looked at a certain point.
Yeah.
The mistakes they were making
अब
were
भी याद आया, मैंने ये
unforgivable.
गोली
Like
नहीं
for
खाई.
BBL, I could see a world where they win this, where they even look dominant on any map because they have the individuals coming out the gate, shredding. That wasn't the case. It was mistakes on the other side. And now that EDG have tightened up the game, it's looking a whole lot better.
I want to
भाई
go the other way
imagine
with
अभी
it.
EDG जीते
BBL win
भाई
both pistols.
crazy हो
They win,
जाएगा.
I think, 2 rounds off of straight BS.
Yep.
And now they've gone to OT.
Yep.
This is a choke and a half. Like, they were
Beyond
handed the
throw है
map,
भाई वो तो
and now they
Fight
are in
करते ही मर
overtime.
गया.
Like, the pressure is severely on
मुझे
them.
लगा था
I don't
मारेगा
think
lovers rock,
EDG
नहीं
could
मारा.
have given them anything more to take this game over the line.
एक सेकंड तो
If
यार
they
तुमने
lose
मैच
from
बीच में से
here,
देखना शुरू किया
I'm not gonna lie,
राइट
it's a little embarrassing.
Yeah, you come into a set then with a different mind frame than the quasi advantage you might have thought of for BBL earlier, that hometown hero when it comes to the 82nd province of Turkey. But you come in after a loss like this, and I'm not sure that matters at all. Confidence will take a knock for EDG. A slow start to this attack side. They've seen so many aggressive rounds out of BBL. Think about that C push especially that had a lot of success for the defense. So they wait. And now, push comes to shove. And that was very dangerous. The spike was involved in that fight, but it does make it out. Man advantage. Jenny, they know he's tucked in the corner, and they want to deal with him. That's a bold play.
Can't go on with an attack side operator. He really has not been missing. He's got one every single time. It's only if there's someone ready and raring to trade him. Walk back. Not going to be caught. EG have just completely paused. They have left their opponents with little to no information. The corner being flashed, by the way, just to make sure there's nobody there. Rhodes is already dead. They were still wary that there could be a second. But now with a plant, and
EDG
an
winning
advantage
लग रहा है.
extending even further, the lead looking like it's going to be taken. And the Hubert Kankan, you know he's not going to miss that shot. Lovers Rock needs to try and recreate it, and it is all but over.
भाई बट ये तो
13
crazy
to
comeback
12
था.
now.
क्या आराम से जीत
EDG,
रहे
after
थे
being
BBL.
an insane deficit, now on map point.
And even this defensive round, it
ये
doesn't have
ठीक है
that
कि
same
कल
flair
जी
as
का
what we
मैच है
saw in
बट
the
वो
first
मैच
half. The
MIBR के
pressure they were
साथ
putting
क्यों
on
है
the extremities,
भाई
the early fights that were going their way.
जी अच्छा
every
खेलती है
time.
डोंट
And now,
वरी
the shoes on the other foot. It seems
The
like
new
EDG had the plot
is
armor. They have
good.
managed to bounce
They are
back from a
good.
huge deficit and delete all of those silly little mistakes that were there. That quick of a turnaround is impressive, but it's also what you expect from a squad like this. As said, with this stand-in, I expect them to get better and better with every map under their belt. I didn't think it would be every half under their belt. A chance for 14 to close the map here and go on to a set. EDG's map pick, and often a hometown map for any Turkish team. Go in there after dealing a blow like this. That'll be a huge advantage. I think
Crash तो
I think
किसी
they
ने
just
बोला
noticed
नहीं
he
but
knifed the Prowler.
it's obvious bro.
It might be Concom with the op. Why wouldn't he shoot it? Okay,
You
let's
know
go the other way.
sugarcoat all this stuff. They were not that good and it's a fact. भाई मैं अपने ओपिनियन शेयर करती हूँ वॉच पार्टी में फ्रीली एंड आई डोंट सी कि इसमें कुछ इशू है. आई स्पीक अबाउट ऑल द टीम्स जो मुझे जैसा लगता है वैसा. लाइक मैं किसी के बारे में कुछ बुरा नहीं बोल रही हूँ बट परफॉर्मेंस बेस्ड ओपिनियन दे रही हूँ.
Executes failing, but with the opener onto nobody, that definitely makes things a lot more interesting. The A site is completely under their control. Before they'd had signed
Dictator Badman versus Ginger last
on
part.
that side of the map. This gives BBO a pretty good opportunity.
Plant coming through. Could it be onto LaRock? Still 2 away from that showstopper after the plant. And look who's sneaking his way in. Chichu's gone for the spam. It looked like it was on for the start. Immediate swap from Concon. He shoots, drops his weapon, and goes in for the fight, but that's not going to work. And with him taken out, the rest of the squad a little bit further behind.
It is
over. Now
over.
online. The round is tied up in a Nebo. BBL not going to let this one slip just yet, and they'll get another chance at that defense.
back and forth continues.
Increase game
Much
sound.
needed
I
one as well. I feel like
increase
that
and
resets
then
this
सब बोलते हैं कि
into an
मेरा
even
आवाज नहीं
playing
आ
field
रहा.
once again. I was just worried they were going to completely fall out of the map
Guys,
after
तुम लोग
it
को
coming
गेम
all the
का
way
कम
back
ही
to
आएगा
overtime.
बिकॉज
But it
कास्टर्स
seems
का
like
ही
BBL
ज्यादा
still
लाउड
have
रहता
some
है.
fight within them.
तुम्हें वो लोग का ही आवाज आएगा ज्यादा, गेम का नहीं आएगा.
No
Clear.
surprise that Khan's invested back into that operator once again.
Nujio is old PRX they throw
defenders
around. I agree.
Looking
मुझे
to
बहुत सैड
reaggress
फील हुआ था उस दिन. वो लोग
towards that
अजीब
seaside,
सकते
but
थे
Khan is
भाई.
waiting. This time not missing the shot, but
इतना
he has
रूट
missed 2
किया
players
मैंने
already
जी
on the
के
walk
लिए.
up.
Same space take from BBL, this time without the C's in play. A little bit of a different layer to hopefully allow them to push through to give Lovers Rock the chance to clean house. On the other side of the map is where EDG are focused. Spike outside A. A jump spot that they're hearing every couple of seconds, but they don't know about Rose.
This
BBL
too
are
shall
setting
pass,
traps on each extremity. Finally,
Sunil,
Lovers
thank you,
Rock
Patel
has walked
man.
up. He's hearing the steps into B now. He knows the play, and they are
कर
none
दिया.
the
कर दिया.
wiser.
नहीं,
The
नहीं,
shots
never
don't
mind.
land. That was a
Shit,
huge
मुझे
play,
लगा.
perhaps round winning.
Yep.
BBL
Round
are gonna
winning
have to
play
find
था.
something
लेकिन
else to fight with.
I
They
spoke
can't
too
keep up
soon.
that fight. Means there's no longer going to be a
Ulti
flank. The
maro.
paranoia is perfect, though. That's the advantage.
One tap.
Nobody
Nobody
waiting
below hai.
in position. Creven, however, catching. This is looking like a round set up for victory.
Okay,
but
तो
still,
BBL का round है.
Khan and Chi
ये तो
but
unlosable
it's a
है.
missed shot. An uncharacteristic one at that, and a flawless defensive side round coming out of the side for BBL. They need one more attack side round, and they'll finally close out the map that
की
they
वजह से
started.
round
Yeah, it
जा
certainly
सकता
wouldn't
था
be the
लेकिन फिर भी आ
blowout
गया.
victory that it looked
This
like.
तो insane
A
था.
complete mismatch in that first half. But the same can be said when you look at EDG's play in the second. For BBL, this is the chance to take it home. The attack side's being kind to them in that last overtime.
Good यार सुनील, तुम
It
बताओ.
was LaRock having a fantastic round. Finding that showstopper online to close it out. It looks
Guys
like they
किधर
will
कुछ
put
अपडेट तो नहीं आया
a
ना वो
lot of
मैच
focus
का
towards
कि
this
कुछ
left
सीन
side of
है
the
तो.
map. 2 players outside B, maybe 3. We could see that door swing open and an immediate challenge at the C site.
Swap up. Where we've seen Sime playing a nice shot from nobody off rip, but they're still continuing the walk up, and Jenny's just waiting on the cross. All too easy for those initial openers, and losing 2 personnel off rip. You almost feel like it needs to be a mistake for
करके
somebody
क्या
over on the
फायदा?
EDG side if they're going to turn this round back.
जल गया
Oh,
अभी.
yeah, they'd have to trade out the mistakes made by BBL.
Okay,
Yeah,
सब
just
miss
about
कर
gonna
रहे
switch
हैं.
down 1 HP,
Never
but
mind.
Yeah, never mind.
Khan goes
I was about
back.
to say, Khan doesn't miss.
Yeah.
मुझे
he doesn't
लगा
hit
वो
both shots.
पीक करके
On
मार
that side,
देगा
waiting on the
क्योंकि
side,
ऑफ शॉट
flash
मिस
form
हुआ
to
है
swing
तो.
as well. When he
But
doesn't
he's
swing,
not doing
he
that.
plays it patient, plays it slow. Maybe that's a mistake. Nobody now dropped and signed under pressure from that right side. The off of Lovers Rock. Now all eggs in that basket. Good damage done, but whoa, it's a bit shaky. They get there. 14 to 14. Another overtime needed.
Yeah, just
कुछ
bear in mind,
नहीं
guys,
आया.
this is map 1 of the entire
Okay.
tournament. It feels like we could be in for the long haul here.
You have to wonder though, how the hell did nobody get
After
a kill
watch
and get out
party
when
kick
3
पे
players
Phasmo
were
होगा.
looking at him? What the hell were they thinking then? Shift walking through. That was like 2 seconds later. Where do you think nobody's gone? And it wasn't even him. They've
No,
got
that was
another
what it is. They
teammate.
looked and they were like, oh, nobody's there.
आज
Nobody's
फिर
there.
से मैं आरपी नहीं जा पाऊंगी.
14 to 14. Khan Orp survives, but not been purchased up on the other side. Seeming like both teams have now found their rhythm, but only one
हाँ
can
आज
take this map
मोस्टली
over
तो
the line.
जल्दी
Map
होना
choice
चाहिए
of
since group
BBL.
games नहीं है.
Definitely feeling a little bit more tentative than what we'd seen so far in this map. Less fast-paced rounds, patient stuff, and this has been a big point of contact. Creven just spams into the smoke again. There seems to be a regular occurrence of just players picking a timing, spamming, and almost getting a kill.
A minute on the clock. And EDG still spread thin. The spike was alone outside B, but now it's regrouped. Okay, dangers averted, but the problem is this bait setup. We saw it before. The jump spots there from Moida. He sees them and hits the paranoia, but instead he swings out wide. Now goes down. Rose has to have a sensational performance. It's a bit shaky, could've been two. But one foul, at least for BBL. It's just a one-man disadvantage, and they've got the rotates in just in time. Lovers Rock and Kreven are here to hold the line. The early flank from LaRock, but Con just keeps ripping them to shreds. It's EDG with the lead again, and another chance to close this out.
He's just been getting better and better as the map goes
तुषार
on.
बाद में तुमने निंजा डिफ्यूज 1v5 मिस किया तुम मैं भूल गई तुम बाद में आए
with a classic, walking into the side with an operator, finding another couple, then closing it with a blade storm. The better this guy gets, the scarier.
Guys, timing depends on Viper's error. I don't decide the timing. And मेरे पास fixed timings नहीं है. Maybe you can ask them.
So he's had a little bit of an awakening.
Yeah.
A small amount. And it is scary to be in BBL's camp right now. The attack side having to be mounted again.
इसने क्या Lovers Rock?
Decent. The Rock tagged up. No more bullets fired. He'll survive that engagement. Oh my god, Lovers Rock is going so fast. And he's caught Chichu completely off guard. And another under Lovers Rock belt. How has he gotten away with it? Now pushing in for more. A third will be found. This one not quite caught off guard. And that makes it even more impressive. Con, yeah, he has had an awakening. But this might put him back to sleep. A 1v4 with an op. You gotta think he's got no chance.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Which round? I think score was 4-2. उसके बाद 5-2 हुआ था. अगर सही याद है मुझे तो.
Okay, surely someone gets greedy. Someone starts looking.
एक तेरा एक मेरा चल रहा है भाई ना खत्म करो भाई.
They do not. He's still going to get one. Again, it just seems so clean with it, but this is just stat padding at this point, and eventually Lovers Rock will close out with a 4K. It's almost identical to the last round. A duelist with a 4K closing out the round, and we are about to head into round number 31. Map 1.
मुझे नहीं लग रहा.
The entirety of the tournament is going the distance.
अपडेट नहीं है, but पता नहीं मेरे को लग रहा है कि नहीं आने वाला.
We do have to find a winner.
My favorite anime Death
You think
Note.
so? Tom, we've had some long games in our
And
past.
Demon Slayer.
We've had some lengthy affairs.
Yeah, BBL were one of them.
Yes, they
Not
were.
this iteration of it, but it was BBL. I'm hoping they're not going to do that again, especially with Ascent coming up next. The opportunity for it to maybe even be even longer, but we're going to see ourselves a timeout taken, a chance to talk through with the coaching staff once again. Of course, Key was pretty much trying to stem the bleeding all the way through that comeback from EDG, and he failed to do so. It's now whether or not he can find that little piece of magic. We've seen a lot of the attack side rounds, the sort of defaults into the pace he hits have been what has worked for either side. And with both star duelists stepping up over the last couple of rounds, and we always talk about it, the rest of regulation becomes irrelevant. It doesn't matter if you got 30 kills or you got 2. If you can win an OT round for your team, that's all that matters at this stage. And well, thankfully we don't have anybody in the server with 2 kills. It is a decent spread with both IGLs clearly having to work overtime. And LaRock going into OT has bought a judge.
Naturally, and he's going to find success with it as well. Now, if Jenny hasn't just hit his desk, I think that's what I heard, then I'll be very surprised.
एक सेकंड जज कौन
That's an
लिया बे?
upsetting way to have the OT round kick off.
OT में जज.
Right after the pause. EDG down a man. Attempting to take some space on site. Chichu has a nice paranoia lined up, but it hasn't caught Kreven. He's stood up on top of the wall, and he's been spotted, but the blind was good in return.
What?
Kreven's found himself too. Signs surrounded is dealt with. And BBL on 60.
भाई अभी खत्म करो please.
Yeah, I really
Please,
think
abhi
that might have
khatam
actually
karo.
been a coach adaptation. They've been walking
Hello,
into that
Goldie.
smoke, tripping
How
the
you
wall.
doing?
Sometimes you've had
ये cheating हुई EDG
IGL
कोच के साथ
Rose
खेल रही
in
है.
that smoke,
कोच
waiting for
के
them to
साथ
come
भी
through, they
क्लोज
killed
जा
him.
रहा है इतना
This time you just
देखो
put Judge
वही
there.
वो कोच
You
बहुत
walk into
अच्छा
that
खेल
smoke,
रहा है
you'll get
honestly
to
ऐसा
rights,
लग
and
नहीं
then
रहा
they
है कि
have the
कोच खेल
players
रहा
ready
है.
and waiting.
He's
Solid
playing
paranoia
like a
coming through from Loiter as
professional
well to
player, you
help
know.
out his teammate.
एकदम
Kreven
मतलब
just landing the shots as he always does.
बिल्कुल भी
16
नहीं
to
लग रहा है
15,
like
as
not
said,
even
we've
1%.
seen these constant back and forths. In fact, we're creating a parallel
OT में
timeline at
जज
the
लिया
moment,
ना,
but
और
that means
देखो,
this time we need a
work भी
defensive
किया.
round from EDG to keep this one going.
Well, Concon's being the one to find success, and again, he's walking about, pushing up on B to start with the flash blinded, so he knows there's someone here.
देखा
Instead of
वो round.
continuing, he will wait.
Oh,
for
he
them to
does
miss,
miss.
but this
Crazy
one, an uncharacteristic miss in a very crucial round. He goes in for more and misses once more. This could be it. EDG have lost one big player, the top fragger on the server, down and out. Jenny tries to pull it back, but he's traded, and Lover's Rock finding sign seems to have sealed the deal. The A site, the plan's on its way, and nobody in Chichu, all that stands against them. Nobody's at a tough game, but he stepped up in the moments where it mattered. And Chichu, well, he was on a tear. When this team was down and out of this map, he pulled them back in so many of those rounds in regulation. Now they have to
देखो
do it again.
PRX होती तो मैं GG नहीं बोलती.
Still so tough to break in
PRX
on.
नहीं है, GG है.
Flash ready and raring to go on the other side of things. The walk up at least, but it's been pinged. They have an idea that somebody could be going through. Never mind.
उसने
Chichu
देखा ही
made
नहीं
it
उसको.
past. Loiter's position though. Are they
Lovers
aware
Rock
that there could be a player over
left-handedness
towards the
खेलता है,
box,
I
trying to
guess.
create a crossfire, trying
उसको वो
to
दिखा
force
ही
someone
नहीं.
into a peak, and that's what they've done. Chichu, once again, his opponent TPing! And they are gonna turn it back! The time looking like it's gonna be enough as well.
What?
That is insanity from the side of EDG.
अरे!
How have they pulled back that
2v2
2v4?
निकाल
I said
दिया.
it, and nobody's been there in the
I mean,
crucial
2v4.
moments. And Chichu, again
ये
and
देखो,
again,
TP हुआ है, guys.
he is
इसने GG
digging
है
deep
लिखा.
for this team.
TP
Everyone talks about Concon, and for good reason, but this guy's been the highlight. Look at him go.
He
How
went
many?
quiet as well, though. That's
He
the
did.
crazy thing. He had
Guys,
like 20, or was it
stop.
17 kills in the first half.
Yes.
Went
ये
missing
लोग
for
को
a bit.
हार
And
ही
then
नहीं
goes,
माननी
oh,
है.
you guys need me again. Cool.
It was like those last 5 rounds of the second half
TP.
turned it up to another level to keep them alive, and he's done it again. Map point. And up against BBL going into a set.
बोला लिखा
God,
है
that
की
could be
बात
serious.
है.
But now, EDG, they get another chance at this attack side.
But
Fight straight
actually,
in to see they're wasting
BBL ने
no
कोई
time
mistake नहीं
on
किया.
this run.
That's the
And
point.
indeed,
EDG
wasting
ने अच्छा
bodies 'cause
निकाला
Concon,
2v4.
he's found his first
Lovers
already.
Rock उसको मार
Rose,
देता
that
चीचू को
just
तो वहीं खत्म
doesn't
था
catch the
round.
wraparound.
Lovers Rock
Jenny's
को वो
left on
दिखाई
7
नहीं, उसके
HP
नीचे से
somehow.
चला गया. वो लगा. All bang लगा.
Maybe it's Loiter's turn. Chichu, the man up against him, looking for the fight, and he'll win it again, no doubt about
Omen
it.
de 4
That's
है
left
भाई,
all onto
Omen de
Lovers
4
Rock.
है.
This is not the gun you want to have in this
चलो,
scenario.
फिर से शुरू हो गया.
Well, nobody's there to close it out.
Actually,
Swings and
sequence में
roundabouts
हुआ है.
once again, the back and forth of this game.
पहले
Guess
अटैक
what? EDG
BBL
have
जीतती
another.
है, फिर
That point.
सेकंड में
Can't
EDG
believe
जीतती
Jenny
है,
just
फिर
survived
BBL
there. Rose
जीती,
was on his
फिर
tail.
EDG जीती. वही
Jenny was
सीक्वेंस चल
blinded
रहा
up,
है.
looking the wrong way. He took a few shots, not even knowing from where.
0MS का montage
Ends
आना
up
चाहिए
surviving
आपका.
on 7 HP.
यार
That's the
बहुत
face of a
बहुत
man who
बड़ा
knows
montage हो जाएगा
that should have
वो.
been his kill, but also who knows this
बहुत
map is
ज़्यादा बड़ा हो
slipping away
जाएगा.
now. EDG 17 to 16. It's a matter of time
एडिटर बहुत
before we
ज़्यादा
see
पैसे
2 in a
मांग रहे
row.
थे बड़े montage के
In the
लिए.
same
Is it?
overtime,
Is it?
I mean,
Is it?
30 and 31 technically, but they were different OTs. You know what I mean. And for EDG, this could be it. They dealt with Concon early last time. And this time, another
Yeah,
missed shot.
17
That was a
17
harder one.
incoming for sure, for sure.
Oh,
भाई
Already.
कैसे भगाया है
a
ऑप्पो.
much faster pace take, but it's a ruse. It's a bait. They're pushing them in towards Sign, who's ready and waiting, but already getting smoked off. Chichu also with paranoia, but I think they're past it. They are past it. A little bit further ahead than maybe he's expecting. One of the danger men gone. A post plant once more. But if you could lose a 2v4, you could definitely lose a 4v5, sorry. And well, let's even things up once again.
That was what should have won them the round, leaving Lovers Rock behind Rubble,
That
but
क्या
nobody
लगता है?
cleared it.
One more
Nobody
OT?
checked for it, and now they can make their way back to the site. Hard
No,
to find value with the outbreaking
it's
through, but he finds it in the
over.
choke points. With the rock down, it's
It's
Rose
over.
left.
Oh my
Number
God,
one.
not a fake
EDG.
comeback.
They dug
Not
deep
a
and
fake
delivered
comeback.
Map number 1.
It's
GG.
insanity. I don't think I've ever seen
11-5
anybody with an operator
से
get
OT.
that many kills
And
with
then OT में that
position. It makes
2v4.
no sense.
Crazy
that Concon
game,
is just able to
crazy game,
sit
मजा
there
आया.
like a turret from above. And for BBL, this is a brutal defeat. You were so far in the lead. You took
Comeback
double
तो insane
pauses
था ही,
in the
लेकिन वो
space of
2v4
3
ना.
rounds. That is crazy. Nonetheless,
2v4
we're
crazy
going
था.
back to Digon and the desk.
हमें क्या, हमें एक अच्छा
Thank
गेम
you
देखना
very
था
much,
बस.
Tom and Mitch.
हाँ
That
ना.
was
जब हम
crazy to have that happen like that.
जब
Just
हमारी फेवरेट
insane.
नहीं
We're
खेलती
getting
कितना
ourselves
कितना
free Valorant
पीसफुल
off the
है
top. I
मैच
know that we had
देखना
the pause to kick things off, but we basically had half
Peaceful.
a game right off of that
And
one.
chill.
Welcome back to Destigon here alongside Kukuka and Big
फेवरेट
Time.
खेलता है तब तो
And
दिमाग
it's
खराब हो
just
जाता है
a
भाई
great way to have our first round of Valorant here at
Valorant
EWC.
12-0 से कमबैक हुआ है
EWC people. I mean,
हुआ है बट मुझे याद नहीं किसका था
bang. It was absolutely unbelievable. I think BBL are gonna be so upset about how that game turned out. They had every advantage. Their map pick, 2 pistols, a bonus, a ninja defuse for crying out loud.
Ninja Diffuse was unreal, and also is by the hands of Lovers Rock. We were speaking about him going on the Neon. He wanted to go face to face against Kangkang, and every single time that Kangkang was getting around for EDG in an impressive manner, Lovers Rock was like, I can do that too. I can do that too. I'm going to show you how. Crazy the fact that we got there onto the overtime.
12-0 का पता नहीं 11-1 से जरूर हुआ है I don't wanna remember that, sorry.
The mistakes, but also the way they bounce back. Some of the players, like some of the individual plays that we have seen just during this first map of EWC have been unreal.
Yeah, I mean, you got to talk about Kangkang. He is the guy for EDG. He always has been, and he has a very slow first half. You know, he's down there towards the bottom of the scoreboard. He's missing his shots. Yeah. You see the way he activates, and you see how the rest of the team come alive around that. I felt like their defensive side macro was so solid as well, and that's what got them back into the game. So also credit to Sign on he's on no anchor those sides. Not easy. I think no doubt they deserve that map.
Yeah, absolutely. It was
अच्छा 11-1 बोला 11-1 किसके अगेंस्ट था FNC ने किया है NRG के अगेंस्ट चैम्प्स में Okay, so my favorites were not involved. इसके लिए मुझे याद नहीं.
Effective in so many maps that we have seen across the entirety of Valorant, having that attack and operator that actually I think mentally got to bounce back, because we were talking about the teams being here and the stage getting loud. I have never, and I am from EMEA, heard Loita screaming the way that he was screaming at them. The rest we see sometimes here and there, but Loita's kind of like a good boy, you know?
Yeah, let's take a look at some of those highlights here, because again, the gameplay required the pop-offs that came out there, especially in overtime. EDG started getting loud, BBL started matching, and then every single round, especially that 2v4 later on, that was game-saving by EDG. And remember, this was BBL's map pick, and we talked about coming into it, the form of these two squads.
Loud.
Will BBL be able to stand up to EDG, who has been doing well lately? They come out on fire and just aren't able to close it on out as we take a look at some of the big moments.
I mean, we have to say it once again. ETG have a sub here. This isn't even their full strength roster, and they just won.
अबे हाँ बे कोच के साथ जीत गए. ये पार्ट तो भूल गई थी मैं.
I also want to highlight Jenny. We were speaking about him going back on the duelist. Some of those
BGMI कब start होने वाली है? BGMI नहीं खेलती guys मैं Valorant खेलती थी, अभी Valorant भी बंद कर दिया है. Valorant तो खैर चलो कभी कभार जब watch party नहीं है and 5-man हो रहा है still might play. But rank grind तो अब नहीं करूँगी. High killer status. EWC में BGMI. You mean PUBG Mobile? PUBG Mobile का is week 5 जितना मुझे याद है.
One thing that jumps out at me is the pause that was used in overtime, the timeout that was used in overtime.
I think it's week 5.
The adjustment on the C push.
तो मतलब August में.
Every single person, not just the players, the coaching staff as well, on
Elden Ring तो मैं नहीं खेली. Souls like के लिए अभी है नहीं, patience नहीं है अभी उतना. Pointless है without patience खेलना ना Souls like. क्योंकि without patience खेल के obvious है मरते ही रहोगे. Then it's frustrating and boring.
Really just coming to shine, but I think now as we move towards Ascent, the question has to be for BBL. You have to find a way to reset here, because this should have been yours.
There is something very important that Tom was mentioning, and is the fact that, well, map 1 was long. If you are from EMEA, you know that Ascent and a Turkish team, it's a hell of a long map for that one. And especially considering that both Kangkang and Lovers Rock are leaning so heavily into the operator. Really looking forward to see both approaches from the teams.
आजकल झाड़ पे लो 3-man 5-man करके रैंक अप करते हैं. अरे मैं नहीं खेलती Valorant, मेरे को मन ही नहीं होता. बोरिंग गेम. हो गया मेरा Valorant से.
is EDG going to be doing? Are we going to see something very vanilla?
इसलिए फ्री टाइम मिलता है तब मैं आरपी कर रही हूँ अभी इसके लिए क्योंकि आरपी में टाइम नहीं दे पा रही मैं
both of them. Like, what would you do? Because you have experience coaching. Okay, so
ट्राइंग माय
would
बेस्ट
you
कि
go
जब
for
भी
it?
मैं फ्री
Would you-
हूँ मैं
would you go
आरपी
for-
खेलूँ
Okay, we're gonna play it simple because we're playing with a sub, or let's go with something spicy. They're not gonna expect
पार्लर
it.
का कोई सीन है क्या सर्वर का अभी तक कुछ नहीं पता चला है क्रिश मर्सी ही बता पाएगा बट हाँ मेरे को तो खेलना है पार्लर
And you're a map up, so you know they can play that kind of pretty standard, boring comps, but I don't want to see that. The one thing I do want to see is Kang on the jet. If he's on anything but the jet, I will storm that stage myself. And
What
cancel
if
the
it's
game.
a chamber?
Oh, okay. You've convinced. I can see a chamber.
Would you be down? I know that it calls for a jet because it's Kong. Like also like he holds everything. What about it? Cheeky Yoru?
No.
No?
You lost me.
No,
You
no,
lost me
no.
there.
ये मैचेस किधर हो रहे हैं कौन से मैप पे अभी असेंट है
Yoru was one of the reasons why EDG started struggling a
असेंट
little
है
bit. The meta
EDG
moved
का
away from
मैप
that.
पिक है
That's exactly something that they're not going to expect, but you are right.
They won't expect it. We won't expect it.
Well, again, this is the fourth most played map here for EDG on Ascent. I feel for BBL because they had him on the ropes,
I'm the
right?
new
You were just a
Panoti
couple
King
of
BBL
rounds
को
away.
सपोर्ट
You
किया
had so
बुरी
many in
तरह
the
से
pocket.
हार
They tried
गए
to
अब
call it
पता
a
है
timeout
किसे सपोर्ट
at
करना
11
है
to 8 to be like, hey, let's settle down. EDG's warming
ये
up a
भी
little
ठीक
bit.
है
But we have so many rounds in the pocket from the first half. We should be able to close it out. What's the mentality of a squad like that who had success early on in the league year?
अमन होने
And
वाला
now
है
we're starting
होने
to
वाला है
struggle a little bit.
I mean, you got to find a way to not doubt yourself. You know, we've seen
उसका आ जाएगा मेरे इंस्टाग्राम को फॉलो कर लेना नहीं किया है तो उसका अपडेट वहाँ मिल जाएगा
You've got to
तुम्हें
be able to put these behind you because they know that they played well enough to win that game. It wasn't a question of the level of valorant. It's a question of composure.
Right.
And we know, we've seen them have success over in
भाई उधर लोग गुस्से में बोल रहे हैं जस्ट एंड द मैच एंड गिव 100 thieves the win
themselves that they are good enough.
ये
It
भी
doesn't
ठीक है
matter who's on the other side of that stage. It doesn't matter that they're world champions. You're capable to win this game if you play the way you can.
विल बी बैक सुन से विल बी बैक हो गया अबे हाँ मैंने नोटिस ही नहीं किया
From the defense, especially here
ऐसा
on
मतलब
Lotus,
मैच
and how much are
कैंसिल
they
थोड़ी
going to learn
होगा
about how that worked out?
पोस्टपोन ही
There
हो
was
सकता
that
है
aggression on the defense that gave them
एक
so much. Like,
सेकेंड
even when they
गाइस
got a bit,
PRX का मैच
sometimes
उधर
the
आना था कि
overheating was
इधर
there, and
क्योंकि
they
अगर
need to
वही
learn
मैच
to
नहीं
get
हुआ है तो फिर
composure in
PRX
those
का
kind
कब
of
होगा
situations, because also it translated to the attack, making a lot of unforced mistakes.
Yeah, well, we are underway here in Paris. The champions of China take the first map, but BBL will battle back here on Ascent. Don't go anywhere. You're watching EWC 2026.
देखो यहाँ पर ऐसे लिखा है तो सेम होना चाहिए ना इधर RRQ 100 थीव्स इधर तो ये इधर आएगा ना RRQ में मोन्ने भाई नहीं है वही मैंने बोला जब मैंने देखा टीम मैंने कहा मोन्ने कहाँ गया इधर नीचे लिखा है तो मतलब इस स्ट्रीम पे ही आना चाहिए ठीक है बढ़िया है फिर तो चलो आज का तो डिसाइडेड है कल हम देखेंगे G वर्सेस MIBR एंड देन G2 वर्सेस NS ये सही है ना ये तो देखो ऑब्वियस है G वर्सेस MIBR देखेंगे इसमें XLG जेंटलमेट्स और नहीं आई थिंक दिस वन बताया था आपको लास्ट मंथ उसका GG हो रहा मुझे 2 दिन पहले भी कुछ बताओगे ना मैं भूल जाऊंगी अभी मेरा ऐसा स्केड्यूल चल रहा है
Every click,
सब भूल जा रही
every
हूँ
clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here.
बताओ चैट कल
Now,
कौन सा गेम
the
देखना है
proud
ओ माय
founding
बैड
partner
तुम लोग को दिख ही
EWC,
नहीं रहा
powering the biggest event in gaming,
ये देखो
shoulder to shoulder with the world's
ओ
best,
शिट ये
making
क्या हो गया
history.
ओ
Greatness
शिट
deserves a stage.
कुछ तो दबा दिया मैंने
Reach your impossible.
हाँ कल देखो हम देखेंगे MIBR वर्सेस GE एंड देन हम देखेंगे ये NSG2 सही है ना जेंटलमेट्स का जेंटलमेट्स अच्छी है वैसे बट है मुझे नहीं पता इसमें भी पिकअप्स कर सकते थे EWC में वो होता है फैंटेसी लीग वो मेन इवेंट के लिए होता है, इसके लिए आई एम नॉट श्योर, वे लाइक देखना पड़ेगा। नहीं, जेंटलमैन CMEA की है, उसमें मार्टिन खेलता है, मस्त खेलता है। XLG चाइना एंड देन NSG2 पैसिफिक एंड वो अमेरिकाज।
Welcome back to EWC Valorant 2026. Digon here alongside Kukuka and Big Time, and yet again we're back. It's EDG.
यार तुम लोग बताओ कल कौन सा गेम देखना है इनमें से, जेंटलमेट्स XLG या फिर NS वर्सेस G2 चूज करें। मैं अभी तक ये प्लान करके बैठी हूँ बिकॉज आई फील ये मैच ज्यादा अच्छा होगा। इसका तो कोई मतलब क्वेश्चन ही नहीं है, GE MIBL देखेंगे, बट इसके लिए इफ यू गाइज हैव कोई preference, do share. I am planning to watch NSG2. पोल का जरूरत ही नहीं है, वैसे भी सब NSG2 ही बोल रहे हैं mostly.
And it's because they have a lot of experience. It is very difficult to throw something at EDG that they haven't seen before. The aggression, yes, is going to work because trust me, BBL can shoot, but
लगता है आसपास हारेगा कल।
Yeah, for sure. They're so good at adapting
We'll
to how they get
see.
themselves back into the game in this second half. Their defensive side especially was so solid over on Lotus, but now towards Ascent. So it's EG's map pick, even though they've been banning it. But Ascent is a notoriously Turkish map. It's a map where the whole country seems to thrive through that, you know, they have that pure aim, that firepower. You see it time and time again. So I think this becomes really hard to predict, and I do think that the idea of mental and composure is everything here.
Morgan, but this could be what we want. Okay, so Turkish Valorant, right?
Yep, I'm there.
So they win Ascent, and then what do we get?
Sunset.
Exactly.
That's what we want to see,
There's a
people.
plan. You need to plan. You need to plan. It's all here, guys. It's all here.
All
about
right,
the sunset?
let's head on over on stage as they are getting ready for Agent Select. As again, before we toss into the match here, I want you both to pick one player to step up, right? It's all about earning things here. Nothing given, everything earned. Who's going to be the hero for each team?
Can we wait until we actually see the agent picks, because I
Fnatic
want to
इसमें भी नहीं है।
know what is going to happen with the substitution and if they're
group-
going to, you know, playing in a different role.
That's true.
So for that, for the side of BBL, as I was saying, I think that
इतनी
I
ही
know that
टीम्स है
One
क्या?
didn't put up the
ऐसा
numbers
थोड़ी
for
होगा।
Source, but that is also the way that it is in EMEA, and is the
इतनी ही टीम्स है
he
क्या?
always says that he is just there to make everybody else shine, and with the players that he has, it's very easy
ओ
to do
इतनी
something
ही
like that.
है,
To me,
I guess.
I kind of want to keep seeing the operator
BBL
duo.
gaming
I'm
की
kinda
team है,
really
yup,
enjoying the
yup,
Can
yup.
covers route because none of them is scared of
I
the other.
thought
Yeah.
कुछ
And I
और
think
टीम्स
Lotus
होंगी।
started so hot in that map one. He was
अरे इतनी
consistently
ही
finding
है।
those openings down C with that operator.
इतनी
You see
ही
it
है,
slowly come to a
guys।
stop As Kang begins to activate. For me on the side of
यार
BBL,
लास्ट ईयर
even
तो
though
कुछ अलग हो रहा था।
do so
There
much
were like
work
so
for them,
many
but he
teams
can't afford
and
to fall off.
एक साथ ही एक दिन में कितने ज्यादा मैचेस थे,
Composure,
वो क्या था
experience,
फिर?
and also the mental side
Change
of
हुआ है
this.
या
We
क्या?
always
I'm
speak about
confused.
how it's easier to bounce back from a game that where they just destroyed you, from a map where, as we said, they had everything in their favor.
Yep.
Winning the 2 pistols, some crazy rounds, the ninja defuse, the ecos and whatnot. So let's see where they are right now.
Yeah, I mean, we have the agent select coming through.
Oh,
but it's getting spicy for
Okay.
EDG on that chamber.
Sage.
And I love the
Oh,
Sage
I
here.
love
Kangkang
Now,
chamber?
you ask me, Kukuka, do you want to see them play
Oh,
standard?
they
or do you
have
wanna see them
deadlock
get
wala
a little
ko.
bit spicy with it, and they've done exactly that.
I
They're not
love
afraid.
this.
But on the side of
Cheech on
PBL,
Sage. Oh,
Yeah.
God. Okay. Seriously, I want this to be an absolute stunt from EDG. I cannot believe that I am saying it, but I want them to
Solo duelist
destroy right
Phoenix,
now with
how
this
is that
composition.
gonna
I want them
work?
to give them confidence to keep doing it throughout the tournament and to do it in China as well.
I will say it's going to be tough in this first half.
BO1
They've
थे वो उसको
attacked
चेंज
into
करके
Cypher
BO3 कर
deadlock.
दिया
They
है।
have much to
हाँ,
really be
ये
able
मेरे
to
को एक स्लॉट
burst
एक्स्ट्रा
through.
क्योंकि
Not
TH
only,
जीती थी
no
लास्ट टाइम, उनको
verticality,
डायरेक्ट
but
इनवाइट
only
है।
the Phoenix
ओके
there as that solo duelist. So
Okay.
I think this first half is going to be crucial for that double sentient
Are they
PBL
having new
to be
map
able to
pool?
build up some numbers
That
for
is
the
a good
boost up to
question.
EDG.
Yeah, again.
ये
this
अभी
is a
शुरू हुआ है तो
A
हाँ नए
matchup,
उस पे ही होना
EDG
चाहिए।
and BBL alongside RRQ and 100 Thieves, which will play later on. You want to get
मैंने
that
मैप
great
भी तो नहीं
start
देखा
here, and for
अगर दिखाया था
EDG,
तो
they were on the back foot and showed the spirit of a champion, forcing that overtime time and time again, going to all five.
But wait, submit new map आया है नहीं
In that last map
नहीं
on
होगा I
notice,
guess
here,
नया
pulling out this composition
होना तो नहीं
that
चाहिए
is exciting. It's changing things up, as you said. It's been banned. Ascent has been
old map
bare
pool है
banned,
वही
and
होना
now
चाहिए
showing
submit
up
तो
with
new
something
map
new
है
that maybe BBL won't
एकदम
be
से
prepared
थोड़ी
for.
इधर
And
खिला
it's also the
देंगे
change of roles, right? Like we saw Jenny going in the race on Lotus. Now he's on the Omen and is going to be signed. Who's going
पुराना
to
ही
be going
होगा
on that Phoenix? There's a
probably
lot of weight on his shoulders because we see that even though you have the chamber and whatnot, looking forward to what Cheech is going to be doing and how cheeky he's going to be getting with the Sage.
Yeah.
Especially for them on the attack will be to force the players from BBL outside of the site, just play for that plant and then just play for the post plant. If you are EDG, you have a lot of tools to try and delay them. I want to know though, from that post plant, how aggressive they're going to be.
All right, here we go. Already one map win here for China as a region. They only had 2 map wins overall all of last EWC. Let's see what happens here. We're going into Ascent, EDG and BBL.
Alrighty, it's time to get into
अच्छा
this
एक
map
मैप कर
number
दिया
2, Tom.
ये भी ठीक है
If the first one
हाँ
was
क्योंकि
anything
न्यू मैप
to
तो कैसे
go
ही लाएंगे
by,
भाई इधर
well, it was I think we might be in for
सारे
a
teams
long
पागल हो जाएंगे
day. But Kukuka says she wants to see a blowout for EDG.
तो
A
न्यू
more
मैप अब
solid
अपन को
defense
उसमें
from
देखने
start to
मिलेगा ना
finish.
It's kind of mad that we have an
Stage
EMEA
2 में
traitor in the
म्यूजिक
form
क्यों
of
नहीं
Big
बंद
Time
हो
on the
रहा है
desk, and now
हेलो
they're starting to do it too. I feel like there's a
हेलो
full conversion
गेम
coming
शुरू हो
in,
गया
but
हेलो
we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, I'd still
What?
love to see a lot coming out, but it's Kankan already managing to get a couple of openers. Chichu finding another as well. We're
भाई
worried
गाना
about
कहीं
the
और बज रहा है
entry
क्या
in
नहीं
towards the
इधर ही
side,
बज
but it
रहा
seems
था
like
never
Kankan
mind.
has them covered in the pistol.
Do. Well, Rock and Lloyd up with it all to do, and well, for anyone that does want to see a blowout in favor of EDG, this is the start you're looking for. Look at Concon already sneaking up behind. It could even be a knife kill being plated up, but
दोनों
said he's
स्ट्रीम
gonna
कहाँ चल रहे हैं
grab
एक ही
the
चल
easy
रहा
one,
है
confirm the kill, 3 under his belt already.
इधर ही गाना प्ले हो
Maroc
रहा था
with it all to do. Should be
Oy.
impossible and proves to be 1-0 for
हाँ,
EDG.
ये
And
नहीं
this
है
pistol
कुछ।
gives a lot of value
वो
to this
muted
EDG side,
है।
as you
The first
heard
one.
from Big Time earlier
क्या
on.
पाजी
This first half is going to be crucial for BBL, playing the double Sensi. Now, look, we've seen over time, and things do change as different metas evolve, but I think especially with Deadlock, that double Sentinel on the attack side isn't as weak as you would think. You're missing some
अच्छा
pieces,
मैच
sure.
उधर
But
नहीं
when you do
दिखा
get
रहे
onto the
ऐसा
side,
क्यों
you can lock that down. You have a lot more flexibility in terms of the utility you have to stop floods, to stop early aggression as well. So it definitely does still have his benefit, but I do agree with him that this is the half where it has the most for most teams.
Yeah, I feel like that's going to be the case for both teams. It's like you're going to, normally with a Phoenix, you'd
ALG
expect it to
assuming
be more
EWC
attack-sided,
Apex
but
then yes
I think just having those contact flashes is really good. But then also, you've got a Chamber and a Sage, both of which are always pretty deadly when it comes to that defensive side. Already, Concon has managed to walk into their spawn. Now, of course, this is an eco round. I can forgive it in an eco round. In fact, it might even be worth it happening now rather than any other time. Instead, he almost gets a collab. It's
धप्पा
gonna
दे
be
दिया बे
a stronger weapon would have done the trick. Already, though, getting towards that tour de
मतलब
force, which is a
Marshall
pretty
से
scary
पूरा
prospect, and
मिल
another ult
walking
that's building up now as the
crazy
running back.
Of course, Concon is the one to make that play, a weaker weapon in play in the form of Marshall. A very clean round for EDG, but I understand BBL in this round, you don't expect to see a player fishing for information like that because you're risking giving a weapon over, and often grouping up, taking that clump play is what works. Concon really sealed the deal without any danger, exposing his teammates to any. Now, the formality out of the way. The first 2 rounds, a little bit more predictable, a little bit more standard, a little bit plain. But now the spice comes into the mix. A buy for both teams and a strong 3rd round for EDG.
Not sure
this is a bonus, sure,
परमेश्वर
but they have
EWC
credits
का
and they've
टाइमिंग
got
देखना
pretty much
पड़ेगा
a full buy here. McConcon already
I
5-0.
can't do
A tour
both
de
watch
force might not be
parties
far
तो
away.
देखना पड़ेगा थोड़ा
For BBL, You need to be careful. That's a little over-aggressive, I thought, from Lover's Rock, but he does get out with one.
Yeah, had the dash available. That's going to be enough to allow him to escape. And now the contact. I like the wall boost. It gives them an angle that you wouldn't normally have. The spam damage has actually done a significant amount, and the Molotov's going to force Loiter into a move. Even still, though, both players still standing, and now you have that.
अरे कैसे जिंदा है वो? अब तो spam पड़ेगा.
Even still, though, a hefty amount of damage done onto those couple of players that definitely makes things a little bit more uncomfortable on that side of the map.
Oh, it's going to make this push a lot easier if BBL hadn't rotated so many players.
सारी गोलियां तो ये लोग ने ऐसे ही खत्म कर दी.
Now 4 standing by here with Rose covering the flank, and they will slowly walk away. They did make some noise. I think LaRock will have heard that. But often that's going to be a bait from the attack side to get you to push, to get you to peek, or to get you to rotate. Rose,
he has to get something.
There's 3 players on that catwalk. They're not even looking at him. It should be 3 and he gets nothing.
ज़्यादा ही wait
This has
कर
been a
लिया.
problem. He's been in good positions, but he's never been finding the kills, and because of that, they're going the other way. Now, the only danger is that they are a little low on time, but they're going to get past all the utility before that's a problem. And also, they've caught Loiter on the other side. This is an opportunity for a great start, especially with a lurking Kankan wrapping around the back and a re-swing as well. A nice attempt from LaRock, but in the end, it doesn't even matter.
Great read from EDG. The second that they killed Rose, they realized, why would he be there?
Yeah.
It's because they've already rotated because we made so much noise. Instantly, they direct themselves towards B. What would have happened if he just stayed tucked, not even took a shot? They would have ran with 20 seconds left into a 4-man stack on a site that has a lot of choke points for those numbers to hold. That would have probably been a lost round for EDG, and a mistake there sends EDG miles into the lead. A 3-0 start and a very low buy for BBL in this round. They're saving credits for the next. And a 4-0 for EDG is a terrifying prospect, especially with the second round being clean. They have a lot of credits built up. And if this is clean as well...
A lot of credits, no ultimates used yet because they didn't get to any of them. So now they're built up for this round. And there you go. Run it back just to try and send it through some of that utility. Early pick coming in. Oh dear, another opportunity, but not taken. Kreven's only going to get the one, even still trading back into a slightly more even scenario. The Bucky on the side, then they're just not checking. They're not checking. He lands a shot, but it barely does any damage, and the spams will be enough in the end. It's not clean. It's not pretty.
EDG
It's not a round I want to remember, but it is a round for EDG.
Yeah, I'm really glad they used that running back to avoid any unnecessary damage taking place, or in other words, to avoid losing the round, because they didn't clear Kreven there. He should have even gotten more, and then Loida ends up landing a tag with the Bucky close range. This is very nearly a lost round, but hey, they had a lot of wiggle room to work with because they had a lot of credits built up. So the important thing for BBL there is, yes, they did damage. Yes, they kept the squad a bit more modest. But the downside is EDG don't really care. They can come into this round with a full buy. They can go into the next one with a full buy. They have a tour de force to work with as well. So not even investing into the operator and still having that one-shot weapon on Concon.
I'm now.
Exactly.
With him, it's all 3. Oh. LaRock, Annihilation is available, but it's picking a time to use it that will be more important. He's definitely slowed them down. I like the little aggression up the top, then use the Annihilation, tries to make it harder to break. Instead, he's spamming
never mind.
And Rose will be the one to find the kill. Loiter in the corner has also done incredible work.
Finally one round.
Although it's taken them a little bit of time to get going, this one will be clean.
And you can see why this comp is so strong on the defensive side, or why Big Time was talking about how important this first half will be for BBL, or more so for EDG, because the second half will be a little easier, but pushing into this Senti comp should be tough. And here you see exactly why. You have a Cypher set up on B, you also have a push in B as well. And then that Deadlock utility not only helps on a main where they run out into a Sonic Sensor and get stunned, giving an easy tee-up for Loida to slam dunk at home. And then on short as well, you have the net going through, the kill from the net, and then the ult, which also caught a player who was hit by the net. So when you're out of the ult, you can't move, and it's the easiest follow-up of their life. For the defense, yeah, you get that one, but a lot of that came off LaRock's setup, catching them off guard, and the ult being online.
Early bit of damage, but looking like a much more direct take again, though. that sensor in an aggressive position and executing onto it could cause an issue. Instead, they're going to try and utilize the Hunter's Fury to give them a little bit of extra space. The problem is, hasn't found anyone. They don't know what positions are cleared, and they do not clear LaRock. Another great start to the round. The net has actually caught 2 players as well, but he's just making sure they stay safe at this stage. A lot of early damage, and sure, there's a res available, but is there an opportunity to use it?
Look at where the bodies are. Not only are they behind the wall, but there's 3 players ready and waiting for that res to come through, or for another body to come through that choke point.
And mid is covered as well with the operator.
No risk of the rotate back, and then because they've got double Senti, not only do you have that Sentinel slowing you down on the A site, you have information for BBL. Nobody on the B site, but a camera and a trap waiting there. And yeah, it won't be ideal if EDG just walk in, break the trip, and get a plant, but that's why they've got this man around. Lover's Rock realizes they have enough time now to have rotated, so he's set up and waiting for them.
Been hitting one here could be enough.
12 seconds.
They also know that they're rotating this way. He still doesn't have any friends to play with at this point, but the TP to the back of site, he can just ignore it, or at least try and wait out a little longer. His teammate in position, and he has done the work. A back-to-back flawless round from BBL. And this time, well, I'm a little happier to see that it was Lover's Rock on the other side of the map. No offense to Rose, but he's definitely been having some fairly devastating whiffs in this game so far. Lover's Rock not so much.
तो दोनों का डबल सेंटिनल कॉम्प है भाई दोनों का ही
Rose had only killed people who were looking the other way.
But
so,
yeah, and even when they were looking the other way,
but utility wise, I don't know.
So, which includes going into the overtime, the run around.
Can be very
Jenny.
Annoying.
It's been a rough day for Rose.
I feel BBL को ज़्यादा rounds निकालने चाहिए.
Sometimes the leaders call from behind the front lines.
Yeah.
That's what he's up to for now. But we have seen it, like even going through the qualifier, Rose was dropping 20 like almost every map. There's definitely a standout for this squad. And that's the thing, right? BBL have a lot to fall back on because he was the one that was discussed when they were going through that Ascension run through the Tier 2 that like, oh, all of these guys, the young guys on the team are going to be in BCT. Whether they qualify or whether they get picked up, we know it's going to happen. But people were like, oh, even if they make it, even if they get all the way
yeah,
through,
but YOLO Phoenix में I feel Phoenix is a better pick.
Aim and all these things. And then he showed us right away, even through that run, that wasn't what he was, that he had that extra gear to shift to. Yeah. Maybe we need to see that here today because it has been a slow day for him.
Yeah, I think as well. He's one of those people where a lot of people will focus on the IGL stats. I think if you're winning games, it's completely irrelevant. Like, the fact is, this squad has talked about being like a family for quite a long time. I think that's why when Comeback initially left, it was a devastating loss. But Lover's Rock, the man who replaced, quickly became a new member, an adopted version of that family. And the thing is, I think it wouldn't be the same without Rose in it. You'd have that firepower, but you would lose so much more. Now, a good couple of rounds, like not just, okay, you're looking at scoreline 4-2, you're saying that's not great. 2 rounds where 0 people have died on the defensive side. And that sets you up wonderfully for rebuys if you want the operator.
फिर से 0-0 कर दिया और क्यों
I think for EDG is going to be fairly important that they break back quite quickly. But this round, not looking too likely.
No, but I mean,
final frame. वापस last map में जो रेस सच में headshot पड़ा था वैसे shot है still में कौन मार सकता है?
Bring Concom back, so that's an extra gun every round. And
so your strategy is basically pass to Will. Pass to.
Oh, that means
okay. No time to explain.
Okay. But I'm sure that is my strategy. Unless it's a bad thing, in which case it's not my strategy.
No, it's a reference some people might get, some people might not.
I'm the latter of those. You can explain it to me for tomorrow. That's a trap broken to start with, but there is a second one here, and this was the idea from Previn to have that little backup to give them space to contain the walkout, although not through the alley, but playing this very, very slowly. Contact on B. B players now from the defense in that direction, but this wall's going to cause problems.
Wow!
In fact, it's going to cause problems for BBL. LaRock was walking up to it to have a little look.
Oh my, okay, maybe the pistols are actually
another one.
Concom with 2, Previn, he's trying to save the day though. The problem is if they can get the spike, they can leave. Oh, a res there, yeah, I was about to say, that would just be sending that player into the wolves instead. Space is being taken Kankan's retrieved the gun. The res is available, so maybe he could play a little bit more
थोड़ा पहले आता
aggressively.
तो मार
He's been
सकता था.
spotted, rotating in towards that A side, but being spotted and dealing with him is a completely different story.
So no chances for the res in the end. Plant to come through. Kankan goes down. Of course, you can't bring him right back. Yeah, they're split. An op on the retake as well. Lover's Rock will take his time, making his way through A main, hoping to catch an angle and find that shot
Kangkang
with the op.
holding
His
A
target
main.
right down below. It will be Kangkang.
Kangkang
in
still
hell,
holding
and he's
A main.
searching for
Never
the
mind
barrels
the
being
timing,
spotted.
but देख
He
लिया
knows now
उसने.
that there's one there. Kraven's trying to pull them out into the open, and he does a great job at that. Lover's Rock there for both of the final kills, but a big round from Kraven gave them this chance.
Oh yeah, they should have been dead to rights. Was it?
Timer आ गया, but
going
अभी अपन
away
यही
of,
देखते हैं.
the attack side in
Since
quick
we are watching
succession.
this
Two for
match.
Kankan. His lurk timing was perfect.
And
Nobody then wins a fight, and then Kraven just turns
PRX
around
वाले
in
को
his head.
टाइम होगा ज़्यादा
Mr.
तो
Impact
हम वो
himself
देख
saving
लेंगे.
them once again, and it's going to be at lead, slowly slipping. The 4-0 start for EDG. Obviously, what we can say is it
Okay,
doesn't
take
matter
pause.
too much because we've seen what they can do. in the
भाई वो
second
वाला
half
मैच
on
शुरू
the-
होते ही
on the
इधर टेक पॉज
defensive
आ गया.
side, but
क्या सीन
I'm
है?
sure after going that far into the lead,
0-4 से
they
8-4
wanted
होगा.
to at
मुझे
least
फीलिंग आ
look
रही
to
थी
try and
वैसे.
convert the half.
एंड
Well,
4
of
राउंड
course, I
ज्यादा ही
think
निकाल
Gambola
लिया वो
Mola
लोग ने.
will be
दोनों
taking
का
a breather, but
कॉम्प में 2
what we've
सेंटिनल
seen
है.
so far is exactly his big time
तो
set.
ज़्यादा
I'm
rounds
starting
तो-
to think he might know a thing or two about Valorant. but
BBL को ही
I'm not
निकालने
too
चाहिए
sure yet.
फिलहाल तो.
He said
Just
that
not about food. He knows nothing about food.
no,
जनरेशनल
absolutely not.
रन
Although,
अच्छा खेलती है BBL.
No.
ask that man about a fruit platter, and he'll
Yeah,
tell you a
he
thing or
is an
two.
expert. He is a
He is
big fan.
They
of-
good,
Intimately
good.
familiar
Yes,
with that.
yes.
But he said that the double sentinel composition was going to be key for BBL. Key? Well, let's put it this way. It's the key for BBL, and it's the lock that EDG have to break. And when it comes to this defensive side, when it comes to the rounds BBL have put up, all 3 come off the back of those sentinels. Kraven, not so much with
Yeah,
the utility.
I don't know if
no
you-
more him popping
It's a
off.
bit of a stretch.
But him playing the anchor is the reason that he's over there, even
Yeah.
when there were numbers, even when they dealt with those first few
And
players, he was still
What was
there.
the first blood of the round?
I don't remember.
It was one of the Sentinels getting caught out by their own utility and being shot in the head.
Oh, the wall.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's the other thing we gotta talk about. You throw the wall there. Okay, maybe you're trying to clear the. There could be a guy in the corner. I mean, he's gonna break the wall if he's there. He'll give that away in a moment. He's not gonna sit there for 40 seconds. Why did he go walkabouts? Why did you walk towards? That's like you throw the wall, rotate, and now we've
Yeah.
got info for a bit. But that was a different approach up
Yeah.
against an eco, and I honestly think he got exactly what he deserved.
Well, for now at least, EDG do still hold onto the lead, but you're starting to see, as you were sort of alluding to, the terrifying prospect of what this composition can do on the defense, the awkwardness that it can create, and even just, again, like seeing that operator have impact from Lover's Rock, it makes me quite happy, because I think we talk about the pressure put onto players to perform immediately, and when Yoro was nerfed, it was clear that he had to sort of reinvent himself a little bit. He was one of the best, definitely within EMEA, maybe even the world, on that agent, and it became almost his character. Like, he had to keep going in that direction, and when it got nerfed to the point where it didn't have that same effect, he's had to change.
Defense,
And that has definitely taken some time. We saw some vulnerable, some weak performances when it came to the EMEA stage, but he started to get better towards the end, and I think we're seeing that now, leaning more, even more so into the operator, and especially on defensive sides, I think he's a force to be reckoned with.
Nice little angle as we saw the boys get ready to get back into the game. EDG setting their seats up. It gave that same aura as like the Space Marines suiting up. And this could be a big battle for EDG. It's been a struggle up against this defensive side the last 3 rounds. A lot. Oh my goodness. A lot of control for BBL in the passive plays. They've walked out with the operator. Lover's Rock finds one, and he's scot-free out of there. If he goes now, that's a beautiful start to this round when so much of it has been about sitting back and waiting.
No smokes.
Now they take it to them.
Okay, they got smokes again. Rez baited out, but no control gain. Normally you might send a player in, they get traded, res them, you have an advantage. In this case, no advantage whatsoever, other than the fact that you really need your smokes. And more so far, been a rough map for Gianni. He was looking very good in the previous. Oh, However, this is a different task, and Loiter has gone walkabouts as well. This is almost becoming disrespectful from BBL. Walking up behind, Lovers Rock also then finds another pick.
डुबाते भी दो ले ही गया.
The remaining two are in some serious trouble. I think the net catching one, and LaRock finishing his prey.
A very different face after that timeout, the breather that we had a moment ago. Of course, it wasn't a strategic conversation with the coaches, but this is the read the players had. We want to play a little bit more aggressive, get back to how we like to play the game. And as I said, after finding 3 rounds in a row off the back of passive play, I don't think EDG saw that one coming. And after the first bit of aggression, I don't think they saw that second one coming. Nor should they have.
Is this? I can't remember if they took one in OT. Is this the first tactical pause we've actually seen from EDG?
They did take one in overtime.
Okay.
I believe.
In regulation,
oh, actually,
then.
it could have been because they get them back in OT, so it could have been BBL again.
Yeah,
You're right.
I think we
I'm
didn't
not
see
certain.
that one. We definitely saw like 2.
वो इधर ये शुरू
BBL
होने
side,
वाला
even
है.
when they were
We
very
saw
far
two,
down.
yeah.
I don't think EDG took a single one, but after losing 4 rounds in a row, I think it's also just the manner which they're losing them. Like losing picks to the operator, irritating, using a res to get it back, irritating, and then being full flanked, like a player managing to push all the way up A. That's a problem, and it seems like what's happening right now from the BBL side is they're doing a good job of disrupting whatever play the attackers want to make. Like, okay, you have a plan to do this, well, now you've lost a player, and you're trying to react to me rather than going in with your own plan. So we'll see if they're going to manage to fix that. Of course, again, weaponry is going to be a bit more of an issue in this round, and they don't have any ultimates to play with, bar if they can get an extra orb for signed.
This is a nice spot. That goes there.
Well, barriers up again after the timeout. Round number 9. Someone that to take the lead. Lovers Rock not going to hit the shot to start with. It going back in. Flash. Well done for Sign to at least get them around that corner, but this madman is going in once more.
Too much.
Yeah, a little bit too much. He's punished massively. This is it's against pistols. And now you're playing up close. Rose, you're a madman. They've allowed a flank again. What is happening in this game? BBL need to tighten up the gameplay. They've done pushing on short against an eco. They're making every cardinal sin, every mistake in the book. 3 versus 5 now. Weapons recovered for EDG. Run it back online, and Jenny's probably about to just put the rock to bed. Never mind. He's at least going to be dealt with, but still the advantage for the defense when they shouldn't have had anything to say about this round.
Oh dear. See you later, Rose. And that leaves Creven on this site alone, under serious pressure, being rounded on by the ultimate, and he goes for the player behind, hoping that maybe the second fades. I don't mind his target selection, but I do mind just about everything else in the round.
I think he even realized, I'm going to get traded here no matter what. I might as well kill a guy that won't come back.
Yeah.
Like, it makes sense. It's the right call. But yeah, this, I think just call a timeout if you're PDL. Because what the hell was that?
क्या हुआ ये राउंड? कांगकांग ने कितने मार दिए भाई? हेड एंटर से मैं देख नहीं पाई.
Well, also
Not 3
the
players.
third
What just
one.
happened?
Okay, I still don't like it, but if he was full HP and he goes for the third one, I'm like, that was silly.
But he had his dash on, so he was like,
he had 45 HP, I think, when he goes for that swing. I'm like, hey, you get body shot out of the round. Like that's crazy. To try and attempt it.
New ID
then
feature
push
है,
short
पता
as a
नहीं
response
मुझे.
after to also leave the space during that fight for a mid flank to then push short. It's actually the short push is probably just the right play in response to everything else. He just lost the fight.
Did he see the scope? I don't know if he did.
Okay. Well, that looked like a really cool play, a cool setup, but it hasn't worked. Trading. Jenny's just
खुद ही trade कर लेते हैं.
Not so
अरे
much.
never
He'll be
mind.
pulled back from what would have been the dead.
Never mind.
A 3 versus 2 setup. That was a crazy opening from BBL to go aggressive like that in B main. The Cloudburst blocking the op, and yet they find nothing for it except a disadvantage in the end. This time, early aggression favoring EDG. And now EDG just sitting back. They have the advantage. They have the spike. There's no need for them to overthink this. And as time ticks on, the chances of them walking into an open site or 3v1 continue to increase.
Plenty of time to play with.
ट्रेड मतलब उसने खुद ही मार दिया ना उसको, तो मुझे लगा हो गया, लेकिन उसको बचा लिया.
Maybe not for him, but very low. Whereas grouping up, playing it together, that makes things at least a little bit more interesting.
बोलना चाह रही थी मैं.
Rose at the back of the
5-7 है.
Teammate just keeps
You
it
mean
for the push,
BBL
and it
7?
seems like nobody was watching it, but do they still expect Rose to
Actually
be
होना
here? They
चाहिए.
absolutely do not! And that's where the IGL
कांग
can
कांग घुमा
strike
तो
again.
था.
We talk about him getting kills when the player's backs are turned.
वो जो
but,
समझा
hey,
क्या
he
है
has
ये
to
मेरे
put
को नहीं
himself in
पता.
those positions.
Exactly. He keeps getting his way behind them, so you can't really fault the guy for it. A wild attempt here. Just doesn't work out, at least to start with, because BBL won B-main aggression for two reasons. One, to kill them, to fight them. And two, if they're not there, if they're close by, if they're in mid, they'll go scurry into the A site when they hear all that noise, and they'll go into not just your Cypher setup, but your Deadlock setup as well. They had both Sentinels positioned there with full utility online.
Let's play.
Instead, EDG met them on the push. Found success early on.
dear.
That's a nasty little spam from Rose. You'll love to see it. And the Phoenix down and out already. This is the only duelist that ENEG have. We talked about their inability to get up and over some of these traps to get by them, and now your ability to fight through them massively nerfed.
Off 1v1. Off 1v1.
Available.
No, तो उधर से लगे
towards
कूद
the
के.
switch, but almost used as a bit of a bait. A lot of players are known to be here at this point. And it's the jump across. I like the attempt. Not quite
What?
quick enough.
And that's what gets him.
Nobody over the top. The wall has definitely been seen.
Tap
They know
tap
that they're
में ही
trying
मार
to play
दिया
peekaboo around the window, but
उसको.
Pichu hasn't dropped off. He is still waiting just to see if he can find a pick.
Brock's just walled short. Going for the walk up on A main. It's no surprise the wall's there, and Concon's going to go exploring it.
Pichu goes again.
Guys ये YouTube issue है यार.
It's like the fifth
कुछ
pick
कर नहीं
over the top
सकते.
of the wall. And Loiter was just sat there looking at the window like the whole round. Like, yeah, but I know you're up there.
Oh, they've turned away at the wrong moment. Lloyd has been caught with his knife out. The smoke up for Rose. If he walks through this, the timing will be
बाजू में ही
crucial.
बैठा है.
Concon's being so patient. The trap thrown down. It's Rose's time to go, and there we go. Striking from behind again. Rose just keeps on doing it, man.
अच्छा खेला भाई. Rose
Crazy
अच्छा
how many
खेला.
just backstab kills he's actually
It's
getting.
wild, bro.
Like, that was just well played. He hears the trap. He goes, okay, well, no one's going to be looking at this now, so I'm going to run through.
But even
if he
ये
died,
mid wall
there was
तोड़ के
enough
spam
time
भी
that
तो
his
क्लासिक
teammate
के
would
last
be able
round
to
में
deny
भी
the spike anyway.
last
It's the
तोड़ने
fact
में
that
भी
he
किया
waits because
था.
he knows it has an activation
Nice.
time. So
मैं
when you throw
first
it
time
down,
देखी
you're
हूँ.
often going to wait a second and be like, did anyone
Yeah.
push? No, okay, I can go. And then he comes out just as it's activated. You even heard it. It started to tag him, and he stepped through
ऑन
the
करो
smoke
जो.
and took his kill
I
just in
don't
time.
know. Maybe
Great
वो
play by Rose.
roll out हो रहा हो
Smart player.
सबको एक एक
But that's the
करके आए maybe. देख
Team
लेती हूँ
hit
मैं
these
ऐसा
heights
कुछ अगर दिख रहा है
Quite
तो
often
मुझे.
for BBL. Early aggression on A main. The drone's going to be broken by the first man, and now the op just posts on the angle. It should be good night and sweet dreams.
Short.
The Con, and that it will be.
It's been the major danger.
7-5 ही है अब तो.
Teacher's gone a bit quiet. And a 7-5 half looking more and more
Yep,
likely
yep.
from 4-0 down.
Good
It's been an
recovery.
impressive recovery. But as we stated at the beginning, BBL have struggled on the attack side of this map. It definitely won't be a death sentence by any stretch of the imagination. Maybe just a little bit... if he had lost that fight, I might have left. But nobody... Well, we saw a 1v5 earlier today. Unfortunately, he is on the attack.
अच्छा ये
And he
गिफ्ट्स
has
वाला है
45
क्या?
seconds.
मैंने किया. शायद हो गया है.
Well, he expects them to push him.
किया मैंने.
Note to any here. Not really going to
ये
be
ऑप्शन तो
beneficial
मुझे
to say
बहुत टाइम से
at
दिखता
this
था बट
point.
मैं
He's
इसको
gonna
ऑन नहीं
keep
कर
going,
पाती
keep
थी.
the credits, but
Keep
then
the
मे
credits.
बी अभी अभी इधर आया होगा
swap
क्योंकि
halves and,
ऑप्शन
it
था
doesn't
बहुत
work.
टाइम से.
Swap sides.
मैं
Maybe he
खुद
does.
देख के सोच रही थी भाई ये
Maybe
क्या है
carries
और
on.
कभी ऑन ही नहीं होता था
Well,
वो.
his slow pace has avoided the net at least, but there are 4 players between Nobody and the A side. And there will still be 4 players when he falls. 7-5 at the half.
I don't
Big recovery
know.
from BBL indeed. But this is why when we saw those first, like the third round especially, go the way of EDG,
Yeah.
we're like, this is a danger. Because they've already built up a lot of runway, and with just a little bit more chiseling away, they've ended up in a pretty reasonable position. I think this half overall, at least from their camp, is going to be looked at in a positive light.
Yeah, I think it's more just the map.
ये 100 Thieves
if
वाले
you
गेम
go,
में अभी भी
okay,
उन
you're
लोग
gonna
का
get
कैम ही
5
दिखा रहे
rounds
क्या?
on your attack side with this composition, they go, yeah, all right, that's not too bad. I'll take it. If you go, you're going to win the first 4, and then from then onwards only get 1. maybe not so much. I think I'd be a little bit disappointed that they didn't at least level up at the half, but I think for the side of BBL, like, this is the bare minimum, but I've never really been convinced by their attack side. You look at them when they, even playing in the qualifier versus Na'Vi, a 9-3 defensive half, they then lose the attack 4-8, but that's enough to win the map 13-11. They did the same versus Heretics. You get a 9-3 defensive side half, and then you lose the next half 3-9, lose in overtime. So their attack sides in recent form have been weak on this map, and I think up against the Sage and the Chamber of Kankan, who is hitting, it's going to be much harder going into the second half.
Without a doubt, this is where EDG find a whole lot more of an upside.
ये
For
क्या
BBL,
है?
a 7-5, sure, it's a strong position. The composition has its drawbacks when it comes to making that push. BBL
अबे ये
have their
समोसा ही
drawbacks
के साथ
when
है.
it comes to making those pushes as well. So when we get into that second half, you want to keep your eye out. You want to see Rose keep up that strong performance he's been having so far. Chance on the attack side to slip behind them perhaps a little bit more than we saw here. Although that is hard to imagine.
Send samosa, send pani puri.
I very much enjoyed seeing him on this map, especially
What?
contrasted to the previous.
मेरे पास नहीं पहुंचा. मुझे कैसे मिलेगा समोसा पानी पूरी?
Becomes a pinnacle part for the side of BBL, because he needs to be getting the sort of entries in towards the site. Like, they don't have a lot really to set him up. Post plant, beautiful stuff. Like, they've got so much
phone में
available to
दिख
them in
गया.
post plant. It is quite difficult, almost like the old school jet, where it's like
I
dash in, throw a
see.
smoke, try and kill someone. If not, hopefully get
I
traded.
see, I see.
Defensive side.
फोन में आ रहा है.
Any site. Dead.
iPhone में दिख रहा है अब क्या?
Yeah, in the same boat, but showing a lot of patience, so much so that EDG will have to reset hold extremities. Of course, they're allowed to do this because they have a Sage wall inside B main and a chamber trap covering A main. So if this was a quick push on the extremities, they'd have the info and they could instantly get behind them. That is a big pickup though by Lover's Rock.
Yeah,
But
an
that
attempt
was,
from
like,
Kankan
overpeaking.
to avoid the drone. He avoided the drone, but got shot in the face by the player expecting him to do it. Signed, or timing is going to be everything. It's a quick trade. I think for BBL,
Thank you,
that's
यार,
okay.
इतना
Keep
सारा
them
खाना
on
मिल गया,
advantage
पेट
alive,
भर
and
गया
now
मेरा.
they head into the site of Jenny. Playing Jenny.
That he is.
Lol.
Aaron
Jenny
Williams,
playing
that's
Jenny.
great. Too caught by it, but of course it's a narrow
Casters के
laneway.
jokes
The
तो
Rock just
crazy
spams
होते
away,
हैं.
taking it with ease, finding the plant, leaving nobody in Chichu. Other side of the
Guys,
map,
maybe
miles
try
away.
closing the
And they're
stream,
gonna be delayed
closing
even
the
further. If
YT
they decide
app,
to come in through heaven, there's a wall waiting for them there. You just saw LaRock
then
throw that up.
relaunching.
They shift contact up. Clock is going to bleed quicker.
हमसस्या मुद्रा क्या होता है?
This is the problem. Like, even
नहीं,
in a
नहीं,
pistol
पाजी,
round,
आपकी
you
वाली
don't
fake
normally have
लगती
all of
है.
your utility.
तुमको पैसे
There's just
मिलेंगे.
so much time ball.
अच्छा?
The net is going to do the same. You have to
मुझे
take
तो
the time to
revenue
remove
zero
it.
दिख रहा है
Paranoia
अभी.
then does the
ये
same.
stream का.
And it is just easy pickings
बाद
in
में
the
मिलते
post
हैं
plant. An opportunity maybe, but no. It is LaRock who's going to be able to get 4 kills. And that's so much more important than you might realize, because one of the few real
ये जो
entry
fake
tactics
भेज
they
रहे हो
have
ना,
is the
गंदे
annihilation.
लोगों.
That ultimate is so irritating to play against, because say you're a sentinel, say you're playing a passive
Busker for
position,
10
there are
juice.
so
Oh
many,
my
especially 'cause you can
god.
bounce it, you can bounce around the Jenny, maybe clear another spot at the
Dr.
same
Chumma
time.
raid from
And if you
Uganda?
get someone,
Dr. Chumma
it's going
कौन
to be
है?
very awkward to try and fight to get them safe.
But it's just so much better on the attack, I feel like. At least
Yeah.
thinking of all the times we've seen it used. If you use it on the defense, what are the chances that guy's alone? It's so rare. Always there's someone there to shoot it. And yeah,
Yeah.
you can follow up on the kill afterwards, of course. That's a different thing entirely. But when you come to this half, who's going to be with you? Maybe one guy? And while you're breaking him out, everyone's rushing you.
Dr.
So
Chumma
it
कौन
is
है
a really
guys?
good tip of the spear.
बताओ तो सही.
Great. Big upside for BBL.
Okay.
Well, they've lost the duel to a classic, which isn't a great start, but that was one of the pistols, of which there is another.
क्या हुआ?
He
मैंने
definitely
miss
didn't
किया.
expect it to be stood in the open.
Didn't he pull out a
Thank you
shotgun?
guys, thank you मेरी stream पे आने के लिए. WW.
This guy, old-fashioned, medieval style. What the hell? Well, that's not worked out, has it? Stage heal as well. Nobody went from 10 HP
You know what
and
that
dead
is?
to
Rose is a man of honor.
If they lose this round, man.
I will not
If
kill him while
nobody
he's
gets a
in my drone.
4K and wins this round.
got a heal as well, so he's
ये
not
सब
alone
क्या है?
anymore. Oh,
Still,
no, that's
the weapons
tickled
are
me. That's tickled me a lot. Good paranoia. Jenny's now going to get rid of Loiter. Larocque still going strong. Spams through, doing a lot of damage, but nobody's still standing.
मर सकता था actually. Wow. कांग को मार दिया अभी जीत सकते.
Not so free. There is 15 seconds.
Can they make it? 12 from market, maybe just about 10. Yeah. They're good.
Yeah.
They're good.
ये
Down to the second.
है कौन बता ही नहीं रहे जो आए हैं.
Coverage by Lovers Rock.
जो आए हैं
That's
guys
why he
बताओ
needs
तो
that
सही
kill.
मुझे.
And even getting aggressive.
मुझे भी तो पता चले
I
कौन
don't
है, मैं
mind
नहीं
it that much, but
जानती.
the timing is awful. Nobody had just slipped past the angle. Larocque has ult. Like, this is still winnable. This is still doable. But he's so low. 50
it's
HP
tough.
effective. Doesn't take a tag.
Is he
there,
gonna
and
ult?
he's still not gonna pop that ult.
लग तो नहीं रहा.
But here it is. Sonic Sensor finds one. There's one eaten by the ultimate and the spray. So
Ooh.
20 HP
Just let him
left
die.
unsigned, but it's enough.
let him die, just let him die.
We good.
उसको रिस्क ही नहीं लेना था बचाने का, बट बचा सकता था बे.
Look at me alive. I
बचा सकता था.
What is going
8 seconds
on,
left.
bro?
He had so much time.
Don't show the rose one, please. Please don't show the rose one. I just don't. Okay,
Oh,
thank
we
you.
didn't
Thank you.
show it.
Thank you Dr. Chuma ji for raiding. Guys, please like और subscribe कर देना. Thank you so much.
Give him the orb. Give him the orb.
आओ अभी मैच एंजॉय
so
करें.
kind of him.
भाई ये जो
Yeah,
जूस
look,
वाला है
and-
इसे
and
नॉर्मली
because of
लिखा
that,
आ रहा है तो मेरा पता है ध्यान ही
By
नहीं
the way,
जाता आधे टाइम.
Good orb management.
Yes. Phenomenal.
अरे
Could've let it
नाबिर
go,
ने भी
but-
समोसा भेज
the
दिया.
credits are
कितना
a bit low,
समोसा.
actually.
Oh, Rose. I hate
मेरे
that you also
super
spoke
sticker
it
का
into
भी option
existence.
भी
You
आ
didn't
गया.
quite get it.
क्या?
I think you said 4K, ended up with 3.
Lol.
But nobody was definitely the difference maker. Very nice. Okay.
मच्छी के
Molly
चैनल
kill
पे मैंने
early
कौन
on.
से पाप किए हैं
And
भाई?
then the
मेरे
swing
नहीं दिख रहा.
out. Oh dear.
Oh.
Larocque is still hitting. Larocque is definitely still hitting on this attack side half.
यहाँ नहीं आ रहा. उनको पता है ना भेजोगे नहीं तुम इसके लिए नहीं दे रहे तुम्हें ऑप्शन.
And a push up into window.
Oi.
Lovers Rock. It's a little long on the first, but he's left
Very
nobody
fast one.
desperately low. One away from a Hunter's Fury. He'll at least can come through in a while. Now it's needed by both. Chichu's just swung out. 58 HP and a heal, priming in his back pocket. But he didn't care. He took the risk, and well, it's almost paid off. One more man
भाई
to
ये
deal
गेम
with.
भी क्लोज जा रहा है.
Look at this from Nobody and Chichu. They're backing out. The flank here could have been deadly, but instead,
सुपर स्टिकर का भी
they're the
ऑप्शन
ones
क्या?
with the
उनको
surprise
पता है
position.
तुम नहीं
Larocque might
भेजते
think
हो,
that they
इसके लिए
fully left
हटा
it
दिया
there,
उन लोग
standing
ने.
close by, ready to pounce. Soon as he tries to plant, seems like Larocque is just... In fact, he's taken so long that they now second guess whether he's even... That's just changed.
They'll hear him. They'll know. At least giving himself a little bit more of an opportunity. The net is going to
एक
land
आगे
as
एक
well.
पीछे.
So slows them down at least a little bit. Gives him additional information.
Okay,
Looking to
that
try
is a
back
good
round
rap.
behind.
Never
No,
mind.
Nobody's aware. Doesn't quite connect the shots. 14 health.
ये
He's
कैसी
managed to get rid of
awareness
another.
है?
Leaves it down to 1 versus 1. Him versus nobody. And he
What?
finds the shot again. Larocque is on fire.
बेचारा हर
as he
बार 1v2 में
stands.
फंस जाता है,
And
but
he's
इस बार कर
dragging
लिया.
BBL through these rounds.
Yeah, he started that with a sheriff. 2 players pushing him in a smoke. And he finds both blinded as well, nearsighted. So he saw the second guy. First one hadn't got a clue. Just saw the kill feed light up. To win this out in the end as well. Yeah, Chichu was quite low and probably shouldn't have ran there without his teammate. It was a mistake, a silly one. But especially with Larocque, 14
Sorry.
HP.
Rose 22 and 8.
Expect that to be how it went. Now, BBL stepping inch by inch closer.
भाई
to
मैंगो
a map
लस्सी इतनी
3.
भेज दी तुम लोग ने, नींद आ
With
रही है
being a
मुझे.
2-0 that they're encroaching on. A round away. Times.
Here.
Facing off against pistols, this should be double digits. Had it for BBL in the last map, and they won round that
Flight.
just as dangerous when they have pistols.
Enemy tag.
Say the same thing for NRG, and with a run it back in Hunter's Fury.
Nowhere to run. Why this noise?
Right away.
ओए
My, nobody's picked up two. The Hunter's Fury
इको में ऐसे
down to
2
an
अल्ट से
sent BBL now to a 3 versus 5. The rifles dealt with, and it's going to be a late push up by the defense to recover those weapons. Ult through for Larocque. Hasn't found a target just yet, and when he does, it is the ult that's caught. So if they can break him out, great.
Nice.
If not, he's going to come back. But look who's sitting patiently waiting.
Oh.
Beautiful play for Larocque.
क्या खेला है Valorant?
Managing to do so much for this team. As said, dragging them, kicking and
Eh.
screaming, and guys,
Oh,
back
insane!
won by Larocque. That is 9 kills in 2 rounds. This guy was spoken about so much in his tier 2.
Confidence आ गया भाई अब उसमें.
He's
बेचारा
dominating in
Phoenix.
this server.
बट ये लोग ने इको में 2 अल्ट यूज किए. नोबडी ने तो खैर अल्ट का अच्छा यूज किया था. फिनिक्स अल्ट नहीं समझा मुझे. खैर वो 2 पिक के बाद भाई राउंड था एडीजी का, तो लरॉक ने क्लीन शिट कर दी.
Not someone you expect to see drop in the 30. Of course, he is someone, but not an agent that you expect to see drop in the 30. Although, maybe he won't. Lovers Rock and Kraven already down. That's a big start for EDG. Remember, the last round was an eco. And a res online as well.
मुझे पता ही था BBL जीतेगी. It's too soon. No. Why are you writing your name? Why are you writing your name with Kapila ka emoji? What?
Rose, in fact, gets another.
$8 आया. Thank you, Yash.
He's been having a bit of a rough game, but
I can't even kill this crosshair. How I get an ace? मैंने उसके crosshair पे ध्यान नहीं दिया.
Yenny, though, re-aggressing with his teammate. Rose has been spotted, looking to almost be the hero on his own in this round, but he's dealt with. And Yenny, okay, that's a wake-up. 4 kills for him now.
एक सेकंड स्ट्रिप रिपीट होने वाली है क्या?
Yeah, it very much does. Whose turn is it next? What a play by Jenny. As you said, he had been a little quieter compared to that previous map, but
yeah.
Oh, that's one way to wake up. You think about last map, nobody found a clutch, and all of a sudden he was playing the game again, found his rhythm. It'll be the same for Jenny. 3 rounds behind. But on the defensive side, you're finding your footing.
Bro, last map 11-5.
4-0 down.
हाँ, वहाँ से comeback किया है EDG
once they
ने.
crack the code.
Thank you for the
This is
samosa.
dangerous, but a TP at least available to get out of there. Never mind. Con's been deleted right away. Overstayed is welcome.
Yeah, I'm surprised. It's almost like the opposite of what we're talking about with
PRX का मैच अभी शुरू नहीं
You
हुआ.
kind of expected him to struggle a little bit more on the attack. I expected to see a lot more coming out
अबे उधर भी
from
ascent चल रहा
on
है.
this
मैं
defense,
confused हो
but
गई.
let's be real, he's been
ये
missing.
समोसा स्क्रीन पे भी है. Oh.
Wyatt here.
Oh,
He'll be
मुझे
brought
इसका भी
back
सेट
into the
करना
round.
पड़ेगा alert
Given a
मतलब.
second chance, a second lease of life. At B site, I was going to say given up.
How's
Jenny
the weather?
has taken the TP
yesterday
from the
it was
shadows
raining,
straight to the B site.
but
Sat on the
not
back, he's going to be
come.
caught immediately. He was shot, caught by a drone,
तो
hit by
गर्मी
an
है.
ult as well from Larocque.
Yeah.
Couldn't even make it into the cocoon because they took him out so quickly. A 5 versus 4 now, and the retake needed for EDG.
भाई 8:30 तो नहीं आना चाहिए.
This is a chance to sit them right back down
Thanks, Cooley.
after a big round from Gianni already. The swing coming back through, clearing back, but Loiter adds another to the pile. Nobody's at least done well. Bladestorm and the Judge are definitely going to be difficult to break through, but that time has been ticking now. Still 4 players within this site, and maybe EDG can make this a very costly round by locking them in, but I don't think BBL are really going to care that much. They've got some spare credits they could still purchase, and it's actually more damning if the defense were to lose all their weapons instead, though. Nobody cleaning up alongside Loiter for the other side.
आज नहीं हो पाएगी
And an
आज.
11th round now for BBL, and everybody goes down on EDG. I'll be honest, I don't think that was worth it.
No, maybe not. I mean, it looked damn close to being a clean and clinical closeout. They could have had all 3 players left alive with nobody having that quick 3K. Lloyd just did a little bit too much at the end. Kept Phoenix in position, stopped that rotate through market, so he's got to go through main, and instead Because he doesn't have the time, he's caught by the spike. Big damage done. Struggling now to put the credits
I
together.
don't know.
Couple
मेरे
orbs
को तो अभी
found,
समझा
nobody,
ही
but
नहीं,
he's still
देखते हूँ बाद
3
में.
away from the Hunter's Fury, and there's not really any positive to write home about for this defense. Guess the AWP and Concon's hands, but he's been slow. He's not been hitting the way that we know he can.
Get to see that superstar value.
Moved and shot at the same time there. Very uncharacteristic.
Oh. Trying to slow them down on the other side.
Bhai.
Has to escape. Nobody's getting shock darted into oblivion. He's almost dead off that. And now Chichu under pressure. And well, he's at least had a teammate save him. Healed back up at least a little bit. Loiter's done well once again. Concon's found absolutely nothing, and Chichu becomes the man who has to deal the damage. And it is only the one. A flash here, not going to hold any value with still being walled off. With a long rotation coming back. Look at the gun Jenny has as well. That is not the gun you want in a retake.
Well, unless you break that door and catch a guy up close, completely unaware. Previn is here, patiently waiting. And now he's been spotted. This is a little bit dangerous. Dodges the flash up close, though. Great work, and Loida comes through to help out. Larocque as well. Yeah, they realized Previn's in danger, and they came to his aid.
Did that flash make it out of the smoke?
I'm thinking now that I see the screen get slightly blinded. It might have went behind him, or it might have stayed in the smoke. I think it might have stayed in the smoke.
Yeah, that was my thought process as well, because I
आज लंबा Phasmo हो सकता है. बोला
I
तो
thought
यही
he
था
stepped close enough that it went behind him, but yeah, now seeing it again, I don't think he even got blinded temporarily.
No.
Or partially.
And
so.
I do think that Signed did get blinded, which seems impossible unless it was still in the smoke. But you know, only partially blinded. I think you could still see as he came out. Lover's Rock, though. This map has delivered on the side of BBL. We said that they might struggle when it comes to this attack side. It's been anything but. Larocque is having one of those performances once again. This is a man that, if you are a fan of BBL, you're probably a fan of Larocque, and if you don't like BBL, you probably hate Larocque because he is horrible to play against. Well, already waiting, even just taking the flash. This one did land.
Oh, he's under pressure, but Signed is delivering the super sub for 2. They've got a 5-round lead, though. You can see BBL are feeling
they
a
definitely
little
didn't
too
choke one of those in the last map.
Yeah, it's not like EDG have been streaking around, so why
Rematch
not? Give him one.
tomorrow,
See what happens. Make it interesting for the viewers at home.
अगर time पे
That's a
शुरू
little
हुआ तो.
brazen for sure, especially against the low buy. I mean, just straight up a mistake, but wanted to close it with style, and now hard work, sweat and tears to get them across this line in round 20.
EP potentially being set up. Wall has gone down, and that leaves Chichu isolated. Already getting caught up. Of course, has the heal, but it's not going to save him too much. He's also been pinged. Well, that makes it a lot easier. An opener into the site. Loiter taking some close ground, and with the weaponry still in favor of this attack side, they're going to re-aggress alongside the ultimate. It is a slam dunk for BBL, who will take map number 2. Both teams winning their map choice.
Yeah, we got to say,
or opponents, I should say.
We got to say sorry to anybody out there who was hoping to see a blowout in favor of EDG.
Yeah,
all of the
I
traders
thought 2-0.
put in their place from
But
EMEA,
no.
and now BBL have a chance
We go third
to take this 2-1.
जब तक ये शुरू होता है, we can watch this one.
In map 1, this could have been over already.
Mid here.
And bait 100 Thieves into a rotation, but the drone is perfectly timed yet again. In comes the curveball from Arsene that catches all of RRQ. Haven't quite dealt with any of them as the paranoia pushing the defense away, but Vora is perfectly positioned here, and once again 100 Thieves have the better end of the trade.
Vora has been phenomenal this game so far. Feels like he's getting almost every single important frag that there has to be. But the mid split begins once again. Cushy getting the pick onto Asuna, but Timotino stuck in B main. Vora denying anyone from flanking him, and Timotino turning around, getting the 3K. What an insane round by Timotino.
Playing with his food at this point, the jet up on the defense is well and truly taking over the game. There is no recourse here for RRQ. who since picking up the pistol have hit a pretty big dry spell. 100 Thieves, nice adaptations are all over this. They very much understand the pacing that RRQ are bringing into this game. The operator is having ridiculous impact. The drone is always perfectly timed. And now it's up to RRQ to go back onto the Sheriffs and see what they can bash in for themselves. Just try to avoid getting 9-3'd at this point.
Yeah, Asuna now with that third run it back of the half online. He's not going to be using it just yet. They're just going to keep sticking to this default setup because like you said, Mitch, none of these players have a means of kind of playing around this operator, being able to push it back or at least deny Asuna using that molly to deny a lot of that map control. The drone's going to come in and tag him, but nothing really to follow from that.
Yeah, once again for RRQ, it's a little bit one-dimensional. Very clear where they're headed, and 100 Thieves are rotating accordingly. They're quite happy to play retake B with the Cypher setup in play. Dash active, in goes the Sage Wall. Paranoia's exchange on both sides to give both teams pause for thought, but in comes the run it back and the curveball from Asuna. Bang trying to turtle inside of the site here. Timotino's arrived to the party, and it's another flood and a shutdown from 100 Thieves.
Oh my god, that is a terrifying sight when you're trying to cross into sight and there's 4 players just running at you. 3 of them just rotating in and Timotino just flying in from heaven. I think man, they're doing a phenomenal job of being able to consistently trade off of each other, being set up in positions where they're holding those crossfires or at least ready to peek off of any set util. And of course, Vora being the main reason behind that. The drone, the IGLing, all these setups have made so much sense for 100 Thieves.
Back towards B main then. More of a singular approach here. But Timotino straight down the peak in towards Tiles, does get a fair bit of information. In comes the drone, it's a full Cypher setup, but once again, 100 Thieves are rotated quite nicely here. Dash on into the side, Chemkin very low on HP, separated from the rest of the team. This is Xfero just running through all of the utility because he's got his ult active, and the flood actually backfires this time for 100 Thieves. Xfero caught on the cross, now into a 2-on-2.
Bang and Cryo versus Crazy Guy and Kush here, but the 2 players on RRQ are going to be leaving this site after breaking so much of that Cypher util. They know that they don't have any information here unless they just use their bodies to peek. And now over-rotating into that A, going to go through that cat. But both players from the side of 100 Thieves, they don't know anything yet. It's going to be a 2v2 retake.
Problem is RRQ just don't really have much left over. 10 seconds on the recon bolt. Crazy Guy, if he is given the plant here, will be able to have access to the res, but they just give it over to Cushy. I don't think they're too interested in it for the time being. Just have the Hunter's Fury for this post plant, and Bang bringing at least 1 dark cover into the retake here as RRQ up to play on site.
Kind of crazy they're playing on site with the Sova ult, not using it as their winning condition, especially because of the time taken by 100 Thieves here. But this 2v2 retake, Crazy Guy spotting, getting the pick onto Bang immediately. And now Cryo in a 1v2. Both these players huddled up, turtled up, bottom side. They get the pick, but Cushy ends it. And RRQ finally another round to end this half.
Yeah, look, a big dry spell. Got to give a lot of credit to 100 Thieves for how clean their defense was looking there. They made a lot of nice mid-round adaptations. It felt like they were always on top of the information game. But RRQ, especially running through a brick wall with that Veto ultimate, were at least able to brawl their way into a winnable 2-on-2. A nice pivot back towards the A side gives them at least 4 rounds on this attacking side. That's not terrible given the comp they're playing. Now they're going on to defense with this double comp. There's still potential here for RRQ to get this one done, but the pistol will be very important with how far behind they are.
Yeah, interesting to see that they're actually setting up Jemkin here to go for some sort of A main peak with these players. 4-1, Sage on the other side, going to use that wall probably off of noise, off of contact, or just off of A timing. But 4 of these players from 100 Thieves are also grouped up towards this top mid, maybe taking some sort of mid control with Cryo from Tiles here. And it's looking a little bit interesting. Now again, 100 Thieves, they lost that first pistol, but they're still up. If they win this, they could get a pretty big snowball of a lead here.
Saw a couple of frenzies purchased up. That's very North American, is it?
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever.
Actually, the North American right now is one
I mean that's definitely like a Fnatic Gen G look from back in the day, just by like 3 sheriffs on the pistol round. I'm a big fan of that. I haven't seen frenzies in ages though. I don't think I saw a single frenzy purchase this entire last stage of Pacific, if I'm honest. So that's a bit of a throwback.
Feels like the Bandit
ये
has
देखो,
been a
अभी
lot
break
more
चल रहा है.
prevalent in Americas over the Frenzy. So actually, you're right. I don't think I've seen it that often. But for this team, I feel like they definitely have some sort of really quick strat, really quick push up together where they're just planning
PRX
on
ऊपर से
trading and
heavy
using their
NRG.
firepower to kind of win
PRX
out these
NRG would be
1v1s
good.
instead of trying to play too
Good
much
game.
into the mind games, into the mid rounds, because they're just so good at understanding a lot of their set plays, understanding their positioning as a team, and being able to just play together. So Asuna, and Timotino, really good job, really good synergies when it comes to playing together and pushing a lot. So I'm really looking forward to the synergy duo on attack side.
All right, into the second half then. This is RRQ's map pick, and they are getting battered a little bit, so time to get this defensive half working for yourself. There's the Thieves getting ready for some A-main control here. The tension is palpable. I feel like this is a movie trailer as we're kicking off this pistol round. This could be RRQ's run back into this game of Ascent.
Jemkin hearing a lot of that noise towards Cat. He's going to push up, get this A-main pick. Zan and Jemkin immediately trading. Really good reactions to take that A-main space as they hear them up Cat. But Asuna with a beautiful flash curveball into that A-main. And Jemkin now sitting here with Zan trying to get another pick.
Yeah, Asuna, he's walking up on the line. This is really cinematic stuff as Zan is able to get in there with a very nice right click. A 3K for Zan so far, just down to Timotino in
That's
on
how
2.
you
Very
throw,
high on the
man.
HP, does have the Sheriff to work with. In comes the dark cover. It's incredible. In towards A-main. I've got tears in my eyes. Timotino.
भाई ये राउंड के बीच में
to
म्यूजिक क्यों
walk
चला
out onto
देते
this
हैं?
A-main
मैं
line. He's
कंफ्यूज हो
been
जाती हूँ कि
actually
कोई
gave
और स्ट्रीम
RRQ a
खुली है
little
क्या
bit
मेरी?
here. So they wrap around towards mid for just a moment, but sliding back onto the line on a nice timing. There is definitely potential here for Timotino. He is waiting. RRQ just playing this cheeky
They will
little
trade.
high-low now that they've cleared out middle,
They
so he's
will
definitely
trade.
going to have to peek into 2 players here.
They will trade.
1v2, the high-low is not going to get punished.
Just
Jemkin
bait
getting the
it.
pick. And now another pistol going the way of RRQ. They've now won both. But 100 Thieves, they have some rounds to
Yeah,
work
it's
with
messed
here.
up, but
Beautiful,
NRG
really good
NRG
reactions from
मतलब-
RRQ. I really love to see that. They knew
अरे
they lost that
भाई,
tree space. They knew
गंदा
they lost
joke.
the garden space. Immediate reaction
NRG
to
में
take into
मारा है
a
कि ये
main.
बोल
And they
रहा है
punished as
भाई.
well because that
आए
spike got dropped.
हाय.
And all of a sudden that retake was so much harder for 100 Thieves. They didn't
Unbelievable.
really have a plan to go on the flank. Just letting Timotino try to go for a pick off that Cat. Now into the second round. Pistols on the board for 100 Thieves.
Jemkin on the line, waiting out that Sova dart, at least trying to find the timing straight through it. In comes the Paranoia. Oh my god, crazy guy!
Wow.
With neutral out, that is a big problem. As Cushy at least able to
ऐसे
deal with the
मतलब
Phoenix who was
wall लेके तो
going for
नहीं
the orb.
बैठना चाहिए.
Xfero
खैर,
finally
चलो.
clears out Bang. That was the biggest spanner in the works, thrown in by 100 Thieves who are now starting to filter into a B site, but Zan is all over it.
Borra.
Bandit does a fair bit of damage. Cushy able to clean up
Borra,
after that. 3
borra.
guns taken through for an RRQ who are chugging along nicely on defense now.
तेरे के हो गया मेरा.
Round going the way that you expect. The anti-eco going the way of RRQ. They've been really good, really disciplined when it
Lens
comes to
cut
these
करने
rounds.
पे
Not
खून से
overextending.
नहीं निकलता.
Little scary for Crazy Guy there with his wall out. Definitely not a position that you want to be in, especially if there were more than one player that were following up, ready to go. But at least the stage wall
मुझे क्या
went
पता.
down unbreakable with those pistols, essentially. But now, 3 of these players for RRQ are looking to be a little bit aggressive towards this B main.
The B main scrap on the cards here. Cushy ready with the shock dart off the
Nah,
back of
cool.
Zan's contact. Dart
Aye,
doesn't get dealt with because the
aye.
judge has been able to creep up on the line. In comes the curveball. Zan up close gets
Nah,
nothing.
cool
That is a bit
hai.
outrageous. Timotino with the opening pick and now the orb on offer for 100 Thieves.
यार
The
नाखून वर्ड
timing
इतने
with
टाइम
these
से
two
सुना ही नहीं है
duelists
इसके
is
लिए
so
दिमाग में ही
phenomenal.
नहीं
The
आया.
flash going in, Timotino taking that wider angle. Asuna being able to hold that close. This is the synergy that I was talking about. Yes, it's a bonus round, but it's still really nice to see a lot of these little micro plays that they're doing. Now, just
I
holding,
hope ये
being
chain
patient,
reaction
waiting for
में ना
some sort of
convert हो,
regression
कपिल, वरना
from
तुम
RRQ,
गए.
but it looks like that regression is actually towards the other side of the map. Vito sitting in that mid-smoke, trying to hear any information, but 3 RRQ players gambling the wrong side.
Yeah, this is just no-nonsense stuff for 100 Thieves.
मैं बोला ना नाखून वर्ड सुना ही नहीं है सालों से तो दिमाग में नहीं आया.
Timotino posting up on the spawn side. RRQ. Gamble is stacking on the wrong side of the map. But if anything, now on the bonus, just looking for a couple of guns in damage as Xfero closes in on this B main flank.
trying to get any of these weapons down for 100 Thieves, but looks like they're not going to give it to them. Playing very passive, very disciplined, not going to overextend anywhere, but 3 of these RRQ players playing for exits, actually, towards this spawn side. Xfero trying to play that off angle, try to get a pick, but this is well played by 100 Thieves so far. Just holding, re-hitting, waiting for any aggression. They're all going to be going towards the side of Xfero, and hopefully he can get 1 or 2 of those guns down just to do a dent in their economy.
For sure. I mean, this B site on Ascent is one of the best places to play exits. On the defense. Oh, giving that frag over to Asuna does get himself the run it back online. So that is worst case scenario for an RRQ who don't really get too much done in that bonus round. Zan had a chance to have some impact at close range with the judge in B main, but from there things kind of just a domino effect all kind of fell down. And 100 Thieves now in a very strong position going into the first gun round of their attacking side.
Yeah, lots of rounds to work up, but this right here, that was really nice here. Soon immediately getting the pick onto Xfero too, denying any of those exits was really nice. And run it back already online for Asuna. He can use this really well to find that operator on the side of Jemkin. He's holding it towards that mid, but he's using that ult towards that A main, getting the pick. Oh, sorry, Bang getting the trade onto Zan. Zan immediately getting the run it back, and the really quick A split coming in from 100 Thieves.
Great cages in from Cryo there. Not able to allow Jemkin any vision at all. Xfero tucking himself in towards Generator, going to TP out of the side, which leaves Cushy high and dry. Crazy Guy at least able to catch one on the cross, healing up his teammate, and now into a 3-on-3 post plant.
Yeah, no smokes there for the side of 100 Thieves to be able to cross that heaven safely, but they do manage to get it down to a 3v3. Jemkin using this tree side to get that pick, trying to walk up, get anything that they can, accompanied by the Vito, but Bang here, going to put a smoke down at the right time, walks into the smoke, gets the pick onto Jemkin, but Xfero immediately trades. Crazy Guy trying to go for a pick, and Xfero actually getting 3 through that smoke and tree.
Yeah, evolution off the back of the defuse as well. That's a really nice retake for RRQ here. With only 2 guns.
Chalo guys, that is our call to switch.
And C and BBL have to be on top of that starting from the defense.
All right, here we go. Decider map of our first series of EWC 2026. It is BBL and EDG both getting 1 win, but looking to close it on out. To call it, let's send it on over to Mitch and Tom.
Thank you very much, D-Gon. Yes, it's time to get our 3rd and final map underway. BBL and EDG trading out each other's maps, and now we're all the way to Sunset, Tom. This will be the end of the series. The ideas that they're bringing, I love what I'm seeing on EDG. Again, very similar, as the desk was saying, to what we had on the last map, but this is a very unique composition when it comes to this map. Over on BBL, a little bit more standard, I guess, with the kind of double Sentinel, having that Viper there, quasi. But exactly as I think D-Gon said.
Who?
The host guy.
Oh, that guy.
The one who was talking a bit more than he should be.
Nice.
That guy was talking about, I'm not sure if it's right, but it was hard for this defensive side. It was hard for EDG against this defensive side, against, albeit a little bit more of a stopping power comp, and a lot of it was Larocque on the deadlock, which they're keeping here, which I'm very happy about after the performance he just had. Let's see if EDG can crack the code. Already picking up the pace towards this B site. All 5 players in main.
Now, where's Rock?
Sensor waiting for them on the other side. Net thrown out, but after taking the orb, they have ground to a halt. Of course, with a snake bite down, you don't really have a choice, but there are already multiple players here walling off the cross, but Larocque, he hasn't stopped. He's still rocking around the clock with everything. He's got 3 players, nearly a 4th through the smoke as well. 2 HP remaining and a chance to maybe even ace the pistol round. He will do it. 2 aces already, and we're only in the first series.
If this tournament was a blank space, he's come in to write his name. The ink is permanent. Unbelievable stuff from Larocque. Perhaps the deadlock main from now on out. He looks unbelievably comfortable. And here, the utility is slow. I like that they drew the net with the snake bites. Sometimes you'll stagger those just to delay, but the idea was catch them and they instantly have to pull it out. And the snake bite's going to take them out of the round. And then you can spam in.
ये भी late start हुआ था, 5 बजे शुरू हुआ था.
As soon as the snake bite fades, Larocque finds everything. 5 kills under his belt. Stepping towards that
ये
ultimate
खत्म
in the
होगा
very early
उसके मान
stages
लो
of the round
15
could be
मिनट तो
very
ब्रेक होगा
impactful
15-20 मिनट आराम
for
से
this squad. But the start from EDG is kind of what you'd expect. Slow as they play for the extremity control and fight for those orbs, as Kukuka said. This is a big part of BBL's defense, will be denying those orbs from finding their way into the hands of EDG when this composition has so many
Okay, bro,
powerful
you
ultimates.
can't whiff that.
Already seen them
Why
manage
you
to
whipping?
do an immense amount of damage with just pistols, so they do have to be careful. However, this time, Lovers Rock, Rose, the Rock even with an extra little bit of spam.
Deadlock
He's now
me.
one away from his ultimate, and Rose is on
Crispy,
the climb to get
crispy.
towards his. BBL 2-0
Confidence आ गया
comfortably.
भाई लारोक में crazy उसके बाद.
And now we wait to
क्या ही
see what
मार रहा है.
EDG have got prepared on their attack.
Well, this is definitely where things are set up decently for EDG. They found a few orbs onto Signed already. You can see he has 2 deaths.
क्या
yet
बात
4
है
orbs,
Faizar?
which means
Welcome
he's
back
finding
to
some around the map in each
Cookies.
round. Now you move to the next
Faizar
one.
Cookie
If
बन
you
गया
can
फिर
just
से.
find those orbs again, or get one and get the kill in the opening.
RNTX का कब है?
There is an opportunity for that run back
RNTX?
online, post plant or pre.
भाई
Reminder of score
RNTX?
of the previous map, 13-7 is where we ended.
LCQ में तो NSP
Not the
है.
score right now because we wouldn't be playing anymore. So keep that in mind.
अबे ऊपर क्या स्कोर आ रहा है? 13-7.
He is telling
भाई
us
क्या
that
नशे कर रही है आज EWC?
Kankan already.
पहले उधर मैप्स वाला गलत दिखा रहे थे, अभी स्कोर 13-7 दिखा रहे और गेम चालू है. I'm like what am I watching?
Lovers Rock being set up with an operator might not necessarily be expected in this round. Kreven gonna put himself into the corner. That's as easy a kill as Kreven will get all day. However, for Lovers Rock, this
अभी फिर से
becomes a
13-7.
bit more troublesome. His
अरे
reposition though
जीत
might
गए
just be
BBL. ये
sublime.
चलो
Oh,
PRX
the
का
timing
मैच
not quite
लगाओ.
working out for him, but he goes out
जीत
for a
गए
little bit
जीत
more.
गए PRX का
Kankan
मैच
with a
लगाओ.
4K,
जीत गए
not
जीत
quite the
गए
ace of his
जीत
opponent
गए
just
जीत
moments
गए
ago,
जीत गए.
but it will still bring
मैं
them
तो
around no
बचपन से
matter what.
फूकी हूँ
Yeah,
नहीं.
listen, at the end of the day,
If you
around
are
is
my
around for
member, then you are
EDG, and
cookie,
Kankan
else
being
you no
online
cookie.
early on is exactly what we want to see. He said it in the last map. There were moments where he was a little quiet. You think back to the first map.
Someone's getting
Second half,
fired.
he was a demon. In the first half, he was good.
अरे
And
but
it's funny
ठीक
because
क्यों नहीं
you
हो
almost say
रहा
he was
है?
quiet in the first. It was 15-15. He was
पिछले game
doing
का
his
चल
job.
रहा है
He
अभी
was
तक.
helping out in the
All
push.
right.
But for him, that's
Yeah.
awful. That's dreadful. That's the worst day he's ever going to have. The guy's got such a high ceiling that seeing him anywhere near the floor, and his floor is still bang average. The ceiling is so much higher.
फिर से 13-7 आ गया.
Don't worry, BBL haven't had this one just yet.
कुछ तो दिक्कत हो रही है.
It's-
Glitch in the
We
matrix
actually
हो
we
रहा
do
है.
it backwards. We tell you who's going to win the round, and then we show you it. Even though in the last round it was wrong. But, you know, you can't always get premonitions right.
Predict
You know?
करो guys,
That's
अभी
true.
सही
To a
over
Mystic
ले आएगा.
Meg, and sometimes they'll
सही
say,
score आएगा.
you know, are you missing someone with the first
एक पॉज नहीं ले
letter of
सकते
their
ना
name being
प्रोडक्शन
M,
के
and then maybe
लिए.
the second being M, and you go, no, unfortunately, he's
ऐसा
still here.
मतलब मुझे चैट में बताया था किसी ने कि टेक पॉज प्रोडक्शन
didn't-
नहीं
you
ले
didn't see where
सकता
that was going,
खुद
did
के
you?
लिए.
Thanks, Mitchell
really
McBride.
मतलब I
Tom's just
feel ऐसा
bodied me
होना
to
तो
start out
नहीं
this
चाहिए.
round. That's fantastic. First pick, first blood, me. As we move towards the A site, a little bit of a split here from Chichu. Spike's went back in the other direction, but
Yes,
it's Chichu
he
cutting off the
scored
rotations.
आएगा.
No one's challenging him from the left side as well, but Kreven's got the angle on lockdown. Now moving towards A. These players have lost the
हाँ नहीं ले सकते ना,
second
कुछ
leg of
प्लेयर्स
their
का इशू होता है
attack.
तभी ले सकते हैं.
smoke that
UI
went
ही
down on
हटा
short for
दिया
a
तो
moment,
ठीक
kept that
करने के
player
लिए
back, but
हटाएंगे
now we
तो
see
ना
him
भाई.
walking forward, looking for the battle.
There they are.
Running out of time, and well, so many angles left unclear. One of them is still that backside. They're doing well to find this back, though. Nobody doing a fantastic job, but there is still the judge in the
Lol.
darkness,
Dono
sitting,
थे भी
waiting, biding his time. Lovers Rock is going to clean things up. A costly round, and there you go. See, I told you.
That's it.
Premonition.
This is the problem. Sometimes, Tom,
What's
when
the
I'm
real
rubbing your
score?
crystal
I
ball,
couldn't
I see the
keep
future. I
up
get visions, of
with the
course, but it's
scores.
like silhouettes in the fog.
Which is better, mine or Clinton?
I haven't. I'll have to do some more
Yeah.
research on
I
that.
think
Due
it's
diligence.
More
3-1.
groundwork there, and we'll
I
we'll
think
get
it's
down to the
3-1
nitty gritty of it.
क्योंकि
little bit
बाय
later
राउंड
on.
EDG
Rapid
जीती
with the
थी
comms.
and then
He's
हाँ
definitely getting
3-1.
into
देखा?
this one, of course.
I was right. It was
We
3-1,
know
man.
that this group's going to be
3-1.
tough. EDG have already shown that you give them even
अभी
just a
वो
little
लोग का
bit,
eco आ
they're
गया
able to
क्योंकि
start coming back.
अरे
And Lovers Rock, he just loves to stick around just a little bit
Lovers
too
Rock.
long. Maybe that's what the name actually means, because he loves to be a rock, stay
you are
in the same
supposed to guess
place.
the score. I did. What's
It
my
could be,
reward?
yeah,
बताओ
I
क्या
would
मिल
say
रहा है
it's
मुझे?
almost definitely what it means, Tom.
Good.
Where it's come
I'm
from.
glad we're in agreement.
Let's never ask him. Way to go about this. Drone destroyed. They haven't seen Larocque in that close corner still. Paranoia has gone out, but still they're not pressuring him. He's behind the wall. Now the vision comes back, and he's ready to fight. Finds himself 1-3 in the end. This guy, unbelievable performance all series long, and he's done it again, man. You just can't doubt him. They hit that Paranoia to deal with him, but the Viper Wall gave him enough room to just wait it out.
It's just, he's got some of the shakiest aim, but like it's so accurate in the way he does it. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Insanely high sense.
Most of the stuff he does. 9-1. As I said, we're in the first series of the entire tournament, and this man already has 2 aces. So I think it kind of tells you the form that he's come in. One of the brightest sparks in Turkish Valorant. Still incredibly young. There is a massive career ahead of Larocque, no doubt.
Ahead of this whole team. Well, most of them.
Wow, that's just brutal. wow. That was.
Hey, Angel lasted a long time, actually, to be fair.
Engine oil वाला वड़ा पाव?
40.
Rose is like.
ये कौन सा वड़ा पाव खा रहे हो तुम?
Ancient man. He's up there with you now.
Oh yeah.
उसके बाद खा के कैसा ब्रूम ब्रूम करते हैं क्या?
8 years older than him.
What you're not knowing at home is Tom did just shed an actual tear up just and hit the table.
No, that's sweat from the ball.
Yes.
We'll polish it in between the series. Well, EDG picking up pace towards the B site. Run it back is online. Need to break that wall first, and then Phoenix is going to come sprinting through. Delayed the play, though. It's delayed way too much, so the guys in market, they get isolated, dealt with, deleted, and now Sign doesn't stand a chance. The Hunter's Fury honed in on him. Another round for BBL.
Yeah, they were taking so much damage. I think it was genuinely through their own problems, because they put a wall down to second the angle they could get caught from. Then they just get absolutely owned by the snakebite, holding them into the corner, and then they start getting spammed out and obliterated by Rose. 5-1. This defensive side looking impeccable thus far from the side of BBL.
Gold medal देना मुझे रूम में टाकना है.
Some of those superstars on the other side really wake up to the table. Chichu was one of the major reasons they were able to get through.
Black
Map number 1 with a victory. He's yet to get a kill.
But remember, he was missing, and then he was found in a big way.
On map 1.
I have to hope that it's the same story here, and not a more tragic ending. A little bit of damage traded out. This isn't a strong round for EDG, so of course you're going to send your headhunter to try to find some picks. Chichu's got the rifle as well. That's slower game for him, but they clearly still believe after what they saw in the first map especially. Second. Not ready yet. But the problem is they're pushing in. Still a minute on the clock, but they have to get past Loida. Paranoia's going to buy time. Smokes are online as well. That Paranoia was almost way too late. In fact, it was. Jenny managed to slip past. Luckily, though, Rose is finding 4 people in A-main. Big picks across the board, and Chichu.
Really?
Nice
I
try,
really didn't think he put the rest through, but now it looks like a great idea. He's tagged Lover's Rock to 28.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of desperation,
competition चल रहा है. कौन सबसे ज़्यादा
they can make it work. Lover's Rock desperately low.
They've
only got 25 seconds of the flank coming through from Larocque. He does go down eventually. Chichu with no friends left to play with. The cross is definitely not going to be easy. He's got 15 seconds. If they just tuck in the corner and don't just wait for him to plant, there really is nothing he can do from this scenario, and that's exactly what Kraven does. It is another round onto the board, a little bit shakier in the middle. But again, we're seeing the step up of the IGO. We mentioned it. He has a couple of bad maps, and then you see what this man could do. An impactful 4K. And I believe that, I don't know if it does or it gets him very close. He might be on the same kills at this point as Larocque.
Yeah, there you go. 10-3 from Rose. And you look at the first map, even the second, the guy was only killing people from behind. He was struggling even then, missing a lot of shots, like it looked messy. And we talk about the value he brings, even when that's the case. Oh, that's brutal. Kong looked like he was far enough forward. Great sidestep coming through from Loida, and he's made the TP up top. Lover's Rock finding one in mid, and Loida's even re-smoking this. They're not going to expect to be here. That's not an ideal fight for Lover's Rock. They've just gotten the man advantage back in the neutral territory. B-side certainly looks under threat. Kremen's trapped. He's been taken by the Collector.
It's back. Leave it even, but Rose once again strikes Larocque in the corner. They're walking backwards into his angles as if he needs the help. And nobody... Oh, he's got to try and sidestep, and he will. Plant available, but look how fast the flank is. I don't even think he's going to have any idea that someone could be here so soon. And well, not quite the cleanest, but he had so much time to find that kill. 7-1
One-sided match.
From a very close first map that could have easily gone BBL's way to what is looking like a dominant finish. 7-1 in the lead, and I'm yet to really see anything that makes me believe EDG are going to turn this around.
Well, that's the crazy thing. Again, we talked about EDG with the stand-in. That definitely knocks them down a peg. But for BBL, in my mind, you're looking at the first map slipping away like that. I think it's already over. They bounce back to a relatively dominant map, too. Like 13-7 is nothing to turn your nose at, especially not against EDG, especially not on their map pick. And now they come into this one, and it looks like Rose has got some performance enhancements. Like, I don't know how he's bounced back this quickly, map to map. Same stage, same setup, but a different man, it seems. 7-1 now for BBL. EG struggling to get off the starting point.
Yeah, I'm wondering if the next game we see them, if they might go back to the comp from the first map. Obviously, that was clearly based on just it being a stronger map for them, but we yet to see the sign show too much. But also,
मतलब
it's more
3.5 से 4
like,
लीटर आराम से हो
great
जाता
when
है मेरे
playing
को क्योंकि
Omen,
बहुत
has
प्यास
struggled
लगती है
elsewhere. Gianni as well. Haven't really seen too much from him on the
3
Omen.
तो मेरा मिनिमम
Maybe
है
a swap will have
एवरीडे
to
का
happen, and well, it seems like speak into existence. Chichu's gone again. Lovers Rock.
भाई Lovers Rock ऐसे ही मर
He
रहा
has
है
been
हर
caught.
round.
His mid pushes haven't had too much success. A little bit hit and miss.
Very risky
Dead though.
plays and no
EDG have
reward.
got it even, but you look at the ultimates that are online, and they've got to be careful they don't end up walking into the rock.
Finding his way behind A, hoping to catch this player on the right side of mid, but there's no one there. It's a very passive play from Larocque, the sensor. They could have walked past it, but they didn't want to risk taking a fight with it online, but it does give the indication that maybe there's a bit of trouble brewing for Loida. So he goes running up, takes that space, and now regroups with his teammate. A nice adaptation to being surrounded like that. And now they can pincer from both sides on the retake. That's very early.
I think it's just to have it primed and ready. Oh, it's not pretty. He's caught the ult. That's not
Bye,
ideal.
बेचारा.
I like that from nobody. He's even going to break it free.
Oh!
But instead,
Never
Loida
mind.
strikes. It's a quick, well, doubles technically.
What?
But it's more so just the
What?
impact that it had.
So
Another
how is BBL
resurgence
playing
in a
so
round that looked
good?
like it could have gone the way of EDG, and instead
It's
they
like
survived
ये
with
लोग
3
जो भी
players.
कर रहे हैं सब बस इनके फेवर में
That
जा
looked
रहा
like
है.
a really good idea from EDG. The openings were there.
ऐसा नहीं लग
The
रहा
TP for the flank up, the split through
कि ये
mid.
लोग बस कर रहे हैं.
I do, and I understand why
जीत
they
जा
break
रहे
the
हैं. कुछ
sensor,
तो कर
because
रहे
again,
हैं.
if that player peeks and you're stood there, you fire one shot, you are dead. Both of you, you're getting stunned up and gunned up right after. And so instead they break it to run through. But that's when immediately Loida goes, oh, they're behind me. I can't just stand here and wait. I can't even go spawn to retreat. Gotta go forward. And, well, it worked wonders. 8-1. I'm having to scrub my eyes to even believe what I'm seeing. BBL winning this series was on my cards. It was possible, but not like this
Maybe
on
हो
a third
सकता है
map as
कपिल, you
well.
never know.
Still plenty more
किसी
rounds to
reason
play with,
से
but
stream नहीं हो पाया
EDG need
तो
they need to find a footing
पहले record कर
extremely
लिया.
quickly
हो
because they are
सकता है.
slipping and it's a long way down.
Denied by the early utility once again. Weaponry is not great in this round. They have some rifles to play with. They've found some space for Kankan in mid, and the Rock playing on the edge of this smoke is definitely risky, but a risk that pays off. No trade for him just yet. He's still in this smoke. They still need to clear him. And surely they're not expecting him to be anywhere near this close. Instead, he goes swinging out. A second kill in a spot that looked like a death sentence. And now the operator honed in on the angle. Gianni with a 1v3 clutch, and he stands no chance. BBL continue their run. And it's looking like it's going to go all the way to the finish line.
I can't believe this. Every round I say it, and every round I find myself back here again. How is LaRock getting this much impact? He seems unkillable in the first few fights.
Yep.
Everything's working for BBL. Rose has entered another gear, even with LaRock showing up. He's still just one behind him. And for EDG, everyone's gone missing. Chichu is putting out belters, 4Ks, everything you want. Konkon's had more than a few rounds where he was dominating. This attack side has been quiet. Even as hopeful as I was about the comp, they've lost two through the wall.
भाई लोग तो आगे आते ही खत्म हो जाते हैं आगे आते ही खत्म हो जाते हैं क्या चालू है
That round took about 15 seconds. That was one of the fastest rounds I think I've ever seen. That was just a full all-in fight. And they dominated the initial from Loiter. And then they just continue their aggression. And this has always been the most terrifying thing with BBL is the moment they're confident, it's not like they then go, okay, now maybe we play a bit passive. No, they keep running and gunning. They keep taking riskier and riskier plays. And they all pay off. 8 rounds in a row, looking for an 11-1 defensive side half. And unfortunately, it feels like EDG might have used all that energy in map number 1.
But since Summit is a new map, तो इधर नहीं है वो map.
A desperate attempt to open the round, blind fire, nothing found, and the judge is still in the corner. The smoke up from Loida. He's seen two. He knows there's danger. That's a risky res with the judge still in play, and they'll find themselves more than a few. A 3 versus 2. After that initial fight, the ult at least sidestepped. LaRock won't be finding one, but he will box them in with that wall.
At least know he's
behind, but looks like him and Kraven are almost setting up the join. Lovers Rock ult popped, but I think finally deciding it wasn't worth the risk. Know exactly where their opponents are, and even them to just drone to try and clear some of these closer angles. The problem is the second player is ready for the contact, ready for the swing, and in the end it is utter domination. A singular round. It was only their bonus round that they lost. Every other round in the half has gone the way of BBL.
Hard to really believe the series we've had so far. For BBL, Ascent, like we said, EDG picking it seemed like a mistake. You're coming up against a Turkish team. It could have been what sent this 2-0. And honestly, looking back, maybe EDG would have preferred that. Lose the overtime and save yourself the embarrassment here on a final map known to be good for them in the past. Obviously, it's not been around for a while. And it looks like a lot has changed.
I see.
The Viper wall is so annoying towards B main. It's burning utility or burning the clock as you take main control. The deadlock seems to always be in the right place at the right time. And then Rose and LaRock, I don't know if we need to check their PCs, if we've given them access to the internet in between these games, because they have shown up on another level.
Well, yeah, I think there's been nothing missing from this BBL performance.
Forgive me.
Got players popping off across the board. You've got utility perfectly placed to just create disruption. I think we've had a load of paranoia assists. Flanks have been perfect. I think all of the Viper utility as well. Like, okay, maybe not the most kills Kreven's ever going to have, but every single time they try and do a faster execute in towards the B site, his snakebite just delays, and then they have the operator there. Like, think about the kills that Lovers Rock has had. It is, okay, my teammates have held ages on this side of the map. I'm now here with an operator just to end it. He has been just as annoying as everybody else, and unfortunately, it just feels like there's nothing to break through all of that utility on the other side. There has been no player that can dive in. The Phoenix hasn't worked. The later Lux, even though we have seen aggressive rounds, at times, they can walk into Konkon's angle and seemingly eliminate him. It has been uncharacteristic, and yeah, sure, we've got the caveats. We know that this is a squad that has weaknesses, but I don't think we ever expected it to just be this dominant.
This is EDG, yeah.
Not at all. On any map, to be
honest.
Like,
needs to
coming
stop
here to Sunset, it felt like even with the standard,
Chat prediction though.
Even to favored fight for EDG.
Aditya, क्योंकि
that timeline is utterly
last time
ridiculous.
कौन जीता था? Heretics, I feel. So they have direct invite. इसके लिए.
LaRock 17-5, Rose more importantly 16-4.
Well, look at Loiter. 12, 5, and 16 assists.
Chat
And a
predict
lot
करो
of those are
pistol कौन
paranoia, by the way.
जीतेगा.
It's not like, oh, they walked through a smoke and I got... No, he's actually
He's got
been...
a few of those, but it was a lot of paranoia.
Yeah. A lot of paranoias in the early setup of the round.
Can
Now all they need
EDG
is
do
this pistol.
Fnatic and
That's
NRG?
it. Pistol round.
Fnatic versus NRG.
It
No.
will be EDG having
No,
to force.
no, not
Well, I guess
happening.
even if they win the round, they are going to force. But yeah, no matter what.
Not happening.
And they will need a flawless defensive side.
Watch your eyes. कैसे देखूं खुद की
Oh,
आंखें
certainly
में?
not in a rush. Towards
Fine.
Concon now. The slide forces him back. See the confidence, not quite there. To stick around, and as Rose takes one, the sneak up by Signed at least evens the playing field somewhat, if not for the fact that Rose was in a known position, right? He closed the door. They know that he's here, but this fight could change the game. It could bring them back towards B. He won't win it at least to start. It's a staggered fight. As you can see Chinchu just running away. Rose in the back lines, but no one left on the site now. The plank can be found, and now look at the whole team trying to deal with Chinchu. They've crunched him to leave Signed alone, and guess what? They know where he is.
Assistant
Or at least where
coach
he
clutch
was.
time. Assistant coach clutch time.
Unfair.
Clutch time.
Ask. But it's a necessary one. He needs to clutch this. He's at least managed to get the first. Looking to try and maybe just defuse this behind the box, or at least bait them into thinking that he is. Already, though, it's being watched, waited for. The X1 goes his way as well. A chance for the stand to pull up the clutch.
Coach
And
coming
Signed
up
will
with
keep
the
them in
clutch.
the
Oh,
map.
bhai.
The coaching staff pulls off a massive 1v3
Hey,
and gets EDG their
ये
second
Signed
round.
तो
Well,
है
I'm sure
बे.
he's had a lot of game plans they
Player
attribute
तो
to
है.
victories, but that one right there, that's got to be the highest impact he's had.
Crazy, man.
round from Signed. The super sub sneaking up inside B main and taking a 1v3 across the line. And yes, there were mistakes there from BBL. They got lost in the sauce a little bit. But still,
Super chat बोलने
for
लगा
Signed to
कोई करता
capitalize
ही
on those
नहीं है.
opportunities, he set himself up as the top
कोई
fragger
करे
now
तो
for
लगाऊं
EDG,
मैं.
but one good round's more than enough for anyone to do that. I don't know.
It's the smallest of lifelines, but nonetheless, it is a lifeline. It's something to play around. It's a hope that they can maybe do something in this game. But realistically,
Deploying drone.
going to have to be quite the streak of rounds from here onwards. Of course, for BBL, no reason to overinvest
Fizzler
or put
OP
too much
has
into this
redeemed
round.
timeout. Oh,
You
दे दो
have
guys
such
इसको.
a
Redeem किया है उसने, देना पड़ेगा.
mammoth lead. A chance,
भगवान
maybe.
परमेश्वर भाई पूरा करेंगे. क्या
Put
बात
some
है. Let's
pressure
go
onto
परमेश्वर.
Up the one, they're still ready to fight up close. And in return, they
यार
landed one of
please
their
यार
own.
ये fake
Overslock
comeback
and
नहीं
Kreb are the
चाहिए
ones to
हमें,
come out
please.
ahead. The
We
Pistols
wanna watch
not
PRX.
dead in the water just yet, it
Please.
seems. And a very late lurk from Rose outside this A
They've gone
side.
into spawn.
Gonna be a crunch, but it's
Going
Concon
round.
that you're up against. And he's found the first. Rose a little ahead of the pack. This wraparound, I don't think has been heard just yet, but
They
they
figured
know
it
it's a
out.
possibility.
Yeah, no,
देखो
they've cleared
outlaw
every
है
other
इसके
angle that
लिए
they could possibly
thrifty
be,
नहीं
so they
होगा.
know exactly
वरना मैं
where
बोलती
they're
कि
going.
let's go
Gianni's already going
BBL
to drop the
thrifty
spike, and now
निकालो.
the only last man standing is Kreb, and
अच्छा,
he's still
outlaw
going to make this
चली
even
गई.
more costly.
लेकिन फिर भी
Still,
nice try.
to win this is going to be difficult, but an isolated fight, time ticking down, and Gianni will save the day. It's not a round they should have needed a savior, but they did.
यार इसका मैच तो इसके बाद
As this game goes
अरे
on, if it goes on,
Hi Aman, thank you for
It's like
the
a matter of time.
100.
for BBL, and look at how
Why
much
are you putting my
they
favorite
were able to
sticker?
do here with just pistols in their hands. It's a scary prospect for EDG to struggle this
Phaser
much,
के
to
लिए
be
मुझे
down
लगा
by this
phaser.
much. We don't
आए
just need to see them
हाय.
win up against this full buy, where, by the way, they're coming in with a lot of
This
disadvantages.
this
You
dude.
want to see them dominate. They're
Cute
putting
fam
credits on
Aman
the
W,
line.
yeah.
Three
Cute fam
players
Aman
unable to
W.
rebuy in the next, and ult
W.
online here and now, though, for Signed. The problem is looking at the map, it seems he's on the wrong side. And if they can bait that out, be a big piece removed early on. That was dangerous. Concon's left on 5.
I'll at least get the heal. I mean, he gets to live to fight another day. Nobody trying to just jump spot, but do look like they're going to try and split back.
13-7 मेरा guess था. 13-7
towards
तो
this B side again. It is being watched
production
by
team
GN
का भी
here.
guess था वैसे.
Dart at least might give the game away, but Paranoia leaves him in an awkward spot. Counter to try and slow down the attack, as he does have a teammate in tow, but Kreven's aggressive positioning is going to make this problematic. In fact, it's going to end the round in his tracks.
That was the main way back through for EDG. They were bringing Signed into position so he could play in the spawn and pop that ultimate. Run back through, lead the charge for the team. He gets popped like that by Kreven, threading the needle through market, and it's done. You would think, because they invested so much. And still with the Phoenix ult, it's a 2v4. You're not winning this round. And thankfully, they're walking away. I got very scared seeing them closer and closer to that B side, but a save needed.
Like at this stage, you're 11-3 down. I wouldn't have even blamed them that much for just throwing into the wind. And like they won a 2v4 in I think it was on Lotus. Like they're so far out of this map that I feel like even just letting them get to 12 feels like a death sentence.
I agree with you. I agree with you entirely. Like I could have seen a world where they do that, and I wouldn't
Let's
damn
go,
them
guys.
for it.
800
but
likes.
when you call the save, you can't go looking for picks. What use is a pick for you now? Oh, they've got a little less money. They can buy so many times. You can't. Why would you do that? Anyways, that's a big mistake. And EDG now have one rifle carried forward for a round they didn't even try to win. That's tough.
EDG low feel कर रहे हैं. Why? भाई उनका assistant coach top frack कर रहा है. वो तो देखो तुम.
Just a headhunter into this
What are
round.
the players doing?
The opposing side
अबे kick का आवाज क्यों आया?
have everything bar their ults. That's the only thing that's currently an advantage for EDG. And wow, just look at the paciness of this early move. He needs to win this battle, and he does. That's a gun upgrade, but I was going to say an immediate trade, a labor trade, but does the job nonetheless.
First part is he instinctively jumps to dodge the
One
spray,
kick
but
back
he
to
couldn't
you.
TP.
Back to you,
So
Fraser.
he
Back to
ends
you.
up
One
getting
kick
caught
back
trying
to
to hunt
you.
down that rifle. So we go 4v4 for BBL. Those are the rounds that they've done extremely well in, and it's been threading the needle. It's been sneaking up like that. Rose, the one to do it this time. He's caught nobody. He's trying to embed in a nice spot. They're going to do the same on the other side of the map. Chichu's walking up. He doesn't expect Larocque to be crouched on that corner. That is a scummy play. The ult for Sign will at least find one, but they're on the wrong side of the map.
अबे अल्ट का
They're going to find him. That's the problem. His ult's going to take him right back to where he was, and now Gianni is all that remains. He's just seen a player die on the other side, and because of that, he's going to start rotating towards the B site. But as of right now, Mike is going back the other way. He doesn't even know that he's currently been played. Maybe that's one for free. That at least gives him the knowledge. That's a lot of value found.
It's okay.
What was
a
1v3? Maybe break the wall before it's truly formed, but it will eventually forced to go down. With two players waiting on the other side, with traps set ahead of him, he's giving them information with every step he takes, every move that he makes, and eventually Larocque is waiting. 13-3, a dominant final map for BBL, and one that will take them further in that upper bracket.
After how close that first map was, Tom, I didn't know what to expect going into this set, knowing that it's a home ground for every Turkish player, and certainly every Turkish team out there. We knew there was a chance for BBL to win. When they took it dominantly, carry over to this map because we're leaving Ascent, we're going to Sunset, we're going to Comfort. For the IDG, they were decimated. BBL warming up into this series and looking red hot in the end. Isn't that right, Dagon?
Bro did good.
Absolutely a huge,
He was good.
Upset victory
He was good.
by BBL, the youngest squad at EWC.
चलो तब तक ये देखते हैं उनका next map शुरू हो रहा है.
The
PRX को थोड़ा तो
decider could be
time
on
ही
Breeze,
लगना
which is
चाहिए.
the map you're about to see for this series in the best of three. Yeah, that
My
was.
brain can't take that. I'm just going to focus on this game.
Was real?
क्या मैंने तो गलत ही round देखा अभी
I can't
overlay.
think about that right now, Puckett. We got a game to watch,
मैंने
man.
शायद से गलत overlay
All right,
देखा
I'll
अभी.
let you play
Hopefully
it.
soon.
PRX लिखा था क्या
I
इधर
think our guys are
गलती से.
locked in. The coaches are smiling. Production's all smiles. Let's hand it over for our agent selection. Can I ask real quick before I go? Are Jet and Sova going to be in every single game today?
Potentially so, honestly, but it depends on some of the other maps. We do have a little bit of a change-up from RRQ, though. They are not playing the KO Harbor anymore. They will stick to what they played on Ascent. However, I'm wondering if they
don't think
updated the
Same
agent
comms from
select.
last
I
game.
think that
Those are the
might
comms from
not
last
be
game?
real.
That's my guess. It's from last game. It's a little hangover. We're just gonna replace those graphics with some fresh agents.
I'm gonna need a Bloody Mary right now.
I was going to say, there's no way both these teams play without a Viper or at least a Harbor or some sort of wall controller on this map, because I think it'd be almost near impossible if you play with just the Omen. So definitely a little bit of a slip up there for the agent select, but I'm really wondering if 100 Thieves have stuck to their guns and committed to that double duelist, because again, they've had so much time to prep. They may have made those changes.
Yeah, for sure. I think there's a lot of footage here on RRQ and how they do like to approach Breeze.
Oh.
And when
They're
we
real.
see the agent select, it is actually what they're playing.
is
They're going to
real.
start out
I
on the
thought it
attacking
was a
side.
mistake.
So I guess this just does seem to be the kind of way that they want to be approaching things for the time being. So stylistically, we're going to get very much the same thing as what we saw over on Ascent. Once again, RRQ will have to start out on that attacking side, and it's going to have to take a little bit longer. But I'm seeing Harbor Neon. Yeah, okay,
Yes.
there you go. The HUD has baited me for the 4th time. I'm getting whiplash, man.
I was looking at you trying to be like,
I'm getting whiplash.
You're
Okay,
fine.
let's just focus on
Yes,
the
so-
task at hand. RRQ dashing on into that A site. They do have a lurk waiting in the wings that takes a little bit of chip damage onto 100 Thieves, who are going for a quick flood onto this A site.
Yep, really nice execute here. Taking that backside space. Jemkin going to get the pick onto Timotino, but Cryo is here to trade. 3 of those players on RQ have dropped to 100 Thieves. Make it 4. And all of a sudden, Crazy Guy left in this 1v3. The spike is already being diffused. He's nowhere near. It's not planted for him. And Vora going to get that final pick onto Crazy Guy. And now that 100% pistol win rate for RQ has gone down.
Yeah, I mean, I was expecting that, honestly. That's a really nice retake from 100 Thieves, though. That's exactly what you want to be doing with the Harbor. Just a quick flood straight through middle, dominated the entirety of the map. They didn't get caught out by the lurk. Throw up the high tide and then just cut out that A side in half. Really helps you kind of simplify what you need to clear. And I don't think that RQ really offered much resistance. They're now back down onto an eco, and unfortunately, they've got to take a little bit of a back seat now on this attacking side of Breeze.
Yeah, the fast flood working really well for 100 Thieves. And for RRQ, I'm just kind of interested to see how they're going to farm these orbs, who they're going to farm them on. The dart going in, just making sure that there's no one close enough. Taking that A main space, the orb is going to be picked up by Cushy. Now looking for another A execute again for this side.
Yep, bang, spamming away straight through the Viper wall. Just going to play for the retake. They're quite happy to allow RRQ to have the site, at least for the time being, while this Viper wall is up. Up goes the Blaze wall as well. Suna looking to, once again, try to isolate some of these players from RRQ, but they're actually connecting a little bit with the pistol. Bora silencing that for the time being. He's being tagged up, going to dash back into safety as Cushy cleaned out from the site. It's all onto Clutch Master Xferry himself, but Cryo with the late lurk on through from middle will give the round to 100 Thieves.
God, Vora's positioning this last map and this map so far has just been so good. Able to just dance around those pistols, making sure he's not over-aggressing, not over-peeking into those angles that he could get punished by, especially close range. Vora been so good as such a strong kind of rock player for your team. He's not necessarily anchoring, but he's always there. He's always rotating. He's always ready with a plan. And now we're going to see Cryo actually setting up onto this B site. And another... Oh, sorry. I was going to say another Thrifty. The HUD almost threw me off again. I almost lost the HUD. But we are going to see a gun round coming in from RRQ. It is currently 2-0 for 100 Thieves. The up online for Jemkin.
Now up on the attacking
Hello,
side.
can you hear me? Can you give me a
100
sign?
Thieves have
Hello,
taken
are
A
you
main
here,
in the
guys?
meantime. One way
Can
is
you
going
hear
to
me?
allow Asuna to kind of maneuver his way on through. Something to think about, actually pushing the issue a little bit. RRQ looking for a pick in middle. Just sitting in a 1-3-1. Operator was spotted nicely by the drone, so I think 100 Thieves have got a little bit better of a read at what they're playing against now.
Yep. 2-0 again for 100 Thieves. Slow start for RRQ. Like you said, 100 Thieves understanding, adapting, not taking too many rotations, but still able to get a lot of that mid-round information. Peeking through that nest area, the neon.
Dirty trip set up there. As the trip wasn't actually caught by the shock. Second one will clean it up. Zan now diving into the site. Catches Cryo completely hit by that relay bolt. Doubling up there. Jemkin dealing with Asuna. The flood is ensuing, but Timotino is the last one left, and RRQ's done a really good job of just brute forcing their way into B
Thousand
there.
लात मारे
And
किक
pushing this
वालों ने
last
ऐसे
player
थोड़ी
for 100
मिलता
Thieves.
है.
Bang. He's in another postcode at this point. He's got a
आजमो के
lot of
फ्रेज
running
यहाँ
to
पे
do.
yes.
It's going to be pretty rough. A Bulldog, though, trying to go for at least one more weapon down because getting 3 weapons down on their first gun round is a little bit expensive. The jump peak going to get punished just a little bit because she got a spot out. Bang, bang. Sees just a little bit of that pixel. He's going to go back towards that elbow, trying to catch some sort of exits here. Because, again, 3 guns down would be kind of expensive. You're forcing the majority of RRQ to be on some sort of
got
road buy.
1,000
So
kicks. That's
exits
crazy.
going here.
Yep. See what he's able to fashion for himself.
That
Nice
is
time
crazy,
pick from
man.
Jemkin
That is
tonight.
crazy.
Any chance of catching those players darting back off the side? Nicely
ठीक
done
है
from
फिर
RRQ.
thank you
Just
for
a
the
very
1,000
slow
kicks
1-3-1
in
to open
advance.
up this attacking side. Gun round. And then a really good B execute just to kind of simplify things. They really dealt well with Cryo there. Like he had the perfect setup there on the Cypher. Cage on the side, really kind of making them guess about what his positioning was. He had double trips to kind of keep himself safe. But it was just perfect utility from RRQ. You had the shock dart dealing with one of the trips and the relay bolt into the back left, and from there it was a little bit easier for RRQ to path their way into B.
Yeah, 100 Thieves, though, switching up their defensive setup, trying to fight for elbow. 3 of these players down. The run it down, run it back, pushing it all the way down towards elbow. Doesn't get a pick, but Timotino's going to punish Cushy. Zahn getting flashed, but it doesn't matter because he gets a pick onto Timotino. All the while, 3 more players have dropped, and now all of a sudden it's a 3v3 versus these 2 teams. 2-1. For 100 Thieves, and they're just going to re-clear towards this mid, but the spike is actually down.
I'm not even sure 100 Thieves are aware of that. I think they're a little bit confused as to why RRQ hasn't kind of pushed the issue a little bit. That is a terrible spot to be leaving the spike in a round like this. 100 Thieves, a little bit, yeah, I think they must have seen that. I mean, both, yeah, on the outside of the door, and they killed both of those players. So I think they must be well aware that the spike was dropped there. Zan, going to pick it up. He's done a really good job of pinching that one. It's Throw still lurking over towards B. You definitely don't want to get caught on the cross here as Zan. Very risky maneuver, but Vora gets off the line at an inopportune time, and now Crazy Guy can throw one man pick. He walks back. He walks back and get the pick. Okay, back to B now, I guess.
Dude, this is stressing me out, but the orb gonna be a contact point of noise here. 400 Thieves. They don't really hear it because Cryo's not close enough. The spike is going to go down. They're committing to playing on these trap setups, these traps.
No drop frames from my side.
RQ, they know that there's a whole Cypher setup on A. They vented towards B on purpose. Xfero here, backside, almost going to get a peek into Vora. He doesn't know that he's creeped all the way up yet. Nobody knows, but Xfero gets a pick onto Vora. And now Cryo alone in a 1v3.
Yeah, difficult situation to be walking your way into. And I think at this point, just looking for exits, if anything. Another gun to be saved over for 100 Thieves, who doesn't have much money to buy around it in that next round. RRQ, good 2 gun rounds in a row. Very slow stuff in both of them. And honestly, a pretty awkward situation to navigate their way through. Some good calls in the mid to late round. Maybe a little bit of good fortune, to be honest with you. Just a couple of timings it felt like where 100 Thieves, if they had just held down that midline for a little bit longer, probably could have ended the round outright. But as it stands, another gun round picked up for RRQ here.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. The start of this round was just this heavy elbow fight from both of these teams. 100 Thieves again trying to do that trap setup. We're off of contact. Phoenix has that flash out in his hands, swinging it around the corner and trying to play for those frags. I think it does work out for them, but it just was crazy how RQ was so quick to get those trades and punish, especially Timotino, who had the op on the other side, was just unable to get anything. But again, another anti-eco, anti-thrifty here for RRQ, and they're walking towards the same main.
Zan up on the line, taps the orb nicely. In comes the curveball and the relay bolt. Counter Hunter's Fury coming in from the attacking side as a gun is dropped in the open. Crazy Guy going to deny Timotino get his hands on it. It's a messy exchange that still seems to go the way of RRQ there. 100 Thieves, definitely some potential shoving their way into A main there, but now they're unfortunately going to be put in a bit of an awkward situation. It's just Cryo on this B site on his lonesome.
Really good read here from Zan to tap the orb, try to bait any of those setups, and they're out onto this B side. Cryo alone on this side isn't able to get one. 100 Thieves have done so good with the bandits so far, but it just didn't work out in his favor. Vora now and Bang in this 2v4, trying to get out on site as fast as possible. But man, this is going to be hard. Both kind of low, 41 and 20 HP total for both of these guys. Using that wall to get some sort of map control, to get that space. Both drones coming out, but Xfero's actually creeping all the way up the side of that wall. Tap on that spike. The dart is down. Another dart coming in. Xfero getting both those picks onto Bang and Vora.
Yeah, he was just waiting, seeing what the rest of the team could kind of bait out, but all of the guns kept on through for RRQ, who are starting to pick up a little bit of momentum on this attacking side now. Have pivoted into the double duelist comp. As I was kind of saying before, with Zan being picked up into this roster, they've kind of been playing around with playing double controller. They were playing Harbor KO for quite a long time. Now they're kind of leaning into Jet Neon because, as I mentioned before, Zan is a very comfortable player on the Neon. It's a bit of a specialist agent for him. And Jemkin quite happy to be back on his signature Jet. As RRQ looking into another gun round here. It's looking like a quick mid to 8.
Super quick split, Zan. Stopping because of that molly, but being able to push all the way up. The drone coming in from A main, but they've put a hold on it because they hear Timotino coming back around through this mid doors, waiting with a judge. Zan gets the pick onto Timotino, gets that off of his hands, and Vora using that Sova ult, trying to get as much information as possible. But Cryo, he's still set up. He gets the information. He sees that the rest of the team is out on site. So as soon as it's going to go down mid, try to re-clear, try to get that information. And the retake wall has come in from this harbor.
See RRQ just really slowing this down around down, waiting for some mistakes. In comes the Harbor ult though. Arson has found one. Great spam through from Cryo, making things very difficult for RRQ, and they're just starting to crumble. Crazy Guy trying to pick up the pieces, spotted out by the neural theft, and it's all down to Xfero. They know exactly where he is, and he's been flanked by Asuna. Nice little response there from 100 Thieves. It felt like RRQ were very much in control of that round. They found the first pick. They slowed things down. But credit to 100 Thieves for putting the pieces back together.
Yeah, they did a good job at flipping that site. Phoenix taking that mid control, trying to get a pick onto that Zan. It just felt like both these players understood the aggression on the site because they took their time. They waited for Asuna to just make some sort of chaos, pull some of that pressure, pull some of that focus, and use the timing there. But of course, also Cryo getting a spam through that harbor wall was kind of crazy too, because that was the spike as well. But obviously into this next round, 3-3, both teams able to get full weapons, but it's kind of crazy because if RQ loses this round, they might be forced onto another Thrifty here unless they get those picks.
See how good of a salesman Cushy is. Applies a little bit of util pressure to that B site. Drone goes through elbow, looking to try to fish for a bang here with the paranoia. Blazewalk goes up, and it's a disengage for 100 Thieves.
Really quick rotate, but it gets punished because Cushy, he's walked all the way up mid. Vora unable to get traded by Timotino yet, but RQ doing a good job at just waiting. Both these ops meeting each other. Timotino turning around at the wrong time,
nice
but as
shot.
I say that, he gets the pick onto Jemkin, a 1-for-1 trade, and now all of a sudden, the numbers are equalized.
RQ really having a tough time at finding the clean opportunities and timings that they've been looking for in the mid-round. Once again, slowing things down. 40 seconds on the clock as the spike starts to trend back towards that A side to meet up with Xfero. 100 Thieves are very much in front of this, though. It's just Cryo being left solo. Retake on that B site yet again here. While the rest of the team is ready with reactive utility. You've got the Storm Surge and the Phoenix Molly. So I'd imagine that they're going to have a really good time dealing with this. Up goes the fast lane. Timotino finding that opening pick. Bang inside of the bunker smoke is giving them a lot of problems. Cushy tapping the spike. Timotino able to deal with him. And Crazy Guy is so far out of position here. Panic TP into the site. He will have a little bit of space to plant, but Timotino should be able to just deny that spike. There's no time, even if Crazy Guy gets that pick. And RRQ, unfortunately, again in the mid-round, things are just really not coming together for them.
A struggle. It feels like 100 Thieves so quick to collapse. Their rotations have gone a lot quicker here. They're kind of just walking around through mid because it feels like they haven't been pressured enough by RRQ either. So much mid space is given to them to the point where they're comfortable rotating. That being said, Vora did get caught off guard, so we're going to see a little bit of a change maybe towards their clearing that mid properly before they do those full rotates. And now, still able to buy, getting that operator on the side of Jemkin. They're looking like they're just going to go for another round of these slow peaks, but this time towards elbow.
Runner back secured inside of A main for Asuna. full information for 100 Thieves as Cushy once again looking to try to clear the Cypher trips. One of them dealt with. Up goes the Cage. Inside of the smoke is Timotino hiding in the opposing team's fast lane, and he's found a decent timing. That's a hell of a trade back from Zan as the Hunter's Fury coming in does deal with Cryo, or at least make him uncomfortable enough for Crazy Guy to do his due diligence, and RQ will take this A site.
That was a really good zoning out from Cushy, just being really annoying, forcing Cryo to get that peek over the wall or take his one. The drone's going to give so much information that these players are on site, but they still don't know where Jemkin is. He has this full flank control. As I say that, he turns around, run it back, down on side. Suna gets the pick onto Cushy, just jumping around. He's able to get it, and Crazy Guy now back site, and Jemkin with the operator in mid.
It's a nice flank timing, but Asuna, they were not sure where he actually completed that run it back from. And now Jemkin being locked out of this round by the high tide. Asuna's got him marked. Up goes the Blade Storm, but inside of that cloud burst, Asuna was ready. And this will be a nice little defuse from 100 Thieves to get themselves on a nice streak of rounds here. They've gotten very close the last 3 in a row, but every single one of them has gone the way of 100 Thieves.
Again, it's this post-plant situation for RRQ. The delay is so good on site. They're able to get at least one on the side of 100 Thieves, getting one of those picks, just delaying for long enough that the rotates are here so quick. You can see Asuna and Vora zooming, running, and holding W through that side. Of course, that flank, of course. So much pressure on both angles for the side of 100 Thieves. They're able to just be really annoying in that sense, forcing RRQ to kind of take that timeout, because now they've lost a couple of those rounds that they should have won. It feels like they've had a numbers advantage, position advantage, but it's just been kind of throttled by the way that 100 Thieves is reacting.
Yeah, a little bit of a dry spell here for RRQ that they're going to try to digest a little bit with this tack timeout. Start to make some adaptations. They've been mixing up the pace. Most of the time playing quite slow. That little bit of a faster pump towards B was one of the faster rounds that we've seen from them, but it's always a little bit telegraphed by the Sova drone and the fact that they have to actually take their time clearing a lot of these cypher trips. So that's really kind of slowing them down, even if Cryo's not having the best of fragging impact so far. I think the cypher utility is being worth its weight in gold so far.
Yeah, and he's been switching it up almost every single round too. When he is on that B, yes, he has a couple of the same trips, but the Cage has just been really annoying. He switched up his position, you never know where he's playing. Then he's also switched over and over again from that A to B site. So it's been working really well for them, but we're obviously jumping back in now. 100 Thieves.
Like abhi wale teams mein Lev is very good.
Yep, has a decent timing here onto Zan. It's a very easy pick to kick things off for the defense, and RRQ post timeout, that's where you just throw all of your plans in the bin. The opposing team already found the opening pick and tagged your jet off the line, forced to defensively dash. So you've got no map control to speak of in a 4-on-5. It's kind of a nightmare scenario for the attackers here.
Old mein to fir loud.
Really scary. No map control other than this elbow. They're holding this double doors, waiting for some sort of aggression. But again, 100 Thieves not giving it to them. They're not giving them those easy fights anymore. Full A main control here. They're hoping that someone taps the orb or at least walks into their crosshairs with that off angle. Timotino now
4:30 PM
towards that
versus MIBR.
Using his op to kind of catch anyone off guard.
Contact play in towards mid doors, has to find some impact here. Xfero, if he plays this one in first, is in for a rude awakening. That's a brave TP for Crazy Guy. And we'll leave it at that. Turtling inside of the side, trying to play the crossfire with Bang. It's a beautiful little recon dart in from the Sova, and even if he's pinned into the corner and dealt with, Jemkin on only 50 HP has not much to do here. Timeout completely ineffective from RRQ, and 100 Thieves slapped them away.
Versus MIBR, yup. It is GE versus MIBR tomorrow.
They didn't have much going for them, you know?
Game to
if
watch.
you don't make big plays, you don't get big results, Athena, okay?
Well, I think there also was a really good timing from Timotino's part because he did just cross into Nas. But yes, this opening pick, really nice. I love that Timotino is able to go for those as well without requiring too much support. Bora's on the other side of the map. There's no one really following up with him, which could be a little scary if he does get picked off. But he's just so confident in those peaks that it's kind of rewarded them. And now RRQ forced onto this weird by 3 stringers across the board, 2 sheriffs, and they're going towards this B main.
Oh, that Phoenix Molly is really doing them a number here. As RRQ looking to dive into the site. Beautiful little spray control from Asuna, and the curveball's even better. Up inside of the dark cover. Crazy Guy has TP'd up to try to get something done, but Asuna is all over it. Only 1 bullet left in his Phantom. Experos in the back lines. They're very much trying to give Asuna the ace here. Reloads the Phantom and he'll get it done. Beautiful defense there for 100 Thieves. The Phoenix is all that's needed really to shut down that attempt from the Stingers on RRQ's side.
Those are the types of rounds that when I go home, I'm like, maybe I should play on high sense like Asuna does, because he does it so good. He's so consistent with it. It's kind of insane.
It was super important because RRQ with the Stingers here, if they get in the site and get the pit down, that's actually a losable round for 100 Thieves, especially with the comp that they're playing. So cannot understate, you know, there's some anti-eco aces that you're like, yeah, that didn't really matter. But that one actually could have been a bit of a problem for 100 Thieves if he doesn't put some multi-frags together there.
Yeah, he absolutely shut down their winning condition for that round. And we're going to see early double drone from both sides, getting as much information as possible. Vora getting spotted out by the drone. They're not going to get any more information on the 100 Thieves side now, setting up for some sort of mid-fight. 3 players here situated towards here. Vora about to get peeked by the op by Jemkin. He's just holding, playing passive. Who's going to make the first move?
And 10 on the clock here. Very tense stuff. So RRQ are set up in elbow. Down goes the operator. Kushi looking for the trade as the dark cover goes in towards Ness. RRQ putting a lot of pressure on middle. Oh, he's hit him with the little bit of a bouncy dart there. Is really going looking for him with the run it back.
But Jemkin ऐसा ऑफ से अकेले क्यों जाएगा? किसी को उसका आगे का एंगल देखना चाहिए doors, and then he can clear right side. Or maybe he should watch doors. कोई और right clear करे. But ऑफ से ऐसे आगे जाना तो
actually getting all the way up into Nest when Timothy
was through
that tons. It's insane how he actually got that timing to get in and punish Asuna. But a bang. In this 1v3, it's not looking too good. We have 3 of these players ready on site, and Sphero ready with that flank peek. Kind of insane that round. I thought it was going to go down in shambles for RQ after that initial pick from Vora. Obviously, the dart, nobody was able to trade Vora, but it didn't matter because they had this mid setup. But it just didn't work. It wasn't there, wasn't flushed out because of the players.
Guys, PRX का match east पे आएगा.
This is just a round where, I mean, I've been praising our 100 Thieves for their patience for the majority of this game. They very much just try to crunch middle, and sometimes
please,
that just backfires for you. They really sent it in with the runner back and find the right timing that they were looking for. Sometimes that happens. But RQ now on 4 attacking side of rounds, even if the last however many, I feel like the last 5 or 6 rounds have not looked particularly close, and we still have 4 on the attacking side for RRQ. So they're doing due diligence at least. Blazewall and Storm Surge gonna secure a main control. Going for the orb is bang. In goes the relay bolt. RRQ looking to punish, but unable to do so.
The A main fight coming in. Asuna getting the pick onto Zan, and he's gonna fall back. Away, give another peek for RRQ, and all of a sudden that's their neon down. But they still have this op online for Jemkin, but he's been unable to find an opening pick so far, especially towards this B site where Cryo's just playing on site, playing patient on his cam. Vora though uses drone early. It's gonna have to use that dart at some point to get some sort of information, because RQ again slowing it down in their mid round.
The dart's back up for the attackers as well. Xfero does have the pit for the afterplan. Jemkin looking for a peek over on elbow side, and RRQ kind of waiting for him to get in the mix. As Crazy Guy going to go for an information TP. Asuna, here's that all being picked up. They know that there's at least 1 or 2 players for RRQ. Hold on. They're starting to get some picks. Bang able to trade one back, though, and he rips his ult. Timotino's arrived at the party as well, and that's a great shutdown at the end of the half for 100 Thieves. Just perfection from the Neon and the Harbor to stop RRQ. Any inroads getting into A.
And those same time
that was such a nice setup from them. Really good positioning. Timotino as well, not being phased by all the pressure coming out of A main. The players knowing that Bang has his back on site, just being able to focus towards that mid doors. These are the kind of the small plays that I really like to see from 100 Thieves. But of course, these are so nice to watch. The 3K4 Timotino, and now we've jumped into this halftime. Looking at the scoreboard, 14 and 14 for the double duelists.
I believe in 100 Thieves.
Yeah, doing quite well
I
for themselves.
believe in Asuna.
As we once again have the
tomorrow.
cinematic music. really egging us on in this series.
It sets the tone.
It
करो
does.
भाई जल्दी
Yeah.
2-0 करो
It does
that
what I
Govin
couldn't.
pistol
As
ताकि हम PRX का
RRQ,
मैच
they've
देख
got their work
सके.
cut out for them once again. Down in rounds at the half, moving on to the
G
defense,
का
pretty similar to what
कले.
we saw over on the Ascent side, but 100 Thieves calling has been pretty excellent today. And they're not playing that different of a comp stylistically. Again, double duelists, couple little different bits and pieces. I'm interested to see actually how they approach this attack side. They're going to have to get a reasonable amount of value out of the fast lane and the cages, I'd imagine, because they're only playing the Harbor as a single controller.
Yeah.
Which is not too common. Usually you're seeing that kind of paired with a Viper or something like that a lot of the time. Or you even have Astra or Omen in the mix.
Yeah, I think for both these teams, they've switched on to the stronger sides. Sorry, the weaker sides. There we go. Because that Omen on the defensive side is really good at just delaying and using that smoke to block off those choke points instead of using them to actually execute into a site. Especially when you're playing with a Viper, once you put that wall down, it's gone. You can no longer move it. So it's almost impossible to commit to a site like B when your Viper wall is on A, and same vice versa. And then on the other side of 100 Thieves with that double duelist, it's going to be a lot harder to execute because the retakes, once they use a lot of that intel on that retake, or at least on the execute, they don't have that harbor wall again for quite a while.
I think
They're
MIBR
gonna have to
का
cycle,
also
like you
good.
said, those cypher cages or something else that's going to help them through. Maybe the firewall from Phoenix here, but kind of crazy. I'm looking at these two double duelists to kind of keep up the synergy, but for RRQ, they're starting off with 3 players towards the safe side, trying again to get this A main pressure.
Xfero retake on B does have a wall to slow things down if possible. Spots out a couple of players on the side of 100 Thieves, but will just back his way over towards Elbow and play behind the Harbor wall. Cryo trying to keep Jemkin in check, who's having a little bit of a look in towards Elbow. That's fantastic from Cryo to shut the jet down, and now RRQ are very much under the pump.
Post plant here for 100 Thieves. RRQ seeming to decide against the quick flank towards Elbow. They know Cryo's holding it, but they're walking up. Timotino pushed all the way up, gets a pick onto Cushy, but Zan gets 2 here, dropping 3 players from 100 Thieves, and all of a sudden a 1v1, Sheriff v Sheriff, Vora versus Xfero, holding it down, tapping the spike, but Vora gets that final pick, and another pistol going the way of 100 Thieves.
It's a good way to start the offense. Dealt with Jemkin inside of Elbow, and despite some heroics from Zan, those were some very nice shots indeed, coming back in on that retake for RRQ. 100 Thieves able to win the 1v1 that was necessary. That's their second pistol here. 2-1 by RRQ at the first map, and 2 by 100 Thieves. Which will give them a lot of confidence. They're already up 8-4 in the half. They're switching over to attack now. It's going to force RRQ to once again show their resilience. Something that we know they have. You know, when they're in really good form, they're great at these comebacks, but I don't know, I haven't seen anything too inspiring today from RRQ. I don't get really the sense that they're in fantastic form, but this is a nice B stack at least.
Yep, 5 players from 100 Thieves opting to go for this. They're not holding back. They're just going in together. The trades are all in. Cushy somehow manages to get 3 with the classic, but Crazy Guy left in a 2v1. This is an expensive round here for 100 Thieves, but they're able to get that spike down, not taking any chances, just playing together on that site, high-low towards this. Tons. The peek is in, and Cryo gets the pick onto Crazy Guy.
Yeah, nicely navigated at the end of things, but the B stack does get a little bit of damage done.
Yeah.
So that's the first little test passed for RRQ. At least make the economy breakable as you head into your first gun round. See how much 100 Thieves are going to invest kind of buying around these 2 rifles, but you don't feel too bad bringing 2 Phantoms out of things, especially when Asuna has a run it back into the anti-bonus. You're still probably feeling quite confident as 100 Thieves to keep the good times rolling.
Yeah, and they're grouping up once again. I think at this point, they're just taking that double duelist comp and running with it. Trying to get aggressive, especially in their post plants, taking a lot of map control because
guys, I'm back. थोड़ा सा वो क्या है डिनर का डिस्कशन कर रही थी क्योंकि भूख लग रही है. कोई चीटिंग चल रही है आजकल मेरी लाइफ.
Firewall is going to go up first. The harbor wall is not the initial.
I guess थोड़ा रहेगा ऐसा आजकल स्ट्रीम भी ज़्यादा हो रही है ना.
Running back, trying to get one. Doesn't find anyone, but Crazy Guy and Jemkin are the ones to stop the execute. I say that, but Cryo and Vora, good for their own.
That going down for 100 Thieves. Man advantage. If they win this bonus, it
हमारा
would be
जान
a
नहीं
death
मैंने
sentence
मिस
for
कर
RRQ.
दिया. Hi Harsh.
Cushy.
SK12
working
का
his
कब
way
है?
in. Drone to try to
SK12
read the
का
setup
वालो
here
तो
as
अब
the
अगले
site's
साल
cut
होगा
in half
यार.
by a nice high tide from Bang.
अगर
They know that the Phoenix
होगा
inside of A
मतलब तो
main,
कुछ.
but Jemkin has probably got a lot of work to do
Easy
here, and
win
waiting
for
out the high tide
Vitality.
is
वो
probably
वाला
going
match तो मैं
to really
देखी
time
नहीं.
RRQ out of this round. The Cove
Vitality
will further stall
versus
things.
क्या
Like this
था?
is just
भूल
a
गई.
nightmare to
Heretic?
retake into
नहीं.
for RRQ, and the curveball is where the first move will be made. Hexfero was ready for it, diving in
नहीं.
and out of the Cove there. RRQ.
अरे
What a
यार,
gorgeous
2-0
little
करो.
retake as Jemkin puts 3 together. I did not think that they were going to get back into that
तो
one.
चोरों.
But that was very much
तो
necessary
चोरों
to
को
start to
बोलो
close
guys,
the gap
2-0
of rounds
करने.
here on this defense.
That was
Are you
insane.
PRX
I
fan?
mean,
Yes.
every single
I
kill
am.
felt like it could have been part of a frag movie because that was kind of crazy. But 100 Thieves, man, they took the site. They made
लोगों
sure
का
that they
posture
had the
देखा है,
space
so
back
I'm aware
site.
of my
They just
posture.
struggled to fight together to trade. I think
Yeah.
Asuna here also taking that fight
That
solo
happens.
was a little bit of a struggle. We were complimenting them on cycling that util, making sure that the Harbor util is actually the final piece before they try to do something a little bit too aggressive. And it ended up not working for them. But that being said, both teams with their guns on, with their guns online, and a super aggressive start here for RRQ.
Yeah, Timotino under pressure. Jemkin's dash into the window, and he certainly wasn't ready for that. Bang. Inside of the dark cover as Vora, I think, spraying Crazy Guy straight through it. That's a nice pick back for 100 Thieves that I don't think they necessarily were expecting. And now Asuna taking the space into middle. Drone reply in from Cushy, trying to push them away. Xfero has been scanned out under a lot of pressure here. The shock dance, the Phoenix volley is pinned into a corner, and there's nothing for him to do. The rest of RRQ here just waiting on the other side of the high tide as 100 Thieves start to scramble into 8.
Really quick
ऐसे
response
तेरे को
from
बोला
RRQ,
sign
trying to
करने
collapse
Sop and
immediately
Jemkin
to
को.
help
Sop?
out Xfaro. He did fall, but 3 of these players here towards mid, they just need to make sure that they're clearing it out because Bang here holding that off angle towards doors with Asuna. Nice little crossfire here against 2.
Let's go,
Looks for the
Bang.
third, but Asuna is there to trade instantly.
That's rough for
Just
RRQ.
2 more rounds.
Try to go for something a little bit
Just
aggressive
2
on elbow
more
side. And
rounds.
honestly, it kind of worked out until that spam
I
kill
should
came
wear
back through
my
from Vora.
glasses,
Yeah.
you
And
know.
I think the mid-rounding was excellent from 100 Thieves. As soon as they lost elbow, they took that mid-space. They isolated where that solo A player was playing. And as you can see here on the replay, they dealt with Xfero without really needing to do too much. Great little snake by, Shock Bolt and Phoenix Molly combo. And then just set up a beautiful crossfire across middle. There was not really much RRQ could do there.
The util has been so good, especially when you're looking at a player like Asuna. We've been talking about him a lot, but his flashes have been great for trap setups, his wall being used on their executes, and that molly, of course. It's so nice to see a lot of these small little things, these micro plays that they're using that ends up making them just a tiny
map
bit
game,
cleaner.
and
Makes
RG
everything
PRX,
look
I
a
mean,
little
could
bit
be,
easier
could be.
for 100 Thieves, like taking map control there and
And
being
PRX
able
तो
to
throw
trade
भी
and set
बहुत
up those
करती है.
crossfires. Really nice stuff, and I'm so excited to see how Asuna keeps playing on this Phoenix, especially for the rest of this competition.
Jemkin on the op. Not sure it's something 100 Thieves will be expecting. Tailwind active. Cryo, beautiful little peek on in there. That definitely needed to be where IRQ found some success, and the neural theft to follow up. They can read this setup nicely. Hunter's Fury comes in. Sand trying to chase them down with the overdrive active, but 100 Thieves are punishing every little aggressive maneuver for IRQ. And now with the high trade across yellow and the spam through from Bang, this is looking like a serious point for 100 Thieves.
They've taken all the space. They have
Easy,
the numbers.
easy
They're
match point,
forcing
easy match
Crazy Guy and
point.
Xfero to fall back. They have to save these weapons. This is not winnable for them. 2v5. They need to buy around these guns, of course, because now 100 Thieves is going to be on match point with this. And man, if I was RQ, I'd be sweating right now because it's looking so hard. They don't have any idea of how to stop this kind of force push by 100 Thieves. They're just running it down at some point. Still doing it with conviction, still doing it with strategy. They're not just holding W all willy-nilly, but they're able to get those picks. They're able to just trade off of each other so well. It feels like they're able to speed up no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, that setup is just a bit of a domino effect. I didn't even mind it. I think the op was something that 100 Thieves running a bit of a slower round were not necessarily ready for, but Jemkin just goes looking for information in the mid-round a little bit too early there and gets caught on the timing. If he finds an op peak dashes away there, that could be a completely different story. Especially with the overdrive and the Hunter's Fury coming in on the retake, which was kind of just used in desperation after that. That is what Cryo does best, though. just an instant headshot
मुझे
even onto
जेमकिन
someone
का बट
holding an
सच में
op
ऑफ
line
पे
and
समझ
100
नहीं आ रहा है
Thieves. Now
पोजीशनिंग
on Series
जो
point, this
इतना
has
आगे
been a
जाता है.
very convincing day from them. Breeze in particular, I mean, you could see
I
why they
don't know
picked this
what he
map into this
doing.
series.
Oh, 100%. They've been performing on a map like Breeze. But Timotino going
See?
for that initial
ये तो
pick.
चलो ये तो ठीक था.
Demolishing
इसमें तो
Jemkin,
कुछ गलती नहीं है
absolutely
उसका.
destroying him. And now 4v5 just like that. RRQ are struggling, so they're trying to take that map control back. They're trying to equalize these numbers, getting the information with that drone. They're going to spot out Asuna here. But Zan unable to do anything with that. The drone coming in answer, and they have all this information just holding for 100 Thieves. They don't need to overpeak anywhere.
Yeah, it's very telegraphed from RRQ, and 100 Thieves are all over it. Great patience. Timotino diving into the site, flushes Crazy Guy into Cryo's angle. Hunter's Fury really zoning the rest of the rotators away. Blows up Cushy on double doors. And Timotino up close as the Harbor ult comes through.
GG's.
We'll catch at least Zan on 5 HP. Out comes the Shorty, and Xfero is tapping away. That is ridiculous, but Cryo will finally put an end to it. 13-5 for 100 Thieves.
GG, let's go.
They
अब हम
absolutely
PRX का match
demolished
देखेंगे.
RRQ.
That makes sense why this is their map pick. They've been so phenomenal on
क्या
maps like
बात है
these,
यार.
just taking their
मेरे
fights.
साथ 87
I think today
और
they've shown that they
लोग
have
थे
all
smart
this
guess
really
करने
good
वाले.
understanding of how they want to play together, the synergy, the way that they're coming up with these strats, and the mid-rounding from Vora, of course, has been phenomenal. Feels like they haven't been punished for a lot of those plays other than a couple of trap setups, and once it hasn't worked, they've still had an answer in the middle of the round of how to recuperate.
भाई मैंने
I
टीम
felt
का
like
नाम
for
लिख
the
दिया
majority of that
RXQ
series, 100 Thieves,
MRG.
definitely the
क्या
better
insane
team.
typing है मेरी.
RRQ, once again, a little bit sleepy, a little bit slow at an international event, given that they are still betting in Zan very recently, picking up this player heading into this event. But I definitely know, especially all of the Pacific fans know that RRQ can play a little bit better than that, and in the lower bracket, they'll only have one more chance to do so.
Makes a lot of sense. I think also coming off of that Masters run as well. They're still a little bit tired, but I still think I see a lot of faith, especially the way that Xfero was playing. Man, he was a beast today on that Vito, playing really, really well, constantly getting those picks on the Viper. His lurk timings were really good, just holding, making sure that the team always has a plan B to fall back into. And then also on
आओ तब तक वही देखते हैं अब क्या चल रहा है.
Quite how much damage they've already been able to deal. Sayonara, quick little tap. It has to take a refract out towards safety. Taps here from Abyss, just barely. Not connecting on a Chronicle. Would have certainly had him dead with that ghost.
Oh,
Ball
Identity
out with
versus
Raj
KC
Narate,
है
instantly able to find
बे.
one, but will be felled. Chronicle able to take him down. And look at them, try to recover some weaponry here. And Profit bounding his way up in a window is able to
This is a
displace
good
those 9.
match.
So suddenly it is a 3v3. The Vandal recovered into the hands of Profit, who's still at full health.
Still chance now.
Swing around the back here from Abyss.
अल्फार यार हाँ मुझे मतलब पहले तो लगता था यार बट अभी तो फनाटिक का इतना परफॉर्मेंस ही नहीं आ रहा
elimination. Profit now having to do it all. Would be a 4K
कोई
already.
random
This is an immense
song
amount of damage
बताओ.
dealt here by Vitality on their eco round.
random song
Marshall. Fast lane, sprint
ऐसे
and slide
पूछते तब
available.
दिमाग में कुछ आता ही
Profit
नहीं है.
trying to see if that rewrap has come through. Levin just staying tucked away. The C-long cubby, so the smoke
Why?
will come in. 13 seconds remaining.
I just
Gonna have to make
went
it go of this, and the
blank.
scale forward now from the Neon is going to be coming in. To fully commit onto this plant in back sight. Not going to push the issue, just wants to try to catch him off guard here, but it's going to be Profit dead. The Marshal able to find the one shot, the Vandal will be recovered, but it's one player surviving in the anti-eco.
Yeah, just able to work the map here, even after it looked like Vitality was going to be kind of shut out of a lot of this map, but a lot of the start of this. They're able to get those kills, get
पहले
those gun
केसी में
upgrades
डुलिस
going, and
खेलता
then
था
Profit,
नरेट फिर
who,
वो सेन में गया
you know,
सेन
he's
में
one
ही
of those
was
players.
playing
Everybody on
King.
Vitality can
तो मे भी
absolutely
अभी
go
इधर
crazy
फिर
on
से
this team. Like,
क्योंकि इधर
obviously, it's been
नरेट
talked about
एंड
already, right?
मार्टिन
Super
का
team.
डुलिस डुओ था.
Profit's a big part of that. I mean, I think back to the way he was playing Brimstone on Fracture, even though that gets banned here by Vitality.
ठीक है मेरे
He's
दिमाग
an
में आया
incredible
पार्टी इन द
individual player in
यूएसए.
his own right. That 3K there, almost into the 4K. Very, very
यार
close.
फिर
So
से एनआरजी
Vitality
कब है अभी
already
होगा
feeling
शुरू.
pretty comfortable in
टाइम
this
लगेगा
KC. You're
थोड़ा
going to be
उसको.
coming into this bonus with only a couple rifles. There is a Bucky floating in there.
अच्छा
for
सेन
Nere.
के शुरुआत में भी खेलता था
Dirk got a
डुलिस
chance to do
उतना नहीं याद
quite a bit of
मुझे.
damage, but once again, Dirk is going to be slowed down to the start of the rounds here when he really wants to try to up the pace. Isn't going to get picked though, so still 5 players strong.
Still seeing a lot of early congestion for some of the like smokes and some of that early main space by KC, at least with just the spams to try to keep
ये तो
Vitality
लगता है
honest.
ये पार्टी इन द यूएसए.
One of the things I really like about this Vitality comp is using the waylay to get info, to cause distractions, to make it hard for your opponent to guess. Are you actually just diving in to get info? Are you actually using this to clear space? Are you using it to sell fakes? And on the entry, Levin takes down Sayonara.
Tries to work his way in there, and Durga just cannot steady that aim fast enough. Abbas is able to find him, and now suddenly there's a two-player advantage. Weapons to be recovered. Prophet just TPing into the back of hell. Now trying to slowly scale his way forward out of this position. And he just managed to kneecap Levin there while trying to take down that recon dart. But a lot of this pressure now onto Yumpy's shoulders. And he is able to bear the weight. He kills found in just a rate now with a Bucky in hand. Spotted
Martin
out.
is in
Should fall. No,
Gentlemates now.
We'll find that one. Blaze wall to be situated. A curveball to be sent through it. At the ready. And for now, Yumpy forced away. Talk about the previous round being damn good for Vitality with the damage they found. Now the very
Easy
much
win for
same could be said for
Vitality?
KC.
I don't know.
Yumpy will be able to get the 4K, get the round
Oh,
on the board.
Yumpy
They
with
deny
the
the bonus
4K.
conversion, but it's, again, significant damage dealt by the team with the lesser weaponry.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, very happy that you're able to get the clutch, but this entry here,
Easy to
Abbas
nahi
able
hoga,
to
bro.
step to
KC
the
is
side
good.
into the cubby, avoid a lot of that initial util dump, finds that big kill. DOS9 there goes for the TP, try to catch Vitality off guard. Does not work at all. Yumpy, Johnny on the spot, hyped up behind us. A big one. He's able to keep that in check, but look at Levin. Knows the econ situation. All but one player. Gonna be one tapped to that outlaw.
Recon to scout this one out. Prophet unable to get away from that one fast enough, but Dirk is there on the scale forward. He gets himself on the board for the first time alongside Sayonara, who's able to find a rate. Levin only able to peel back that one kill. Chronicle will continue to have a little bit of a rough go of it here, but Prophet now forward into that smoke, trying to scale. Ends up eating some damage, but Sayonara is taking names. He's looking for another one, but Sugetsu beats him back. Gets this into a 2v2. Very winnable now for KC. Yumpy forward onto the site. The Hunter's Fury. Really going to be a consideration from this position. Onto the one in the window. It's the back pedal from Durka playing this one safely. Yumpy will be able to find that first fight, and Durka challenges in to take down Sugetsu. So 2-2, Vitality managed to tie it up.
Yeah, and a nice, simple little execute here. It's been a lot of pressure.
RP
Over
की
on the
क्या
A
थी
site
आज
now,
नहीं हो
that we've
पाएगी
gotten
यार
into some of the
RP.
rifle rounds, 2 rounds in a row. This time they just used the TP from Profik. Sure, he gets spotted, but that's okay, because this time your entry duelists of Durka and Sayonara get in there and get the job done. Clear the site, gets a little scrappy in there. Some good punch back from Sugetsu, from DOS9, but it's just not quite enough, and that's really what this comp is built to do. Just make it so hard to track what's going on the entries. Again, you can use the waylay to get some info, sell some fakes, and a good kill for Sayonara.
That down there. Damage suffered in exchange. DOS9, though, the scale forward is going to grab that gun. Finds himself a second as Yumpy will
यार
fall.
इसका मैच थोड़ी
Damage
देर
suffered
में
has to backpedal away. It's going to just be taking a panic call out to safety back into the B site.
वो उधर टाइमर लगाया होगा ना वो
That's
लोग
amount of
ने
damage dealt by him, though, and this all is to play Sugetsu forward. Spotted him to one. Durka, a double take. Can he find this kill? No. He ends up getting sat down. Sayonara able to find the one, but DOS9 just rescales it mid. Finds that elimination, and suddenly KC right back into this. Prophet, the one that needs the clutch.
Like every single player on
So sharp early.
नहीं अभी नहीं लगाया टाइमर.
Ended in the previous round.
There's
Does not
still
have that to
time.
try to commit into this to just even recover the spike.
Timing on this might just be bad. He just missed Aves. Coming
ये
up
तुम
through
दोनों
Aves.
डुओ का एक साथ ही हो रहा है मतलब डुओ
Forward
में
spike
ही
now,
इशू
but
है.
Alves continuing to work his way in onto this flank. Prophet, can he swing the corner fast enough? The answer is looking to be no.
देख लिया
Forward towards that
उसने.
A connector side, though. Site sees that things have been cleared out. Smoke now plays the plant to come through. But is he going to be ready for this very fast scaling from Aves, who still has a full kit
Can
available
he
to him?
clutch? He does not have flash.
Want to give
So
away
it's
his own
tough.
position, though.
He have to
Try to play this
TP.
quietly, but
He
Prophet
can
snaps
take
on for the
TP.
headshot. And now it's just DOS9,
Secret
and he will
teleport.
fall as well. A massive
Secret
clutch
teleport.
Vitality. Bringing these rounds together one after the other.
Oh, and man, you can see Narrate a little frustrated with that one. This is such a great open. DOS9 able to scale forward, unchecked through window. Gets a couple huge kills, but Prophet again. So steady in this moment. Nice turn onto DOS9. Takes him down.
Secret teleport ने जिता दिया.
getting by the skin of their teeth, and you gotta kind of wonder here as KC,
जरा
have you
सबर
thrown some of these
कुछ
early
लोग का हो
opportunities
रहा
on
है
your map
ये
pick
YouTube
to
का
really
भाई
set
यहाँ पे।
Vitality back?
YouTube पे बफर होता है किक पे मेरी स्ट्रीम बंद हो जाती है क्या करूँ मैं छोड़ दूँ स्ट्रीमिंग
Pulling forward, and Yampi's able to get Levin on the retreat. Durka takes down Aves on the front lines. He's up and over top of the box. And DOS9 is 6 feet under.
You are.
Gets to in right now who have to try to save, to hold on to these weapons. The ult economy looking good for KC. But the actual credits sparse at the moment. These weapons will have to be retained. Vitality might just go on the hunt. Either way, they're moving up 4-2.
I'm loving some of these set executes we're seeing from Vitality with some of the ults in play. We saw early with Prophet using that to tee up the duelists to make the players on A side uncomfortable. Here, another simple, setup. You throw the convergent pass, you throw the Hunter's Fury, you're rushing in behind that with Durka, and they just absolutely knock it out of the park. So I think you're seeing a lot of the early ideas from Vitality and their coaching staff being implemented very effectively by the Vitality players. And again, nothing too crazy, but it's working. It's catching the KC players in moments where they're not ready.
You got me so hard. You got me so
Looked like Vitality was a bit asleep at the start of this one, but
streaming ही बचा.
they have certainly woken up across these last 4 rounds. All of them now built
उधर तो
up
आज तक नहीं
consecutively.
गया वे मुझे पता है पहले
As an
बहुत लोग
operator
करते
lost
थे.
in this for KC, who might be needing to call a decently early timeout into this map. Trying to get the course correct before things really spill out of control.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I think you might want to talk about this just a little bit. Sure, it is your opponent's attacker side on Haven, but it really is starting to feel like you're letting some things slip through the cracks. And especially with the ults in play, you've got Levin's ult. So you've got the overdrive, you've got an ability to kind of have a game changer where you have to buy down a little bit here, but they're going to let it ride.
Still on the table. But for their number to come up, Sugetsu just going to go backpedaling away. Aves going to be spotted.
ये गाने से ब्लेड रनर मुझे ये गाने से
privy to where he would be located, so
आना ही याद आती है
not to be found.
क्योंकि उसका ही वो ब्लेड रनर का क्लिप आया था मेरे फीड में जब मैंने सॉन्ग सुना था फर्स्ट
5v5
टाइम.
for the post play. The Hunter's Fury going to be opened up to try to catch somebody here on the side. Narrate trying to rush his way forward, but Hunter's Fury is able to find the one side. Are going to be finished off now. That neural depth going to be infested. Down to these players. The drone goes out and over the top. Spot the one, DOS9. Now the one that cannot try to go for the stick.
किक ओपी है गाइस किक पे स्ट्रीम करेंगे.
Will end up getting taken down as Sugetsu finds that elimination. Time continuing to bleed away. Chronicle going to be good for the one. Has to go for the reload. Tucks back around the corner, and he's the last one standing. He's just completely outgunned and outnumbered. Will end up getting picked apart, and the round goes the way of KC. Finding their first here after a 4-round win streak.
टाइमर आ गया गाइस उधर.
Yeah, a full 5-on-5 retake.
8 बजे के बाद
you
शुरू
gotta
होगा
like the read from Vitality.
PRX का
They
मैच.
completely bypassed the overdrive early. They've shifted to the other side of the map. You throw the overdrive at A main to try to take control of that space. You do, and that allows KZ to get into pretty quick position there, set up that Hunter's Fury, clear out the 2 players on site, and then they have such an overwhelming numbers advantage there. And with the help of the Cypher ult, kind of know where the players are, and you can just lock it down. Exactly that. Hit some nice shots too. Durka operator. Gonna have any targets early. It's just a
8 बजे सॉरी 9 बजे.
thwart Vitality, and then they're looking again to try to see it. Vitality was going to double down on this C hit.
Like 9:05 around शुरू होगा. 9:05 p.m. 9:05 p.m. PRX का match.
Similarly, right there, ready for that first lockdown to be coming through.
Got a good opportunity here if you can get that Killjoy ult on, because
Wait करते करते मेरा भी दिमाग खराब हो गया है.
Be a good opportunity to clear some space, set yourself up for the plant, but Vitality's been pretty aggressive with their tempo early, been pretty high-paced, but now they want to just take a breather.
PRX का match 9 बजे शुरू होगा.
Some of that early aggression from Levin previously has set them to kind of alert mode where, hey, we need to make sure that we're not giving up that space and that we're kind of clearing the map a little bit more efficiently, more effectively.
मेरा favorite character हो गया भाई
some
वो.
more favorable post-plant scenarios.
I think they're just going to go for a double dash, refract, and drone fake onto this A site. Try to bait them in.
100%.
Oh, there's the saturate, chucked in towards hell.
Hi, Shiro.
Dashing forward, trying to see if he can spot anything. Reveal onto Aves. He's already backed up quite a bit. Meanwhile, Narrate is facing forward down towards C Long. Is able to find the one. Now it's just Prophet left standing with a spike in hand.
मस्त है भाई.
KC just keeping their players in position.
मैं भी करूँगी यार ऐसी आरपी मजा आता है ऐसे बात करने में.
That being said, Sayonara Filter of a shot on Asu.
तुम उसकी
Getsu,
बहन
and now
बन
on Aves.
बाद में करूंगी अभी तो
getting
मेरे
these
से
tabs
एक
jumping
कैरेक्टर
now,
नहीं हो रहा है
running them
भाई
down, is
टाइम
able
ही
to
नहीं
find
मिल
another
रहा है
11.
आरपी करने का
This one standing knows that they've
कौन
eaten
सा
some
कैरेक्टर
damage, knows
है
that they are gonna
आरपी
get
में है
tagged up,
रामपाल
but
सिंह करके भाई मस्त है
try to isolate and pick them apart one by one. Both players tucked into the corner. They bolt. Try to isolate. This is going to be a jump onto the window. And while he will be able to find the first, he cannot find the necessary second.
Yumpy is on a roll.
Profek will be thinking his lucky stars that he managed to have that ultimate online in a critical moment.
Well, this is one of the rounds that I love to see from this composition where you have options available to you. You can sell those fakes. I talked about it earlier, using the Waylay to sell the fakes. This time, they integrate the Sova into it as well. And then you have the bailout of Profek's ult because he's been able to get into another one. Had a really good start to this. 8 kills already on the board for the Omen. So you have that little bit of extra layer to this. So now you're starting to see the playbook unfold for Vitality, the depth that they've been able to create with this new composition on Haven.
And maybe just some quick improvisation coming through.
Sure.
Felt like with that double stack, both duelists still remaining on C, that would have just been the round going over to KC and things tied up with a nice little bow on top. But Vitality now out in front by 2 rounds. Hunter's Fury. Still there on Sugetsu, and he will just get spammed down. Able to scale around the back, out in the mid, finding the first. Durka not quite ready for the angle, eats a bit of damage, but does manage to escape with his life intact. But Aves cannot say the same. Sayonara able to intercept him there at garage window. 4v3. Slow and silent approach. Meanwhile, Sayonara with a quick check back.
आईडी ने क्लिप का ऑप्शन क्यों हटाया? Because the clip option ना वो काफी अच्छा और यूजफुल था. लोगों को बहुत पसंद आ रहा था.
I mean, it's in the name.
तो फिर YT was like कि अरे अच्छी चीज वो हम कैसे रख सकते हैं? हटाओ. ऐसे.
He wants his ace. I don't think he's going to be able to find it. DOS9 escaping back through sewer, re-wrapping into A. So this would have to be one hell of a quick hunt here if he wants to be able to find it. But Vitality, explosive way to move up to 6.
Well, this is exactly the player that's been promised, this young, up-and-coming superstar. And this round right here was insane. Gonna have another convergent paths already. Just takes over for Vitality. I mean, you get a bit nervous there for Vitality because DOS9 gets so quickly into the back lines, almost gets Durka as well, but Durka able to escape, and that's huge for them. Keeps things a little bit confusing. Oh man, just sharp as heck, and okay, finally gonna get that timeout.
No discouraging of PS anymore. PS5 Pro में भी नहीं है वो तो. Digitally है.
Brutalized by Sayonara and Yampi in those last couple rounds. Ult's still working against
Added
you.
useless timestamp sharing. Actually, it's
is
not useless because clip feature नहीं exist करता है तो वो बहुत काम आ रहा है अभी. वो feature अच्छा है, बहुत ज़्यादा useful है for clips तो. मतलब timestamps जो चाहिए होता है ना मुझे short video के लिए.
Rounds ago we saw Vitality slow things down.
यार किशोर माम्बा भी कर रहे हैं. माम्बा का मैंने broadcast देखा था आज.
Take risks early with DOS9 pushing out, with Levin pushing out, things like that were causing a little bit of problems for Vitality, but their recoveries were really nice. They were able to use that individual skill.
But yeah, now I'm not the only new one
on their head. Now for KC, got to talk about how you want to avoid. You don't want to get caught in another convergent paths like you just did a few rounds ago.
That is a good question. मेरे पास PS4, PS3 के भी games पड़े हैं.
GG go next. Gonna be a Marshall there.
But खैर PS4 तो है ही हम पे. उस पे ही चला सकते हैं फिर वो.
Nine did carry the gun over, but a couple pistols
आजमो करो
otherwise.
जल्दी नहीं हो पाएगा यार. PRX का मैच भी शुरू तक नहीं हुआ है.
Looks like no early convergent paths this time, so Vitality reading that KC had learned their lesson. Spread both their duelists out over. DOS9 is top of a box with a trip underneath him. Timing there. Bit tricky for him. They're leaving him, giving him a lot of trust.
Knock might just clear that trip though. It does. Finds 2 damage.
The little things, Achilleo.
That's just value for investment. And oh my God, Durka. Woo! It looked like he was asleep at the wheel. Adrenaline kicked in. He jolted awake. Managed to pump the brakes in time.
Has redeemed timeout of 10 minutes.
Crashing out of control.
We're able to scoop that gun up, though.
available, but Sayonara is just going to try to play himself in here. He did not see the ponytails, but they haven't seen him. That peak, and Levin, he just doesn't have the angle for this one. Needs to jump up onto the windowsill to be able to have it, and a couple shots are not connecting. Sayonara. Another fast adjustment.
That's crazy.
Cleans up the headshot. Narrate now boxed into a corner.
Already हार
Okay,
रहे
the
हैं
timing
ये
will be found.
लोग
Narrate able to find that elimination.
और ऐसे whiff कर रहे
yeah, 15
हैं.
seconds. They do have to commit forward into the site. Narrate absolutely
भाई,
needs to try to hold
अकेले
the
क्या
line.
करेगा
Chronicles here on the
भाई?
backstab. He's got the elimination secured. Now it is just Alves on the approach. Now noted. Tagged at 15. Finds the first recon sent. Might just connect onto the player, but either way, he will be dead to rights as Prophet intercepts down in Sewer. 7-3. Vitality confirming a lead at the half now, looking to make this potentially 9-3.
It just gets really weird in this round.
भाई जो चीजें हो रही है उनको बोलना is not बुराई. बुराई
that is crazy stuff.
is
But
like,
staying underneath Levin's nose,
like
and then
I
Levin
see
not
it
able to
as
find those Marshall no scopes.
कि
No
कोई
damage
वैसा
really
है
done
भी
there,
नहीं
and
तो
then
बोलना. मैं तो उसको बुराई
kind
मानती हूँ
of
कि
fall
जैसे
apart piece by piece for KC.
कोई मेरे लिए बोले कि
And then
इसमें
the
तो बहुत
scarier
ईगो
thing
है
here is
क्योंकि
KC
मेरे
are
में ईगो
getting
नहीं
into
है तो
another
वो
ult
बुराई
cycle, but
होगी.
Vitality was able to hang on to those. So you got some of those big
समझ
counters
रहे हो?
available.
Look at the stack here for Vitality. This could be another quick hit coming through. There's the reveal. Convergent pass to intercept, and Alves does get clipped by this. Tripwire to try to slow down the approach. Durka will absorb that. Meanwhile, Sayonara trying to get the scale forward, but the quick pivot arc is coming through as KC get 3 players onto this A site. Track to be taken back out towards safety.
कभी कभार खेलूंगी किशोर ऐसा मतलब अभी तो टाइम ही नहीं मिल रहा है ना वालो तुम खुद सोचो कब
That
खेलूं.
was a nice stall out. Able to tuck far enough back.
फिलहाल तो
Gonna
यही
try
हो
to
रहा है.
triple
वॉच
faces.
पार्टी
They know that he's in this
आरपी
corner. The
फाल्मो.
lockdown now going to be invested. He's able to find the first, but cannot scale forwards. The space is going to have to
Then
be respected.
sometimes
Narrate will
good games
backpedal away. The site able to be
बहुत
taken
ही वो
now.
है
As the
आप में.
spike is going to be
सही
ushered around
बात
towards
है.
long. Narrate, however, quickly can get it on an angle.
कपिल भाई मजाक कर रहा है वो यार.
Sayonara, the spike now down on the floor.
ऐसा सा है भाई
Shot
ये.
Prophet at one stood no damn chance as a rate dropping out of heaven, able to find the kill. And now it is all down to Yampi, but he will be noted. Sugetsu, wise to it, turns back, finds the kill. And KC will get up to 4.
That's huge. That's so huge.
मेरी
I mean,
बातें कोई नहीं
convergent
कर
pass
रहा है.
and the
I think it's
lockdown using that round, and you get through it with the win. Unbelievable. Love the confidence we're seeing from Narrate there. Beautiful play. Uses that flash to drop down.
Finally timer
Get
खत्म
another
हुआ
big kill.
guys.
That was exactly what the
Starting
doctor ordered
soon,
here for
soon.
KC. Now you're going to have a Hunter's Fury available. One away from a couple other big ults there for KC. Meanwhile, you're not going to have any really available for Vitality. Maybe Prophet's ult comes into the mix a bit.
Widely, the ult well has run dry here, but Durka, he's going to be able to find 2 there in the mid. Eventually, the Hunter's Spirit from Alves will clean him up, but they need a hell of a lot more than that. But it's going to be Alves able to find Chronicle at the same time. Flash going to go out, and Narrate able to steady the spray. Prophet going to be taken down. Now suddenly, just 2 players standing for Vitality. Etsu quick on the scale. Actually, if he had just peeked in towards that A lobby side of things, would have been able to get the intercept and kill off Yampi. The one player with that full health, but he's been making noise. Alves well aware of this. He's more concerned about where that second player could be, but it's going to be Sayonara now found on the opposite side of the map, but they know exactly where the last player is. And the kill will be there. Alves able to get 3. As KC get up to 5, rescuing this half in a pretty big way.
Yeah, nice little bounce
Good
back, a nice little
recovery,
change
man.
up with some of the Cypher utility at the front of A there. Saw that stall out, the convergent pass round where they tried to execute off of the catch onto Alves. That actually slowed them down enough
Titan
that
बस
they
शुरू
weren't
होने
really
वाला
able
है.
to get there and, you know, punish that catch that they had with that
बस
ultimate.
शुरू
But
होने वाला है.
that round there as well, gonna identify Yampi, make him an
Almost
easy
there.
cleanup.
मैंने
Don't give
बोला
him
था
any
ना
chance for that
9-5 पे
clutch.
होगा बस 1 minute.
And ended up being a really close half. You're a little worried there for KC on their map pick, but they
Guys,
rallied
please
there
like
right
the
at the last
stream. 1
minute.
के likes होने वाले
Got a couple
हैं.
big
कर दो
rounds
कर
to
दो
go
कर
their
दो.
way. Vitality having some absolutely explosive ones. You know, some big hero multi-kill rounds. Yampi, Prophet, obviously Sayonara was lights out there for a little bit, but
Bye-bye. It was nice.
First, let's take a look at the
It was
boys
fun.
rocking the blue and pink. PRX, Silver Surfers this year, yet to lift the trophy. Can they get it done at EWC? If so, it'll come with a $600,000 paycheck. If you're looking for stars on this squad, Who do your eyes go to first, Pilski?
Everyone. Literally every player.
I need one. Simplify it for the new guy.
I could take something here. I mean, he's been phenomenal. We are in a Jet meta as well, so he is really just running around doing a lot of damage. Jing if you get a raise map, but I think something is the player that really does kind of tantalize the viewer.
तुम्हारी स्ट्रीम नहीं चल रही है तो तुम जो मजाक कर रहे हो उनके मैसेज डिलीट करोगे?
Avril.
ऐसा करोगे
doesn't
तुम?
need a jersey to
Very
make a
bad.
statement. Are you going with the
Very
mullet
bad.
man?
This is
Mullet
like
man number 2? Who is your
very
star to
bad,
watch on the squad?
There's many mullets on this team. No, I think Brock still is a guy that you have to look out for. Guy is known for the Odin, kind of pioneering that. Ethan as well, former world champion and double actually now, given that he's the IGL on NRG. And I think this is a team led by Ethan that really wants to get back in that form. They've had some good results this year. A couple of third places. You talk about PRX maybe being the bridesmaid second place. Like well, NRG have kind of had that third place.
Brock
Too many times for them, and they're not going to get back to number 1.
No bronzes. They want gold here
Brock
as well. Of
bola
course,
na?
both are hoping just to survive the group. If you can win today, that is a huge step forward, knowing the rest of the competition statistically should be easier. Let's take a look, though, at how they should face off here in the best of 3. Last time around, it was in Santiago. That was months ago. So do we have new maps in this map pool that you can expect either team to maybe pull from?
Yeah, I think Pearl was a really important map for NRG, and that's gone from the pool now. So that's going to be very interesting as a map that I think PaperX otherwise probably wouldn't have wanted to play very often. And the fact that we've sort of moved away from that, Sunset being added back in is a bit of an unknown. Obviously, a map that was really famously played by PRX last year as well when they sort of won in Toronto. So looking forward to see how that all sort of shapes out.
Pilski, what about the strengths?
The strengths?
Yeah, what maps could they really just flex like we just saw 100 Thieves do?
I don't think necessarily that, like, both of these teams are so strong that I don't think it's going to be like a slam dunk veto for either of them. And I think both of them have a history playing Sunset with that map coming back into the pool. PRX are famous for playing that wonky comp with the Sage Gecko on that map. They played it many times.
Geckos could be back in the lobby tonight?
Maybe. We'll see. Because PaperX, especially lately, have been the kind of team that's like, I'm not going to change my comp too much, or especially when they haven't had time to prep, they'll just run the same comp. We saw that over on Ascent. For NRG, they did also love to play the Sunset back in the day. I think that was the 5th and final map of the Chance Grand Final that they won. It was very impressive to watch them do so. So I think both of these teams know their way around Sunset. They'd be happy to probably take it there. But I'd imagine a bit of a handshake veto will be going down here. I really wouldn't be surprised to see like a map that's super strong for one team or the other, really.
I would like to see Fracture. I think that was one of the most dominant maps. You saw that in the Grand Finals versus Lev. PaperX dominated on that one. They might want to run that one back and say
भाई लोग शुरू क्यों नहीं कर रहे? आज तो मैंने इतने महीनों बाद मेरे को याद भी नहीं मैंने लास्ट कब खाई है मेरी फेवरेट फ्राइड मैगी मम्मी से डिमांड किया आज मैंने करो भाई शुरू करो
for a big match.
Yeah, I just looked behind us and we've brought in the biggest of our referee bouncers. We have up to 6 referees on the stage right now and the engineer in charge of the PCs. Everything's looking ready to go. We're just making sure the players are comfortable and then we'll begin this match. But I just wanted to take a moment and kind of reflect where we're at. This is a brand new building. They are building around us as we are in week 0. We haven't even kicked off the EWC. And shout out to the people behind the scenes who decided this year we're not only going to add $750,000 to the prize pool, we're also going to make sure everything is a best of 3. This is a treat for the fans. You guys are about to be showing it. And the question I have is, who is going to be the flashiest? Like, if I'm new to Valorant and I'm about to watch the best players, what do I need to be looking out for, Pilski?
PaperX. If you talk about flashiness, that's PaperX in a nutshell. If you want to talk about what this matchup is, this is the flashy, like, aggressive team versus the team that likes to think a lot, likes to make a lot of decisions, likes to kind of play the macro and things like that. So
we hate NRG, we love PaperX if you're ADHD.
I mean, I'm from Pacific, you're from Americas. I think that's about as simple as it gets.
Okay. I mean, PaperX, Pilski wasn't wrong when he said earlier, who's the best on PaperX? Who's the one to look out for? All of them. Every single player on this roster has been absolute lights out. But I think NRG have a lot to show here as well. Again, former world champs. Something PaperX is still chasing. PaperX themselves been second a number of times. NRG have done it already. They're trying to climb back into that one. And I actually have pretty high expectations for this team. We're in the post-SOM era of NRG now as well. So trying to navigate what this team looks like with Kiko. I mean, you could say similar things about PaperX.
Oh, I see
Envy coming in. Over Batman, so both players making some roster adjustments compared to where we had them last year. PaperX obviously had a much better result at EWC than NRG. And that NRG that we got in 2025 EWC was kind of like the first version of this newly formed with Suba lineup that ended up winning the World Champs at the end of that year.
As you take a look back on the stage, I just noticed the team photographers are still out there. Is that good news for the chat? No, it is not. Why? The referees made sure that the stage has to be clear before all the players can begin. As long as you see a photographer out there, Pilsky, we're not anywhere close to this map kicking off here. So can you give me a little bit of history? I know you've been in the sport for about 10 years. Have you ever had a crane over your camera?
I have not. This is new stuff for me.
He's 22 feet in the air.
Honestly,
I want to give him a camera.
You might be the
भाई फोटोग्राफी बाद में करना यार.
In a cherry picker,
हमको
casting the
match
game
देखना है.
in like a coliseum or something like that, down to the people, like maybe from a balcony and like a theatrical kind of thing. That would be peak.
Would you want like the whole crowd to jump and then like your cherry pickers bouncing a little bit? You good with that?
The whole crowd to jump. I feel like we're getting confused with like a Insane Clown Posse concert and like a theater. Like we're going in two different directions.
Let's just combine them. Let's get them to do halftime. Lots of options for us here in Paris. Everyone wants to come through to one of the world's favorite cities. Of course, we've been eating good, drinking good. What has been the best part of your trip, Avril?
Being in France for the first time. This is the furthest I've traveled. I think the same for you as well. I mean, we come from the opposite side of the planet, literally. So this is about as far as you can go, unless you go like all the way to the UK. So enjoying Paris just in general for me so far, but it's been nice food.
Pilsky, I heard you brought your partner out here. We're making it a family affair. What are we thinking about Paris? We loving the city of love?
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice, but I'm here for business. I stand on business pocket, and I'm here for the games. So I'm not even thinking about that right now. Full focus.
Who do you want to chat about over there? Because he's staring you down. I got eyes on you, young man.
Okay.
He's giving us away. He's giving us away.
What's up, Invi? He's having a good time. He's having a good time.
We're all vibing.
Is this how you make friends in the modern day and age?
You just gotta smile at
you
people.
You just make eyes across the room.
You, me, hanging out later. Let's do it. Esports, baby. Yeah, you gotta keep the relationships for a long time. Photographers have been pushed out of the main center of the stage.
Can you see पीछे players बैठे हैं, but उनकी देखो अभी तक photography चल रही है. For some reason.
What do you want to talk about for our opening round? Who is Team A? Who is going to get the advantage of picking our first map?
That's a great question. I'll have a little bit of a look at the video
We're going to check that one real quick.
Usually would be.
I know we throw softball questions. I asked you about Paris. You didn't want to talk about food, so we're going to talk a little about the game. Who's this Team A?
We're eating good right now. I don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, I'm sure we'll have a veto graphic, but the team that did get to pick the first map was PRX.
Okay.
I think that's great. I mean, they could kind of set the tone in the series. I don't want to spoil the veto. I'm not sure if we have the graphic or not, and we could talk about it at some point. But
I will have no idea for you either. Sorry.
I don't know how. And then NRG's got to pick a map after that. That's how vetoes work, Pocket.
True.
Just for the layman, I know that I need to kind of, explain things out.
How does it work again? Could you walk me through from the beginning?
I've never heard anyone give the play-by-play of like the stage movements. I honestly applaud you for that. That's a big talent of yours.
You find things and you see things, and what do you see? What do you not see?
People be moving off.
What do you not see? No clickety clacking. No flashing. We're about to begin, ladies and gentlemen, which means that veto graphic might come up.
It might come up.
And we might also see the agent selections. So can we go there next? You mentioned Gecko might be seen. We've got some weird comps from PRX.
It'll be seen. I'd be surprised if we got Sunset, though. I think both of these teams, it's a low risk kind of veto. We're very early on in the tournament. It's the first time they're playing each other for quite a while, even though there's a little bit of a rivalry and a matchup there. That's mostly gone the way of PRX, but it's always very competitive. I'd expect a bit of a handshake veto. I'd expect 3 maps. If we get the graphic, or if we don't, maybe I should just say what it is now. All right, so PRX, banning Haven, NRG's ban Split, and then we're going to go Fracture, Lotus, and then Breeze as the decider. So you said you wanted to see PRX pick and Fracture?
Yeah, I think there's no surprise there, right? You have the Fracture coming out straight away. That was one of their best maps coming when we looked at them in London as well. Absolutely dominate Lev on that one. Split being taken out is probably no surprise. I think NRG have not been the biggest fans of that one. It's been
PRX bans Haven.
Bans, I guess.
And then
looking at it now, we actually legitimately have the graphics.
Shout out to
NRG ban Split.
We've got the bans in. So the first one was Haven, removing the 3-lane fun zone. We've got bans on Split, and now you got the pick. So Fracture was one you wanted to see, Avril. You mentioned why. Who's your player to watch, or what gets you excited about this?
I just think this was, a dominant
attacking maps from both teams.
Straight out
Decider.
They want to get off to a rolling start. Get that one.
I think it's gonna be Breeze.
NRG.
First look at Lotus for us here on Stream B. How do we feel
Yup,
about
I
this
knew
map
it.
pick for NRG?
I feel good about it. I think at the same time,
NRG
though, PRX are
picked
very famous
attack.
for their
Yeah, it's
Lotus.
been
It's a map that they
defense
play quite a lot
first.
for the last little bit. I think the same can be said for NRG on Fracture as well. I don't think that they're necessarily poor on this map by any stretch of the imagination. And most of the games that they lose
So
are
Root
very,
not
very
today,
close games. So
for sure.
I think with that and Breeze being the decider, I don't think, as I said before, either one of these teams has necessarily got a massive advantage in the veto. PRX has been up and down on Breeze. They've been inconsistent on the map, but if they decide to turn it on here, then they should have a pretty good day at the office.
Yeah, I think Breeze is a nice finisher here. I mean, obviously, that was probably one we expect them to win a little bit more handily in the grand finals, but Nick got pushed a little bit from Lev. But as it started, I think overall, I mean, you kind of called it. This is a veto that does look like a pretty standard one for the teams. Everyone's should be pretty happy with it.
I think so. I think both of these teams are going to be relatively happy with the veto. I think it's just going to be a low-risk veto in a best-of-3 where you kind of want to play it out as cleanly as possible. Like, I think this could be a very, very close series. I think these two teams know each other stylistically very, very well at this point. So I think it's good to just have kind of a clean, fair 3 maps to see who's going to be the deserving victor in this best-of-3 and
Thank
move
you,
on to this
Crush.
qualification
Would
game.
you be willing to
PRX
put on a
defense.
wager for your region that PaperX will win this?
Yes, I will. And I'll tell you as well, Puckett, I'll
भाई
be
शुरू
very
कर
sad
दो
if
मेरी
I have to
मैगी
come in
खत्म
here
हो उससे
tomorrow
पहले
and
प्लीज
Americas have beaten Pacific 2 series in a row, and I've had to
Oh
live
my
through
God.
that will be very sad.
Because I don't know if you knew this, but this is a pretty good year for USA.
You guys say that every
Doing
year.
all right in the US in the World Cup. We're looking alive in a lot of other sports potentially coming August,
Yeah,
like
you
American
know
football.
the only team alive from Asia Pacific in the World Cup?
No,
Australia.
Yep.
Let's go.
जिसका फर्स्ट पिक होता है
All
usually वो
champions or potential champions still here at the desk. How about our friends on the stage? Not ready. Let's keep chatting about football. So this is.
क्लाउस दोनों का सिस्टम अलग
We're gonna
है
go to the
like
ads, guys. We're gonna take a short break, figure out
YouTube
what is
पे
going down with our
mostly
fifth
super
man's
chat से
PC. Once that is up and
earn
running, I
करते हो
promise you,
But
we're
Kick पे
kicking off
वैसा नहीं
this
है.
match. I can't wait for its PaperX taking on your favorite friends.
It's
NRG.
very
We'll be right back.
different. And I mean किक का अच्छा है क्योंकि वो स्ट्रीमिंग के लिए है ना YouTube is better for videos.
in our DNA.
Streaming के लिए YouTube is not very good.
Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
भाई लोग एड्स दिखा दिए भाई इससे अच्छा तो हम वो मैच ही देख लेते आर्ली स्ट्रीम्स का होता है उधर क्लास अलग यार मुझे देखते हुए मैगी खानी थी प्लीज ऑब्सेशन देखी नहीं भाई कुछ नहीं देखती हूँ मैं भाई टाइम ही नहीं मिलता है नींद मिल जाए वही बड़ी बात है अभी तो ऐसा है हाँ फैज़मो खेलेंगे ना आज
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
This is so good.
It's the biggest event in esports. Welcome back to the Esports World
Kal
Cup
wala
2026.
team, I don't
We're in
know.
week 0. The event hasn't even
Mortal
kicked off, but
nahi
we're
hai,
in the
I
group
don't
stages
know.
already, and we're on to our second match. We've got A team that has been in multiple grand finals this season, looking for another run. It's PRX. On the other side, one of America's favorites, NRG, the top team to come out of the America's qualifier, has already taken the stage. We have two fantastic casters for this one. We got Pilsky alongside Avril. Avril, they just brought us some fans out. We are nice and comfortable. We're ready to rock. It looks like all the players are at their desk with the coaches ready to go. How are you feeling coming into this?
Yeah, fantastic. And do note, fans, we're talking about the actual fans blown air.
शुरू तो कर नहीं रहे मैं थोड़ी और मैगी ले आती हूँ
for the playoffs next week.
Once
but
we're
right
done
now,
building and you don't have to wear a hard hat.
Exactly. I'm sure the fans, if they were in the venue for this game, though, they'd be going absolutely insane, particularly,
To be honest, like, this is the game where there would be crazy fans for APAC and things like that. But given that we're in Paris, honestly, the game on the A stream is where the fans would be at right now. Carmine Corps taking on Vitality right now is a bit of a crazy French derby going on.
Do you know if we have any updates over there on the match yet?
It looked like it was close the last time I checked. I can
they're still getting all hands are on mice, so I think they're still in game late rounds.
Have a look.
Spike went
Looks
down.
like it's close. It's very close in the first map. No one's won it yet.
We got a lot going on here on our main stage. I just checked out here. NRG, all smiles. Hands are up. Everyone's staying off the keyboards, keeping it grease-free.
Yeah.
What is it like in the moments right before the game? Why is everyone in preacher mode?
I feel like, I mean, the thing is,
it's on both sides.
A lot of these teams, they've kind of gotten to the point where they have like performance coaches, or they have like experts who teach the players breathing exercises, who help the players kind of get into the right mindset. You know, different players kind of have different mindsets getting into some of these games. Some people are too excited; they need to calm down a little bit. Some people need to get themselves G'd up a little bit.
No, Shreya, thank you for the 51 months.
Getting a little bit of a nap in there, bit of a snooze in there, like Vora from last game.
We see you, A streamers.
A
streamers.
What glitch?
Trying to be sneaky.
You know,
tall for that. I find it amusing that we could see Kakuka trying to squeeze past, but big time, he is 5 foot. So he was able to make it past safely.
It was.
we didn't see big time.
We did not see him. It's a bit of an
There's
ironic
two people
name
there.
pocket.
Wild. Let's take a look here at your agents as we are locking in. Will I actually see a raise in this time of day?
Yes, absolutely you will. I mean, PRX, Jing, this is the man you want to be watching on this map in particular. But as we mentioned before, PRX very well rounded on Fracture. For NRG, having a little bit of a look at a Phoenix comp. They've gone a completely different direction with the Phoenix Waylay. It is still, similar flavors for both of these teams running the double duelist, but not in agreement about how they want to be doing it.
Yeah, I think both teams are just going to be sticking to their guns here. Obviously, like, no one's going to be deviating too far from what they've already kind of shown so far. Fade versus Sky into the mix there as well. One of the few maps you're going to end up seeing something move over to the Brimstone from his usual jet position, which I'm sure for the rest of the BO3, he'll be comfortably moving back on towards the jet. But yeah, you called this one, man. Jing on the Rays, probably one of the few players that you have to be really careful about.
Yeah, for sure. Totally agree. I think for NRG, it's going to be interesting to see how they navigate this one. Fracture is not a map that they've had heavily repped in the last 3 months. You know, they've only had a couple of officials on it. A few of those over in Americas. One in the Swiss stage of Santiago, which is a very, very tight game versus Foot. Whereas PRX, this is a tried-and-true map for them. They have been picking it a lot, and they've had some pretty good runs on it as of recently. You talked about their game over in Santiago that went quite well for them. We won't talk about the rest of the final. That's not really relevant, Kev. What's relevant is they need this opening group stage win here against NRG here at EWC.
All right, well, we have PRX on the defensive side, NRG on the attacking side, looking over towards the top so far on Arcade. First up will be Jing. Beautiful shot onto Kiko and a follow-up from Dubai as well. It's gone pretty well for PRX, you would say. Minus the fact that Jing does trade his own life. 4 versus 2 in the opening pistol.
Yeah, Broken Scuba trying to contact their way upstairs. Out comes the guiding light for Forsaken and pushes them away nicely. Had the Sky Smoke invested there for something. Just no opportunities given for NRG to be able to get back into that round.
Should be a pretty tough one here, Scuba. Let's see if he gets something for his money to end this round with, but we're looking over to a PRX first round victory. Low HP here for Scuba as well.
Yep. Tapping away with the Bandit. See if he can farm himself up at Neural Theft, but Imbi will put him down. A nice setup there on Arcade from PRX. Jing in the perfect little off angle, tucked behind the box, and that is a very good way to start your defense.
Comfortable. PRX, a team that we expect to go very far in this tournament, had a decent placing last EWC, but in terms of the Masters so far this year, 2 second places. NRG themselves really competitive from North America.
इसके तो मुझे लगता है
quite do as well in last year's EWC. I'd like to make sure they hit the top 4 minimum this time, if not taking it all the way.
Soniko here for NRG. Looking to work towards Dish. PRX on the other side of things have taken A main control. Trailblazer all the way through the south side of the map. They know exactly what's happening on bottom side, and Timmy the Turret has got Dish on lock.
Taking it slow, but waiting to explode here for NRG. Being stalled out by some of the utility coming through from Divide. Grenade from Jing as well. Oh, big damage actually onto Ethan. Put down to 8 HP, but they got to commit to this one. Flash is coming on through. Divide swings into a triple kill. Beautiful stuff. Brock's the only one that actually gets the kill. And PRX handling this anti-eco with near perfection.
Yeah, I mean, they cleared out all the bottom side. They had double nanos on Dish. They dropped the nade on that exact position. It felt like they were all over. The information game knew exactly where NRG were coming from and had the perfect utility in the perfect positions. Saying that, though, for NRG, not much in that one. Just a handful of pistols. They've handed 4 more towards the lockdown of Divide going forward, and now PRX into what looks like a pretty clean bonus round. They've definitely got some punching power here.
Yeah, Divide definitely getting ahead in terms of the kill department. 5 and 1, 3 away from the lockdown. Let's see what kind of timing we get here first. Round of rifles coming through NRG. Going back over towards the B side. A little bit of information there from Forsaken. A big stack, though, from PRX.
Yeah, progression smoke for NRG over on Arcade. That'll be given to them. They're looking for the lurk here of Scoop as the cam is dealt with. Forsaken looking to push the issue, but cannot find the Cypher. It's a complete disengage over on the other side of the site. Envy inside of this Arcade smoke. Doesn't go well for him. Something's found one on the site. Picks up the Phantom, and Forsaken's got him covered nicely from Stairs side. What a nice pivot in from PRX. This bonus round looks like it's theirs on a silver platter.
Yeah, I mean, I expected even that Envy was going to get something that he gets found early, but the rest of the players Forsaken ready to be able to trade. And so, you know, a little bit more in terms of damage being done, but mostly where they got up 2 players still alive. You take that bonus, 3-0 NRG after a bit of a rough one to start with.
Yeah, it's never ideal to be in this position. Having a loss versus the bonus. PRX, you can see already looking pretty locked in. Smiles on the faces is exactly how you want the opening of this game to go on your map pick. Divide getting close to a lockdown as we head towards the first gun round. Same for a showstopper. All of these big impact ults are very much well within the wheelhouse if they can get towards round 5 here for PRX.
He got 1 away as well.
मैंने realize भी नहीं किया
क्योंकि
और कोई coach cam देखने में तो interest भी नहीं है.
Forsaken taking advantage of that one. Not expecting too much here. Rifles versus nothing. Forsaken earns his ultimate, and we're just getting prepped for the next round as well. Ethan taking whatever he can out of this map.
Jing flying around as he's often liable to do, and despite a dink in from Ethan, that is a flawless anti-eco for PRX. They are really running away with this game with a bit of a landslide to kick things off, but can only imagine NRG will only wait so long before they actually start to crack through with a gun round.
Yeah, NRG don't want to suffer the same fate Lev did against PRX on this particular map. For that to happen, we'll need to start seeing some real life come through from NRG soon.
See what they put together. You did mention they earned the runner back at the end of that last eco round. That can really be one of these ults that helps you simplify things a little.
Open line as well. Marta wants to get something done here. You have to really get
0-4-0-4 दोनों.
He will be holding that stairs line. Does seem like PRX are heading in that direction. Sky Smoke.
Wow.
Satchel up on in, and now you got the showstopper as a result. Does clean up Marta despite the refract. Ethan at least able to take G with him, but it's a good start for PRX nonetheless. And now they're trying to read the position of the rest of the attackers with these Seekers.
Now Seekers will reveal the bottom side of the map pretty comfortably so far.
लोग ने सोचा ऑफ निकालते हैं ऑफ से
राउंड actually got revealed by the Seekers.
But no.
Still 3 players alive for NRG, so work to be done here. They can get on site pretty comfortably for now, as most of these PRX players have fallen off somewhat, minus something which is in play.
Whoa! Bro, the second one!
Towards the end, but the rest of the players, no issues there for PRX.
Crazy crazy.
Something unreal with his ability to get that 2K.
Disgusting off the back of the breach flash, diving in through the smoke despite being at a man advantage. NRG not quite able to get comfortable. And they will take a timeout as a result. This has been a bit of a battery to kick off this game of Fracture from PRX, a map that they're very familiar with, and it seems like they're going to run away with another landslide victory over an America's team, unless you start to get some quick adjustments here from NRG.
They certainly are from the north side of America, and that side in this particular game right now, 0-5 is the scoreline, but what a way for PRX to handle that aggression that we saw from potentially Marta setting up a bit of a line there. Trying to catch a player up from PRX, and the instant util coming through, the stun, Jing wanted to get in, the showstopper, completely blowing up that setup from NRG.
Bye Alex ko dikao bye.
See what the adaptations start to come through from NRG.
Ethan,
You
I'll
see
go
them
to
mostly
this.
lean towards that arcade side of the map. And mostly hitting one side.
Something did something
Hasn't
amazing.
really been working out too well for them. I feel like PaperX have often been quite happy to stack that side of the map and play a little bit more retake towards A.
We saw that one round where they had an eco 5-man up dish, completely slowed down by all the utility coming through, particularly from Divine, Nano Swarms, everything else. There we go. Again, a lot required here from NRG. Still waiting for that run it back, which needs to be an important ultimate here, but Nightfall also earned by Ethan.
Towards the dish early on here for PaperX. Once again, it's the guiding light up over the top of Arcade, but that's only really there to condition NRG, who are starting to walk their way into A main and take some map control.
Yeah, first time we're really seeing anything through halls. Let's see what we can sort of find here as PRX wanting to make sure they retain control of Rogue's information found. And okay, decent kills. Mana and Kiko finding their mark here. This is 5 versus 3. The first big opportunity for NRG, I would say, so far in this entire half.
Fault line, a jump spot from Envy. NRG finally starting to organize themselves well and punish some of this aggression in the mid-round from PaperX. Puts them at a pretty massive advantage. Spike will be scooped up there by Brock to join up with the rest of NRG to have taken this A main control earlier, but Forsaken and Envy are already on this A side of the map and Device on the rotate.
Yeah, he looks like he wants to move off, so does still have plenty of util to relay back it towards B. Nightfall coming on in, taking no risks here. Envy will be spotted. Flash as well. He's got no chance, but a better flash potentially against NRG. Envy now will be able to at least trade his own life. 1 versus 4 now. Divide with a lot of work to do. No ultimate, and all of his util still left over towards B. Was not going to get a single shot in there. Scuba will find his head right out of the smoke.
Yeah, nice adaptation from NRG. Punish all of that mid-round aggression and then just keep things simple. Pivoting back to where they took that A main control earlier on in this round. So a successful timeout. That will help them steady their economy going forward, because they're going to have to make their way through a lot of gun rounds against PaperX, who have had a bit of a blinding start here to Fracture.
Smokes there also cutting off a couple of players from PRX, making sure that the breach of Envy was going to be isolated, despite a pretty good flash coming through from him against basically all 5 from NRG, who some around on that board. Nightfall the only ultimate spent as well, so pretty cheap in that ult economy side, you'll say, is... Let's see what we get done from NRG. Back over towards Arcade.
Yep. Forsaken on over here, trying to disrupt this one as the runner back comes in. Gonna throw out his guiding light, but Kiko is all over it as see the dash in from Marta. In comes the orbital from NRG just to try to zone them away, but in the meantime, you've seen Envy be able to at least pick up one and deal with the runner back as something is pressuring the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, okay, what can Scuba do here though? 2 players in front of him. With PRX really off-site, should be a free plant. Scuba, oh, he needed to hit that. Cage should keep him alive for the time being for a little while. No support here for Scuba, so he just needs to be able to hold this on his own.
Oh, instant one-tap from something, though. That does not feel particularly good for an NRG, who are now getting ulti dumped on the side. Out comes both the breach ult and the brim ult. Kiko's been able to find one, but that's a nice flash to set up something. Talk inside a tower. Very low here. The lion's share of the work has to be done by Kiko as the Brim Molly tries to delay the plant for a little longer.
Workable. 2 versus 2 now. Operator have a divide. Maybe not the best in terms of weaponry for this. First tap on the spike. Wall fades. Device are looking for targets.
No.
Something on Brock. It's just Kiko left alive.
Oh,
just
never mind. Something
something. Doesn't even matter that he's not on a duel. So find the aim. He's got the sharpness of it. Saw how sharp that was up against Scuba. He'll make sure he'll finish up the last 2 players of NRG. And despite the spike being planted there, no dice for the round.
Yeah, very nicely navigated by PaperX. He pushed bottom side through A main right from the get-go. I think this opener was fantastic from Kiko, using the run it back just to be able to set up NRG for success, but PaperX mid-rounding their way out of a bad situation. The ulti combo on that site really helped them kind of narrow down where NRG were playing the post plant from. And then something 9 and 2. Just a phenomenal multi-frag from him.
And even the utility usage, I mean, you look at the orbital strike, completely isolating Ethan. You had the nade coming through paint shells from Jing.
Phantom to the recon Phantom based.
Flash as well.
Vandal.
Now something.
RGX.
Just going to fire a couple of shots into halls, but here come the rest of the players. Almost had a collateral there.
Why is the opening so risky?
The rest of the members are coming in nice and quick for PRX.
Scuba inside of the cage. NRG fighting hard in towards Sandside, and they punish the Flood so nicely. Read it with the neural theft, and they knew that PRX really wanted to try to get in and take that fight before the spike even went down. It's all down to something, and he wasn't ready for Scuba to have slipped through already onto the A site. A second round for NRG.
Seems like the 2 rounds that NRG have gone so far have come through from the fact that they can find some punish early, particularly over towards, you know, that's A side of the map. Find those early picks, handle the Flood coming in through from PRX, and sort of twice in a row for the 2 successful rounds. That seemed to work out for them. B, on the other hand, has been a bit more of a worrisome part of the map. They've recovered 2 here. They can at least get 4 to 5. You'll say it's an okay half for them, but otherwise PRX looking for that 7 to finish up our first half to make sure they're in the lead.
Be a big round for NRG. Money is starting to get a little bit dry for PRX after their landslide of victories to open up this half. Starting to run out of cash here. Op picked up by Marta. Hasn't really had a chance to get involved in this game. He's often just been dashing in and refracting in on the entry. Ethan's taking dish here. A lot of moves being made on the map by an NRG, who is just waiting for a reaction from PRX. Forsaken looking for information with the Trailblazer.
We'll see just the one. Kiko, not really too much information there so far. A lot more movements starting to flow over from both of the teams, you'd say. Well, Forsaken wanted to make that play happen. Not going to be the case now. As time starts to run out, that smoke comes down just as Marta had the line of the op.
Jing v Scuba on the bottom of the map does not go well for the Rays, unfortunately. Scuba really keeping that A main push in check, and I dare say that this is going to prompt a little bit more aggression for a PRX, who just don't really have any info on what's happening on the map. They've got the A info line, but that's about it.
I mean, that's just a huge kill, because now PRX have to commit a little bit more over to the A side, something waiting. But as time starts to dwindle, it looks like NRG will be finishing over towards A. Just something to slow this one down. Rest of PRX wanting to stack over towards B.
Something.
And there's the first spot. Okay, Molly to slow it down. Haunt wall spot him, and they already knew he was going to be there. Conversion pass, you shouldn't expect too much from something here. A little bit more aggression though from NRG, because they got to get the spike down. Time is running out here, and Forsaken's causing problems. The Vi's still there as well. Stops the coming on through, and they're just... isn't enough.
Now Kiko really needed to win that last duel. Lockdown invested there from the Vi just to be able to keep things interesting, and if he was able to win enough of those duels, could have really created some magic for PRX. But as it stands, unfortunately, NRG capitalizing on that nice opening advantage that they had, grouping up together, even with the clock running down, they've thrown the kitchen sink at that round. They understand just how battered and bruised PRX's economy was. And winning that round is phenomenal for them to start to make a bit more of a resurgence into this first half.
Barely any time left, and they have to get that last kill. And Divide falls just in the nick of time here. So still trying to rescue the scoreline a little bit. Is going to be NRG in first time. We're going to see PRX really in the eco. Haven't really seen their money run dry just yet, as they want to get aggressive over towards the bottom side of the map. 3 players stacked up so far, and NRG walking to the turret.
Yeah, just Defy here. Doesn't have too much help. Mollied out of position. Not much for him to do. Over on the bottom side of the map, though, that's a nice opener from something. Trips now down. Rifle looking to be picked up. Guiding light will enable that, and paint shells even to push Ethan away. NRG set up on the side, but haven't got the spike down just yet.
Okay, well, here it comes now. One go to Jane. Guess what? That's ultimate ready to go. Be sure that could be a big one for this round as well. Something's also one away, but might even be playing for exits here if they're going to play this one slowly.
Soaking up on the line, tapping away. He knows kind of where Kiko is, but not quite able to deal with him. The seize is going to slow him down. PRX not really making too many moves elsewhere. Aggressive play punish. They're very much keeping NRG pinned into this site. In goes the showstopper. Molly on the spike from the attackers, just trying to buy time and time PRX out of this round. Showstopper invested. Envy is on the defuse. Something up inside of the smoke. Wrap around there from Ethan, and Marta closes it out with 2 outlaw shots. Spike goes off. How many NRG players will survive at the end of that round? I couldn't tell you. But that definitely would have gotten expensive for them.
Showstopper kind of gave away false info there as well, because I think Jane thought he had cleared tower, but not to be the case. Throw that one in there. Dealt a bunch of damage, but no kill actually coming on through. You can see how slowly PRX ended up playing that round. The fact that they were even in position to actually make a play for the defuse, though, that's got to show that they have the capability.
Guys, please like the stream and subscribe अगर नहीं किया है तो.
Very patient there. Money, not fantastic for NRG, but they've definitely made a big dent in this round deficit that they accrued early on. Slow things down on towards the bottom side. Once again, Ethan trying to create a little bit of pressure towards Dish on his lonesome.
6-6. Start अच्छा था.
Right back on A.
Let's see.
Helped a little bit by Forsaken. Both teams not wanting to make any early moves. Last 2 rounds of this half as well. NRG looking to scoop them both if possible. Still plenty of decent ultimates on the side of NRG. First bit of information now finally coming through. Does Marta have the patience to get the shot?
Now comes the Seeker's going to layer in a guiding light there and recognize that there's at least a couple of players over here. Saturate goes on in. Very tight line for Forsaken. Gets legged out by the op as the Prowler pushes in back.
Okay, Nightfall coming on through. He'll catch maybe one player, not quite. Perhaps Forsaken, but he managed to dodge that one out in time. And the rest of PRX now slowly moving on in.
Nice.
First duel, Forsaken wins it. Scuba down. Onto site now, Divide trying to hold this one. Brock on as well. That's a spike on the floor, by the way. Doesn't look going down to Marta. Some damage come through from the Orbital, and NRG is still pulling through a decent number of kills. 2 versus 2. The runner back is gone.
Careful here.
Ethan needs to scoop up the spike here. 20 seconds on the clock. Molly going down. Kiko with the late wrap over through onto Sand. Deals with something. It's just Jing by himself. He knows the spike hasn't gone down. It's an awkward exchange here for NRG, who are investing all of the Phoenix util just to be able to cross. Jing up close to the Blaze Wall here. Satchel trying to cancel the plan. Not quite able to do it. That's going to go down for NRG. Now they're just playing this crossfire off of Ethan.
Yeah, this is going to be so hard to do. 1 versus 2 through the wall. Double swing, and Jing doesn't even get a shot off. Dangerous situation, and we sort of remember the round where Devi ends up going down just before the time runs out, and Jing has to be very careful when not just delivering his own life away before the plant comes on through. But a difficult 1v2, but we're really getting into the weeds of NRG's comeback on this first half now, because they were down by quite a few rounds.
Yeah.
Thanks, Panipuri
Look at that, 4 in a row. Very good resurgence after the tactical timeout. Got to give a lot of credit to NRG there. PRX now really being made to sweat here on Fracture. Keiko has got the Outlaw, juggling that with the Vandal. Maybe kind of rethought his purchase there as they're really trying to isolate Scooper on top side. He's made it out of dodge though. Investing the cage, and now you're seeing NRG speeding up on the other side of the map.
Yeah, Scooper's going to get crunched on, and NRG will make some moves now after hearing all of that noise. Still, look at Forsaken. He wants to go for the chase. Scuba's about to make his way onto B, but the spike and the rest of NRG looking over towards A. A big flank, though, from both Jing and Forsaken that NRG have to be a little bit careful about. First up, Marta versus Something. Smoke starting to fade, and Something will get that shot in first. Ethan, no response.
7-5 कर दो भाई.
Forsaken's found another one. It's a bit of a landslide of frags for PRX coming back in on this retake. Brock still alive inside of the site. Gonna drop the orbital. Hits 2 players from PRX.
But दवाई ने मार दिया फिर भी.
Insane. Ready for the flank of Scuba. It's a 7-5 here. PRX with their nose out in front at the half.
new feature आया YouTube पे.
Unfortunate. Thought the orbital might have done a little bit more, but Divide too quick on the trigger finger.
मुझे फोन पे दिख रहा
As we
था.
close out the half there, this will still be PRX.
Yeah, doing quite well for themselves, but you've got to give a lot of credit to NRG. I mean, that's what we know them for. Got great leadership, great coaching staff, so post-attack timeout, after they made the adjustments that were necessary, is a much more competitive half from there. They are not scared of PRX's fracture here. They're quite happy to leave it in the veto.
And handling the aggression well as well in terms of knowing that, okay, well, the first 2 rounds NRG won largely came off the back of PRX wanting to explore the map, wanting to take some angles, wanting to sort of fight for positions on the map, and NRG all too happy to receive that and punish.
I think NRG is the kind of team that stylistically we see a lot of the times when they play each other. They often force PRX to slow down a little bit sometimes. Quite happy to just sit back, hold some of the angles, and wait for PRX to make the move in the early to mid round that they're looking to punish. You saw a lot of that from NRG. Scuba given a lot of space to kind of work on his lonesome. Marta with the offensive operator.
Would love to have seen a little bit more out of that op. Unfortunately, you sort of mentioned that, but Marta didn't quite have as much impact on that first half as we would have liked. Particularly on the op side of things. I mean, the first round that we saw the op, he instantly got util pushed out.
Yeah. That's just attacking side waylay things, though. You know, you're not really going to be the fragging duelist on the waylay often. When you're playing, you know, Phoenix is definitely the one to be doing the majority of the fragging, to often be following up what is a dash refract a lot of the time offensively. Definitely want Keiko in this comp to be the heavy hitter, the one farming up all of the run-it-backs. But NRG, I think they're quite happy with what they've done, especially given the start in that opening half.
Yeah.
Kind of halted the momentum of PRX as they head into their defensive half now.
Hi, Park.
Hopefully a bit better showing from America's team against PRX on this particular map. The NRG the confidence to move forward and start to get the lead in the second half if possible. That should be underway fairly soon.
Let's see what we're going to get here from NRG on their defense. Expecting a lot of waylay getting on this info line. Wouldn't be surprised if they start to mix in the op yet again. Here we go into the second half here.
Finally.
PRX mostly set up on bottom side for Forsaken. I'd imagine we'll just be applying a little bit of pressure here. He's got full utility on the sky. Breach on the other side of things is Marta on the line with the Sheriff Refract active. Ethan opens up the door. He's going to jiggle away. Does at least spot out Devi, and there's Marta. Oh, that is such a quick shot from Devi to get the opener.
Yeah, we've seen that from Devi before.
That is
Marta finds out.
Anti-Marta.
5 versus 4 early on, calling over Ethan, also Brock.
Stomping away. Ethan almost caught on the cross.
Okay. Smoke to try and slow things down. Stun to cause a couple of problems.
Isa
When we
bhag
get the
gaya
explode
Ethan
finally comes on through, but just
Aur
the meat
isco
grinder, both
banenge
Ethan and
kar
Scoop getting all the kills.
diya.
Brock like stink into the kill as well. Not just Devi, he has the capability to get those kills. He got the first one of this potential clutch, and he's got another as well. Devi versus
Bhai,
Kiko.
Devi
Devi's in the
akela
hot
kya
hands.
kare?
And I'm not talking about Phoenix here. Kiko's the one playing that. Has he got the capability?
इस पे armor पे.
Mike hasn't been tapped yet. Kiko knows he could take his time with this one. He's looking like a little bit of a raid boss with the bandit and armor. He's got a lot of util to work with as well. Curveball and a molly. Devi really waiting for a mistake, but he's the one who has to make the first move here. Turret's back up. I think that's what he must have been waiting for.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds. Spike will be easy here. He doesn't know it, but he doesn't quite know where Kiko is standing and waiting. Kiko just waiting for Plant at this stage. Turret will be the one spotting him out first.
Spike planted.
As the molly comes on through.
Oh my god!
The 4K and the clutch. Instant headshot. He started out with that one onto Marta. He'll finish it onto Kiko. For another pistol for PRX.
Yeah, you're kicking yourselves as NRG. They rotated so well despite losing that opener onto Marta inside of A main. They were ready for PRX's execute. They had a big crossfire on the side, but Devi very sneakily able to construct himself a 1v3 on that A side. He opens up the round for PRX and he gets it done by himself.
The smoke coming down from Brock, and then the meat grinder, Scuba and Ethan just doing work. But Devi coming on through and just diffusing the scenario. We get another early pick. It's Marta down again. Unfortunately, something is just going to make mincemeat of him. Ethan will at least get the orb away. That's all that NRG will get so far.
Trailblazer does at least find the buy onto Scuba. 2 players spotted out over on that B side of the map. So you're going to get the pivot back across. Something quite happy to sit in dish side. The rest of PRX relocating to the bottom side. They meet up with Kiko.
Dawai uska IGN and David uska
That should be a
name
little bit of info, but do they know it's the exact corner? They absolutely do. They see the hands. This will be easy. Yeah, shouldn't even lose a single player to Kiko despite the wonky shots from Jing. Now the crunch over on towards A. Brock to try and hold on to this one, but pistol not going to do you too much good. Easy 9th round here for PRX, 5 versus 2.
One enemy remaining.
Might not even lose a gun. Indeed, they don't. 5 rifles brought through into the bonus is a very, very good position to be in. As PRX, NRG once again going to have to play the opening part of this half from behind. So we'll have a look at how their first defensive gun round does look, but I mean, they were quite resilient in the first half, so have to give them the benefit of the doubt for sure.
The real worrying thing was the fact that PRX did convert the bonus, which is, and then that ended up being 5 rounds in a row for PRX in that first half, and for NRG, wouldn't want that to be the case again. An opportunity here, potential for Kiko to at least drop one gun down. But honestly, when you just have the classics there, it's a little tough. Let's see what the bonus looks like for PRX this time around. NRG really wanted to win the first gun round of this half. Prowlers will get their mark.
Yeah. know that there's at least one player hanging around outside of A main. That's a Molly being prepped for tower. I do think that they're just going to try to drop off
Sherlock
G
is Aiden
up
and
there with the
Mojo is the
Trailblazer.
name.
They go under a lot of pressure, push out by the utility, and that's an opener for Devi inside of A main. He's punished the push from NRG on the other side of the map when the pressure was coming through into tower, and now NRG are reeling in their first gun round here.
PRX is, they can just abandon B at this time as well if they want to go towards A, but they'll slow things down. They'll say, let's recommit. Force the rotations from NRG first. Devi can even go for a little bit more but on the other side of the map is Envy and Jing. Yeah, they just completely dominated. So we're seeing the first half Groundhog Day here for NRG. Just can't win that third round.
It's rough. I mean, they were well aware that there was a player hanging around outside of A, confirmed by the Prowler, but Devi has just been on one. He's having one of these games. Been in some excellent form as of late. And when he takes over a game for Paper X, there's just really not much he can do. Brock last alive, trying to hold onto his rifle. Not spotted out by the guiding light.
Just wants to save, my man. Just wants to stay alive. He's been spotted. Devi, he's going to go for a little bit more. And, well, just saw the back of the player. Brock at least shuts him down. Devi's got locked down either way. He'll be happy with that one. Brock's going to convert another kill.
Don't feed him an orbital. He's only one off at this point if he's able to get one more kill.
वाह मत करो भाई तुम लोग.
And I think his respect has been earned here as Paper X hitting double digits. Not able to bring as many guns out of that round, but when you win the bonus, I don't think you really care too much.
Yeah, I mean, you got so many rounds in the bank at the moment in terms of where this lead is going. You got Ultimate starting to come online as well. You got Devi winning a 1v2. Oh my god, that just cannot happen if you are NRG. Would love to see if we can get a POV of that one, but NRG taking their second timeout now, and I think they need it.
Yeah.
NRG
see what they're
taking
going to construct
second.
here around this singular safe Phantom. Got to be some level of investment here for NRG to try to keep things interesting.
But
they need to
Lotus
manage
I don't know.
take some guns away from Paper X. They'd love to do some more economic damage, if not give themselves an outside shot of winning this round. But if things go the way they're expected, Paper X will be up 11-5 here on Fracture, and it's going to be a difficult position to come back from if you're NRG, given just how strong Paper X have been looking on this map lately.
And there's the PRX off out of the starting gates and into the immediate sprint we saw them take in London in the grand finals, just dominating on the opening map. But this one is definitely more competitive, but at the same time as well, PRX are here for a reason. They know they can just take this map away and get that immediate 1-0 in this BO3. NRG looking for answers.
Can't have a slow start for either one of these teams. You would be honestly a little bit upset that this is the opening game of EWC. It's a very stacked tournament, of course, but Paper X and NRG would probably be a game we'd be expecting pretty deep into the playoff bracket.
Well, half buys coming on through. Obviously, Brock did save over that one rifle. See if he can be the hero for this particular round.
A main taken again by NRG.
Okay.
Lockdown being invested on this B side of the map. Paper X playing it very slowly. Not quite rushing into B by any stretch of the imagination. Showstopper now picked up by Jing.
We'll see what they still have to clear once the lockdown has concluded. Obviously, we can see that NRG are going to be late to the party here a little bit as Jing wants to start that party. He'll go down though. Doesn't he want the showstopper again? It's Marta and Ethan getting on the board here. PRX led hurting. They're the ones with the guns. And still NRG coming out ahead on that one. Not Scuba though, because Devi is still managing to land these clean shots.
They isolated him nicely. Utility invested. In comes the Nightfall though. From NRG, trying to complete this retake in from Gen side. Envy disrupting. He's got a nice crossfire in with Devi, but that player on the site has gone down. Devi now knows something on the wraparound. Could have a really good flank timing here as we head into a 2-on-2. Kiko, that's a huge pick to be able to get across to the side. They know exactly where something is. The movement is a little bit too good. Clutch needed for Paper X, and NRG will be kicking themselves, Kev. They put themselves in an excellent position there post-timeout.
And they barely had any equipment. They came through with the lesser money, just came out of the timeout, start with a 5 versus 3, ends up being a 2 versus 1. But unfortunately, NRG just didn't quite have eyes on where something was, so two players looking in opposite directions and no ability to trade something fast enough to once again dragging that crosshair over, transferring onto the secondary, cleaning up the 1 versus 2. And these are the moments that will just set PRX aside ahead of the others. Far ahead of NRG so far on this map.
Put a dent in the economy of PRX, though. It was only a half buy for NRG, who now have a follow-up gun round with some ults to work with. Out comes the C's there in combination with the orbital. I think that's just going to kill one player outright. Ethan following up super nicely. And again, it's a two-man advantage for NRG.
So it's time. You're hoping the NRG will be able to navigate this 5v3 a little bit cleaner, but Devi is still alive. Something's still alive as well. Two of the biggest fraggers so far that we've seen in this particular map, particularly Devi. So the opportunity is still there. You can start seeing some clean rounds.
Jump spot, ball to follow up. Everything going the way of NRG until something steps into the limelight, which is a very similar story to what we saw in that last round. PRX volleyed off. Too much fire in the way, and they're going to pivot across the sand.
They burn some defensive utility away from NRG, but they themselves on the PRX side is still left wanting here. It's something going to cause a little bit of noise. It might cause a little bit more. You start to see Forsaken take the spike away, so it might end over towards B, but for the time being, something wanting to sell this one. Won't sell it for very long because of the Neural Theft. This NRG themselves will start to make their way onto the opposite side of the map. Still going to get past this trip.
Forsaken still with the trip nicely. This is a winnable 2-on-3 for PRX. Ethan in a great position in a crossfire with Scuba. Over on heaven side. Very low, but Scuba playing off him nicely. Out comes a run it back from Kiko, but it's not even needed. Scuba getting it done himself, and NRG capitalizing on a two-man advantage that they weren't quite able to in the round previous.
Still a dangerous amount of players end up going down there for NRG. Just goes to say, you know, even with 3 for PRX, still very highly capable. 5 versus 3, and 2 will survive for NRG, but they get the round, importantly.
Yeah. Let's see what we're going to get here. NRG have got a lot of work to be doing, and you can see that the money's starting to get a little bit battered and bruised for PRX. Couple of rifles to mix on in here. Orbital and Seekers at the ready as well.
I hope
it's a big round for ultimates for PRX, but not much else at the moment.
PRX grouping their way in towards A main, joined up by Forsaken here. We'll see how many ults they're going to throw at this round. Try to make their lives a little bit easier. You can see that NRG are well and truly ready for the flood. Even the B players are playing retake, leaning in spawn side.
Doors open, Kiko on the Jing first. A lot of pressure coming through from Robes, and looks like PRX still want to challenge this one, but they're just challenging into their own deaths. At least Envy is going to make his way over towards the site and get this plant. You'd imagine if he goes for it in a timely manner, but currently 1 versus 4. NRG will be able to pick up another round.
You can see the elbow. One off the Rolling Thunder. Peppered away through those smokes on spawn side, and Saturate doesn't quite connect. That gives him an opportunity onto Ethan, but the crouch peak is a little bit faster. That is 4 alive for NRG. And 11-7 honestly is not that crazy of a scoreline to overturn here for an NRG who is confidently finding their way into advantageous situations round on round on round. Last 3 rounds in a row, they've been up in numbers quite substantially.
Yeah, could have been a dangerous round as well. I mean, we saw the trap set up over towards Ropes, but an opportunity for PRX if they were able to make their way into sight. Well, they do nibble on that hook that was put out there, wanting to really challenge for Ropes to get into a timeout here for PRX. Seeing what ways they can just buckle up for these last 2 rounds that they need to finish up map 1.
Feels like they're in very good form right now. Even the rounds where they're behind in numbers, they're keeping things kind of on a knife's edge. The individual players looking very sharp. I mean, that's a given when you get PRX. But still need to close here against the NRG. That can be quite troublesome once they get on a little bit of a roll, especially with this kind of comp. I feel like Keiko is in quite good form on the Phoenix. If he starts chaining the run it backs together, it's going to be a little bit of a difficult prospect.
Back with the hit watch.
So it's about breaking that early chain of rounds that PRX have, and you see what happened in second quarter, but the second half of that first half where NRG start to get it together. That time might just happen again now. 2 in a row here. Economy is starting to look a little bit safer. PRX were the ones that actually had a slightly broken economy, but those ultimates I talked about in that last round are still available now.
Absolutely. That's what I got my eyes on as well, and they're already prepping themselves for a B execute. Mana looking to disrupt. What an excellent guiding light, though. And NRG are just bumping into each other. Curveball, as well as the Prowlers, just trying to zone PRX away. So a little bit of a standstill in the mid-round here as PRX look to pivot back to 8.
So a lot of util being thrown back and forth, plenty of flashes, and Mata will be the one that ends up falling there. This Forsaken will keep things busy over on the B side of things, including the Seekers. Wants to really sell this one, but slowly Scuba's making his way over. Brock's sniffing something through here as well. Not too sure where the direction is, but will just cover drop for the time being. Rolling Thunder clears the sight. Scuba's first down, trying to dodge away from the ult, but running to the hands of Devi.
Yeah, he felt like he had a timing there. Brock spamming away. This PRX have done a really good job this round. Kiko, though, applying some pressure from the flank could start to cause some problems and throw a spanner in the works for PRX.
It could have been really dangerous if something was still alive here, but now A-main control being taken away.
जीत रहे इन्होंने start इतना crazy किया था.
Still have Forsaken to clear on the top side as well.
मार रहे थे defense में.
Great stun. Honestly, still peeking down for Brock. Just jiggling away. Honestly, that's a decent haunt. They know where PRX are playing from, but killing them is another story. 1v1 here for Kiko.
Kiko versus Forsaken again, the player that was unknown for the time being, and Forsaken will run the clock down. He's going to start making some moves away, but as the spike starts to get diffused here, he's almost looking to just stick this one, but that's going to be half so far. Time is running out. Forsaken's just going to run down the clock.
Nice
Still gets a headshot anyway. NRG put that one close, but the 12 is still found regardless.
Every single one of these rounds, even if it's like a 3-on-5, every XVX is so incredibly close. Felt like Scuba definitely had a decent time. He dodged the rolling thunder so nicely, peeking through the sky smokes.
बड़े भैया की मैच की
I'm
watch
surprised he
along.
doesn't even get one there.
देखो ये
And that is
watch party
courtesy
के बाद
of
हम
Devi
peak पे
just
जाएंगे
being able
Phasmo
to
खेलने.
hold
Phasmo
every
खेलेंगे
angle,
Phasmo के बाद
play
होगा watch
patiently
along.
exactly when it's needed. 22 kills for
मतलब
Devi.
ऐसा ना हो
He's
कि
got
आज
a lot of
वाइपर
help from the
decide
rest
कर
of the
ले कि
boys. I
नहीं
mean,
आज
whenever
5 बजे
Jing is
तक
on the
खेलना
race,
है.
that's who my eyes
अरे
are
वो
on, but
4:30
honestly,
बजे
he's not
बंद
needed to do a whole lot this game.
Yeah, I mean, when Devi is killing everybody, everyone else is just kind of scrambling to see what pieces they can still get in there. Speaking of which, Marta would like one of those pieces on his side of things, Operator on the defensive side.
Yeah, it's a similar kind of story here for PRX. A lot of pressure in tower. What a util combo onto Ethan. Not much he could have done there. That's an opening fit for a PRX who have a little bit of control towards A main. Kiko once again has to overturn this round in the favor of NRG, pushing Forsaken off the line straight into the open arms of Marta.
Marta's in there. Kiko's in a little bit deeper as well. Burns his ultimate, the runner back, nice and early, but guess what? PRX are gone. Nobody's home. On the other side of the map now is where we got to play.
Marta scaled in. Orbital won't catch Scuba if he's going to play in that little corner there. He's dodged it nicely. This has to be hard cleared here by PRX.
Yeah, Scuba's in a great spot. Do they see him? They do, but they don't quite get the kill just yet. Jing, though, wants to send down the rocket. He'll find Scuba. Still, though, players looking down for PRX and NRG. 3 versus 1. Jing has a lot of work to do here. It should be a good round for NRG now.
That is
Anticipating
sad.
a flank on top side, but he won't be given any reward for his patience. It's one off the paint shells with a satchel to work with here,
30
and
seconds left.
this is very winnable. Both Brock and Marta are a little bit worse for wear. If anything, it looks like he's saving.
Economy's not good. Look at the money. 200 in the bank for Jing. Most of the players
I would have expected him to go for it. I'm not gonna lie. It's Jing.
He does have a good round.
Welcome back,
12-7, but
That's very sensible for
10
Jing.
seconds left.
Sensible and Jing, something we'll have to get used to. Or maybe not. We'll see how the future rounds go. NRG claw one back.
Double lockdown for PRX in the back pocket, though. 4 more needed to push
One
us through
round,
into
bro.
overtime.
One round.
Definitely doable
You
for
can
NRG.
subscribe, yes, guys.
Marta's
Like
having a
and
tough time
subscribe.
getting into the
Thank you,
game, though. I feel like he's taking this
www.
arcade line a lot of the time, and he's constantly
Like
getting
करो
pushed
सब,
away. I think
subscribe
this
भी
tower
करो,
side
ठीक
play
है?
has been very successful for
और
PRX.
इसे
Either
follow
they're
भी
catching
करो.
the waylay. Last round, they caught Ethan with just utility. I'm surprised that, honestly, NRG
Pink
was able to
Jacob में
recover
red.
from that. It was courtesy of a great hold from Scuba.
Baddie. Yeah,
Picks a
baddie,
perfect
baddie तो
positioning.
नहीं हूँ
Doesn't
यार
get
मैं
caught
तो.
by the orbital. That's what you want to be
Just
seeing
मन हो
from
रहा
your
था करवा
anchoring
लिया.
Cypher on defensive fracture.
Talk about arcade. I mean, that's where NRG want to put the pressure again. It's Marta once again on that line, but Tree is where PRX will start moving out from. That Prowler didn't get to see much, so good information for Ethan.
As he execute over towards
अरे
BG.
1 HP कर
Straight
दिया
on
भाई
towards
हवा
Guillotine. I'm
में.
surprised he's even alive. Brock has
Poor
found Envy in the meantime. This is just not going well for PRX, and Kiko was undiscovered. Nice reaction onto Devi, honestly, and Brock has got him back. This is just going nowhere fast for PRX.
Yeah, Jing had no HP to work with there. Now Forsaken has to do a lot, and he couldn't land the shots or something, doesn't have the gun. So he's here to just maybe get a couple of shots in there.
He just wants one gun. He's just jiggling in the corner.
मतलब
Volleyed
कुछ
out of
भी.
position. Nicely done for NRG. A great anti-eco to give them their 9th.
मत करो यार कम बैक.
Chipping away
भाई
at
मैं
it.
भूल गई.
3 more to go.
PRX against EDG में
NRG
यही
getting a
होता था.
string of
PRX
an
match
hours.
point
PRX
पहुंचती
desperate
थी
to find this last
और
map
फिर
ball.
सामने वाले
Take
टीम
the
कम
final
बैक.
timeout. It does seem like it just keeps
क्या वही
slipping
रिपीट होने वाला है
away
इस
from
बार
them.
भी?
Yeah, all 4 timeouts used in regulation. Giving NRG the respect that they
चल
deserve.
मैंने
These
मेरा
two
ना सी
teams
थ्रो. मैं वही
relatively
बोल रही
familiar
हूँ.
with each other,
वही
even if it's
सेम
been a
होने
little
वाला
while
है.
since they last played.
आउल जज कर रहा है ना उसको
Goes
तो
to show
अच्छा
that
लगता
NRG
है.
not out of it despite how behind they were on the rounds for
Totally
both
agree.
halves.
I mean,
Really.
PRX have had phenomenal starts to both halves, and yeah, I totally agree. I think NRG have been pretty good.
Puckett just handed me a drawing of the US flag, so he's feeling it right now. He's back in NRG all the way, and well, 3 more rounds. Puckett might just be right.
Yeah, maybe. The, I guess, onus is on PRX to close out this opening map of Fracture. It is their map pick.
क्या ही
Left in the
intense
veto
music
by
चल रहा है.
NRG. Will have known that PRX will be liable to be picking that, especially with how good. That will be the timeout elapsing. Let's see what PRX have drawn up here.
मेरा आवाज
Do
तो
still
सही
think
है.
that they have the lockdown in the back pocket.
Yep.
So that's going to have to be something that they're considering for NRG. I mean, they have the orbital to potentially cancel that later on in the round. Don't think that's something they necessarily want to have to do, but if it comes down to it.
Last time we saw the lockdown, Devi used it quite aggressively on B side, just from the tunnel.
Again, pressure on the bottom side of the map for NRG, and conversely for PRX, very much just trying to make some noise over towards Arcade. Cypher Cam dealt with, and Forsaken going to make his way into unders.
Marta patiently waiting for Devi as well, who, as a reminder, Devi got a double kill here not too long ago. And in fact, a couple of pings going on towards A-holes. This could get dangerous for PRX.
Enjoy नहीं कर रहे हैं लोग फिर से.
Marta changing up his angle of approach. He is very much on his lonesome here. There's a couple of kill trips on the side, but that's about it.
Oh.
Jump spot out from Devi. Fault line onto the line is perfection. He's just being given nothing.
Yeah. Has to think about saturating that one potentially, but he has to exit regardless and throwing a shot out there, but still low HP. Nightfall coming in defensively. Ethan arriving to help out the fellas of NRG on this defense.
एक गेम BBL जीती, 100 Thieves जीती.
Something in the meantime. The players in Sand are starting to get in the mix.
Whoa,
Envy has cleared Marta out of the
nice.
side. Scooper stepping
2v4.
through the smoke. Checked nicely there
1v3.
by Forsaken. Even if something goes down, and this will be the lockdown, just trying to zone kick your way. Make sure he doesn't even have any chance in hell
What you gonna do,
at closing out this
Kiko?
round,
What
and
you
he'll
gonna
have to
do?
respect
What
it.
you gonna
minimum,
do?
he's going to have to wait this one out.
What you gonna do?
And then he's got to clear absolutely everything. Turret in Sand. Alarm bot in Hole. Obviously, Kiko doesn't have to worry about that part. But he does have to worry about walking to the high-low. And being Forsaken, ready to go. They know the positioning now.
Oh,
Three
क्या
of them this way
triple
at the
peak
same
किया है?
time. No chance for
swing
Kiko.
किया है
And
भाई?
PRX will take map 1.
डर गया
Yeah,
होगा
nicely
वो.
done. I mean, credit to NRG.
भाई एकदम छोटे से ब्रेक के साथ ये लोग को नेक्स्ट मैप शुरू कर
They put
देना
together
चाहिए.
some good rounds of their own, but PRX have been really, really hot on this map as of late. I think NRG putting up more of a fight than we even saw in the.
ये सब छोड़ो, आज मैंने आलू की सब्जी बनाई है गुड़गांव राम से. Wow.
For them, but we do still have Lotus up next for NRG. Honestly, I
GG.
would really expect this series to go to distance. If this is just a 2-0,
Sure.
I think that would be the unexpected outcome, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, if this was a more dominant showing from PRX, I'd be a little bit more worried for NRG, but just the resilience, the tenacity of NRG to keep that one competitive and really pushing it to a potential OT. I mean, we got close, despite the deficit that NRG were at one point in that map.
I knew it.
Speak
you
up,
got
Bucket.
me again.
Come on, man.
Got me again. Sneaky audio, man. Let's talk a little bit about this matchup from PRX's side of things. Smooth sailing bright and early. You're up 6-1, 6-2, and then all of a sudden NRG came back. Can we talk about that first half? What did you see early on from NRG? Was it simply winning one round? How did they draw their opponent break?
I think it was attack timeout. Like, NRG's known to have really good leadership, not only in the IGL slot, but also in the coaching booth as well. And I think since they took that attack timeout, they actually made the adaptations that were needed to be able to deal with PRX. They got
after
they were able to slow the
Watchparty.
game down a lot, so I think that helped them
पेन
out.
मैसेज देखो गाइस, लिखा है
The
उधर.
first rounds that NRG got was
क्या करते
playing
हो?
slowly, punishing the aggression coming through from PRX, players
1,
wanting
2,
to take
3 gone.
positioning,
Yep,
and then
yep.
just playing the player advantage after that.
And as we take a look at some of the highlights, I think the big round, it was Kiko who
Hi,
already had
Prateek.
3, looking for a 4th and a 1v1, but he was bested. PRX goes on to win the economy and win the rest of the game. As we take a look back at some of the key frags early, what do you see?
I mean, this is a key round for sure. Yeah,
पता नहीं क्यों लोटस पे लग रहा है हारेंगे, ऐसा बस लग रहा है.
Especially because we talked about NRG having slow starts to both.
I want 2-0 क्योंकि मुझे Phasmo जाना है. ASAP.
You know,
ASAP, एकदम.
Pistol definitely could have made the difference for NRG to get them going a little bit quicker on the defense.
I mean, it's a lot of pistol and then into 2 more rounds for PRX. The fact that they got both their bonuses on both halves is kind of insane. That is really what contributes to the deficit that NRG found themselves at, leading to...
ये वाइड वाले पिन मैसेज को अबे मेरे को ये सबसे डम चीज लगी बट ये पिन मैसेज ऊपर से ही था.
Really tough to come back from.
Yeah, I think the NRG, honestly, if they had won even one pistol, could have definitely had a better shot at winning this game. PRX are no slouches on this map.
सही बात है कपिला.
But I think that the scoreline isn't really a good representation of just how good of a crack NRG gave this map.
I think one of the highlights for me is the Cypher knowing the perfect corner to hide in, avoiding the Brim ult, and of course, getting a big kill or two. As we close things out,
ये है बजलूफोबिया.
NRG was close. They had missed opportunities. They will not have a second opportunity if you lose this next map, and it's going to be your
बाद में फोज़मो खा लो ही क्या?
This was okay.
बाद में फोज़मो खा लो ही.
Where do you want to go next, and what are the expectations? Lotus
खा लो ही.
I think they just need to win a pistol, honestly. They need to not have a slow start on both halves because Lotus is a great map for PRX. They kind of invented that.
माँ बाद में फोज़मो खा लो ही.
So it's up to NRG to show why they picked Lotus into this series and come in confidently.
Could be a big Brock Odin map as well. We know he likes to bring that one out.
भूत मत खाना है लो.
We saw how deadly something was on the brim. Now he's going to go probably on the jet, so this is going to get wild.
Scumbags with Odins. You love to see it. I'm one of them. Come see me in matchmaking. In the meantime, let's talk a little bit about the PRX player to watch, because for me, it's always Jing. He's going to be on the raise, jumping in and going down to 1 health, still making it fun to watch. Can he continue to go this negative, though? He was 11-17. The man
Mithilesh definitely.
I mean, he's going to be on the raise on Lotus again.
F my
so
typing.
I
कोई बात नहीं. I have competition. I can see
The
that.
PRX system, they got a lot of value out of the slower players on the team.
Sherlock फोज़मो daily breakfast में खाती है.
I think Forsaken was right in the middle of the pack, often just getting involved in the mid round with the guiding lights and things like that. He loves to play the Sky as kind of like a pseudo duelist at times.
Banshee तो ZF की है.
Brock and Kiko all putting up some big numbers. Which one of those 3 do you have eyes on? Final question before the break.
Yeah, I mean, Brock again, he's the guy that's going to be bringing the Odin out on the Vice here, but I need to see a step up from Mata because I think he underperformed on that fracture. This needs to be a better map from him.
Final thoughts. Will Waylay ever grace our stage again tonight?
Yeah. No, tonight? No, tonight, no.
Tomorrow?
Yeah, for sure. At some point in this event. Yeah,
Saturday?
for sure. Yeah, Saturday.
तो Ascent और
Not Monday.
Sunday, Monday, Tuesday.
We'll be back after this. There's no games on Monday. Mark the calendar. Game 2 after this. At time.
आधी उम्र हो गई है उसको ब्रेक चाहिए होता है. प्रखर वाइपर ZF will start. वो लोग वालों के गेम में है. उनका ये गेम खत्म होने के बाद they'll switch to Phasmo, बट मेरी वॉच पार्टी चल रही है तो मैं वॉच पार्टी के बाद ही आ पाऊंगी. You can watch Viper, वो किक पे लाइव है.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out,
Only love can hurt like this.
Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
You think a bad day could stop me? I eat bad days and breakfast. Yep, सुना है. क्रेजी भाई, आई कांट थिंक सो मच। मुझे याद है मैंने स्ट्रीम पे बताया हुआ है भाई, एक एक स्किन का सोचना इज वो है। वैसे भी मैं खेलती भी नहीं हूँ अभी, मुझे नहीं चाहिए कोई स्किन। आई डोंट वांट एनी न्यू स्किन्स, आई एम गुड। क्या फ्रॉस्ट जॉइनिंग फुल से? व्हाट व्हाट? मेरे दिमाग में भी वही सॉन्ग बज रहा। कौन सा भाई? Verify 1222 था। मर्सी ने उसका स्क्रीनशॉट डाला है ग्रुप में, मैंने देखा। ठीक है यार, क्लासिक की स्पेक्ट्रम और RGX। शॉर्टी में नेपच्यून शॉर्टी इज गुड। फ्रेंजी तो मुझे पसंद ही नहीं है। बट आई फील एल्डर फ्लेम फ्रेंजी इज गुड। होस्ट हैज टू बी रुइनेशन, शेरिफ सिंगुलैरिटी, स्टिंगर, प्रिलूड। स्पेक्टर तो कोई भी नहीं पसंद मुझे। बट नहीं, एक्चुअली RGX स्पेक्टर इज गुड। RGX अनफॉरसेकन। क्या मेरी आवाज आज कम आ रही है स्ट्रीम पे? सही तो आ रही है। देन बकी कौन सी अच्छी है? एक सेकेंड, एक बकी है, मेरे को याद नहीं आ रहा। बकी प्राइम बकी इज गुड। प्राइम बकी इज गुड। जज में अबे वो कौन सी जज है? मेरे पास है। मिस ब्लूम भी अच्छी है वैसे। वो जज है ना गाइस, वो वाली क्रोनोवाइड अच्छी है। बुलडॉग, ग्लिच पॉप, गार्डियन, रिकॉन गार्डियन इज गुड। नहीं, एक्चुअली सोवरेन अच्छी है। रिकॉन, फैंटम एंड देन वैंडल। एक चूज करना है सो टफ, सो आई विल गो फॉर चैंपियंस 2021। फिर क्या आता है? मार्शल हैज टू बी गायास। नहीं, नॉक्टर्नम मार्शल, नॉक्टर्नम एंड देन आउटलॉ, बोल्ट आउटलॉ, ऑपरेटर, फॉरसेकन। एरीज तो कोई भी चला लो भाई, भाड़ में जाए। मे बी मिस ब्लू मेरीज, क्योंकि मेरे को कोई भी नहीं पसंद। ओडिन भी मेरे को ऐसा सच कोई नहीं पसंद। तो आई जस्ट से पुगी वाली एवरी। बचा क्या? नाइफ बचा। नाइफ में चूज करना है स्टफ। नाइफ में एक कैसे चूज करूं मैं? सबसे अच्छा नाइफ गेम में, सबसे अच्छा नाइफ कौन सा होगा? रिवर नाइफ नो। एक्चुअली चैम्प्स वाला ही कैरमबिट मेरे पास। चैम्प्स वैंडल भी नहीं है 21 वाली, एंड कैरमबिट भी नहीं है। आई गेस ये दोनों। ऑल्दो मेरा कैरमबिट में प्राइम फेवरेट है। मेरे को प्राइम बहुत ज्यादा अच्छा लगता है। लाइव ट्विच पे आ रहा है, ट्विच पे वही, क्योंकि नाइफ में इतने सारे डिफरेंट वो होते हैं। पुरोनामी भी कितना अच्छा है। देन बटरफ्लाई चैम्प्स वाला कितना मस्त है। बहुत सारे अच्छे अच्छे नाइफ, तो एक चूज करना इज वेरी टफ। बटरफ्लाई में चैम्प्स बेस्ट है, कैरमबिट में मेरे लिए प्राइम बेस्ट है, सो प्राइम। बाकी तो मुझे इतने पसंद आते नहीं है। और डबल नाइफ में आई फील वो आयाकाशी वाला अच्छा है। आयाकाशी और इवन अभी रोग वाला, भाई कितना मस्त है वो। चलो मैंने बता दिया भाई, ठीक है। हाँ, कितनी मेहनत लगी. RGX पता नहीं मुझे उतना अच्छा नहीं लगता. But yeah, better than RGX butterfly knife.
And Pilsky back on the show. Pilsky, I want to start with you. You just saw NRG fall, but bring it close. Yeah. How can you blow out PRX on this map, Lotus? Is there a way to do such thing?
No chance, buddy. No chance. But I expect all three of the maps to be close. Okay. I got to be honest. And I have faith NRG can turn this series around. I think that we should be in for a 3-mapper. I will say, though, PRX are one of the teams that has had some of the best streaks on Lotus. They've kind of, invented the double duelist vice on this map that a lot of people copied. So they know their way around this map. Do you think
नोट कर लेता हूँ फिर कोई ना पूछ ले कर लो भाई.
Not for this map. I think this is going to be another slow look coming through.
मेरी आँखें आज फिर से भारी हो रही है.
And double controller in this map as well. So this is not going to be double duelist from.
Yes, man versus game.
It's going to be a much faster look, I think, from PRX compared to what NRG will show.
What are you excited about going into this one?
What am I excited about? I'm honestly
Game Sound, abhi they're just talking. You want to listen to them? Okay.
I'm excited for Jing to have a little bit better of a map on the race, to be honest, because I think he was just kind of a role player on Fracture in that last map. I don't think he really was necessarily tasked with doing too much.
At least
and
10.
Honestly, just for this matchup, like this is a bloody barn burner of a matchup between PRX and NRG every time we see it.
Just excited for this match in general, this group in general.
Yes,
and we got the
you heard
two
from
French
Vitality
teams
saying this is the group of death without a doubt.
100%.
Vitality may be on match point right now. I can only see like 22% of the left side of the screen, and I saw an 11 about 15 seconds ago. So I'm thinking they're in the final 2 rounds.
जल्दी शुरू करो, भूत पकड़ने जाना है.
Or an expected result with a 2-0.
I think it's the expected result. I think Vitality
इन वाला भी command add करूँ नहीं तो
better teams in
Muslim knife ठीक है मतलब.
Is a decent team.
Favorites में नहीं है
They
वो.
did pretty well to be able to qualify for this event. There's a lot of EMEA representatives. Thankfully for Heretics coming through from winning last year's EWC Valorant, so that really helps the region get a couple more of the boys over here.
And then after seeing what you have so far, it's just been one game. But are these your two teams to make it out of the
Oh, never mind. वो लोग ने एक और वो कर दिया. WWW.
Oh man, Vitality PRX on paper might end up being the two teams, but I think NRG have a good shot in it. Honestly, this is the group of death because all 4 teams have a decent run of maybe having a look at getting into the top 2.
Yeah.
But
दो गेम एक साथ क्यों हो रहा है? ऐसे ही होता है EWC में.
Extremely tough group to win.
Honestly, like this group has 3 teams that could win this whole event.
तो जब तक ये हो रहा है मैं वो भी भूल गई.
PRX could all win EWC, to be honest.
That's pretty amazing, and we're going to see
इसका schedule अभी आया नहीं ना. अच्छा इसके matches 5th तक है ना शायद से. जकार्ता में होगा.
You lose 2. You're done. You don't want to start your tournament off with a slow start. And
2 teams आना बाकी है अभी फिर decide होगा matches कब है.
Lotus is just a few moments away, and I'm sure we're going to be getting into this game. Agent selection. If you could prioritize 2. What are the most impactful agents you can bring onto this map? Starting with you, Pilsky.
I'm just going to say the double duelist from PRX.
Which duelist in particular?
I think you have to raise Jet, something.
I don't
think you're going to see them running Phoenix. And this is just kind of their quintessential comp. This is what they play all the time. As you called it, Kev.
Like अपने aim पे work करो अगर aim अच्छा नहीं है तो क्योंकि low rank में basically उससे बाहर आने के लिए if your aim is good तुम आ जाओगे easily if you consistently frag every round क्योंकि वो ऐसा rank है उसमें तुम्हें team पे depend नहीं होना चाहिए.
Otherwise, double duelist from PRX as expected. Just the one duelist coming.
If you like playing duelist खेलो और बस मारो हर game. हो जाएगा.
A little bit more flexibility in the sky. Of course, you kind of got to
ऐसे एक भेजना mobile exclusive है एक Insta पे भेजता.
That's how I feel about the initiator.
Only hater नहीं है, only fan है वो.
No one's distracting me right now. It's
I think Fade has been a little bit more common. Out of all the Lotus games I've seen over time, different metas, Fade has been.
हाँ वैसे अकेले तो boring हो जाएगा.
It is kind of the vintage Sherlock on this map. The sky is kind of the off pick. I think mixing.
राहुल एक ज़माने में मैं भी gold थी. पता है मुझे बट मेरा बहुत इजीली रैंक अप हो गया था क्योंकि मैं डुएलिस्ट खेलती थी रहना खेलती रहती थी मैं तो मैं बहुत इजीली डायमंड आ गई थी.
For on the balance of probabilities for most teams, it's probably a better inclusion, and I think I like the fact that they're playing it here, particularly into the Vice Viper, where you're going to be kind of
denied
a lot of info, and you're going to have to be put through your paces, working the map a little bit more.
Well, let's kick this one off. Lotus map 2. Obviously, lots of pressure over towards B as expected. It's NRG on the attacking side of things. Something waiting on the other side. Plenty of teammates.
Oh, there are 8 people in front B right now. Prowler and Paranoia going forward. Marta straight into the side. What a disgusting right click. But Jing able to at least trade back the raise. So no smokes now for the defense. And NRG will slow this one down.
That was a crazy shot. I mean, I think a lot of times you probably don't make that one. You just sort of die in that moment. But not here, not today. Marta, like I said in the pre-show for this map, he needs to step up here. And he has, at least for that opening pick. But we want to get over here with something versus 2 Kiko. And also Brock taking, or he already had a little bit of damage taken from a little bit earlier on.
NRG going back for second helpings. This is a bait setup for the player behind the double stack as something is just diving and dancing around the mound right now, trying to tap down some of these players with the ghost. Starting to run out of ammo here and dealt with by Kiko, but can Envy be the savior of this round here for PRX?
Yeah, he's hearing a lot of stuff right now. He's got one backstab kill, catches Kiko out with his hands on the smokes, but it's Brock and Scuba with the door open. And look at those trades. Just Divide left alone now in the 1v3. Low HP for Brock and also Scuba, so fairly winnable. We've seen Divide clutch on that previous round. Fracture rather.
You cannot lose another 1v3 pistol to Divide. He's just going to be living rent-free in your head as NRG. 2 of these players are one tap to the Sheriff. Spike going down courtesy of Ethan. Yet Arcrose is back up as Divide. Not sure if that's something you might want to place to try to find some information here. Ethan, first up to bat. Does try to pepper down Divide, but he's been allowed to cross into the site. Completely surrounded. You can see Brock wrapping around through Waterfall side is probably not something you'd be expecting. Arcrose has been invested onto the site. Divide creeping forward, but surely should get caught on the cross here by Brock. Not quite.
He's still in it for now. First tap on the spike. Arcrose already used. Positioning pretty open here. Double peek from NRG would be strong. Time running out is a problem. And
अभी ये लोग ने कितना आराम से खेला वो clutch के बाद.
No clutch this time. Marta happy with that opening.
Yeah, perfection there for NRG, just giving Divide absolutely nothing. I mean, his respect has been earned well and truly by that 1v3 he put together in the second half pistol of Fracture. Explosive start. Forsaken.
Still
not going to be happy with that one. But look, NRG, they win themselves a pistol, and we said they needed to start these halves a little bit quicker, and that's a good way to do it here.
Inspired by Forsaken. Forsaken तो बहुत
he saw a lot of hits, couldn't quite connect those shots over towards Mound. Henry probably would have liked to have gotten one more kill than just the solo he found at Kiko. Double side, all 5 up for NRG. And PRX here to match as well, just about 4 members. The first kill onto Forsaken. Okay, Marta once again, first blood, 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah, dealt with over on Rubble side, picking in with the Horde, similar to what you saw from Ethan in that last round, but none of these classics are having any impact. NRG doing a really good job just pushing this anti-eco away. Divide with the Sheriff in hand, rotating in through spawn side, wants to try to trim down the numbers.
Oh my god, you cannot be doing that. Okay,
that's a problem.
Especially if he gets another one here, but disgusting shots so far and something in there as well. They just turned this one around.
Pick from Brock or something.
भाई कीको के टाइम टीपी ने कीको के टीपी ने राउंड को दिया ब्रो why would he TP
an eco win in what that was a 2-on-5.
Yep.
That
what
was
the fuck?
5 Kev.
I cannot believe that. Oh, the stars lined up. Couldn't have had a more perfect situation. Something receives the last 2 players who have no idea that he's there. I mean, he was about to get 1 freebie, and the second freebie was like, yeah, thank you, yes, I will.
That is just brutal, man. I feel bad for reacting because we're right in front of the players. I'm sure they probably...
Mate, we are the only audience they've got. I just lost myself with dividing those 2 shots in a row.
I almost fell to my knees, I'm not going to lie. Regardless, though, Forceplay does come in here for NRG. Prowler going forward, and PRX are very much fighting for this mount control.
2 casters falling to their knees in the EWC arena right now. The only audience that these 2 teams have got themselves. A nice TP in the home, you should have hit that one. That was almost free. 5 versus 4, he'll want that kill back. And Jing might just be able to get that kill back. Sees players, sees a spike on the floor, and Jing, okay, looking for number 3.
Nice!
Oh!
Let's go, Jing.
Styling on him.
Looking to continue pushing the issue. Jing is now on for the ace. Showstopper earned. And Kiko, who opened up this round so nicely with the little bit of a shrouded step, crouch jiggle into V. has got far too much work to do. Spike dropped outside of Mount. NRG trying to throw a little bit of a Hail Mary force buy into round number 3 after a shocking eco defeat. Or anti-eco defeat, rather.
Jing is,
I just don't know if there's anything that Kiko can really get done here. PRX with a gorgeous shutdown, and this is what we were talking about. We want to see a little bit more from Jing on the raise
We
compared
also
to
said
Fracture.
sensible Jing. He's not just running knee-deep in to try and get the
30
ace.
seconds left.
Respecting the fact that still early days here, I want to secure the economy, not do anything too silly.
Yeah.
Kiko just wants to save the rifle, and the hunt is on for what it's worth. So maybe Jing will, in fact, get the ace.
We'll see if he's able to do that. Making a lot of noise coming over here towards Heavenside. He's the player in the position to do it. Kiko, this is just such a favorable angle for the Omen, though. There's no way you check this as Jing.
Okay. Kiko probably dies anyway, but Jing would have loved to have been the one getting that kill.
Paranoia out, but Forsaken jumps straight on top of him. 2-1 for PRX. Another great start to a half here. Money will be broken for NRG.
Yeah.
I'm sure they will have had a sigh of relief after winning the pistol, but this is unfortunately going to be an emotional roller coaster for them.
Look at this again. The opening 3 coming on through. Mata just couldn't quite land it. And Jing ends up getting 4 off the back of this. Pretty gross, but also than that.
That was a gorgeous arc rose from Divide, by the way. Blinds 2 players after they make contact with Jing and sets him up so beautifully.
Team play, perfect. True. And instantly shutting down the pistol even more so. Okay, getting into a nice hot territory here. Something judge in hand. Plenty of NRG players in front. All on pistols, so see where the cleanup happens.
Aggressive dash on in. Something very much just kicking his feet, running around with the judge, trying to get a bit of an anti-eco on. Envy inside of the site has a dark cover for safety. He knows that NRG are kind of holding up in tree for the time being. Again, we'll slow this one down. Not much to work with. Just classics and abandoned on Scuba.
She's super active.
Low HP on Marta as well. PRX, happy to chill.
एक दिन में attack करती
What
दूसरी
NRG
defend
are
किया.
going to do here? Share covering over towards Mound.
मैंने
B is
detail में
mostly
नहीं
open,
बताया.
but Devi will be checking that one in terms of his own contact.
A deep sheer wall.
5v5 है, attacker होते हैं, defenders होते हैं. Attackers को
even if they don't have anyone
आगे
invested
जाना
over on
होता
that
है,
side of the
side
map,
पे
are
plant करना
quite
होता है
happy to
और
just
spike
lean
को
towards B and A until it at least gets tripped here. Wall goes back up
वो
for
करना
NRG.
होता है. Like diffuse होने से रोकना
Is
होता
going to
है
be Forsaken, spamming his way in.
Defenders का काम
Whereas
होता
you
है.
find one, you shall find more. You know, with all the classics in the eco, that all of NRG are just going to be waiting around the corner. Forsaken gobbles all of them up. One away from the ultimate. And a nice clean round.
Yeah, PRX, excellent position now, taking no economic damage on this defensive side. Going to start running away with things. NRG once again going to have to take the hard road here. And just gun round by gun round. Be cleared out. They want to try to sandwich Mount, but PRX are already playing around that towards front B. Prowler does confirm that the raise is over towards the door side. Rocket pulled out, not judged well enough by Forsaken, who goes down and something pushed away. In goes Jing with his own rocket, looking for Ethan, but denied outright. Ethan doubling up nicely. And this is looking very good for NRG.
Jing doesn't even get a shot in there. That could have been at least one kill coming on through. A little something more for PRX to work with. NRG now should be able to get themselves onto site. Still something to deal with here as the pink shells will just push them off. Haven't even had a chance to talk about the fact that something is playing on the operator here, and at some stage with the numbers in 2 versus 5, how badly does PRX want this retake with the op?
I think you just want to min-max the money. It's only early days, a lot more legs left in this half. NRG's money hasn't built up too heavily just yet, but they're looking pretty good, honestly. Spikes down, Scuba on the off angle. Might have a good timing here onto something, and if he could take the operator away, that's going to make this one a little bit more expensive for PRX, honestly.
Yeah, I don't think something really wants to walk too far forward, though. Wants to hide away a little bit deeper on site if possible. The two teams will handshake this one away, I believe, as you're not even really playing for exits here for your PRX. You just want to hold on to what guns you hand. I say that, but Devi and Brock and Ethan will meet.
That trade actually gives 2 ults over to NRG. Both Brock and Ethan were one off. Brock goes down, gets him the Steel Garden. Ethan earns himself the Nightfall and will unfortunately fall to the spike at the end of that round. Not ideal, but still good enough from NRG, who now go into yet another gun round, knowing that they put a pretty big dent in PRX's economy and they've got great ults to work with.
It's a showstopper trade that goes in the favor of Marta and not quite in the favor of Jingers. Ethan will be able to get 3 kills in that particular round. They put the pain on to PRX. I mean, that's the 3 kills that puts PRX on just the 2 members, including Op, which is something this time around.
This is gonna be fun.
Well,
is ready for NRG coming through pillars.
Yeah, over on front B, that has been a pretty big point of contention here. You're going to have to have a Prowler and a Paranoid to push something off the line here. Rubble has been kind of soft cleared by Paper X, who will play the Vice over with a deep wall on A. Something on the line here. The fade is over towards main, so they don't actually have a Prowler to push him away. They're trying to throw out a dark cover. A Prowler will set him up on the line, courtesy of Envy, and NRG just going to respect it.
Handing over towards their side of things. Only Divide here. Sheer wall being played in as well. As it's a big group up for PRX over towards Mound. Still yet to see where NRG want to really seriously start to make some moves.
Yeah, just playing retake A here. They still have the sheer wall, so they're quite happy to lean towards C and the front B info line. Door gets tickled by NRG. Does that give Paper X a little bit of pause for thought where their setup is concerned? 45 seconds, and the attackers are not really budging an inch. Kicking off the B's now. No scope misses from something. He's able to pick up Brook. Hit by the Paranoia and traded out by Kiko.
Would have been gross if you got Kiko, but Kiko's happy with that kill. 4 versus 4 now. B is going to be the ending of where the site plant is going to take place. The rest of PRX coming through the door. And a big TP as well. Forsaken gonna have the offensive potential here. Now he doesn't actually commit to the TP. Ethan onto Forsaken as he gets taken down from that door location. And it's been difficult for PRX to buy themselves into the retake so far.
Yeah, Devi needs to get involved in this round over from Heaven's side. Only marked by Ethan. Kiko continues to jiggle here. Jing gonna find a pick onto Scuba. And they're taking a long time to get back into the site, but PaperX have at least got some trades on in.
Well, Jingle, if we hear the sounds of victory, and we do from Arda. Big shots in, Ray's going well. Celebratory paint shells, we lock in 3-3 now. Finding some real success on to B, where, hey, PRX have also been wanting to place more of their own resources on that side of the map. Something trying really hard to find value on this operator. And the no-scope just is, unfortunately not, it still gets the kill, mind you.
Well, it's just a bit of an awkward exchange at the end of the day, unfortunately. And Brock, even though he does go down, I think you're happy with the 1-for-1 onto something, especially because you've already been able to dump the Steel Garden. Wrap around from Marta was perfection. Paper X, it just felt like they had too many different angles to deal with running back into that B side on the post plant.
PRX Rohan.
See if this ends up being a timeout here, but not getting into the next round too quickly yet. But NRG not feeling too rough from that second round so far has been the one to talk about, with the eco win coming through from PRX really setting the table. NRG saying, it's fine, lose that one. On our way back on the future rounds and not going to let this one go as far into a deficit or deficit at all compared to where Fracture was.
मतलब वो depend करता है कि team पे कितने credits
Working their way through this attacking side despite a massive slip-up in round 2. Honestly, they've just picked themselves back up by their bootstraps, and it's only courtesy of the eco being one that PaperX can even continue to buy here on the defense.
We can't afford an operator for something. That'll be one thing gone off the table. Brock Odin is back in play. A lot of util being exchanged here. Forsaken tucked away. Has to get, unfortunately, revealed the fact that he shoots the haunt, but Jing's the one that actually gets the kill through the smoke. Martyred down.
Great open up for PaperX, who dominate that mount control. PaperX going to be put through, NRG going to be put through their paces. They don't have any more Prowlers to deal with any of these aggressive plays for PaperX. Box spam onto something. Does at least equalize the numbers, and Scuba ready for the follow-up peek from Jingnet.
It's a crazy read, Ethan.
Yes,
understanding that something or somebody will be behind that box and rewarded. But now look at this. Forsaken nearly had the secondary, but Ethan a little bit too sharp. For PaperX, Envy still in play though, 2 versus 2. Nightfall ready to go, and he wants to rip that one through. No issues. Brock now behind that same box, and he's going to take him down by Divine and Envy. Doubling up here for PRX's 4th.
Yeah, good recovery from PaperX there. NRG not quite able to keep the streak of rounds going there.
Only love can
flight. Well navigated by PaperX. Had a lot of cheeky positions. You saw Forsaken up close towards that dark cover. Good turnaround for Ethan and Scuba when they were down in a 4-on-5. They were ready for that mid-round aggression. Honestly, if Forsaken doubles up there, the round would have been done outright, but the rest of PaperX pick up the pieces. It's just a very back and forth game of Lotus here.
Close margins as well. Obviously went down to a 2v2.
PRX by
Nightfall doing some work there, and Nightfall nearly ready again, but a scoop on something who doesn't get anything with the blades. Very unfortunate there.
Not ideal. Envy pushed off by the Viper Wall. Well aware that he does have Odin in hand, and I don't think NRG are scared of it. Maybe they should be. Nice off angle. Page shells and the paranoia. Not really connecting too much, but at least making Envy uncomfortable enough for NRG to claim the site.
Trying to do some damage on a Brock, even get a kill, but not quite there as Marta converts onto Forsaken. 2 left alive. Now look, we've seen PRX win a 2v5 before, but Divine and Jin gonna have to do a little bit more than that. It's only Divine left, 1v4 ultimate in hand, but what can he really do here? We know he can certainly get some shots in, but look at the money situation.
Yeah. NRG being very disciplined here. Both teams a little bit lower on the cash, so they want to maximize the guns and not give Divine any chances of completing this clutch, let alone taking more guns here.
Does Divine even want to go for it? That's my question, because it just doesn't have the money to play with.
Fall back into spawn side. Hold on to the Vandal, but consequently, NRG, who are also quite light on the cash, will get through this round with 4 guns surviving.
But like abilities,
it's a very nice clap back to even things up 4 apiece.
Early shut down against Something's Blade Storm. Everyone winning their ones.
Oh, sorry guys.
Well handled. 4 versus 2 there, making sure another clutch is not going to be possible. So once again, we find ourselves all evened up 4-4 on Lotus. By the only gun in hand.
Watchparty,
See what the rest of the economy looks like for PRX after this.
Too much for Envy to do that. Especially after something goes down right at the start of the round.
Oh, that is not the economy look you want to see for PRX.
Yeah.
Quite a bit better for NRG. No blades for something, obviously, and a TP that could have been a death and will end up still being a death for Forsaken.
Yeah, I mean, he wanted to go for the progression smoke play with the Hort to try to scan somebody going across to Rebel. It is a PaperX classic to throw out those dark covers and try to dive into them with the Omen or the Raze. In this case, though, as mentioned before, NRG very, very familiar with PaperX and all of their antics and quite happy to play around them.
Being desperate to find that gun there, dropped by Forsaken. And the hand-me-down will not be passed over.
Randy
It's going to be a very, very good half for NRG, especially after they get ecoed round 2. Like, they're going to go up 5-4 with massive economy. A lot of ults coming off online here towards the tail end of the half. Like, I'm very, very impressed that they've been able to actually put themselves in a winning position on this attacking side of Lotus, given how this started.
I mean, the same situation on Fracture would have led PRX to quite the lead, but here on NRG, they're about to find the 5-4 here, especially with that kill into Envy, and still 1 gun left in the hands of Devi, and at the end of this one, he has to start asking the question again. Does he just go for the save?
30 seconds left.
Potentially so. Not much for something to do there. NRG starting to really condition this A side. They've been kind of battering down the door in this part of the map. A couple of rounds in the row here. Seen PaperX with a very, very quick opening towards A that has been pretty unsuccessful 2 rounds in a row. Something's Blade Storm, and then you saw that cheeky little play trying to go for the Haunt scan. Have to maybe try to rethink the approach, maybe, especially with the Steel Garden, move the Vice over to play retake A. It's definitely a viable option. PaperX have had a fair bit of success kind of fighting in the middle of the map and dominating C Mound.
Guys, please like the stream.
As well, as they will recover some of their economy for that next round. And
like
play in there. Showstopper I'm looking at. Vice is looking at Steel Garden here. Contact found. Divide. Okay, he's happy with that one.
You asking about NSP?
How much of a chase did NRG want to go on?
They've got really great money, so honestly they can throw as many guns as they want to.
VCT LCQ 7 जुलाई से start होगा. उधर 3 और teams आएंगी.
Don't want to go through all the effort and the trouble of digging up a Divide out of a fully set up
उसको VCT Pacific में slot मिलेगा stage 2
claim the lead here, 5-4. Only a couple of rounds left to play, and NRG have got plenty of money. They've got plenty of ults to play with. Really, the onus is back on PaperX to try to conjure a little bit more magic, because they've been falling flat in the last couple.
और जो तुम team India दूसरा बोल रहे हो,
like you said, not much to do, but
ENC में.
Maybe a cheeky headshot would have landed and a kill.
तो बहुत सारे tournament हैं अभी.
Again,
so
really needs something out of this. Our economy is in the dumps and something back on the up. Half arms across the board for everybody. Can't even quite afford everything now. There's something with like a shot here. Dash ready to go, but NRG do not bite on the hook.
Forsaken, peppering down.
Team India is NSP.
One player.
Oh, sorry.
Outside of A there. Scooper a little worse for wear, but the regen shield will help him come back up
Only
to a little
14
bit more of a
complete
healthy
for
status
VCT
as
slot.
NRG looking to pick up the
हाँ,
pace
VCT Pacific का
towards C
slot है
here
ना
with the
वो।
Nightfall.
Haven't seen much out of C for NRG so
Only
far, so this
14
time they're going to really commit into it.
MCQ के slot
She'll
के
slow
लिए वो
things
लोग को
down.
जीतना पड़ता है अपने
With the Nightfall
region
and
से।
play PRX,
तब
fully
जाके
respecting
उनको
something
LCQ का slot
is ready
मिलता है।
once again. Paranoia will be pushing players off slightly. But just no one in the sidelines. He will reveal the operator once more.
Yeah, still Garner's getting traded, waiting for the Raze ult to kick this one off in combination with the Paranoia. In goes the Viper's Pit from NRG. It's a pretty deep one to try to zone Waterfall away and make things difficult for PRX.
Here we go, Showstopper Jing. That's the opening he was looking for. It doesn't seem harder. Despite being flashed out, Mata gets the kill, Divine gets the trade, so there is still a 4 against something. He wanted the operator kill for so long, gets onto Kiko. Opportunity now, Envy onto Brock. 2 left, Scuba and Ethan to hold on, and they can't do it. Scuba needs to do a lot of work here, but something's got his number. We're back to evens, 5 and 5.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised PRX was able to put that retake together, given that the Showstopper had 0
I need
impact
coffee, guys.
on the retake there. The
I
pit
need
ends up kind
coffee.
of working against NRG. I understand they were really trying to dig their heels into Waterfall and give themselves an avenue to play towards one, but unfortunately, it just ends up being a big smoke to obscure the fact that PRX are on the slide.
ये सब teams है, organization, PRX and NRG
makes it easy for Divide to be able to get the trade.
Good stuff inside of the pit from something. It's not easy to retake
PRX
into a pit with an
is
operator, I'll tell you that.
Pacific region की team and
Like I said earlier, PRX needed to make that one work, and okay, let's just get this one underway because Jing
Green team
wants to take some early control, playing off that smoke.
It's a classic set play from PRX, going fishing for a pick outside of C, but unfortunately not able to get it. Scuba lurking outside of A here. Has Defiant something to contend with. Not sure if something caught a whiff of it. Indeed, you see the pin come out, but with the wall going up to Scuba, he's going to be able to skulk away as NRG start to work mount control.
Okay, here,
8 बजे नहीं मेरे को नींद आ जाएगी क्योंकि 4:30 से वैसे भी मैच देखना है 6 तो उसमें ही बज जाएंगे 6 उसके बाद ही तो सोऊंगी मैं यही तो स्केड्यूल है अभी मेरा 7 बजे सोने का
All his Vice utils stuck on the opposite side of the map.
ऐसा ही स्केड्यूल है अभी गाइस
PRX are so far out of position here.
तुम सोचो अभी मुझे 7 घंटे और
That is ridiculous from Jing. Waits till the last minute and Mana not respecting the boom bot.
Yeah, if he shoots the boom bot, unfortunately he just dies to Jing's swing there, so lose-lose scenario and perfectly played by Jing.
अभी 7
Makes the
घंटे
retake
और
a little bit
स्प्रिंट
easier now, 4 versus 4, no ultimates though. On either side, Prowler in first.
समझ रहे हैं आप लोग मेरी बातें
Clear so far. And Scuba, like you said, on for the long flank. Wait for that activation, but he needs to get in position. Something big shot onto Ethan. Divide gets a kill to Brock as well. Okay, 1 versus 1. Does he have the shot? Oh, Scuba's got to come in. Door's closing. Door is closing, brother. No, he's just got to give that one up. Afraid he's gone.
Let's go.
Can't even leave the site. That door timing's wild.
Perfectly played there by Scuba. Just tapping the door. Divide just endlessly waiting for him to peek, but never quite gets the peek that he was looking for.
Super stickers बंद तो नहीं
Nice
होने
open
चाहिए
plan for them. I think Scuba was so far away. I was getting a little bit concerned he wouldn't have a chance to get involved in the round, but plays it perfectly in the 1v1. Forsaken, fortunately, out on an island there. I mean, yeah, that was fantastic from Jing. Honestly, PRX, it's crazy that they keep making some of these rounds so competitive because they were so far behind positionally after they lost Forsaken there. NRG was basically given a free C-side.
There we go, once again, making similar plays here, but this time it's Mata going in on the 1 HP, he survives. Takes down Forsaken once again. Big trades happening still on Mount, 3 versus 4. Paranoia doesn't get as much as you would have liked, but Kiko will find Divide regardless. Now something has to find this next shot. Dash is about to fade away, and 3 members from NRG is too many for him to handle.
Not much for Envy to do there. Well traded by NRG.
Honestly,
what a
defense
resurgence
pay
to get
5
7 rounds
is
on the
not
attacking
bad.
side, given the fact that they get
That
ecoed
is a
after
good
the
half
pistol.
for
Really,
PRX,
really
I
nicely
see.
worked. Can see why they picked Lotus into this series. And I'm feeling good for them, man. They're going on to defense now. They're playing Senti double controller. I'd imagine that they're going to be quite pleased with themselves.
Starting to really win things over towards that Mound side of things as well. These last 2 rounds, winning these controls. And something, he had a couple of the op kills, but not really dominating the map or controlling the spaces he would have wanted to.
ही सोच रहा था
Like you said, the big recovery from that second round is really the story for NRG. We already saw the ability to recover on Fracture. Unfortunately, the deficit ended up being a little bit too big for them, despite the fact that it took a couple extra timeouts from the PRX side to even dig in for that 13th round here on Lotus. Finished that first half with the lead, feeling a lot better about their chances. Feeling like we can definitely go to a map 3.
It's up to PRX here. Another pretty close half. More than serviceable, swapping back over onto this attacking side. But they have had a change of Enit. I think that does kind of help them in some regard. The fade over the sky will help them, as I mentioned before, kind of work the map. It's why it's a very, very popular choice of initiator on Lotus in particular, on a lot of 3-lane maps, because you can just solve any question mark that you need to by throwing a Prowler. You need to take B main, throw a Prowler. You need to take C mount, throw a Prowler. Clear rubble, throw a Prowler at it. Use the Haunt on cooldown. The sky will allow you to be a little bit more explosive, you know, which is how often, I mean, PRX do like to play. And I think a lot of teams like to play that mimic this kind of Raze Jet burst comp, because the guiding light just gives you more burst potential. You go from contacting, making no noise at all, to guiding light, satchel dash straight into the site. It's very much faster than a fade will actually offer you.
Sounds a lot more like PRX's traditional playstyle as well. Double duelist, explode on with some flashes coming through from your sky.
I mean, the problem is though that, as you kind of mentioned before, they're playing into a slower comp from NRG that has a lot more
they know that
Watchparty
चल रहा है उसके बाद आ पाऊंगी
that's going to give you some problems on the dive, less problems than if you're running something like a Neon. But even, you know, Viper Omen going to be troublesome regardless, though. We're going to have fisticuffs here over A Rubble right off the bat.
We'll see how PRX manages this situation. 4 members of NRG on their side, and one scan already out onto Martis. That location has been revealed. The wall's going to slow things down somewhat, and Martis is taking brutal damage from all angles. So is Brock.
PRX not liking the way that A is feeling right now. They've taken a little bit of a chunk out of Brock and Marta, as mentioned, so I feel like they kind of win that exchange to some regard. Marta taking a little bit of a risk, looking for information, punished by something to give PRX the opener.
PRX slowed down, walked back a little bit, then re-entered.
Like
NRG are interested once more again, so the wall to play off. Door tagged as well. Brock, reminder, one of the low HP members.
All of NRG are here though. PRX ready for the swing, with the Paranoia is excellent to make them very uncomfortable. Paranoia back in response for PRX. Very much fighting for control of Rubble here. This will definitely decide the pistol round. Scuba with 2 into a 1v1. Can Divide clutch yet another pistol for PRX? Swing in from Scuba is beautiful, and a 3K to give NRG yet another great start to a half.
A big celebration from NRG as well from their side of the stage. Second pistol picked up in this map, and question now will be, can they actually convert that into a string of wins? That second round eco from the first half still in the back of everyone's mind here. But obviously, massive trades back and forth over towards Rubble, the re-entry from PRX as well. But a 1v1. Scuba takes away from Divine, who's been so sharp today in the series. Scuba showing, okay, I'm still good.
PRX with a couple of upgraded pistols here on the eco. Can't do much against an outlaw on an angle like that. Up inside of the progression dark cover here. PRX wait for the door to close before they make their next move.
Relieves pressure away. NRG starting to rotate. Now the opening coming through, that is going to be Paranoia, dodged out. Kiko would like to hit some of these shots, get some damage in there. Forsaken on 1 HP. And now they're just waiting for Kiko to see if that can be a kill. Ethan looking over towards the left, but doesn't quite manage to get a shot into play. Jing cleans up, Scuba gets Jing down, and now over towards the drop. Just back and forth, 2 versus 3 now. Still plenty of damage, even if PRX lose the round. But will they lose the round? Now they probably will.
Yeah, brute flank from Brock and Scuba. It's coming in tandem. I mean, the Lemmings made it into the site. And they had teams, man. Actually took a couple of guns away from NRG. They were in pretty good positions to just shut that down outright, especially with the easy opening peak over on Mount side. But well, PRX do a good job keeping it interesting. Put themselves in very annoying positions. I mean, you can see them kind of tucked in under drop here. That's not easy for Ethan to clear.
Yeah, frustrating death for Ethan on that one. Well, the rest of the players in a good position to finish things out. No shenanigans from Forsaken or anybody else. It's the last couple of plays alive for PRX. This is one of the biggest deficits that PRX has seen for quite a little bit.
Very close on the C's laid there. Almost had multiple players caught on the side of NRG. They dodge it nicely up behind their Viper wall, and now an immediate pivot back towards Mount for PRX, but that's where I'm having a look at this Vice wall. Going to be a little bit harder to break
It's
through
gonna
that.
be 1 hour.
So
Yeah.
Boombot Prowler Claire coming through from NRG. Make sure no one was there on rubble. That allows now Kiko to move over.
Nice orb. They've got the Paranoia in the right position here, but Brock's only got a Spectre and a lot of work to do. There's the burst into the site that I was
That's a good
talking
one.
about, the TP up on top. Not necessarily ideal for Forsaken, and these are some awkward duels being taken. A lot of players here for NRG, but PRX...
भाई ये बायरों जैसा नहीं लग रहा
Okay, they're
है.
really getting some good damage in. There's something on basically 1 HP here. Which is a big flank. PRX weren't ready for it. And now something is just going to end up potentially saving this one. He's just... Well, he's a 1 versus 2, but the HP situation is rough. He's going to go for a potential long flank. Still got just barely enough time.
I don't
I mean,
think
that
so.
could seriously work out. I don't know
Yeah,
how
I'm
tucked
supporting
behind the
PRX.
box Marta is.
Ethan's
Ethan's
ready.
ready for it, though. Very much clued on. And that's a 10th round for NRG. Bonus converted. They are running away with Lotus right now.
Yeah, this is looking fantastic for NRG. As honestly, before the flank from Marta and Co came on through onto door, it was looking PRX's way for quite some time.
But that's where you look at NRG, not only the Vice tech with the wall, but also just how annoying they were being for PRX to kind of isolate and hunt down inside of the site is exactly what allows for that door open to be so impactful on the flank. If PRX had made it safely into the site like 5 seconds sooner, that's probably their round.
Well, PRX facing the pressure now will be taking a timeout. They are quite in the hole in terms of the round deficit so far. And a 1v2, that's something really would have taken a lot for him to win that one. And heads up play by Ethan to consider the fact that he might be getting long flanked. And as these rounds go by, it's looking more and more comfortable for NRG, and the likelihood of us going to a map 3 is starting to look really real.
Expect nothing less from this series. PRX have very much dug themselves a hole here, though. Coming out of this timeout will be on a half buy on this attacking side, where it feels like they're getting shut down more often than not by NRG, who are playing an excellent game here. Very well-rounded performance from pretty much everyone in the server as well. Like, no one is really lagging behind.
From both teams, really. No one's, as you say, really running super far ahead like the Vi was on Fracture.
Too many rounds.
Odin out for Brock this time around. Something feeling himself on the Marshall. Seen him do some magic on that before, but here we go. Omen versus Open first and foremost. Does that Prowl actually get a bit of a sightline? Maybe.
Nah, Forsaken tried to dodge it, and Kiko saw his cape going inside of the dark cover. Unfortunate. Disgusting off angle here from Brock. This is what we know him for.
And that Prowler certainly will be able to see
Of course,
Devi
Pranav. Chat W
revealing the Odin
chat
through
W
it all as well. Bit of a clear coming through. The rubble side from Envy.
Marta. Outlaw out yet again, looking to farm himself up a showstopper. He's halfway to it. Little taps on in will make a big difference in getting a rocket going a little earlier on. Something over on the other side of the map. Sees the sheer
Small
wall.
patch on
Dash
the
active.
desk.
You can tell that shot put the fear into PRX as well. Okay. Tap the wall.
I have the spike.
Trigger the orb as well. Just wait for this one out. Slow things down. 40 seconds left to play through. End on C. Playing pretty far back is going to be Scuba and Rourke.
Yeah, quite happy to let PRX come to them. Only Sheriffs and Marshals in the mix here as the Paint Shells tries to clear out pillar side. They will be able to at least make it up onto the site and maybe even get a plant here, but how much more success can you really conjure as PRX?
Well, they got to go for that plant sooner rather than later. Big damage. Brock finds his mark onto something. Inside the smoke, no problem. Scuba on the Devi as well.
My hands proved NRG only wins the maps जिस पे Brock Odin कर सकता है.
Also building himself up a showstopper. One off now, courtesy of those two Sheriff shots, but NRG will complete the retake nonetheless.
11 found. Remember that 11-5 that we saw on Fracture the other way around? Well, PRX on the 5 end of things. NRG was able to make a little bit of a comeback. PRX, after that tack timeout, we'll need to think about where this gun round's gonna go.
आप कौन सा character सबसे ज़्यादा खेलते हो? Clove. I am Clove.
Going into their attack timeout, there definitely would have been more so chatting about the adaptation and heading into this gun round. So let's see what they've prepped up here. The half buy is one thing. Plans may have changed, especially when you're considering the orb control. You're now one off two pretty big ults here for PRX.
Yeah.
It's up to NRG to kind of deny those orbs.
Operator in hand. Something. Really keen for it. And Kiko a little bit more. Good spot on the Forsaken. Knows his tricks. Knows where he's going to end up being with that TP.
Just a flick one tap. Devastating to lose your smokes on the attacking side 5 seconds into the round. Just a disgusting shot from Kiko. And anything that you discussed on PRX is very quickly getting much more difficult for you.
Yeah, it's going to have to end up being relying on the Cloudburst smokes or relying on that Nightfall now as Devi is under pressure. Oh, he's ready to survive that scenario. In fact, he was looking for that kill.
I'm surprised he almost got Mana there, honestly. I had no business being
Actually, अब ये लोग को जल्दी हारना चाहिए ताकि जल्दी मैप 3 शुरू.
3-on-5 here for PRX. Off angle from Scuba is looking pretty dirty.
This round is
a dumpster
fire. Hate to say it, but kind of in the bin at the moment. It's Scuba just drops something from behind his neck.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you do here now? 2 versus 5. You don't feel good about giving up the round. It's about to be 12 for NRG. PRX kind of in the bin at the moment. This was terrible for them.
Yep. Only thinking about Breeze at this point. All picked up by Envy. 30 seconds on the clock. I feel like I'm watching the Masters Grand Final all over again, like a stop map for PRX. Oh no, we're so back. We're so done. Hopefully on Breeze we're so back.
We just speed ran Fracture straight into Lotus from the Grand Final, really. We skipped the other 3 maps in the middle. Time this one out. PRX, it sucks to be in a position where you got to save on this round to give the 12 over to NRG.
Especially after the attack timeout. Brock entering with the Odin. A little bit of a jiggle for Ethan there. They're well aware of where Envy is, and he won't make it away with the operator, so something will be a little bit more empty-handed. And PRX, they've got all of the ults, but none of the money up against map point here for NRG.
That round went from bad to worse with no recovery on the op. It just starts, like you said, you lose Forsaken like 5 seconds in, smoke's gone, something trying to make something happen over on towards B and just gets dropped from behind, no chance to recover there. And they're basically on 5 ults.
I mean, that's the kind of round that NRG does, though. I remember that America's like lower final, I think it was, against MIBR, where every round just feels hopeless. You get spammed.
Okay.
In goes that showstopper for Jing.
Let's see if we can find some hope. Jing really looking for it. Just going to have to throw that rocket out. Lots of ultimates being played in, and something, again, just doesn't really add anything as Ethan drops him almost immediately. Brock on the other side of that door, spamming on through. Jing made his way onto site, but this
क्या हो रहा है? जिंग उधर घुस गया. ये लोग वहीं रह गए. वो क्या है? Suddenly ऐसा लग रहा है PRX forgot how to play. Legit ऐसा लग रहा है. ये खेलना ही भूल गए.
Can't even run 13 and 5. NRG clapped back.
Yeah. Really nice recovery from NRG. I felt like they were definitely competitive in that first map, but rough starts to both of the halves. I think they very much showed their quality here on Lotus. Both halves definitely look like the better team, and PRX a little bit sheepish, unfortunately, showing some of that map-to-map inconsistency that we just saw over at Masters London.
A second half, they were gone. I don't think they won a single round there, right? And multiple opportunities where they're trying.
वो लोग ने अटैक बहुत ज़्यादा गंदा खेला. इतना गंदा अटैक तो मैंने कभी नहीं देखा PRX
का. For something, sadly, that second to last round, like I said, was just heartbreaking watching them have to.
Shashank, thank you so much for the 101. Any 2026 upcoming movies you are excited about? एक छोटू सा गाना भी गा दो. अरे गाना किक पे गाती हूँ ना मैं. सुनते नहीं तुम किक पे. मूवी तो यार इस साल काफी सारी आ रही है. अभी वो भी आने वाली है ना, स्पाइडरमैन जुलाई एंड में ही आने वाली है आई गेस. एंड देन देयर इज ड्यून का 3rd पार्ट, ऑल्दो मैंने अभी तक 2nd भी नहीं देखा है. बहुत सारी आ रही है न्यू मूवी. डूम्सडे आदि के तो मैं नाम भूल गई, बट ये साल बहुत अच्छी मूवीज आने वाली है. कॉफी पी के सो जाऊंगी. आई रियली नीड कॉफी. अरे जी का मैच इनसेन होगा ब्रो. MIBR के सामने मस्त मैच होगा, वो मजा आएगा.
shots galore. Who had the biggest impact as this game swung back in favor of NRG?
Literally everyone. Like they might have had like 1 or 2 kills between them. It was a very well-rounded performance for NRG. Honestly, I felt like everyone had their moments. Everyone had a fair degree of impact. And like I said, like NRG, when they're this well drilled on their defense.
हाँ स्पाइडरमैन ब्रांड न्यू डे जुलाई एंड में आ रही है. इसके बाद किक पे यस फाज्मो. एक्चुअली वेट मैं भूल गई गाइस. कल हो सकता है मैं एक ही मैच देख पाऊँ. हाँ कल भी 2 मैचेस है ना EWC के. हाँ कल आई गेस एक स्किप करना पड़ेगा मुझे. कल सिर्फ जी का मैच वॉच पार्टी कर पाऊंगी मैं.
She's good on some maps. You'll play other things on other maps, but Fade, I mean, they're pretty good on the Fade. Ethan is a very flexible player. He can kind of play any initiator that you really need to be playing. And I think honestly, I was surprised that Fade came out for PRX, and it doesn't seem to have gone particularly well for them. Particularly on the
इतना बिजी स्केड्यूल में आरपी तो नहीं हो रही भाई. मैं क्या करूँ? मैं इसके लिए शुरू नहीं कर रही थी, पर अभी मैं क्या करूँ? मेरे हाथ में नहीं है. तुम सोचो मेरी नींद नहीं हो रही है. मेरी आंखें ऐसे बंद हो रही है अभी. Very hectic bro, very hectic. I feel dead.
Especially playing into a Viper, like just flash to the Viper wall, bro.
वालो कितने मुझे खेलना आता है वाइटी पे. अब मैंने वालो खेलना छोड़ दिया प्रिया. I don't play वालो now. इवन ने स्टैक्स को बेंच कर दिया है. डीएच वापस आ रहा भाई, लेकिन डीएच क्रेजी खेल रहा था भाई. लग ही नहीं रहा था अकेडमी प्लेयर. आज भाई मम्मी जी आई थी. डब्ल्यू रोल प्ले किया. डैम फर्स्ट एफएस जा रहा. हाँ चैट लिख रही थी.
In PRX. So talk to me about how this map was decided through the bans and protects, the veto process.
Too much on your plate, so much to कोई नहीं. Chill है.
PRX, but if they're kind of clicking today, then they should be reasonably confident.
RP versus Watch Party versus Phasmo versus Sleep. Yup.
As far as I'm concerned, I'm just hoping for a third map Gigabanger.
I think you should watch party NRG PRX. है वही तो कर रही हूँ. Any plans to resume वालो? नहीं. रैंक ग्राइंड नहीं. If कभी फ्री हूँ 5 man वालो होता रहेगा. 5 man या 5v5. But अभी तो नहीं होगा. अभी तो कुछ दिनों बिल्कुल चांस ही नहीं है वालों का. नहीं मेरी आईडी तो किसी को नहीं मिल रही. मेरी आईडी तो मेरी ही रहेगी. होगा ना एक दिन तो आएगा ना जब मुझे ऐसा रिलैक्स करने का टाइम मिलेगा. मैं इसके लिए रील्स भी नहीं बना पा रही हूँ. मेरे को टाइम ही नहीं मिल रहा. फिर जब रिलैक्स करने का टाइम मिलेगा मुझे ऐसा लगेगा चलो देख के आते हैं कि मुंबई सर्वर अभी भी 2 रुपए का है कि नहीं बढ़ा है. ऐसा देख के आऊंगी मैं. ऐसे चेक करने जाऊंगी. मुंबई सर्वर still sexist? Tick. Yes, no. Mumbai server is still toxic. Mumbai server is still abusive. Mumbai server is still crybaby. ऐसा लिस्ट लेके जाऊंगी मैं.
Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
It's possible. I know. But we have to check ना. ऐसा मतलब इतने दिन बाद ऐसा मैं होप लेके जाती हूँ सब टिक होगा. अभी से टिक कर दो. भाई किसी को होप नहीं है. मुंबई सर्वर इतना डाउन बैड है. किसी को होप नहीं है उन लोग से. आज वालों में हैवी शो हो रहा है. फेस ड्रॉप था. मैं तो खुश हूँ भाई. वालो ना खेल के मैं तो आई एम हैप्पी. आई कैन मैनेज दिस हेक्टिक शेड्यूल एवरी डे. बस मुझे वालो नहीं खेलना. मुझे वालो मुंबई सर्वर से दूर रखो. मैं ये करने रेडी हूँ. डेली नींद में ही पकड़ती हूँ सुफल. मैं जस्ट सेइंग.
Now, the proud founding partner of EWC. powering the biggest event in game.
वालो मोबाइल सिर्फ चाइना में है पर इतना इंडियन खेल रहे कि लॉल।
Greatness deserves a
मैं आपको वालो से देखना चाहती हूँ। You are late buddy, you are late. You are late. पूरा ही बंद कर दिया वालो। यप। 5 स्टैक तो खेल लो। मैंने बोला तो कि 5 स्टैक जब टाइम मिलेगा तब खेलूंगे। अभी तुम सोचो वॉच पार्टी है, आरपी है, फिर फाजमो है, कहाँ है टाइम 5 स्टैक का? क्योंकि 5 स्टैक होता भी रात को है ना, और शाम में ही या तो वॉच पार्टी होती है, और वॉच पार्टी नहीं होती है तो मुझे आरपी जाना रहता है, क्योंकि आरपी मैं जा नहीं पा रही हूँ। तो यार कोरोडिया समिट मुझे कोरोड फार बेटर लगा। कोरोड मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगता है, बट समिट तो मैंने एक ही बार खेला है, तो आई डोंट नो। अभी समिट के लिए उतना ओपिनियंस क्रिएट नहीं हुए हैं मेरे। Valor Detox Spiritual Awakening. I mean it's not the game. मुझे Valorant खेलना बहुत अच्छा लगता है, बट मुंबई सर्वर makes me not want to play. मुंबई सर्वर की वजह से मुझे ऐसा हो गया कि मैं कभी ना खेलूं वालो वापस। Only because of मुंबई सर्वर। इतने गंदे लोग भरे हैं ना, गंदगी भरी है उधर, मतलब बहुत ज्यादा। मैं बोलती हूँ ना जितना, मतलब मैं कुछ नहीं बोलती हूँ, लेजिट बता रही हूँ। टू बैड। EWC NCRP वॉच पार्टी बेटर वालों से। यप एने खेले क्रेजी।
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower.
Only love can hurt like this.
An entire city.
What is that name? Typically?
Kadir City, powered by Play.
ना मेरे को मोबाइल पे खेलने जमता ही नहीं है। छोटी स्क्रीन पे मजा नहीं है। SGE Sherlock, nice. SGE Sherlock has a vibe to it.
About this event because it's very huge event and we can compete with really like great opponent in the world. We will do our best, but one of our main roster player cannot be here because of some surgery he had. So
लैपटॉप लेने से पहले मुझे फोन ही बेटर लगता था। वो होगा ही, वो होता ही है।
we will do our best.
मेका कैमेलियन तो बहुत ज्यादा हो गया था आजकल। मतलब कोई गेम ना इतना ज्यादा नहीं होना चाहिए, उसका फन खराब होता है। लाइक मैं भी 2 मिनट ये टाइमर है ना, इतनी देर का ब्रेक लेके आती हूँ।
没有达到最好吧，但也还可以接受。我觉得当时是奥特曼来到之后，在磨合，我们在适应教练的风格吧。教练组的分工其实也比较不明确，就大家团队里面都比较混乱，感觉最后还是差一点吧。尤其是打 Leviathan， 就是第3张图的时候，指挥的时候我没有扛住，我觉得可能会有点难，但我相信我们可以做到。
I'm very happy that we managed to qualify to EWC because it's a very big step for us. We don't really care about the enemies we're playing against. There's PRX who were top 2 in Masters and also Vitality top 4. Of course, they're insane teams, but if we manage to get out of this group, then we have a high chance winning the whole tournament.
He's got a teammate.
It was 2v5. It was Narrate and Lewan. They were alive. I see them both in insane positions, and I thought we could actually win this round. And then they got kill after kill after kill. Then it's 1v1. And my heartbeat is like 180, and I cannot do anything about it. He won it, and then I'm relieved. Going into playoffs is like my biggest dream I did back then in KCX, so it was very insane. There was 30k people just rooting for us, playing against Koi. It was the best moment of my life. No matter how good is the specs of the headset, you're still gonna hear if it's a big crowd, so they're gonna give us other momentum for sure. During stage 1, we had like, it was the worst split of my career, and I think for everyone in my team, and it was just super sad that we hard worked the whole year just to win something and we cannot. It was a good learning lesson for all of us, and it showed actually in EWC how well we learned from it. I think we had some issues with like our momentum, I would say. We're getting overconfident, we're doing so many mistakes, and then once we do these mistakes, we get low confidence. And then it turns from up to high, and then it's very hard to play like this. it was my rookie split as an IGL, so this was for sure a part of it because I did so many mistakes, but I learned from it. That's the most important, and yeah, I'm looking forward for EWC. I think Zeech worked a lot in our mental aspect more than in-game because we were all super sad. We went in a really bad rough times, and he worked into this. Like, he tried to make us stay alive again. In-game stuff is not as important as the connection between the players. The team has to be loving each other so they can be able to perform. If we manage to get out of this group, as I said, we're gonna for sure win the tournament. We might be the underdogs, but we're here to prove we're not.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup. It's Chris Puckett here on your screen, and we are about to jump into the final fight of the night. PRX taking on NRG, and as these two predicted, we're going to a Game 3. Last map, though, much more of a convincing win than expected at 100 Thieves. I want to start with you, Avril. What do you see from the boys from Americas?
Yeah, NRG, the recovery after that brutal second round as well, losing the anti-eco. And we saw what happened on Fracture, where you just get this PRX string of a massive amount of rounds, 11-5, they had the lead. Opposite thing happens on Lotus. It's 11-5 the other way around, and NRG not only recovered, kept that spree going, massive punishes on the PRX side. And unfortunately for a player like Forsaken on PRX as well, he went like 0-9 in terms of first kills, first death. He died first like 9 times.
Some of the TVs are pretty ludicrous, I'm not going to lie. But I'm impressed by NRG. Not only the kind of resilience to be able to come back from losing that opening map, they got ecoed in the second round, as I kind of mentioned, but they also blew out PRX on a map that they know their way around very well.
Yeah.
I saw a request in the chat to see your back. Would you mind showcasing the dog? It's got flowers with it.
Yeah.
Who are we giving flowers to at the end of this fight? I was going to say something if he plays like he does in game number 1. On the other side, I'm eyeing Kiko. Let's go back to when you were popping off. I want to see a little bit more
You picked the only
aggression.
non-American player on the team. You picked the Brit.
Well, everyone loves a Brit. Have you met Big Time yet? This kid's amazing.
I've seen way too much of Big Time.
I would hang out with him every day, bunk beds and everything.
No, that's what I literally do. I live with him for the last 2 years.
In bunk beds?
It's sometimes in bunk beds. Hey.
Interesting.
Yeah, you got to grind.
I mean, we're on the hustle.
Big Time's one of the only people I know that can fit in a bunk bed, so.
That's true.
As a grown adult.
Was he in the top bunk or the bottom bunk?
Yeah,
you feel safe with him on top. Yeah, you're
I
good.
see.
You're good.
Yeah. Sure.
We take a look here at that man, though. I would not feel comfortable with Mata above me. If you're looking at the agents, what are we locking in? Gentlemen, I am going to exit. Take it away. This is the decider. Who is going to jump to the top of the group? NRG or PRX?
I'll tell you what, Pilsky, the Harbor map comes on through for Breeze and NRG. I think one of the only teams that's still really keen to play this KO in there. Most teams I'm seeing are not really that down for it anymore. Double E-nets coming on through for NRG versus the double duelist look of PRX.
That's a pretty popular comp in Pacific, honestly. Both T1 and RRQ had been running this during the regular Pacific season, so I think that this is going to be a comp that PRX are very familiar with. I know it says RRQ down there, but this is the third map between PRX and NRG, and stylistically, this is going to be double E-net versus double duelist, the Something Jet and Forsaken Neon that they have been running a lot on this map. It's a map they've been very up and down of, but their last streak of maps, you look at them cutting their teeth on the very best teams in the world, and you can feel some degree of confidence here for PRX that they can close out this series. On the other side of things, NRG playing a lot of very strong teams over in Americas, but they haven't had as many international reps in the last 3 months on Breeze specifically.
Yeah, but overall, I mean, still looking at the things here, like Breeze has been a reasonable good map for both of these teams. Breeze was, unfortunately, one of the maps that NRG dropped allowed in the qualifier coming into this one. As we also remember the PRX side of things, Breeze was a map that
मॉर्निंग वाले स्ट्रीम्स की याद बहुत आती है यार मतलब मजा आता था वैसे
We'll see if they can make this one a lot more clear cut now.
ना duo है ना इच्छा बची है
that is in fact PRX defensive side first, NRG attacking. Kick it off over
both the
shots.
things.
Is it a third and decider map here, opening up the group? Winner will
And
go on to
Valorant
take
के लिए duo
Vitality, I
is
believe,
a
in
must at
qualification
this
game for the
point.
playoffs. Loser will
Server
play
बहुत
Kami
गंदा हो
Core
गया
in the
क्योंकि
elimination. NRG Creeping their way into
Ow, guys, third map.
Goes up, dash on in, and they've been given an open A site here. Divide trying to spam one down before the plant goes down, but NRG with the forward high tide will take all control here, including yellow.
Massive coverage.
आपने पहली बार किससे
Divide
वालों सीखा
behind the high
था?
tide.
यार मेरा
Seeing a
एक
couple of shots come through on the opposite end
actually
as well.
old
Nice of
viewer
energy
ही था जो
from
फिर मेरा दोस्त बन गया था
PRX
श्री.
finally arrive.
तो उसने ही मेरे से वालो इंस्टॉल करवाया था और
Close and
उसने ही मेरे को
personal here.
सिखाया
Not too
था.
much utility left over. Just the pistols here for NRG as PRX start to make their moves.
Envy took a little bit of damage early on. Hiding away is going to be Kiko, and he's completely shuts down two members of PRX. As soon as they spot in, 4 versus 3 now, Brock. All the way in the back, Forsaken doesn't even get to move, and Jing, nothing in response
PRX is
either.
gonna
Falling
lose,
apart
guys.
as
It's
PaperX
over.
NRG, another pistol, 3 pistols in a row going their way.
Yeah, really nicely worked there from NRG. Just keeping things simple. Creep up in towards A main, throw up the Viper
not
wall,
anymore.
Sovadar and the dash on in, and when they recognize that it's a retake setup for PaperX, they choose to even take a step forward. That is a big strength of the Harbor in combination.
Last
with the
map,
Viper.
yes, this is last
Originally,
map.
we used to see this over on Icebox, where you're kind of
हायर
segmenting
लॉबीज
the
में
walls.
टॉक्सिसिटी कम होती
But
होगी.
the Harbor gives you a
एक्चुअली
little bit more
टॉक्सिसिटी
flexibility
हर
in
जगह
terms
है
of
बट
where you
मैं
actually
हायर
want to
लॉबीज में
control in
नहीं
terms
हूँ
of the site.
अभी. अभी मैं ascendant rank पे रहती हूँ, like मैं mortal rank पे नहीं खेलती.
A few more troubles on the retake going
But even
forward.
Immortal is not higher if it's Mumbai server. Mumbai
No,
server
full
में
probably
सारे
gonna
Immortal
throw in 2
छपरी है,
players.
mostly 80%.
Forsaken and something is
And like उनको legit game
potentially got
खेलना
the
भी नहीं
sniper out
आता.
actually.
Yeah, two
Mumbai server
marshals.
का
I mean, this is
क्योंकि
pretty common on
level
Breeze,
बहुत
but
low है.
PaperX in particular here do have a couple of upgrades to try to keep this one interesting.
Okay, Kiko there as well.
आना कुछ तो हो रहा है बे, गलत ही दिखाए जा रहे
Moving
हैं कब
up
से.
through mid, walking into something. He's been waiting for this opportunity.
नहीं हो रहा आपके बगैर
Buying up as
Phasmo.
well.
Oh shit.
Given that, what was the pistol going towards the NRG side of things? This is a very slow round. Look at the trappers. Well, on the door side of things, Jing and Envy dodging out.
Bro, I
from
have
the
a
Viper
strong
molly as well.
feeling
This
कि
could
PRX
be
हारने
very
वाली है.
interesting. Should get checked though. 2 players there. Envy is the only one that actually gets somebody from the PaperX side of things.
Yeah, both of the marshals here. Divide on the rotation over. Something not really able to do too much as the Viper wall goes up. Takes a chunk out of Kiko.
Unfortunate.
But look, not much to be done here as the wall gets dropped on PaperX. And Divide not even able to take one more with him. Only Marta to go down here for NRG. And a pretty nice anti-eco.
Yeah, but PaperX would have liked to see a little bit more coming through from the marshals. No one really biting over towards mid. The trap setup. Now the mid doors only delivering the 1 kill. That's after the fact that they dodged out from that molly as well. Once more, Ethan, the rest of NRG, defusing that situation. A device body shot on Kiko, not landing a kill either.
Fair bit invested in that round for PaperX. He's going to hamstring the opening gun round a little bit. A couple of sets of light armor. Full buy up for NRG, who were kind of cutting corners there. Initial contact.
I'm loving how people are
Going the way
asking
of
you
either
to
one of
start
these teams. Forsaken well
Valorant.
aware that there's a couple players over towards B main. That's the
Yaar.
second time that Kiko has picked Forsaken on the jump spot, and this is a landslide for NRG.
Yeah, Forsaken's first deaths just keep going up, unfortunately. As the
Only
light armor
if
gets a little
Mumbai
bit
server
lighter
was
now,
not
in a good
so
way for
bad.
PaperX 5 versus 2.
चलो guys.
You know, a map and a half.
बोनस
ago,
भी
I
जीत
said
गई.
maybe still winnable for
ठीक
PaperX.
है.
Divide can
एक
certainly
काम
do it, but
करते हैं
now,
यार. PRX
the way
कुछ
this is
नया
going,
करते हैं.
looking like 3 in a row for NRG.
Yeah, they are all over this. Just keeping things pretty
Let's
simple here.
lose
Using the double E-net just to be able to
0-13.
take control of the mains and springboard
Something
into these
new,
quicker
something
executes.
fun.
PaperX having a really tough time dealing with it.
अभी मतलब हारना ही है तो भाई तुम हार ही जाओ, ठीक है? ताकि मैं Phasmo खेल सकूं. गंदे लोग.
Investment on that second round. Double marshals being brought in. Doesn't allow every single member on your team to have a full buy on this round 3 rifle. Now you have to walk out tail tucked between your legs for PaperX.
भाई Masters में तो इन्होंने किया ही disappoint.
It's the best possible start for NRG,
It is-
honestly.
it
Like,
is
the cash
not
is already
nice.
like 2+K on all of these
It is
players.
not
They're
a
about
good
to win the
experience
bonus
to be
round
a
up 3-0 on
PRX
the attacking
fan,
side of
सच्ची.
Breeze. This is going to be a bit of a nightmare.
कभी
to
कभी वैसे वो
navigate for
crazy
PaperX.
experience हो जाता
Similar to
है.
what we saw in Fraction,
But most
the
of the
opposite side
time
of
not
right? I mean,
good.
we just saw the fact that you get those 5 in a row. Bonus converted as well after PaperX wins the pistol. They got both the pistols on Fraction now. 3 pistols in a row. Haven't
Lol,
seen
chill.
anything come through
High
from
five.
PRX's.
High five, chill. High five.
The timeout coming through. Super
You and
early.
me are smart people.
See what they want to kind of construct around these two rifles that
You
have been
and
kept
me
through
are
from the
very
opening gun
smart
round.
people.
Might be some marshals or sheriffs to be invested in. Maybe throw a shotty in the mix, especially if they want to contest a main or something like that. Up to PaperX to kind of pick themselves up. This has been a false start here on Breeze so far. NRG are looking pretty locked in, really running through with all of the momentum they garnered from stomping Paper X on Lotus, and Breeze looks like it's heading in much the same direction.
I mean, it really did say it earlier on, but it kind of feels like we're speed running the London finals in a way where get a very resounding win on Fracture that this time around actually kind of gets a lot more competitive, and then slowly but surely throughout the rest of the series, and this time just in a BO3, losing momentum from PRX. Confidence
मुंबई में
seems
कब
down as
होगा
well.
Valorant
Some of
Masters?
those magic moments you get out of Fracture,
Not
you're just
anytime
not getting
soon.
anymore.
Let's see what they come up with here. Got a lot of work to do. I think the objective starts to move, especially when you have this good of a start on the attacking side from, you know, being able to string rounds together, being able to break the money to how many can we kind of chip in early on here. You got to kind of adjust your expectations. Forsaken really going to go for a Guardian here. Down to $400. Indeed, he is investing quite a lot in this round. He feels like Paper X have a good chance to win it.
2 players with just the pistols out there as well, including something who's super far away from the Blade Storm, and PRX getting nice and active early on. A couple players wanting to move a little bit deeper into the mid. As NRG, full respect, they want to be prepared for the potential PRX
बात
doing
करो
something here.
राइट से मैं
Something
मेरे
very
बात
much
करने
saving
से
for an operator heading in towards the next
मेरे
round.
बात करने से वो लोग
Ethan Giggling
forever
for
के लिए
the
कैंसिल
push.
जरूर कर सकते हैं बताओ करो
It's
ट्राई
courtesy, really, of this deep wall from Paper X. Makes NRG a little bit nervous that they will be taking some space over there, and sometimes they even just throw down that wall and then just play towards the mains. In this case, NRG really doing their due diligence,
imagine
working their
आसपास
way through the
against
map up. Elbow
Indian
drone goes
team
into
at
middle.
ENC
No, sees nothing.
क्या imagine
Smoke ends up being pretty useful there.
आसपास
PRX
अकेले
is
क्या
to hide
करेगा
inside the
भाई
cove. They don't see anything on the opposite
आसपास
end
अभी
either.
खुद के
Time
भी
is running
आसपास
out.
नहीं
NRG
है
have barely made moves. It's confusing Paper X a little bit.
I think they're making the right call here, though. Just dropping off Scooper in middle for the late lurk. He's able to play in front of this Viper wall, so it's not really troubling NRG too much as they group back up towards this A site. Similar to the pistol, it's just going to be Divide retake. The rest of Paper X have cleared all of B, but the Execute's going to get in a little bit faster.
Oh, full flash, and Divide isn't able to get anything. Forsaken once again, first death. Very unfortunate. Brock will convert onto that lone player.
यार
Divide, who
ब्रीज
can't
PRX का
respond
इतना
at all.
बुरा
Divide
तो
one of
नहीं
the
था
only
क्या हो गया PRX
rifles.
PRX इतना अच्छा स्टार्ट करती है एंड फिर ऐसे पिटाई खाती है ऐसे पिटाई खाती है
Try to make this one a little bit more interesting. 2 players cripplingly low on the side of NRG.
Everyone is
Players
losing their
offside here as well.
mojo
They do get smoked off. Gives a little bit of opportunity.
लेकिन मैं तो
PRX,
मोजो जोजो हूँ
who, with their guns
मेरा
available,
मोजो
too, one
कहाँ
being picked
गया
up by something. It's playable, but it's not anymore. They're just leaving, aren't they?
Yeah, they got to
नजर
say,
लगेगी
if you
किसी
really
की
got
ना
to min-max
ऐसा
your
नहीं
money
है
when
यार
NRG
सबका
has this
प्राइम
much
टाइम
cash,
तो
like,
फिर
you've
अलग ही
gotta
रहता है ना
be able to guarantee yourself as many gun rounds as you can get
आसपास
access to,
का
because there's
प्राइम
no
नहीं
breaking
रहा
the
अभी
attacking side economy anymore.
अभी कोई
Forsaken
बोलेगा
looking for some
प्राइम
damage
मेरा
here at the
नेटफ्लिक्स
end-
हो
oh,
गया
sorry,
प्लीज
G.
मत
Some
बोलना
damage
ठीक
here
है
at the end of the round.
पहले ही बोल रही हूँ
Stand
मत
out for the
बोलना
K-Knife. I do imagine he's probably just going to go down to the spike. Doesn't feel the need to force the issue. He's trying to keep NRG interested so that maybe one of them died to the spike, but as it stands,
0-4
NRG really just passing the test with flying colors. 5 alive heading into round 5. They're going to have like 7K
बोल
on
बोल
each
के
of
बोल
these
दी
players.
मत
something like
मैंने
that. It's
बोल
very
दिया ताकि तुम लोग
ridiculous
ना
amount of cash for the
बोलो
attackers.
And they played that round so slowly as well that PRX, like I sort of mentioned, they got really confused towards the
captain
end.
तो है ही
Didn't
bot
really know where to go. Even
ये
Divide
दोनों के
just
दोनों
to
bot
anchor
है
A alone, and well, we've seen what happens with that, and just couldn't even trade 1-for-1 there. Leaves Martyr, I believe, on 5 HP.
enjoy
I think
guys
this changes plans for Paper X as well. I was pretty sure that something was saving for an operator, but as he picks up a Vandal to save into the next round, instead it's going to be rifle-centric game fate for Paper X.
Oh,
Early
okay, hang on.
उस टाइम में आसपास का भी लास्ट डांस होने वाला होगा
in, then wrap back into middle here for NRG. Not going
अभी
particularly
भी
well
हो
so
सकता
far.
है उसका
They're really trying to cause
honestly
a little
not
bit of
because of
reaction and a
age
rotation in the early round
but
for Paper
because
X,
वो
but
कितना
they
ज्यादा
still
अपनी
end up a man
फैमिली में
down.
रहता है
Haven't seen PRX get in the first spot in some
Like,
time
अपनी
now
wife
over the
के
course of
साथ
these rounds. It's Kiko trying to dive on in on A and being punished for it. Divide onto Brock as well. Okay, numbers starting to look really comfortable for Paper X. Will still be a plant coming on through, but a 2 versus 4 now. No ultimates in play. Plenty
मैं
of
तो
money
हूँ ही
though, so
W
NRG happy to get it done.
Scuba on the front foot. Nice placement of the Viper Orb here. Ethan could set him up with a
चलो
nicely timed flash to
before
try to start to
हारते
even up the numbers. Scuba going for a little bit of a play here. Something well and truly ready for it. Just down to Ethan. Trying to do some damage to the economy of Paper X. Fragment got to keep something at arm's length. Forsaken's made it up onto the site, and Forsaken just, just pushing straight into the Fragment. Paper X getting themselves their first gun round here. One of many that'll be needed.
Until Ethan wasn't ready for that. Something pushing into the fragment. Leaves with 6 HP. One of the few times now that we're really starting to see PRX getting that first strike, converting on a secondary kill, getting really heavy numbers in their favor. Starting to bite their way back into this map a little bit.
Be a long road back in, but that round was fantastic, really. NRG trying to go for one of these set plays where they set up the Jet for success in the early round with a little bit of the double unit utility and have a wrap into middle.
ये कौन सा मैच है? ये कंचे खेलने का
We want to
मैच
see the op come through for something that will now be the case. Back over towards mid. Has to be a little bit concerned about the dart.
Same for Keiko, though, and he's holding this line nicely. PRX punished in the opening kills department yet again, and NRG with a man advantage.
Really expensive there, unfortunately, for PRX. Jing now playing off a Forsaken together. A main's good. Null command is going to cause a little bit of issues here. Jing really would like a kill. He's got one, but instantly Kiko responds with more. Flash is decent, but Kiko
NRG better, bro.
That's going to
NRG
be taken
better.
care of. 4 versus 2 again. Once again, you have to look at the money side. Defy and Envy. How much do they want this?
They're locked out of it, really. The high tide only just went down. Envy's going to give it a little bit of a sniff, but Defy is just sitting in nest. I don't think he's interested in this 2-on-4 at all.
Just got around for PRX. It's already gone the wrong way now. Not a bad shot from Envy.
Really just going for damage, though. I don't think he's particularly interested. Dart on in to keep NRG at arm's length. And nicely gone. Yeah,
actually, not bad.
That's what he was going for the whole time. Really, really well worked. Heads up play from Envy.
Kinda hopeless
be able to
now.
hand that to something in the next round. And with 2 guns saved
Is
over,
this
PRX
knockout?
will be able to
नहीं.
put together another buy here.
Opening matches है आज ही शुरू हुआ है.
Now dueling something and then converting a little bit later on as well.
इनसे तो आप खेलते
Wouldn't
हो.
be
Of
surprised to
course.
see NRG go for this.
तभी तो
quick
मैं
mid
इधर
A
नहीं
yet again
खेलती.
here. They do have some good ults to be doing it. You see often Keiko has been wielding the operator in the last round or so, but he could rip the Blade Storm here, pick up the pace. He can get the Hunter's Fury on through with the dart up over the top. Something that could go quite well for NRG. They did just condition the mid to A though with the pick on mid doors and the null command.
ये क्या ही मारे हैं बे Kiko ने लेकिन
Let's see what they
ऑप्शन.
want to go going for here. It does seem like they are going to choose to go to the other side of
अरे Forsaken.
He's open.
It's
Nobody
James
home.
Bond time.
Late Storm, you called it.
Let's
Maybe pop
go.
this round as well for Kiko. And yep, full retake on B, I'm afraid, for PRX. Something might catch a little bit of a whiff of a player. Oh, it doesn't quite land the shot, though. That would have been a hard one to land for sure. Kiko on the other side would just completely rip away Envy. 5v4.
Yeah, awkward exchange. Tried to go for the drone. Envy under a little bit too much pressure there. Drone from Brock does spot out that the flank will be coming through from PRX as he meets up with the rest of the team on site. And NRG have flipped the map. They are in defense spawn. It's going to be a very difficult retake for PRX.
PRX now going to execute like they're the attacking side instead. At least their smokes are still online. Brock has a decent line and a decent shot onto Divine. Numbers are now looking sad. And something is just going to peel off in a 1v1. Marta, nice, okay. Makes things slightly better for them. Maybe just playing for the exits now.
Yeah, 100%. Trying to hold on to these 3 rifles, but at some point you've got to stop saving and start getting some rounds. Jing covers that smoke push from Scuba well, but that's where the good news really ends. 6-1 for NRG. What a brutal start to this map for the Pacific fans.
Around इन लोग का saving simulator चल
Can
रहा
just
है.
close out the 1 more round. They get the 7.
That's
And
not
PRX,
good, man.
recovering up to 4 would be pretty good for them at this stage. Because this kind of deficit is rough to make a comeback from. They are still going to have the weapons to play through, but I hear you, man. At some stage, you gotta stop saving. And I think this next round coming up might just be that one. Another timeout coming on through. Plenty to talk about for PRX to recover in this half.
Yup. NRG better. Honestly.
Just as many rounds here on Breeze have not had an answer for what NRG's been throwing at them so far.
Second time out लिया PRX ने. भाई अभी चाहिए था ना Alex Cam.
Something can be really difficult to play around, especially when the other team is so well organized. The attacking side op has been having some
Blue वाले white वाले is crazy bro. White वाले जीत रहे हैं जी प्रिया जी.
Causing a big problem for PRX thus far. Needs Forsaken to start to turn things around here. He hasn't had any impact on the Neon. It's usually a pretty good agent, pretty good map.
GE है GE का match कल है 4:30 PM.
First death stat line is a bit haunting. When you look at a guy like Forsaken, you certainly expect more.
look my eyes.
And a massive turnaround for everyone on NRG. I mean, Mada had a rough go of Fracture, but now that's feels like such a long
By the way,
time
guys,
ago.
अगर किसी ने सुना नहीं था, मैं कल सिर्फ GE का मैच वॉच पार्टी कर पाऊंगी.
This the way they are is pretty shocking for PRX and a shocking day for Pacific in general if they can't pull through.
Deep ball on mid here once again for PRX. One way thrown into A main.
आपको
Very
वीडियो
much trying
एडिटर
to play
रखना है?
disruptive.
नहीं, अभी तो है मेरे
Dropped on
पास.
Kiko and something gets the opener. Mada replying with the operator
Finally
picked up from the jet
something.
though.
Finally.
He is pretty good at wielding this gun himself.
Yep. I've seen him on the jet before.
Did they have two operators?
Territory, the op for Mada. Reckoning available here as NRG will play this one quietly. Let's take a look at Elbow. How much does PRX want to move up?
Yeah, NV knows he's kind of just in the Goldilocks spot. Not too hot, not too cold. He's just sitting tight. Ready to disrupt this pivot to B if necessary. Something on the other side of things has still got this A main info line with the operator. And Ethan got to spot that out. Well aware that the jet is sitting right there.
Yeah.
Drone goes into middle here for NRG. Courtesy of that wall being put up by Devi, it's drawing out a lot of utility, but NRG just kind of simplifying.
Do they think that he's gonna
A
go
main.
back?
Info that something is there
इसके
based
लिए
on the
लोग
knife
यहाँ
coming
जा
through
रहे
from
हैं कि
Ethan.
he's
I
gonna
don't
go
want to diffuse
back.
the scenario. They have
But
some
no, he's
util to
not
play
going
through.
back. He's just staying there, waiting for
Extra
you.
recon in there as well. Okay, there it is. Just play the ultimate. That'll be enough, more than enough to push off our jet from the line. But Devi will so clean Ethan
Nice.
up. Something wanted more
By
of that
something
play
क्या
style.
knives तो
Smarter
चल ही नहीं
block.
रहे.
The operator changes hands once again. High tide coming on in. 3 versus 2. 17 seconds left to play through 2v1. Envy. He's not been spotted just yet.
Finally
Might
for
have
a second ने
brilliant
खाता
timing here,
खोला.
but
वरना अभी जेम्स बॉन्ड होने वाला
undetected.
था.
And he can't do so. NRG again. Big celebration from their side of the stage. Collecting that 2v1 victory, extending their lead even further.
Yeah, nicely worked there for
कल का
NRG.
नहीं पता, but अभी तो
Finally,
NRG
when
जीत
PRX
रही
are
है.
able to find an opener, immediate reply from Mada. And NRG just able to simplify a lot of these rounds and use the double E to the best of its abilities. The KO knife spotting out where the operator is, and then they just place in the utility.
Guys,
right
please
where it's
like the
needed.
stream. नहीं किया है
Gotta
तो
put
फट
themselves into a
फट
winner
फट.
post plant.
7-1, massive difference in rounds, and PRX have really burned through the timeouts as well. All alone now. They got to figure this one out. Back over towards mid. Something and Devi playing together. That is big information. Ethan, they're looking for him. They want him. Devi's got it. Secondary as well. Onto Scuba. Not too bad. Undisputed
क्या
was used in
फायदा
that exchange
पिक्स
as well.
निकाल
Kiko onto
के?
Devi. For the
क्या
exchange,
फायदा?
3 versus 4 now. His rifle will be recovered by Kiko.
Yeah, drone out onto the middle line. Hunter's Fury ripped by Envy, looking to try to further extend the numbers, but dodged out
Oi.
nicely there by NRG. The rest of
Almost.
PRX all swinging into middle. Kiko and Brock hitting the deck. And it's all on Mada. Spike in hand. Gonna throw out a cove
Whenever
towards
she
B
does
to try
about
to
PRX
draw
match, they
attention away
lose.
from PRX.
I think I am
cutting
the
them up in
problem.
half.
मैंने आज रील भी डाली है इसके लिए.
Ching
मैं ही हूँ,
Mada.
मैं ही
Yeah, he
हूँ.
sees him, but he doesn't land the shots. Mada
What you
cleans him up.
doing, Jing?
Well, at least they
Just
know where Mada is
shoot.
now. That's the good news. 30 HP as well. Something up next. Doesn't get the opportunity to make the shot happen. And
भाई
this is
चैट ने इतनी मैंगो
unbelievable.
लस्सी
Mada
भेज
is
भेज के
still
ना
able to get
नींद
two.
ला दी है
He's
मेरे
in the
को.
Matrix. He just
इतनी
pre-fired
मैंगो
that so
लस्सी
perfectly
भेजोगी
onto
guys.
Forsaken. Avoided something with
मैंने
the
लिखा भी
perfect high
SP,
tide.
Shiro Prona
I mean,
था.
if he had a little bit more HP, I thought he would have put together a 1v4 there.
Starting to look dangerous, that's for sure. I mean, he had low HP, but just the ability to get past the early 2 plays and get those kills.
I mean, we're past dangerous for PRX. They're getting cooked here.
Considering that was a 4v1, that's still rough for PRX, dropping 2 members in that 4v1.
Yeah. Makes their money quite breakable here. Couple of ults to work with, though. Overdrive and the pit ready to go here for PRX. It's a
Kiko
slow
sniping
round.
again.
I mean, 2-1-2 here for NRG. Deep ball across middle. Kiko on the line.
Should be an easy one, but I don't think Forsaken's got a bite. Something has been playing through mid multiple times now, using that Viper's wall to tuck himself in, and I lied about Forsaken. He does want to do something here, or perhaps that's actually just Kiko pushing in himself. In either case, another first death for Forsaken doesn't help PRX here.
Something's pretty deep in middle, though. Could be a great position to be leveraging in towards the mid to late round, but with that
Drone.
deep wall again, I mean, you just
मैं आज
continue using
Forsaken
the
back to
initiating utility.
back 2 game
Something able
underperform
to actually
किया है.
dash out nicely. Updraft dash with the cloud burst keeps himself alive.
Might have pulled that through a little early. Didn't even see the drone yet, just kind of preempted the drone. Assumed the drone was going to spot him, but in the case, the drone did its job. As the rest of NRG grouped together, ready to finish on B, it's going to be essentially playing for a retake here. Envy pretty back in terms of his positioning on site.
Yeah, he pushed back into the site. Dart just came back up off cooldown, but at the end of the day, it's a Sova by himself against an entirety of a B execute, and they're really kind of narrowing down the options. They know he's front side sight, flash flying on through, and he only goes 1-for-1. TP towards the back side of the site. Paranoia out from Jing, but they're more than ready for it.
I saw the lineup there for Envy, but unfortunately just couldn't land the second
Actually,
kill.
NRG बहुत अच्छा खेल
4
रहा है.
versus 2, pit down. Paper X's chances dwindling here as something sees just a little bit of a shoulder of a player. And that shoulder converts into a Brock kill. Divide
Just better, just
but
better.
not good enough to do anything else.
Kick goes all over it. Another 3K. Having a blinder of a game on the Jet. Fantastic attacking side here for NRG. Really putting Paper X under the pump. If they want any chance of picking up Breeze here, they need probably both of the next 2 rounds, let's be honest.
They'll need that. They'll need to win the pistol anti-eco in the second half. I mean, the fact that Emmy gets one here, look at the possible lineup. Nearly had the secondary, but just couldn't quite get the head of Brock.
There's just too much to do, though. Like, you're playing as a Sova against a full execute.
Yeah.
Just better today, I mean. वही matter करता है यार.
Into the operator here as well, just trying to clean up these low HP Sheriff players coming through PRX.
भाई सब कर दिया माड़ा ने.
Driving his way through to victory. That'll make
वो slide में मारा कीको.
Numbers actually going the way of Paper X here, and they've recovered at least one out.
Slide किया था उसने.
Brock still on the line here. If the wall gets dropped, something would have gone down, but he's able to slip back through onto that nice off angle. Drone through towards elbow, confirming that NRG are still kind of hanging around in spawn side. Paper X will definitely want to be slowing this round down, not giving away this man advantage. With a minute on the clock, though, NRG need to get a bit of a wriggle on.
The other thing is, like, if you abandon this position, start giving away the guns, something Divide looking for those pickups. Oh, and Brock eats a shot. That is gross. 10 HP left.
Yeah, something sliding out onto the line. One share of shots, all that's needed to catch him on the cross, and down goes the spike. Something completes the drifting
nice
for Paper X. That is a classic from them. The elbow play with the paranoia overdrive ripped. It's a recipe for success when you have
ये गेम खेलने के लिए ना अपना असली नाम डालना पड़ता है गेम में पहले, वरना आप नहीं खेल सकते. ऐसी दिक्कत है थोड़ा.
The sheriff's in charge of this town. Forsaken overdriving through, delivering a couple of nice early kills, starting to give some weapons over, putting Brock on 10 HP, and no numbers at all for NRG to play. That is a well put together round for Paper X to start this campaign of a potential comeback back in again, but really shot now. By the way, something did steal away that operator, but it's pushed off the line.
कर सकते हो ना मोहम्मद, क्यों नहीं कर सकते वालों से?
In goes the harbor roll,
Of course
as well as the no command, but something still picks one.
जो मन में आए वो खेलो भाई, मजे करो.
Divide out, waiting for further aggression, and he's going to find it as well. Nice multi-frag on in. Ethan trading one back. The high tide zoning Paper X away for now.
कैसे तो 8-4 कर दिया है लोग ने.
Mara's the one that will actually find this kill. It's not a lot of members.
हाँ भाई, open में smoke डाल लो भाई आप.
Ethan taps the spike. Reels in the last 3 members. Forsaken is the one that bites, but Jing is the one that actually gets to chew up the last player. And now suddenly 2 rounds in a row, Paper X building back the confidence, building back the economy, building up the potential of a comeback.
My best Lalo lineup.
At the end of things there for Envy. That's the SEA power right there. So we head into half
वो
time.
एक recon मारती हूँ मैं. A से C पे वो best lineup है.
That's a really nice hold from Paper X though. Something despite 2 ults being thrown at him. And the Viper Wall still fights a pick, and Divide, who has only had a couple of little moments so far in this game of Breeze. That's a very key multi-frag. Like I said, Paper X needed both of those rounds towards the end of the half.
Yep.
And now it's at least doable, but I think NRG is still going to be feeling confident here.
Still in it to win it. Need to see those magical
सीधा
moments.
A से C पे recon, सीधा.
Insane rounds, the same kills the Divide got in first 2 maps. Clutches he had on Fracture. Insane
Easy game.
sheriff shots he had. Top of A on Lotus as well. And now late in the day.
Bro, disappointment.
With only a couple rounds left to play through.
Disappointment, bro.
Forsaken showing up when it counts as well. Overdrive and play to sort of deliver that one over.
चैट कैसा लग रहा है मेरे साथ? 88% लोगों ने PRX को वोट किया था कि जीतेगी. How you feeling?
A little bit of momentum in towards the tail end of that last half, though, for Paper
Who would
X.
be your
They need to
favorite
really
casters
embody
in
that. They'd
VCT?
love
I
a
think
pistol
Mercy
here.
should
Start
try.
to close the gap in towards this second half.
Mercy would
Keeping
be a
things off
good
on the attacking
caster.
side. This is where, particularly playing into the comp that NRG is piloting here on Breeze, you're really going to be put through your paces.
Especially for Valorant.
Harbor, KO, very disruptive comp. It's going to be coves, you know, one-ways, things like that. The storm surge.
कि मतलब साइफर ने ट्रिप लगाई है मर्सी केओ लेके जाएगा फ्लैंक करने और ट्रिप पे ऐसे नाइफ फेंकेगा फिर बोलेगा अरे ट्रिप डिसेबल क्यों नहीं हुई ऐसे मतलब मजा आएगा.
He's thinking deep. Man, the screen there, leading the charge for NRG. After a rough start
अरे
of the
भरत, I
series,
know.
Gamers in their hands.
Lineup
balls
as
in
in
their
team,
court.
yaar.
Did
I
say,
was
though,
just
for
joking, by
PRX,
the way.
They would like to finish the first half with at least 4. They got that. And now
यार
I
अभी
think
तो बहुत सारे नए
Crystal
प्लेयर्स
basically
आ गए हैं
required it.
अच्छे काफी हेवी थिंकिंग करनी पड़ेगी इसके
We've
लिए.
already had one victory for Americas over Pacific. We are staring down the barrel of another. It's up to Paper X to change that narrative. Both teams kind of peppering shots down range in middle, and I'm surprised no one walks away dead from that.
Yeah, a
So it's
little bit.
complete disengage, and Paper X pick up the pace into 8.
Some damage done to players, something, and Marta the ones that actually get shot there, and Brock. See if he can find somebody through that smoke. Not going to be the case, but everyone's basically arriving now. Just waiting for Scuba to come through for spawn as well. Something up first. He's half HP, but it's Envy and Jing onto Marta and Brock. Numbers good for Paper X. Spike plant to come on through. Now NRG. Let's see what else they can do. Nothing so far. 5 versus 2 now.
अरे काहे का फेक कमबैक
Scuba.
काहे कर रहे हो फेक कमबैक.
Even got a chance to get involved. A flawless pistol for Paper X. Full momentum coming in from the end of that last half, and they are very much in this game of Breeze now.
Get that anti-eco in there. That's another round. 6 and 8 now starts to feel, if they get that round, a lot more doable. Then we're seeing the danger they can have on the bonus as well based on what Fracture is. Let's see if NRG has anything to say about it though. This round though, happy to just
The
let
fuck
it go
is
economy-wise. Classics abroad.
8-bit Mercy would be the best
Something
caster.
is,
वही तो बोला
Fracture
मैंने.
also making that save towards the op as well. Let's see what that looks like.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it is just pistols with the Outlaw Divide. Knows that NRG have taken that A main space courtesy of the KO knife from early. Kiko jiggling around. Scuba maybe found the side of Forsaken for a moment, but it's all down to Marta to see if he can fashion even one kill. Nicely timed Storm Surge, but that's where it ends. Another flawless back-to-back for Paper X as they win their 4th round in a row.
Kiko showing off his dance moves there as Paper X walks in. Double flawless as mentioned, plenty of money in the bank. They could afford to really buy up here, given the amount of players on PRX that still had pistols for that round. Could be a very dangerous looking bonus coming on through in terms of economy.
See what NRG
Players
come
come
up
back.
with.
Fake comeback.
Gap has closed quite
Fake comeback.
substantially. Cannot afford
Trust
to
me.
let a team of Paper X's caliber back into a game. It's going to be the flash to set up the jet for the pick here early on in combination with a little bit of a shocky onto door. Paper X just pinging out the map.
Score क्या है 1-1.
Triple swing to try to re-clear that mid space. And it seems like they want to group up back towards A. They're in two minds about what they want to be doing this round. I guess it's back to B here.
It's double rifle plus Guardian.
OT देगा ये मुझे नहीं लग रहा.
So somewhat reasonably competitive buy in terms of this bonus.
For sure.
A little bit of exploration coming through, mid under control for NRG. As NRG start to sniff the fact that it could be a B, and that's exactly what it looks like under pressure now. Scuba, he's paranoid out, but hiding behind a box. There's no contact just yet to be found. I mean, this is a scary moment for Scuba. The rest of the troops are still yet to arrive. Starting to come through for spawn now. As Marta and Brock will be up. A couple of kills here looking good so far. And Brock is there delivering now. PRX not getting as much out of this push as they would have liked. But Divide into 1v1. Viper versus Viper. It's Phantom versus Outlaw, but Scuba's already tagged down. See if Divide can find that shot.
Scuba with the spike in hand here. Gonna kind of dance around.
30 seconds left.
Paper X are well aware that he was anchoring the side initially. He was spotted out early on. Wall going up for Scuba here.
Phasmo guys बस ये match के
Sheriff
बाद.
in hand creeping up on the line. Doesn't have a primary weapon to be using. 15 seconds on the clock, and Scuba is all over this tunnel
Divide is
flank.
not gonna expect
Leading this
him.
one very well.
Is he? Yes! Managed to get back in there, timing extremely well, as mentioned. Thought for a second there that he might have turned away at the wrong time, but Divide just had not even a single shot to say in that round. But like I said, a dangerous bonus coming through that could be very competitive. Ends up at a 1 versus 1. So
PRX ने तो दोनों timeout भी use कर लिया I guess.
Yeah, definitely a lot of guns taken away from them. But, able to at least deny that bonus. You have a judge on in here for Kiko.
Bro.
So just trying to scrap together a buy. Both teams started to run out of money early on. As once again, you have a similar opening to the round here. Shock dart in towards doors, got a lot of damage there to open things up. Something looking for a pick with the Outlaw over towards this B side of the map. And indeed, Scuba is low on armor. There it is.
Shot. Scuba down. That is B almost open. Still player there in Brock. Just putting the pressure on numbers-wise to keep things interesting here as we go back over towards mid for PRX.
He'd be taking space on B, causing a lot of problems. The judge is still here towards mid doors. That should be an easy opener for Kiko, who's under a little bit of pressure. Tentative now from Jing, pushed away by the fragment.
Paranoia. But Amada still gets Jing, and now Brock as well. Envy, you talked about him exploring over towards B. That might be the opening now to play on through. And NRG know it as well. Trying to cut off
This is not gonna help.
And not gonna get the time to get that cut off actually.
Yeah, NRG on the wraparound.
Wrap
Through elbow. Spike has not gone down yet for Paper X. Envy is on the push all the way through spawn. Something planting in a safe location here as Marta creeps up on him, caught by Kiko as well. Ethan is ready for this flank from Divide. Great read on this round from NRG. Envy last player surviving, and they know that he was
just
deep on
better,
B.
bro.
Cove onto the spike. Marta taps it. And they're giving him nothing. Nice opener here. 20 HP. Half has to come through. He's going to get a little bit of chip damage on Tomato, but it takes way too long to go through that Cove here. Marta's off the spike. Going to start defusing it. Swing on through from Keiko. Gets it done for NRG. Double digits.
2 players there from Paper X. Really far away from helping something, unfortunately, as Envy that is deep exploration all the way in enemy spawn, but doesn't quite have the HP all the time.
में तो वो कुछ नहीं कर सकते, but ये तो throw नहीं है यार.
Talk about the 1 kill from something onto Scuba, but beyond that, that mid doors
NRG just better,
Paper
bro.
X. They couldn't make their way through that at all.
आदर्श watch
NRG
along
very much
होगा
on top
kick
of the
पे
rotations here, especially in a pretty complex
kick
round.
पे होगा guys, kick पे आ जाना
Paper
सब
X with a little
लोग.
bit of a mixed bag by here. Divide feeling like a hero with the hero Vandal.
कितने bullet में
Very
टूटेगा
close towards a
बहुत.
pit. If he ends up in a post plant, this could be problems for an NRG whose money is still very much shaky at this point.
Which means that maybe
हार तो रहे हैं भाई, जल्दी हारना चाहिए ना इनको थोड़ा.
Forsaken on the shotgun Neon. He's on the wrong patch of that, but he's doing what he can.
Very dangerous buy for NRG to be dealing with here. Paper X with a lot of weapons that could do some serious damage. This Outlaw is the main crux of the issue, though, and this is a fantastic angle for Keiko.
तो हम के थे NSP के मत याद दिलाओ.
No, not quite. Oh my god.
मत
Doubling
याद
up.
दिलाओ.
Exactly what you want to see out of the Outlaw player, and now
रोना आता है मुझे.
Didn't even fast lane, didn't even really do too much in terms of utility, or otherwise I guess Kiko just sees over the top of everything either way.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a dirty off angle over the top of the Viper wall. Not much really to be done. These are great positions for NRG. Like, they're really just out-positioning Paper X, preempting any kind of aggression. Spike dropped out in the open. Outlaw is still on the line if it's even needed. And something on double doors, cleaned up by
2 more rounds, NRG. Let's go.
NRG, and it's
Let's
looking
go,
like
NRG.
back stomps to reverse sweep this series here.
And we're looking at an okay early half for Paper X, double flawless. Really closing the gap slightly, but after that 3rd round bonus of the half, things start to go back the way of NRG massively. I lied about the fast lane, but in either case, doesn't really help Forsaken towards the end there. Finally, you get to see 5-4 rifles on Paper X.
Yes, इसके बाद lower bracket.
See what they come up with here. Very much starting to run out of time. 2 players on light armor. It's a glass cannon Vandal here for Divide. Quick moves into middle for Paper X. Backed up by a little bit of elbow control.
It's fully taken here. Drone to re-clear, potentially that gets removed, but the information gained. Now Jing on the line here. Brock trying to get flashed out, and something just takes him off the table. As we set the table now for A as well, it's going to be Scuba up first. Double poison orbs being played on in, but something has already made his way on site. He snuck away and finds an opportunity to just shut Kiko down. 5 versus 3 now. Seems like NRG are not quite ready for this one. Scuba has to drop off.
It's a bit of individual brilliance from something. Finds a really nice timing for those 2 openers. Open plant for PRX, who are playing this from yellow side, and I think NRG are just forced to save.
I mean, they have the money for it, but the numbers don't look good. Marta's already on the other side of the map. PRX clinging on to this map in the series so far. 7-11. NRG still, though, in control. 2 more rounds required. Still got 3 guns. Everyone's still got plenty of money. Plenty of ultimates coming online.
Darted to spawn side. I cannot believe PRX are exiting here. They do not have much money. It's a big lineup for Ethan that takes 2 guns away from them. Scuba on the off angle now. Tested by Envy. They are losing all of these weapons. They cannot afford this at this point in the game here, Kev.
Yeah, it's NRG that have plenty of money. Even if NRG die here, look at their bank.
What if
It's
it goes
good.
OT?
PRX are like throwing their lives and their guns away for not a lot of gain.
I don't know why they exited spawn side there. I got to be honest. Maybe they were concerned about the flank towards A main, but the dart confirmed that NRG was playing on spawn there. So definitely not ideal, especially when you're trying to come back from such a deficit here on the attacking side. These are weapons that you very much need.
Ethan happy with that. Doubles up with the Bulldog and doesn't even care if he dies because 4 ultimates online. Money's still amazing. Got a Blaze Storm up though.
Elbow gaya hua hai. मैं walk down के लिए लगा मेरे को.
Something
What?
Mada? To play with a what? Yes, sir, he does. Brock to respond. Don't even know if he gets a tag there. Doesn't look like it so far. Just completely whiffs on the Hunter's Fury and
So
one
baby Rosa.
now. What can Scuba do? He's alone at the moment, playing on the other side of the
What
wall.
does Scuba do?
Does he have the
I
opportunity
heard
to
it
burst
like
on through?
Scooby Doo.
Changes, finds him,
What
right?
does Scuba
Looking at the barrel or
do?
something, and something has the freebie onto Brock.
हाँ,
Goodbye,
Phasmo भी
good
Valorant
night.
जैसे ही है.
5v2,
दोनों
can
horror
make
games
PRX.
हैं.
That's 2 rounds in a row where something just multi-frags for PRX and puts a round together. Kiko coming on the lurk.
Bro,
but
can
that is
you
a
guys
gorgeous
stop
little high-low
this
for PRX,
faking
who are
comebacking?
very much on the warpath
I
here.
am done.
Still a lot of work to be done, though. You
Do
can
they,
see the
do they
money.
want to run after Ethan?
No.
Again?
Probably not.
Something wants it.
The money's a little bit better this time around.
What is the fake comeback, yo?
PRX
I
recovering.
basic
4
OG.
ultimates now as well. Forsaken one away. They're about to have the full stack. The Christmas tree online. Early Christmas with something in PRX on that round. Even though it's only July.
ठीक है रोल प्ले चल रहा.
Looks like a timeout here. I'd imagine that's from NRG. This is getting a
Phasmo,
little bit too
Mobia,
close for comfort.
Phasma, Phosmo,
See what they can
Plasma.
come up with. Still with plenty of cash in the back pocket to be able to put a buy together.
आपने
They've got
From
a
Web
null
series
command, I
देखी
believe,
है?
for one of these
नहीं.
retakes. Could definitely help them out quite a bit.
ये NRG
But
का
their
first
biggest
time
issue
out है
right
ना?
now is this man. Something has been phenomenal
That's
at
huge.
just self-sufficiently finding these openers for PRX, and this is exactly the player that you need to start to get
All
warmed
time
up
match
here.
roll में pissed off.
Gonna make a comeback on
Yeah.
attack.
Look at the confidence. Well, he doesn't care. He's just going to run after Ethan. He needs the money as well. in
भाई
terms of
ब्रॉक
not
के सामने
dying,
सब
but
बच्चे नहीं लग रहे.
whatever. Run after him. Drop that rifle away from Ethan. He's beaten the
He's
timing
like
for some of the
big bro.
utils as well. And we saw that 2 rounds ago.
I
From
don't
that
think आज
insane
Mortal
timing
है.
versus
Mortal
Kiko,
आज
it
live
felt
ही
like
नहीं
on the
आया.
last round. Kind of a similar story.
Mortal is busy.
All these opening trades going the way of PRX. It's kind of night and day to the PRX we were seeing on the rest of this map for the majority of these rounds.
Yeah, very slow start for them.
Phasma तो देखो उसका challenge चल रहा है
Very much
basic
working their
इसके
way
लिए हम
back
लोग
into
खेल
things
रहे
now.
हैं. Among Us.
Still more work to be done.
आज क्या डे
This is
है?
where all eyes
It's
are on
Thursday
NRG
ना?
post their timeout to make a nice little
नहीं, ये
adjustment.
weekend
A
तो
couple of
Among
times
Us,
this
ये
series,
weekend
they've
नहीं
already
होगा
been in
कुछ.
some rougher positions than
games.
this. At least this time they're front running before
Maybe
timeouts
next
needed.
weekend हो सकता है.
2 very big ultimates here. Both Marta and Ethan have got
आप
the Reckoning
देखना.
and Null Command respectively. Could give PRX a lot of
देखते हैं आज
problems here,
कभी
but the
time
pick could be
मिलेगा तो.
fantastic to
Hello
set up one of these
Om.
post plants. Device been holding on to it for quite
यार
some
इसमें
time.
eliminate नहीं lower bracket.
Big shot, Kiko. Makes
Let's
his
go.
mark found. Shut down the big carrier PRX. That'll cause some problems.
Absolutely. Scuba on the line that he's played in multiple situations here. Going to drop himself the snake bite. Both teams just trading out a little bit of utility, a bit of pressure on this B side. Destroy out a big rotation here for NRG. And Ethan on the other side of things, playing very safely, not a toe out of line. Even if PRX make their way into A, The KO knife has scouted exactly where they're headed, and like I said before, there's some very big ults here for NRG with a man advantage to close this round after an excellent opening pick onto something.
It's going to be playing for a full retake now because you don't really see the rotation just through yet. Jing's going to rip his ultimate out, just a reposition on site itself.
Should be the pit going down here, and indeed it is. It's a pit for Brickside, though, not actually on the site. I think they
Casey
very much
has it.
understand that the Reckoning is going to be a problem here.
No commanders on. I mean, you got both ultimates that can sort of defuse
तो अगर इनको हवा में नहीं तोड़ सकते करना तुम ट्राई कर लेना.
Hunter's Fury coming in, Envy shoving away NRG ever so slightly, and I don't think he actually got a tag there, unfortunately. Here it comes now, Reckoning push in. The entire
Advantage है NRG,
right
let's go.
Jing goes down for second trays on the Brock, and Envy as well on the Scooper. It's looking fine for Paper X so far, but Ethan has something to say about it. 2 versus 2 now. Ethan low HP, Kiko. Operator on this retake, doubling up as PRX together. Time is starting to run out now, and Envy with 4 this round will deliver the 9th for Paper X.
Yeah, that's very clever pit placement there from Devi, making all the difference. Both of the ults burned through for NRG there. Post-timeout, still not able to walk away with the gun round, even after something gets picked early on. It's been a big difference maker in a couple of these gun rounds. They're still able to navigate their way into a 4-on-5 where NRG had all the information, numbers advantage,
W, Bharat,
and they
W.
still lose the follow-up gun round. That is rough.
5v4 as mentioned, but they gave up sight. Full retake. You'll say they've got ultimates for the retake, but they ended up not really getting rid of
Soccer
it at all.
trophy, oh my
Hunter's Fury from
god.
Envy as well to slow down that retake. And at the end of the day,
अभी ने soccer trophy ये अलग से दिख रहा है. ऊपर अलग से दिख रही है ये W.
Paper X nipping at their heels now.
Thank you यार ये trophy मैं जाके रोनाल्डो को दे सकती हूँ.
This is very problematic indeed. I think whatever was said in the initial timeout hasn't really come to pass, and the coaching staff of NRG are really trying to hammer home the point. They need to close this game here. I mean, honestly,
अच्छा favorite Pokemon why is it Jigglypuff?
qualification match at the end of this
Cute
group against
is.
Vitality, so your
I think
hard
favorite
days are not
Pikachu
behind you
है.
at the end of the day, but you definitely want to make your life easier by not going
8
into the
बजे था वो
lowers
अलग
here
से
against
दिख
KC
रहा
on
था.
home turf.
वो मैंने नोटिस नहीं किया था.
Lack of an
ये
arm
भी आया जब मैं
by
चैट
for
देख रही
NRG as
थी.
their
हाँ
mid
चैट में
situation has
चमकी बड़ी
finally
सी
dwindled
ट्रॉफी.
down. They still
ये
can't
नया है
afford
इसका
weapons,
देखना
notably
पड़ेगा
you do
कैसा
that off
क्या
of
है.
on the line early, but look at his HP already destroyed.
Yeah, great shock there from Envy to kick things off. Scuba very much on his lonesome. NRG set up heavily inside a middle. Have to wait for the mid to late round to try to go for a flood here. How much work can Scuba get done? If he does get a pick and cleanly is able to get away here, he can potentially drop a pit and buy some time. But Paper X diving into the site.
Yeah, high tie coming in. Good timing coming through Ramada as well. That'll buy time for Brock to arrive as well. And soon, it'll be Kiko to follow through. Slow going Paper X's trying to make their way through the back left side. Still haven't found Scuba yet, by the way. Forsaken, though, gets Marta out of the way. And Scuba finally activates alongside Brock. Bring this one down to a 4 versus 3. Still no plant to be heard of at the moment. 50 seconds left to play through, and PRX, are they committed to this?
Yeah, for sure they are. This is a localized 3-on-3. Ethan's inside a middle. Envy gives them the advantage, at least on the B side for the time being. Kiko down to 50 HP right since day dot.
Ali's well, Ali's not well. ये लोग खत्म क्यों नहीं कर रहे हैं?
Trying to be a little bit cheeky.
एक सेकंड ये गोल्ड मेरे हाथ में कैसे आएगा? ये गोल्ड मेरे हाथ में दे दो.
Double digits. How many rounds in a row is this, Kev?
A lot. We're about to find on out. It was starting to look like a nightmare for Paper X before, but in the last 5 or so rounds, they have been waking up. Opportunities here abound as they just get both the last 2 plays and the 2
भरत पढ़ा मैंने. Thank you.
Yeah.
2v2.
W.
winning those.
I mean,
handedly.
Pretty
How to
consistently,
send
NRG are up
these
in numbers, but then
यार
when
वो
we head
कुछ
into
लोग
these
को
awkward
ऑप्शन नहीं आ
post-play
रहा है.
situations,
But
Paper
मेरे
X are
को
just
फोन में
making the
दिख गया
right
था.
moves in the mid-round to be able to kind of outmaneuver
भाई
NRG.
NRG 2 राउंड जीतने हैं भाई. क्या कर रहे हो भाई?
This is like the first
2
time
राउंड
NRG are
जीत
running
के
out of
खत्म
cash for this
करो
side as
भाई.
well. They're making some moves now. Led by the flash coming through from Ethan in mid. Forsaken and Envy.
What did Harry got away when his hair fell out? A headwig.
Is a free sight on a Scuba. Gonna have to play a retake here, buddy.
Yeah, not much to be done. They've been kind of hammering his sights more often than not. I think he's probably getting pretty sick of it at this point. Phantom in hand.
आपका समोसा बड़ा ही स्पाइसी था
Tuck himself into the side. Forsaken, very much hot on his heels.
Oh my god.
Comes
Nice.
down to, but there's really not much left in this buy here for
अबे
NRG.
हीरो
Despite
गन
yet
थी
another man advantage.
It's about as well as you can do.
हीरो राइफल गिर गई अभी क्या करें
Overdrive for Forsaken now to clean
अरे
things up.
भाई
Something on
NRG
the
भाई
get-go, 3 versus 3, but again the money and also the guns all the way in PRX. That's not a bad shot from
What?
Ethan though. You respect it.
ये क्या मारा
Really
इथन ने
for real. 3 versus 2.
Okay, Ethan wants to end
an
it.
open to play through, but not positioned for it at the moment. Despite the lack of guns here, NRG moving together as a team, and Envy doesn't quite land the shot. Bit of a whiff here, Envy another opportunity, and Brock finds them, gets a double.
Thrifty.
Displaying like no money at all.
10-11 पे Thrifty और match point.
Putting together, they're not quite able to
One
do
more
it,
round.
but
Let's go.
apparently
Let's
they
go.
don't need
Let's
coach
go.
intervention. Retake complete, and that series point here for NRG. PRX very much under the pump now. Need 2 in a row to push us through into OT, and that's where the comeback is just going to need to continue chugging along. Much better looking buy here for NRG heading into the last. The pit wasn't even needed. Good double up from Scuba. Just sliding into the pocket with the Phantom.
I mean, really does a lot. I mean, that shot was gross.
Yeah,
Ethan hitting that one is probably the round winner, but I think that wouldn't have mattered as much if Scuba didn't get that first 2. So the combination of their efforts.
Bro, the presence of mind to know that he's on the off angle up on top of Bricks. Quick one to start here for PRX. Trying to be shut down by Ethan's KO knife, but PRX going to push the issue into A.
Yep. Flashing on through. What can we find here? Mata on the Jing, but not really seeing much else from Ethan's POV. Doesn't matter though, because it's still a 5v3. Mata's making good work of this defensive so far. My God,
Something ना knife से मारा ही नहीं है. I guess.
Well, this might be the end. PRX
This is the end.
1 versus 5 divide with all of the work to
Hold
do.
your
But
breath
NRG
and
will not be undone here. You feel like the 13
count
is series revealed. Divide with the secondary.
अरे भाई
And a
exit
1v3,
frag.
this has to be an ace clutch, buddy. It's not going to be anything less than that.
No clutch,
NRG
no clutch.
can taste the victory.
Clutch
But
तो नहीं
can
हो
they
रहा.
get this one
Hedwig is looking
cleanly here without Divide walking out?
He's trying to slip away. Putting the wall up and down to keep them interested. He's been able to pinch the spike, but Scuba trying to stay one step ahead of this pivot back over to the B site. Tucks himself nice and safely
Uba be
into
like,
elbow
I'm
with 40
one
seconds on the clock.
step ahead. Always one step ahead.
Viper versus Viper. Might have just made a little bit of noise there. Scuba calls the troops into action. Here's the
इतना
footsteps for
कितना
sure
UPI
by
करते
now.
हो भरत जी आप
Has got
कि
to
जीवित
come
आ
on
गई
through, and the
कोई नहीं.
timing should be
NTR
good.
दबाए चलो जी
Clean
पता ही
things
था
up.
भाई नहीं होने
Puckett
वाला
saw it coming. He handed me the USA card.
पता ही
And
था.
that is indeed the victor today.
इसी के
PRX
साथ
falling.
it is time
Pacific falling in general.
to go,
And NRG
guys.
move through.
Yeah, it's a sad day on the B stream for
It
the
definitely
Pacific
took
teams,
more
but
than an hour.
RRQ,
चलो गाइस
PRX
अब
going down
हम
to
फाल्मो
NRG
खेलेंगे
and
किक
100
पे
respectively.
लिंक
I
पिन
mean,
है
there's
मेरे
something
किक का
to
फॉलो
here
कर
in
लो
past
एंड
the
किक पे
teams
आ
from the
जाओ इट्स
Americas.
वेरी
They're
लेट
doing
अब
pretty
चलते
damn
हैं अब
well
हम
for
और
themselves.
नहीं रुक सकते आओ
Something in the water. Maybe
किक
the
पे आओ
bad
किक
side
पे
as
आओ
well, unfortunately.
PRX इज नॉट आउट इनका कल
PRX,
होगा फिर से मैच लोअर ब्रैकेट का आई फील
Fantastic start
कल
of the
होगा या
fraction.
बाद में होगा बट होगा
Pretty okay to
किक
start
पे आए
things out
सब
with
लोग किक
Lotus
पे
as well,
आए
but lost momentum.